Chapter 801 5 Elements Smelting Technique A. Jijishi beat his feet and chest with deep regret. He was only a half-demon body, and could not be reborn after his limbs were severed. So this means that he can only have one arm from now on, which will reduce his combat effectiveness by at least 30%. The reason why Jijishi didn't follow the induction to find his broken arm immediately was because his injury was too serious, and it would take a long time to recover. The battle with Zhu Xiaobao was a heavy loss, and the defeat was inexplicable, because Zhu Xiaobao did not defeat him with his real fighting power, but with the help of a large number of explosives and their weapons that had been ambushed in advance. Jijisheng was only able to win by chance with his weird, special move, which made Jijisheng feel very aggrieved. And at the same time he hated Zhu Xiaobao deeply. Strange. It seems that my arm has not been completely refined, but the remaining part is looming, as if it is losing contact with me. But it is definitely not refined. What is going on? After Jijishi found out about it in a rage, he felt a strange sensation again, which he couldn't understand. Jijisheng calmed down. He had just recovered from his injury, but he did not dare to act rashly. Although he was not afraid of Zhu Xiaobao and the others, he was very afraid of the magical appearance displayed by the eldest prince. At that time, he had a feeling that once this magical phase was released by the eldest prince, even he would not be his opponent. So GZ decided to perform a blood sacrifice here to improve his cultivation level again before he could be born again. This time, he wanted to sacrifice 800,000 people with blood. He is now a true half-demon body, fully able to withstand another surge in cultivation. And he also aims to reach the realm of the god of war. Once you can break through to the realm of the martial god, you will be able to regenerate your limbs and become absolutely invincible. Jairu! Now there is news that bitch Jillian has also appeared in the eldest prince's fiefdom. And the latest news has come that your arm was taken away by the eldest prince. Look, do you want to rush over and take back this arm? The she-monster saint also asked with regret. Although he had a lot of fun playing with His Highness the Sixth Prince recently, he still has his heart and only loves Jijisheng. This is his true love. Yes, but the news one after another seems to come too easily. It seems that someone is deliberately releasing the news to lure us there. Let's go to the eldest prince's fiefdom to inquire about my preparation for the next blood stain. With your current triple illusion, as long as you are careful, no one can do anything to you. Jijisheng also nodded. And these news will be reported to him as soon as possible. But Jijishi was a very suspicious person, so the information he got so easily made him a little worried. So he decided to go to the eldest prince's fiefdom to investigate. In fact, the reason why he got the news so quickly was because Zhu Xiaobao consciously sent the news here just to let Jijisheng know. Oh? But the slave family doesn't want to leave you. The she-male saint snuggled into Jijisheng's arms very delicately, seeming to say a little reluctantly, only when you know yourself and your enemy can you be invincible. As long as you find out clearly for me, I can destroy them by surprise. Only then can we truly live together without any worries. Don't worry. When I achieve the level of a martial god, I can turn you into a real woman. You are the person I love the most. Jijishi also said emotionally. Now he believes that the she-male saint is the most trustworthy person for him, who can protect him to the death in critical moments. Of course, people are the most trustworthy. Okay. For the sake of Ji Lang, I intend to go find out the news. But tonight you must have a good love affair with the slave family. After listening to Jijishi's words, the human demon saint was suddenly filled with passion. And he was very enchanting and surrounded Jijishi, already starting to feel a little unbearable. Article 2 Before dawn, the she-male saint set off with satisfaction. In the cave, the eldest prince was also very proud. He had just finished devouring the arm, and his half-demon body had been improved again. However, the only drawback was that he was still not as successful as Jijisheng. At most, he was still a half-demon body, the back part, but the arm was not completely swallowed. But a palm was left. The flesh and blood on it had been eaten away, leaving only a complete palm bone. The eldest prince did not swallow the palm bone as well, but putting it on his chest. This skeleton hand seemed to be planted on his chest. It was still able to move and even launch attacks unexpectedly. Not only was it strangely flexible, it was also invulnerable. It could also be used to cover it when it was on his chest. That heavenly demon crystal. This is an innate skill that the eldest prince realized. I saw the eldest prince grabbing a girl with both hands and letting her struggle desperately. The eldest prince still smiled and remained motionless. But another skull palm stretched out from his arms and easily scratched the girl's chest. However, a lively beating heart was captured and brought to the mouth of the eldest prince. Ha ha ha! With this claw, I have another unique skill. Even GZ can't bear such a claw. The eldest prince shouted excitedly. There were two girls next to him. They were so frightened by this horrific scene that their legs became weak and they collapsed to the ground. They all know that in a few days, their fate will be the same as that of this girl who was disemboweled. In another village far away from the cave where the eldest prince was, Holy Lord Join appeared quietly. This peaceful-looking village was exactly the target she chose. This village was some distance away from other villages, so it was just the right place to try her. Kung Fu! The originally peaceful village suddenly became restless. Everyone was very excited. Their faces were red. They were panting, and their hearts were beating. The key was that they all had extremely strong desires inexplicably at the same time, which could not be suppressed by reason. Even the children had become equally eager to act. In less than a quarter of an hour, everyone started frantically looking for the opposite sex. Then, regardless of the fact that it was in broad daylight, they started a collective riot. The scene was weird and chaotic. In the end, everyone in the village had weird smiles. Died. This kind of charming poison is not only colorless and odorless, but also can make people become more animalistic until they die from exhaustion. Hee. It seems that my cultivation level has improved, and my charm poison is no worse than Jijishi's corpse poison. Both men and women will go crazy. Who dares to underestimate me now? Join Saint looked on with joy. No. He nodded with satisfaction and said. Then, a fire burned the entire village to the ground. At the same time, Zhu Xiaobao and others came to a Qinshi lake in Yong'an County. This lake was not too small, with a radius of dozens of miles. Now the entire Qinshi lake has been closed, and the fishermen have also banned fishing for 7 days. No one is allowed to enter Qinshi lake. In the regular pentagon formed by the 5 rocks, Zhu Xiaobao and others all displayed the divine beast form, each occupying one corner. Zhu Xiaobao also used his innate skills to condense 2 white tigers, each occupying one corner, according to the metal level and water level among metal, wood, water, fire and earth. His mortal body is of water attribute. In order to get stronger blessing, he chose Qinshi Lake as the place to perform the 5-element smelting technique. In fact, this is not enough. In order to be able to perform this 5-element smelting technique, Zhu Xiaobao also borrowed a 1 yuan heavy water from Venerable Duobao. It is said that this was left in this world from the fairy world. Even though he didn't know how to use the treasure, Venerable Duobao still paid a lot of money to get it. I didn't expect it to come in handy this time. Saint Wu looked at it with eager eyes. This master of many treasures indeed has a huge collection, with all kinds of treasures. No wonder I tried to trick Venerable Duobao several times but failed, because he always has an unexpected magic weapon that can save the day from danger. Otherwise Venerable Duobao would not have been ranked among the top 3 of the 9 venerables for so many years. Humph. Don't be greedy. I still have many treasures from the fairy world. As long as Xiaobao needs them, I will give them to him. You? Don't even think about it. It's your destiny to be able to save your life. Duobao Zun the reporter hummed very proudly and arrogantly. Now Holy Lord Wu doesn't even pay attention to him. Yes. You are the biggest winner among the 9 great sages. I should have learned from you a long time ago. Be content with what you have, and enjoy happiness. Saint Wu said humbly with a smile on his face, somewhat embarrassed. At this moment, I saw that the Suzaku sword had risen in the 5 elements formation, and as soon as it appeared, it caused a sea of fire. With great momentum, all of a sudden, all Xiaobao and others were drowned in the sea of fire. Quick! Zhu Xiaobao didn't panic, stretched out a finger, and a white light penetrated the flame and hit the Suzaku knife. At this time, Zhu Rong flapped a pair of giant wings of the Suzaku divine beast, and let out a light whistle, and all the flames were sucked into the belly of the Suzaku Dharma appearance. Immediately afterwards, thousands of piercing sword auras were emitted. If this were an ordinary person, he would be chopped into pieces immediately. But the descendants of the 4 great beasts are all half-demon bodies, and this killing energy cannot hurt them. Zhu Xiaobao's white tiger Dharma Prime roared angrily, immediately dispersing the sword energy that filled the sky. At this time, the water in Qinshi Lake also became turbulent, setting off huge waves, and a thin crack began to appear in the middle of the Suzaku sword in midair. Wives! Use your attribute power and absorb as much as possible. Zhu Xiaobao stood at the front and shouted loudly. Although Zhu Xiaobao still screamed so wretchedly. Zhu Rong, 19th Princess and Ju Mei all looked solemn and tried their best to use their attribute power. But not to attack, but to absorb the attributes in the Suzaku sword as much as possible. Impurities. At this time, Zhu Rong and Zhu Xiaobao were releasing their own attributes. And Zhu Rong's Suzaku flame began to infuse into the Suzaku sword. The same Zhu Xiaobao's white killing aura also continued to pour into the Dragon Slayer knife. I thought it was a very simple process, but I didn't expect it would trigger such a big reaction. The surrounding sky turned dark. The sound like a roaring mountain and a tsunami made the people hundreds of miles around panic. They didn't know what was happening. What's the big deal? This state lasted for nearly 2 hours. And then the Suzaku sword in midair began to split into two. Chapter 8025 Elements Smelting Technique C. Seeing the strange scene in midair, Saint Wu Wei couldn't help but feel a little dazed, and murmured, "Why? Why is it so easy for them to perform this? 5-element smelting technique. It is so easy to make these two gods the soldiers separated. Is it really God's will?" In the impression of Saint Wu Wei, it would take at least 3 days to completely separate the two divine weapons. Unexpectedly, in less than half a day, the two magic weapons have already begun to separate. This was originally a step in his long-term plan, but it was never that easy. If he got the Suzaku sword, he would also need to collect magic weapons with 5 elements attributes in order to perform this 5-element smelting technique. But here, Zhu Xiaobao and the others actually it was an easy success. And it's less than half a day. At this time, I saw the vermilion bird sword in midair emitting a dazzling light. Then, this ball of light turned into 2 colors. One was hot golden red, and the other was cold white. In the 2 balls of light, the Suzaku sword was also divided into 2. It was wrapped in 2 balls of light and gradually distanced itself. At the same time, the 2 magic weapons were constantly repairing their shapes. This process was compared with time. It was so long that it stayed in midair for a full hour. At this time, both Princess 19 and Ju Mei had absorbed all the other wood and earth attributes from the 2 knives, which meant that they had completed their work. At this time, both of them were surprised to find that their attributes had been greatly improved. For both of them, the benefits they received were absolutely huge. It's just that the 19th princess and Ju Mei didn't have time to celebrate now, because Zhu Xiaobao and Zhu Rong were still doing their best to use their power to pour their own attribute power into the Suzaku sword and the dragon slaying sword. The erupted Suzaku flames are continuously absorbed by the Suzaku knife. At the same time, the Suzaku knife becomes hotter and more dazzling, and even the surrounding temperature is rising sharply. Similarly, the dragon-slaying knife is also trying its best to absorb the killing energy spewed out by the white tiger Dharma. This dragon-slaying knife becomes more and more powerful, making everyone around them feel the fierce killing intent. Slowly, the light groups in the air gradually gathered together, and finally returned to the 2 magic weapons. What was even more amazing was that the essence and blood originally injected by Zhu Rong and Zhu Xiaobao also returned to their own swords. The 2 magic weapons were suspended quietly in the air, as if they were saying goodbye. At this time, the 2 magic weapons have become slightly smaller, but they do feel purer and more profound. With a slight whistle, the 2 knives cut through a golden red light and white light, and returned to Zhu Rong and Zhu Xiaobao's bodies respectively. Suddenly the 2 of them trembled, and then their faces were full of surprise. They could feel that they and the magic weapon had reached a state where man and sword merged into one. How is it possible? How is this possible? This dragon-slaying knife has been promoted to the immortal level. Although it is only a first-level immortal weapon, it is impossible. Immortal weapons should not appear in this world at all. Saint Wu Wei, he was so shocked that he couldn't help but exclaimed. The most essential difference between an immortal weapon and a semi-immortal weapon is that the immortal weapon has produced a weapon spirit. Although a semi-immortal weapon is also very spiritual, it is not a weapon spirit after all. It just has spirituality. The reason why the Suzaku sword was not promoted to an immortal weapon is because the 2 divine weapons have different backgrounds. The Dragon Slayer sword originally came to this world from the immortal world, while the Divine Beast divine weapon was conceived by the 4 divine beasts themselves. If you want to grow and be promoted to an immortal weapon, it will take a long time to slowly cultivate and sharpen the chain. Zhu Xiaobao was also pleasantly surprised. This knife was the original form of the dragon-slaying knife, and through his spiritual consciousness, he could communicate with the weapon spirit of the knife. However, the weapon spirit now looked like a newborn baby, very fragile. She is naive and cannot fully communicate with Zhu Xiaobao. But this already made Zhu Xiaobao very excited. Weapon spirit? This is a legendary thing. But I didn't expect it to actually come into being. Of course, this is another thing that cannot be explained on Earth. Something even more magical than black technology. Now Zhu Xiaobao likes this world more and more. Because there are many magical things happening to him. What's more important is that he still has a lot of time to enjoy in this section. And it is more likely that he will really ascend to the immortal world one day. Of course, the premise is that he takes everyone he cares with him. Zhu Rong was also very excited at this time. This Suzaku sword has now been promoted to the pinnacle of semi-immortal weapons. Wouldn't it mean that her combat effectiveness will also be greatly improved? And it will become more possible to defeat Ji Jixing. The balance of victory and defeat seems to be tilting to their side. Although Zhu Xiaobao and Zhu Rong's internal energy was almost exhausted, all the efforts were worth it. At the same time, the attribute power of the four descendants of the mythical beasts has increased significantly. By at least 30%. Zhu Xiaobao's attribute power has almost doubled. This time the 5-element smelting technique has been successfully concluded. All four people have benefited a lot. However, the honor, the 19th princess and Zhu all feel that Zhu Xiaobao seems to have done something better than them, and has a profound feeling, unpredictable feeling. But they are not worried in their hearts. They are all happy for this moment. Because Zhu Xiaobao is still the same smiling Zhu Xiaobao. And they still have a feeling of being in harmony with each other. Just when the four people gathered around and looked at each other affectionately, the old apprentice intervened at an inappropriate time. Master! Let me play with the dragon-slaying knife. I haven't used a real immortal weapon yet. The old apprentice originally wanted to show off in front of the other great sages. But Zhu Xiaobao also wanted to show off to the old apprentice. So he threw the dragon-slaying knife to the old apprentice. But something very embarrassing happened. The old apprentice couldn't hold the dragon-slaying knife anymore. He used his hands to barely lift it with trembling hands. It was impossible to play with it. I originally thought that I had some friendship with the previous kitchen knife. But I didn't expect that now I don't have any respect at all. Hey! 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 Why don't you give me some face? We have been partners for a long time before. You can't be so heartless. The old apprentice shouted angrily. So many people were watching, which made him a little embarrassed. Already, he could see the female warriors around him covering their mouths and snickering. It seemed that he was awakened by the old disciple's words. This dragon-slaying knife really gave the old disciple face. And he became very handy in an instant. The old disciple took this dragon-slaying knife and performed a show with great airs. Not to mention, the old apprentice's sword skills have also improved by leaps and bounds. And he is quite impressive. And what is surprising is that the killing energy released by this knife is quite powerful. The surrounding rocks and trees have left cracks one after another. These are all injured by the killing knife energy, and are not deliberately done by the old apprentice. Now that you have a real dragon-slaying knife, what are your chances of winning against Ji Jixing? Zhu Rong asked quietly beside Zhu Xiaobao. Well, at least there is a 50% chance of winning. The remaining 50% depends on your cooperation, Zhu Xiaobao said in a very rude manner, and shamelessly reached under her skirt with one hand, trying to get some points. Cheap. Unexpectedly, he encountered a ball of scorching heat, and Zhu Xiaobao immediately became bared. It turned out that Zhu Rong secretly attached the Suzaku flame to his thigh, leaving Zhu Xiaobao dumb. Ha ha! Master, with this knife, there will be no problem in annihilating Ji Jixing. The old apprentice had earned enough face and replaced the dragon-slaying knife respectfully with satisfaction, and said excitedly, Old man Wu Wei, what do you think is my chance of winning? Zhu Xiaobao was stunned by Zhu Rong, so he had to turn around and pretend to be serious and asked, forgive me for being blunt. Even if you now have a real dragon-slaying knife, the huge gap in cultivation is still insurmountable. The most you can do long now is only 5 to 5. Holy Lord Wu Wei said respectfully, said the voice. Yeah, it's pretty much what I thought. You've done a good thing this time, and I won't break my promise. I'll give you the essence of Jinshin you want when I get it back. Zhu Xiaobao nodded. At least this is Wu Wei sage. What you said is still very objective. The performance these days is also very on point. So Zhu Xiaobao doesn't want to break his promise. But the words of Lord Wu Wei still made Zhu Rong and Princess 19 feel a little depressed. They had the same idea. They both hoped to wipe out those evil cultivators as soon as possible. And then, they could enjoy their happy life to the fullest. Only Jume doesn't care. She's not afraid of a fight at all. And the tougher her opponent is, the more excited she gets. At this time, in the fiefdom of His Highness the Sixth Prince, His Highness was feeling depressed and leading his troops to help Ji Jishin blockade a town. He did this as a last resort. Ji Jisheng threatened his family and wanted to sacrifice 800,000 people here. His Highness the Sixth Prince felt heartbroken. They were all the people of his own fiefdom. But now, he has completely fallen into Ji Jisheng's control. To put it bluntly, even if he wanted to surrender to the 19th princess, it would be impossible. Although they were only guarding the outside of the town and could not see the scene inside, he could still feel the bloody smell in the air. His subordinates also looked at him in surprise and confusion. They could also feel it. His Highness Sixth Prince has been very unusual recently. He seems to be a different person, acting strangely and feeling a little depressed. Under this kind of blood sacrifice technique, the only people who have a chance to escape are people with relatively high cultivation levels. Unfortunately, there are no people with extremely high cultivation levels in this town. And even the cultivation levels of several great martial arts masters have not been able to escape. The only one who has a chance to escape is an old man with martial master cultivation finally broke free from the blood sacrifice technique and escaped in embarrassment. However, as soon as he came out, he encountered two martial master level guards under the Sixth Highness. They killed him when they took action. Sixth Highness, these things that are against the law of heaven cannot be spread. Huh? Or the great perfection of the martial emperor? No. This is the realm of the half-step martial god. Ha ha ha. Zhu Xiaobao. I have been promoted to the half-step martial god. Why do you fight with me? And the eldest prince, and that bitch Join people. I want your life to be worse than death. Ji Jisheng finished practicing the blood sacrifice technique. And after sensing it carefully, he suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. Chapter 803, Soul-Eating Insect. After Ji Jisheng's triumphant excitement, he regained his majesty as Lord Demon. He looked at the floating corpses after his blood sacrifice, and then coldly snorted, I'll leave the rest to you. At this time, 6 skeleton-like figures emerged from the ground crookedly. They were the 6 elders of the Yinsha sect. They were hiding underground just now, secretly sucking the rare essence of flesh and blood. This was better than searching for the corpses one by one. The practice is much faster, and it is also very pure, allowing them to increase their cultivation level significantly in a short period of time. But unexpectedly, Ji Jisheng noticed the 6 old ghosts hiding underground. So he reached out and covered their hiding place. At first, they could still pose some threat to Tian Mojiu, but now they are no match for him at all. At that time, Tian Mojiu only recovered 10% of his skill. Now Ji Jisheng has reached at least 60% of Tian Mojiu's skill. So he covered 6 people with one hand, making them unable to move. This frightened the 6 old ghosts from the Yinsha sect, and they could only show up and desperately beg for mercy. It is not easy for them to cultivate to this point. They have experienced nearly 200 years of darkness before they can cultivate to this level. It is really unfair to die like this. Humph. I know you guys. If you want to live, then use me and be my slaves from now on. Now let go of your consciousness and let me plant a slave mark on you, and I will let you go. Don't worry. This parrot's also good for you. When I make blood sacrifices in the future, you can still drink with me. How about it? Is this a big blessing? Ji Jisheng inherited most of Tian Mojiu's memories, so he has no idea about what happened back then. I still understood it very clearly, and I didn't take them seriously at first. But I didn't expect these 6 old ghosts to come to the door on their own. This is it. Then ask Lord Demon to cast a spell. Although the 6 old ghosts were very reluctant, they were not willing to disobey at all. With their current cultivation level, they are just like ants in Ji Jisheng's eyes. So if they are a little neglectful, they may die immediately. So now that Ji Jiwei has completed the blood sacrifice, he turned around and gave orders to the 6 old ghosts. These dead corpses are of no use to him anymore, but they are a huge resource for the Yinsha sect. Those disciples can still make full use of them, those who practice. And Ji Jisheng also saved himself the trouble of destroying these horrific scenes. It can be said that it kills 2 birds with 1 stone. 3 days later, Ji Jisheng came out and took His Highness Sixth Prince back home with a calm expression. His Highness Sixth Prince was also very puzzled. What was the result inside? And how many people died? Later, he quietly sent someone to check, and the news that came back really puzzled him. It was very peaceful inside, and he didn't see a single body. It just gave him a more gloomy atmosphere. But the whole town disappeared. His Highness Sixth Prince's heart was pounding with fear. He was really living like a year now. He no longer thought about seizing the throne. He just wanted to get rid of the control of people like Ji Jisheng as soon as possible. These people were really terrible. Thinking of this, His Highness the Sixth Prince felt his anus tighten. And he felt as if life was worse than death. That female saint was so perverted. But compared to the human monster saint, Ji Jisheng made him feel even more terrifying. The evil pressure made his whole body tremble. Fortunately, Ji Jisheng had just completed the blood sacrifice and needed some time to consolidate and adapt. He did not embarrass His Highness the Sixth, but immediately went back to the secret room to practice. Rarely, now that the human monster saint is gone and Ji Jisheng is practicing in the secret room again, His Highness the Sixth Prince quietly sent a confidant to send a secret letter to the 19th princess. Zhu Xiaobao and others had also just returned from Qingshi Lake. They were all in high spirits. But they had already received this letter. Everyone is not very happy. He sacrificed 800,000 people at one time, which shows that Ji Jisheng has reached or surpassed the original Demon Ju. Not to mention that he is still a real half-demon. Well, old man Wu Wei, what level of cultivation do you think Ji Jisheng should be now? Zhu Xiaobao asked with a frown. Qizhen Qiantai. According to my estimation, he should be the great perfection of the martial emperor. But he took away the body of the demon Jiu. So he received a great blessing. He may also be a half-step martial god. Saint Wu Wei, he said with a bit of difficulty. Even he was unwilling to admit it. He was almost invincible. Because it is impossible for a half-demon body to cultivate to the true realm of the god of war. Oh? So strong? I thought I could kill Ji Jisheng after restoring the power of the dragon-slaying knife. Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but exclaimed. It seemed that things were much more dangerous than he thought. Then Zhu Xiaobao ordered people to hand over the prepared essence of Jinshin to Saint Wu Wei. Saint Wu Wei suddenly felt excited. This is what he needs most now. With this essence of Jinshin, it is possible for him to recover a certain level of cultivation and at least live for several decades. In the meantime, he can still think of a way to return to the peak of cultivation. It is not impossible. Just when Saint Wu Wei was excited to take over the essence of Jinshin, he was unexpectedly stopped by the Great Lord of Ice and Fire on the side. Although she had also lost all her cultivation, she has now recovered to the realm of martial arts master. It is much stronger than the current Saint Wu Wei. Now, Saint Wu Wei relies on the 19th princess to inject a burst of qi into him every day to survive. Facing the obstruction of the Great Lord of Ice and Fire, Saint Wu Wei has no way to do it. Now he is worse than an ordinary person. Great Lord Ice and Fire. What do you mean by this? I told you everything I know. And Zhu Xiaobao also promised me. You have to keep your word. Holy Lord Wu Wei was a little annoyed and a little panicked. He asked more worriedly. He was afraid that this woman would take the opportunity to retaliate against him, which would be terrible. Now he has no power to fight back. What's more, everyone is on the side of the Great Lord Ice and Fire, because the current tragic situation of the Great Lord Ice and Fire was caused by him. Humph. Talking about trustworthiness with people like you? That's why I'm in this situation today. Well, if you want to talk about trustworthiness, then talk about trustworthiness. Did you really tell all the secrets? The Ice and Fire clan, he could only hum with disdain, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. Of course. I have even dedicated myself to the art of immortality like the 5 elements smelting technique. And I have successfully restored the dragon-slaying sword. What else? Do you want to go back on your word? Saint Wu Wei was a little angry. He shouted. His heartbeat started to beat, and he was out of breath as he spoke. The old man was so weak now that he might die at any time. Humph. If you hadn't been poisoned by the old witch Jiuyin, I'm afraid you wouldn't be so anxious to use the immortal fusion technique. By the stream. Right. What method did you use to control Jiuyin? Do you still want to hide it? Do you want me to help you tell it? Lord Ice and Fire snorted coldly. Oh? How do you know this? Saint Wu Wei's expression suddenly changed, and he asked in a depressed and resentful tone. Didn't you say it out of complacency when you used the immortal fusion technique on me? Because my cultivation level is too low. You are reluctant to use it on me. Is that what you said? The Great Lord Ice and Fire shouted angrily. If this thing wasn't so important, she really wanted to kill this Wu Wei saint with her own hands. Oh, people really can't be too proud. When they're proud, they will easily get carried away. Okay, I'll hand it over. But you have to promise to give me the essence of Jinshin. Zhu Xiaobao, I believe you won't break your promise. Right? Saint Wu sighed and said that he still placed his hope on Zhu Xiaobao. Because judging from his past behavior, although Zhu Xiaobao was a bit lazy and rogue, he was very trustworthy. Yes. As long as you tell me everything you haven't told me yet, I hereby promise that I will definitely give you this essence of Jinshin. Zhu Xiaobao looked at the Great Lord Ice and Fire, then nodded and said, Okay. This is it. Holy Lord Wu Wei took out another brocade box from his arms and handed it to Zhu Xiaobao with some reluctance. There are 3 soul-eating insect eggs in this. Once given, if a person takes it, they can control the other person's life and death. This kind of soul-eating insect is specially used to deal with people with advanced cultivation. Generally speaking, those with cultivation below Great Martial Lord only need to plant a slave mark on them. But with cultivation, no matter how tall you are, you can only control them in this way. Oh, you mean you originally planned to use it to control Jillian Saint Lord? Zhu Xiaobao was surprised when he heard this. If this is really the case, this thing is so valuable. Yes. If I hadn't been poisoned by Jillian, a bitch, I wouldn't have hurriedly used the immortal fusion technique, and I wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Alas, no matter what, I just didn't expect that the charm poison of the 9 which has also evolved. Holy Lord Wu Wei said dejectedly. Ha. How to use this thing? How can I control these 3 soul-eating insects? Zhu Xiaobao asked curiously. When your essence and blood are dripped into it, it can establish a mental connection with the soul-eating insect inside. Once it breaks out of the cocoon, it will only obey your orders. It will still lie dormant quietly in the opponent's mind. Once you after issuing the devour command, it will frantically devour the opponent's consciousness and soul until it is completely devoured. And then it will enter the breeding stage, and a new batch of soul-eating insect eggs will be produced. And this soul-eating insect has laid eggs. He will die after that. Holy Lord Wu Wei did not hide anything at this time, and made it very clear. Hee. It's really a treasure. Then I'll accept it. Staying with you will only harm others anyway. Zhu Xiaobao shamelessly took it for himself. That chatos. Can you give me my essence of Jinshin? Holy Lord Wu Wei looked at Zhu Xiaobao's greedy and shameless look with heartache and asked quickly. Oh. Well, of course. I will definitely mean what I say. But there is one condition before I give it to you. You must comply with it. Zhu Xiaobao looked at the Great Lord Ice and Fire, and the latter nodded with relief. Nod. Saint Wu Wei suddenly felt a very bad feeling and asked unhappily. What are the conditions? Ha. That means you must first let go of your spiritual consciousness and let us plant the slave mark on you. Otherwise, once people like you recover their cultivation, they will be able to do a lot of things. Zhu Xiaobao said, shaking his head. This was the result of just now, when he looked at the Great Lord Ice and Fire and used his spiritual consciousness to communicate with her. Zhu Xiaobao, you are shameless. Doesn't that mean that I will be at the mercy of this woman for the rest of my life? Saint Wu Wei immediately roared furiously. Old man, don't be impatient. With the current situation, if you don't control it well, it will fall off. You think about it again. Because the 19th princess will not inject you with qi every day. Your time is limited. Chapter 804 Another Skill. Saint Wu Wei felt angry and annoyed. But looking around, no one sympathized with him. He knew in his heart that these people did not want Zhu Xiaobao to fulfill his promise. I couldn't help but feel a little frightened, and at the same time a little sad. It has to be said that it is sad that the Great Venerable, who was once ranked number 1, has now fallen to such a stage. But looking at the Great Lord Ice and Fire, and thinking about what he has done, Holy Lord Wu Wei does not dare to argue anymore. Since you have to pay a price for failure, it's already good to be able to save your life now. Alas, it seems that I have no choice. Come on. Holy Lord Wu Wei sighed and said to the Great Lord Ice and Fire unwillingly. You must know that once you let go of your spiritual consciousness and are planted with the slave mark, you will become the slave of the Great Lord Ice and Fire. In the days to come, I'm afraid I'll still have to suffer a lot. Ha. That's right. You've caused my aunt so much misery. So it's not too much to spend the rest of your life trying to make amends. Zhu Xiaobao said with an understatement. Although he has always been against slavery, this time it was very much in favor. The most important thing is that with the Great Lord Ice and Fire restraining him, he feels relieved. After all, a hero like Wu Wei Xingzuan is still very uneasy without any restraint. The process is simple and painless. However, afterwards, Saint Wu Wei followed Lord Ice and Fire dejectedly. From now on, he has become a slave of Lord Ice and Fire. After this matter was completed, Zhu Xiaobao and the others still focused on dealing with Ji Jixing, who could sacrifice 800,000 people at a time. And according to the great Master Wu Wei, now the Holy Master Wu Wei has no previous cultivation. Everyone is still used to calling him the Great Venerable Wu Wei. Ji Jixing has achieved a true half-demon body, and his cultivation has probably reached the level of a half-step martial arts god. This left Zhu Xiaobao scratching his head a little. Still can't beat it. In the backyard of Prince Yong'an's mansion, Zhu Xiaobao and Jumei had a formal sparring match. Zhu Xiaobao displayed his new achievement of the fusion of human and sword, and actually broke through the defense of the turtle's back shield. But that was all. It can't hurt Jumei. Oh? You can actually damage my turtle shield. It's really amazing. What state have you reached? Jumei exclaimed in surprise. Although the turtle shield was damaged, the damage was not warm. It takes a few days to recover, so it's not a serious injury. I guess he's about the same as you. And he's also at the peak of the martial emperor. It's just that you can't see it because he's been blessed by the dragon-slaying sword. It's also a way to confuse the opponent. Zhu Xiaobao wasn't too happy. I don't pursue too high a level of cultivation. But under the current situation, this level of cultivation seems to be not enough. What should we do now? How about we hang the eldest prince first? Princess 19 asked tentatively. She was beginning to worry now. If the strength of the sixth prince was controlled by Ji Jixing, then her throne would not be stable. Got it. No. That will only benefit Ji Jixing. He wants us to fight with the eldest prince, and both sides will lose. I just want to wait. Since Jiuying can take the initiative to find him, it means that they must have some intention. And it's still Ji Jixing can't tolerate it. Especially now that we have released the news. Ji Jixing's arm is in the hands of the eldest prince. I believe Ji Jixing will come to him. Zhu Rong said calmly. Well, then wait a little longer. Jumei, you can take Xiaoya to find out more information. Remember, don't take action. If anything happens, come back right away. Zhu Xiaobao also nodded, and then said to Jumei. Mei ordered. Okay, then I'll leave after tonight. Jumei said happily. Why do you have to spend tonight? Zhu Xiaobao asked uneasily. Nonsense! It's my turn tonight. Is it my turn to waste it again? Jumei said straightforwardly, full of energy. Huh? Are you still going to mess with me? What are you talking about? Dual cultivation is to improve your cultivation. You've always said that. Come on. Let's go to the palace now. Sister Roan. Jenner. Help me. Hey. 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 Why are you leaving? You can't just die without saving me. Well, Sister Jenner, I think we can go and observe. How about you? Okay. I also want to learn how to make him so scared. Let's go too. Shu, keep your voice down, and we'll go with you when the time comes. It could be said that Zhu Xiaobao's cultivation was unclear because of his dragon-slaying knife. But Jiuying Holy Lord was a newly added talent skill. She can deliberately conceal her cultivation. This innate skill also brought her unexpected benefits, because she unexpectedly met the Shimel Saint. Wasn't the Shimel Holy Lord ordered to inquire about the whereabouts of the eldest prince? By the way, it's best to find the Jiuying Saint and bring him back. The Shimel Saint has been in Yong'an County for several days. He was hungry inside and out, but he didn't find the whereabouts of the eldest prince. This was not surprising. He also thought that the eldest prince might not dare to stay in Yong'an County. We also started to search the outside. Not to mention, according to some rumors and the hunters he met, he also found this place. But before he could find the eldest prince's foothold, he discovered the Jiuying Holy Lord first. This cannot but be said to be a great surprise to the Renmei Saint. In an instant, the Jiuying Saint was enveloped in an illusion. The human demon saint is full of confidence in his heart. The cultivation level of Jiuying Saint is much worse than him, and his combat effectiveness is low. He is even waiting to humiliate Jiuying Saint with a kind of teasing mood. Have some fun for yourself. Hee hee. Jiuying Old Witch. You didn't expect to meet this fairy, did you? The Shimel Saint saw that Jiuying Saint was trapped in it, and couldn't help but smile happily. Oh? The human demon saint. What do you want to do? Hurry up and put away the illusion. Otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Sure enough, just as the human demon saint expected, the Jiuying Saint asked with a panicked expression. Huh? You seem to have become prettier. Have you seduced a lot of men recently? Stop struggling. Even the eldest prince may not be able to escape from the illusion I'm in now, let alone you. Just let him go and be captured. Well, do you still want me to do something? The Shemale Holy Lord was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that the Join Holy Lord was younger and more beautiful than before, which made him feel a little unhappy. If you bring this coquettish appearance back, you will get Ji Jisheng's favor again. The Shemale Saint can't help but be jealous and want to destroy the appearance of Join Saint first. As he spoke, 6 identical figures appeared in front of Join Holy Lord. All of them were human demons. He can now transform into 12 figures at the same time. But to deal with Join Holy Lord, 6 figures are enough. Sure enough, in front of the human monster Saint, Join Saint was simply vulnerable. Before the human monster could really take action, just those scarlet petals were already too much for Join Saint. Under the 6 figures, while going back and forth, I was attacked by several petals and fell down softly. It's really useless. Let me see. Have you really become younger? Or is it just an appearance? The Shemale Saint received the phantom clone and revealed his true form, and he was very satisfied with himself attack power. But what he can't wait to know the most is how he became so charming. This is impossible, unless his cultivation has been greatly improved. But the cultivation of Join Saint is still the same as before. The Shemale Saint is now also wearing very revealing women's clothing, and he starts to help Join Saint to undress and take off his belt unscrupulously. And Holy Lord Join was lying there motionless, as if he hadn't woken up yet. How could this happen? The skin inside is so plump and smooth. The Shemale Holy Lord untied the Join Holy Lord's clothes, inspected them unscrupulously, and then shouted in surprise. But then he felt that a very strong desire actually appeared, and he was extremely surprised. It's impossible. I have no interest in women for a long time. What's going on today? Ouch. Why is it still sticking up? I'm too embarrassed to see Jiru. The human demon saint instinctively realized that something was wrong, but it was too late. Although he knew in his heart that he must have been poisoned by the Join Saint, the reaction on his body was beyond his control. At this time, Holy Lord Join also entangled himself enchantingly, with a coquettish smile on his face. From a distance, it looked like 2 stunning beauties were intimately intertwined. Fortunately, they were in an illusion. Otherwise they would be seen by others. Will definitely cause a chaos, because both of them are naked now. Half an hour later, the Shemale Saint was lying there in shame and anger. He was actually raped by the Join Saint, and so far, he is still soft. In other words, the initiative now is completely in the hands of Join Saint Lord. You are not a martial saint. How did you do it? What do you want? The human demon saint still asked softly. Only now did he know that Join Saint's charming poison can be so powerful. The key is it can be released unconsciously. This was something that Holy Lord Join could not do before. The only explanation is that the cultivation level of Join Saint has been greatly improved again, and it is likely that he has broken through the cultivation level of Martial Saint. Thinking of this, the human demon Saint Lord felt frightened in his heart, for fear that the 9 Saint Lord would kill him, because he had bullied Join Saint a lot some time ago. Just now, I thought that Join Holy Lord would come to have fun. Ha ha! What do I want? Do you think if I destroy your pretty face, will your life be worse than death? Join Saint asked with a sweet smile. But there was already a ball in his hand. The sharp dagger was rubbed back and forth on the face of the human demon saint. Ah? No. Sister Join, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Don't do this. Woo. The human demon saint was so shocked that he couldn't help crying and began to beg for mercy. Being a stunning beauty is his lifelong dream. Why don't he be in a hurry? Well, I still need a follower. You can follow me from now on. Remember, don't act like a trick. It's easy for me to kill you now. Tell me first, why are you here? What is it for? Did Ji Jisheng send you here? Join Shengzuan smiled with satisfaction. The relationship between the two was once again reversed. Now she has completely taken the initiative. Chapter 805, Collaboration A. Even though the human demon saint and Join Saint have been together for a long time, they really don't understand Join Saint very well. But the Shemale Saint knows that if a woman becomes jealous or remembers a grudge, that would be quite terrifying. Although I still haven't figured out why Join Saint Lord's cultivation increased so quickly. But now that I have been completely controlled by others, I can't help but feel shocked and scared. He has no higher requirements for his cultivation, knowing that he has almost reached the upper limit. But his pursuit of appearance is to keep improving. His biggest goal is to become the most beautiful woman in the world. So as soon as Join Holy Lord said that he wanted to destroy his appearance. Shemale Holy Lord began to beg for mercy. Ha ha! You are neither a man nor a woman. You only want to be a woman. But I won't let you do it. Aren't you still very excited under my charm? Jiuyin Xingzuan smiled coquettishly. She said that she was already very satisfied to be able to make the Shemale Saint be so scared. What made her even more satisfied was that the Shemale Saint was now poisoned by the charm poison. He still reacted strongly. With flushed face, heartbeat, panting, and already unbearable desire. Got it. Fortunately, in this illusion, the two women were entwined together, and they were enjoying themselves in endless joy, gasping for breath again and again. But none of them expected that there was actually a pair of dumbfounded eyes underneath this illusion. Half an hour later, Holy Lord Jiuyin was fully dressed. But he was still naked. By this time, the illusion had dissipated. But once the illusion dissipated, Holy Lord Jiuyin looked around very vigilantly. She frowned a little, as if she felt like she was being watched. But after careful resensing, this feeling disappeared again. This made Holy Lord Jiuyin very confused. Could it be that he was too worried? In fact, it's not that Jiuyin Saint is too confident, because Jumei's Earth Escape technique has improved a lot. The reason is that her attribute power has increased significantly, making her innate skill more and more sophisticated. Seeing the illusion dissipate, Jumei immediately sank 2 feet deep again. The human demon saint is still paralyzed there. Although the selfless intercourse just now relieved his uncontrollable desire, he still has no strength in his body, and cannot raise his internal strength at all. He did not expect that the charming poison of Jiuyin Saint can actually so awesome. This has never been so scary before. Hee! Don't bother! As long as your lower body is still there, and you are still a man, you can only submit obediently. Well, let me think about it. What should I do with you? Jiuyin Xingzuan said with a confident smile. Although the performance of the Shemale Saint just now was very unsatisfactory, he still managed to complete it. His small size made the Jiuyin Holy Lord, who had seen huge things in the wild, feel nothing at all. But what Saint Jiuyin has to consider now is his own plan, not enjoyment. So after thinking for a moment, he patted the Shemale Saint on the butt and said with a smile, "Get up and follow me. I will be your master from now on." Sister Jiuyin, please let me go. I don't want to be a man. The Shemale Holy Lord begged in pain. Although he had completed the affairs of men and women, he was quite repelled in his heart. He was only thinking about it. Be a woman. Why are you asking him to fulfill his duties as a man again? Shut up. Are you qualified to bargain with me? If you are asked to be a man, be a man. And if I am asked to be a woman, be a woman. Do you understand? Why don't you put on your clothes? Jiuyin Xingzuan is very domineering. Jiao scolded. Then he was stunned and threw a set of men's clothes to the Shemale Saint. They were the kind of coarse cloth clothes that were very uncomfortable to wear. Jiuyin Saint also found a carriage, and the two sat together. Jiuyin Saint was clinging to the human demon like a bird. It was very enviable to see. She was really a talented man and a beautiful woman. Even if the Shemale Saint puts on men's clothes, he can be considered a very elegant and handsome scholar. Even though the two of them are cuddling together, they seem to be very intimate and enviable. However, the Shemale Saint is unable to express his suffering, not to mention how uncomfortable this feeling is. Jumei followed cautiously. She was almost discovered in the illusion just now, which surprised her. It seems that the cultivation of Jiuyin Saint Lord is indeed, as the Wu Saint Lord said, reaching the realm of the martial emperor. Otherwise it would never be possible. You may be aware of your own. Now Jumei is already very scheming. The mountain road along the way was rugged, and the carriage was not going smoothly. However, once the carriage encountered a bumpy road, the carriage boss did not expect that these two charming women could overcome the difficulties with just a wave of their hands, seemingly effortlessly. Only then did I realize that these two women were still masters of cultivation. When they arrived at the barren mountain where the eldest prince was hiding, he got off the carriage. The carriage owner happily accepted the 10 taels of silver and prepared to return the same way. But in the blink of an eye, he was killed by Jiuyin Holy Lord. Of course she wouldn't let a car owner leak her whereabouts. Poor car owner. He doesn't even know why he met with this misfortune. Ha ha ha! Junior sister, you are back as promised. Hey, you also brought the human demon saint? The eldest prince was laughing very arrogantly at first. But when he saw the human demon saint, he immediately looked around nervously looking around. He was afraid that Jixing was coming too. Ha ha! Senior brother, don't worry. I met this by chance on the road, and I caught it easily, Holy Lord Jiuyin said with an understatement. Junior's sister is really hiding her secrets. I admire it. I admire it. The eldest prince felt even more excited after hearing this, and he caught him casually. This shows that the cultivation level of Jiuyin Saint is much higher than that of the human demon saint. This made the eldest prince even more afraid to despise Jiuyin Holy Lord. Each other. Each other. Holy Lord Jiuyin also replied with a smile. Both of them had something to hide, and were afraid of each other. In contrast, the eldest prince was more surprised, because the arrival of Jiuyin Holy Lord meant that he could finally obtain the 4th, 5th and 6th levels of the blood sacrifice technique he had dreamed of. In addition, seeing the human demon saint behind Jiuyin Saint made the eldest prince even more surprised and happy. What is surprising is that Jiuyin Holy Lord really had something to hide, and he was able to capture the human demon Holy Lord easily. What does this mean? It means that Jiuyin Holy Lord is probably also a martial emperor. Fortunately, since the human demon saint has been captured, it means that Ji Jixing has not come here. And seeing the charming and coquettish appearance of the human demon saint, the eldest prince is suddenly tempted. It has to be said that the evolution of the female saint has been very successful in the past few years, and he has been able to compete with real women. The female saint was complaining secretly. He didn't expect that he had come all the way to check on the whereabouts of the eldest prince. Now the eldest prince was really standing in front of him, and he could understand that look in his eyes. I never expected that the eldest prince and Jiuyin Saint Lord would have joined forces. Returning to the cave where the eldest prince was hiding, Holy Lord Jiuyin was a little surprised, because there were already more than a dozen women in the cave. And there was also a lot more food and clothing. And they were all top grade. Not too bad things. Still disdainful. It turned out that the eldest prince had nothing to do these days, and went out to plunder wantonly. With her current cultivation level, she can go anywhere without any hindrance. And she can use the blood sacrifice technique. By the way, so all the villages and towns he visits are almost dead. Only these dozen pretty women were brought back by him. Originally, Jiuyin Xingzuan wanted to use the eldest prince to practice her immortal fusion technique, but now he has changed his mind. To be precise, she is a little afraid of the eldest prince, because the eldest prince has not been poisoned by her. Fortunately, she used the female saint to test the eldest prince first. The charming poison she secretly released did not arouse the eldest prince's vigilance. It was originally the rising evil fire. In addition, the female saint was also trying his best to please and serve. So the eldest prince, unexpectedly, it was a lot of fun. But the Holy Lord Jiuyin on the side was very frightened. The eldest prince was not afraid of her charming charm, which was very difficult to handle. Similarly, she was not sure about the eldest prince's cultivation level, if he was much higher than her. Then if you use the art of fusion of immortals, you are asking for death, and you might even get yourself involved. So that night, the scene in the cave was very strange. The eldest prince and the female saint were fighting fiercely there, while the Nine Saint was watching the battle with a smile. But similarly, the eldest prince was also very afraid of Jiuyin Saint, and had no intention of being intimate with Jiuyin Saint. However, this time, he couldn't hide the demon crystal on his chest. Both the Nine Saint and the human demon saint felt a very pure aura of the devil, which made the Nine Saint even more surprised and vigilant. At the same time, I also thought of the magic phase, and it seemed that I already had the answer. The three of them just stayed together with their own thoughts. Of course, the female saint is completely passive. He can't escape at all. In his heart, he really wanted to escape back to Ji Jixing. Oh, the three of them are actually mixed together. You think, if we take advantage of the opportunity now, can we kill them in one fell swoop? Zhu Xiaobao was a little hesitant after receiving huge beauty in return. Zhu Mei left Xiaoyao there, and ran back to ask Xiaobao to repay her, because she had to go very deep under Shandong to avoid being noticed. In fact, Xiaoyao had an advantage because she could sneak into Shandong. Reaching the traces without being noticed is where monsters have an advantage over humans. So Zhu Mei had no interest in staying around, and she couldn't see the live erotic palace. So she simply rushed back to report the news. No! We don't know the eldest prince at all now. And even the Nine, which is already unfathomable. There is no need to alert the enemy. Once we can't kill them, they will definitely fly away, and it will be difficult to find them again, Zhu Rong said decisively. But they have already wiped out several villages in my territory. Should we just let them do whatever they want? Princess 19 said calmly. Of course. She also got the news about the villages that were wiped out by the eldest prince's blood sacrifice. This made her very angry. It is necessary to make some temporary sacrifices. The death of these people can be considered worthy of Jijishi's action. I estimate that the treasure on the eldest prince's chest that exudes the pure aura of the devil will definitely be fatal to Jijishi. Duimuki nodded and said in a low voice. Sure enough. In less than 2 days, Jijisheng had already gotten the news. Of course, this was what Zhu Xiaobao and others tried their best to spread. Demon heart? Did he really get the devil's heart? Damn it. Why didn't I think of it? If I had waited until I had completely refined the demon's bones and then searched carefully, I would have noticed it. Oh, I really shouldn't have. Let them go into the sinkhole to cultivate their demonic bodies. Jijisheng suddenly shouted in annoyance. At this time, Jijisheng couldn't sit still anymore. With the devil's heart, it would be very possible for his cultivation to break through to the true realm of the god of war. Chapter 806, Collaboration B. In the red-framed wilderness in the northwest of Yongnan County, the huge demonic dove Dharma appearance appeared, and it swept away 2 hills one after another with a devastating force. This momentum was definitely much more powerful than the nondescript Dharma appearance condensed by Jijishen. Holy Lord Join. No. In fact, it should be the Nine-Yin Emperor. But now she still deliberately hides her cultivation. So she still calls herself the Nine-Yin Saint. Her innate skill that can hide her own cultivation makes her feel very useful. At least now the eldest prince does not dare to act rashly. First, the Holy Lord Join only handed over the 4th, 5th and 6th levels of the blood sacrifice technique to the eldest prince, and the rest was still in his hands, so that the eldest prince did not dare to deal with him easily. Secondly, it is precisely because of this innate skill that hides cultivation that the eldest prince has never been able to see through the cultivation of Join Saint, and he does not dare to take it lightly. But now that Join Saint Lord has seen the eldest prince's magical appearance, the horror in his heart is still very huge. With this magical aspect, his combat power is definitely not inferior to that of Jijisheng. The only drawback is that the duration is too short, only lasting a quarter of an hour. Hey! Let me ask you, what is that thing on the eldest prince's chest? Have you seen it clearly? Holy Lord Join lay in the arms of the human demon saint, watching comfortably as the eldest prince controlled the magic phase. Although he was frightened, he remained calm on the surface. Now she was using the Shemale Saint as a pillow, and she was lying comfortably in the Shemale Saint's arms. Asked lazily, I don't know what that thing is. Your Highness won't let me take a closer look. You know I just cooperate with your Highness and do whatever you ask me to do. How can I dare to take a closer look? He said with a sad face. His days have been like a year these past few days, and the poison in his body can never be removed, so he only has half of his power left. But there is no shortage of things to do when serving people. And if you don't get what you want, you'll get a beating. The Shemale Holy Lord feels miserable in his heart. I miss Jijisheng even more. But now, he is being restrained by Join Shengzuan. If he doesn't obey, he will be beaten violently. Useless thing. You know how to seduce men all day long. Believe it or not, I will tear your face to pieces. Holy Lord Join snorted in displeasure. He reached out and pinched the cheek of Holy Lord Shemale. Twisted hard. Immediately the face of the Shemale Saint became red and swollen. In fact, Holy Lord Join is still very jealous of the peerless appearance of the Holy Lord. But the Holy Lord can still be of great use now. She can only vent her personal anger, but she has not ruined his appearance. At this moment, the eldest prince put away his magical appearance, walked over carelessly, and said with a proud smile, Ha ha ha! Junior sister, how has brother used magical appearance? Can you fight with Jijishen? Ha ha! Congratulations, senior brother. Your current strength can definitely fight against Jijishen, but the duration of this spell is too short, which is still a big hidden danger. Holy Lord Join immediately put on a charming smile, said with a sweet smile. He stood up lightly, then quietly kicked the Shemale Saint on the butt, and kicked him to the eldest prince. Ha ha ha! How difficult is this? After I consolidate for a few more days, we will work together to perform the blood sacrifice technique. As long as I can perform the 7th level of the blood sacrifice technique, the improvement of my cultivation will be greatly increased. If Jijisheng doesn't come to me, I'll have to go find him. The eldest prince also knew his shortcomings, but he was very confident now. Just refined one of Jijisheng's arms. His cultivation has improved a lot. Now there are the next few layers of secrets of the blood sacrifice technique. The eldest prince's heart has begun to swell. It seems that Ji Jishin doesn't take it seriously anymore. Yeah. Okay. My little sister will rely on my senior brother for protection, Jiuyin Holy Lord said with a smile. As she spoke, her charm skills had been released, unknowingly making both the eldest prince and the human monster Holy Lord involuntarily desire is rising. The Shemale Saint was already looking at the eldest prince lovingly. Hey! Bitch! Cast the illusion quickly. I want to enjoy it. The eldest prince took off the clothes of the human demon saint wantonly, slapped the human demon saint on the butt, and shouted enthusiastically. A small illusion isolated the Jiuyin saint from the illusion. At this time, Holy Lord Jiuyin stopped smiling and lowered his head in meditation. Originally, she planned to use the immortal fusion technique on the eldest prince to further improve her cultivation level. But now she has changed her mind. Now the eldest prince is very powerful. If he joins forces with the eldest prince, he can at least deal with Ji Jishin, Zhu Xiaobao and others. And if you add in the illusion of the human monster saint, they can be said to be invincible. Holy Lord Jiuyin sat there thinking over and over again how to make good use of the help of the eldest prince and the Shemale. It sounds simple, but in fact it has been more than a month since Zhu Xiaobao and the others returned to Yong'an County. During this time, they not only found the hiding place of the eldest prince, but also subdued Saint Wu and truly restored the true nature of the dragon-slaying sword. But Zhu Xiaobao never dared to take action against the eldest prince, because he doesn't have the strength to defeat the magical aspect of the sky. In fact, during this period of time, Zhu Xiaobao was also making plans. He sent Jume to the royal court and the 19th princess to the imperial city respectively. The purpose is to stabilize the eldest prince and prevent him from running elsewhere. Because what he hopes most is that the eldest prince and GZ can fight to the death first in time. So within a few days, various news came, making the eldest prince and Ji Jishin a little confused as to where Zhu Xiaobao and the others were. Now the divine turtle appearance appears in the Wang Ting. The azure dragon appearance appears in the imperial city. And the Suzaku appearance has flown all the way from the southeast county to the north county. For a time, it seemed that the descendants of the four great beasts were scattered everywhere. The people of Daxia Kingdom and Shijue Kingdom were agitated and rushed to tell each other. This is auspiciousness from heaven. But there is also something unsatisfactory. That is, the little demon and the golden eagle sent out returned in vain. And no useful clues were found. Because the little demon actually encountered the 6 old ghosts of the Insha sect, and was actually trapped by their Insha ghost sect formation. In the end, he was able to escape by relying on his ability to dive deeper, and not be afraid of corpse poison. Oh! I didn't expect that it would be so difficult to deal with Ji Jishin. I don't know if this guy will come to Yong'an County or not. Why has there been no movement for so long? But the eldest prince and the old witch Jiuyin were living there unscrupulously and happily. But you can't take action against them. Zhu Xiaobao was sitting at the table inside, patting the table in frustration. Zhu Xiaobao is currently eating hot pot with Zhu Rongjume and the 19th princess, because these days are the Chinese New Year. Zhu Xiaobao and the others are also enjoying the festive atmosphere of the new year. The sound of firecrackers outside was also deafening. This is the first time in so many years that Yong'an County has had such a peaceful spring festival. But just in the past few days, very bad news has come. The eldest prince and the others ransacked another village and robbed a large amount of property, as well as several girls. I bet they also want to have a good year and enjoy it. That's it. I can't stand it anymore. I've been messing around with that bitch all day long. I've even looted several villages. Jume also shouted in annoyance, because she was the most stimulated. Old man Wu, are you sure? Will Ji Jishin definitely come? Zhu Xiaobao asked rudely. Humph. I'm calling you. Please reply quickly. The Great Lord Ice and Fire is sitting at a table next to her. Next to her is the Great Lord Wu who is kneeling there. But they are not enjoying the hot pot together, but are serving the Great Lord Ice and Fire. Great Venerable Wu is having a miserable life now. He is completely the slave of Great Venerable Ice and Fire. If he is not careful, he will get a beating. Not only is he now imprinted with the slave mark, but his cultivation level is not as high as that of Great Venerable Ice and Fire. One can only serve with trepidation and fear. That's it. A little beating every 3 days, and a big beating every 5 days. The Great Lord Ice and Fire's heart is filled with resentment. The original second among the 9 great sages. But now she only has the cultivation level of a third-level martial artist. How can she not be resentful? Hey! 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 Old man! Holy Lord Wu Wei quickly bowed and saluted. Just after saying half a sentence, the Great Lord Ice and Fire slapped you on the head with a big-eared melon seed. What old man? You are just a slave! How dare you call yourself old man? Do you still think you are the head of the 9 great sages? The Great Lord of Ice and Fire scolded him rudely. Yes! Yes! I can be sure that Ji Jisheng will definitely come. That thing should be the demonic crystal. This is definitely a fatal temptation for Ji Jisheng. The Great Master Wu Wei quickly got up and said tremblingly. The current Great Master Wu Wei can no longer see the same demeanor as before. He is completely a rotten old man. However, because he got a essence of Jinshin, his cultivation has recovered a little. So for a while, he will still die. Before Master Wu Wei could finish speaking, Wu Yu burst in wearing a military uniform. She had a furious expression on her face and almost overturned the bracelet in front of Zhu Xiubao's eyes. Wu Yu shouted loudly, "Are you going to take action? The eldest prince and the others sacrificed 80,000 people in one go in the far north. If you don't take action, I will lead people to destroy this evil group of demons." Huh? 80,000 people? He can sacrifice 80,000 people at once? Zhu Xiaobao also muttered blankly. This thing seems to be a big deal. I can't take action. I beg you all to be patient for a little longer. As long as Ji Jishin knows that they can sacrifice 80,000 people with blood, they will definitely come. The Great Master Wu Wei suddenly pulled Wu Yu's skirt urgently and shouted. Snapped. With a big mouth, the Great Venerable Wu Wei was slapped by Wu Yu and flew back to the feet of the Great Venerable Ice and Fire. Now Wu Yu is in charge of Yongnan County. So when she heard this, she immediately became furious. She was originally very jealous of the Great Venerable Wu Wei, because she had the best relationship with the Great Venerable Ice and Fire. It helped her a lot in her cultivation. Slow down! Slow down! In order to attract Ji Jisheng, this sacrifice is still necessary. What the Great Master Wu Wei said is not wrong. Duan Muqi quickly stopped Wu Yu at this time, and then said calmly, Do we really have to sacrifice so many people? Zhu Xiaobao asked a little unbearably. Well, and he has been sacrificed now, so don't rush to take action. And the news must be spread to His Highness the 6th Prince's thief immediately. Duan Muqi hesitated for a moment, and then said firmly, Okay, the banquet is off. I'm going to be vegetarian today. Chapter 807, Collaboration C. Zhu Xiaobao said he wanted to be a vegetarian, so he immediately changed to a vegetarian meal. Now Zhu Xiubao's intimidation among everyone is extremely high, and no one dares to object. Of course, with so many people dying all of a sudden, everyone felt very uncomfortable. After all, this place was now the territory of the 19th princess. The eldest prince still dared to act so boldly because they had not taken action yet. The eldest prince's courage is getting bigger and bigger. In fact, the most important thing is that the eldest prince also believes that Zhu Xiaobao and the others are not in Yongnan County now. Otherwise, why would you indulge yourself so much? After changing to a plain table, there was no interest anymore, and the dinner ended in a hurry. Zhu Rong was more considerate and comforted. I know that so many innocent people have been lost all at once, and you are blaming us for being too indifferent. But think about it. If we take action now, all the previous preparations will be in vain. Once the eldest prince escapes Yongnan County, it will be even harder to hunt him down, and even Ji Jisheng will not come. So this kind of sacrifice is also necessary. Yes, Xiaobao. In fact, the sacrifices of these people have bought us enough preparation time. Although Ji Jisheng has not come yet, we can still make preparations. Besides, it is also a good time to step up the practice of our cooperative operations. By then, when the time comes, I can kill you in one fell swoop. Even the 19th princess said in a low voice. The one who has the most psychological tangle is the 19th princess. This is all her territory. But she can't protect her own people. The 19th princesses, I am still very anxious. Yes. 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 We can find a suitable place to hide now, so that we can monitor the eldest prince and not be discovered by them. Jiumei, come with me to take a look near the eldest prince. Zhu Xiaobao, he also slapped his forehead in a bit of disbelief and shouted. No. Their current cultivation level is too high. You can't get close. Even I have to stay far away and sink deep into the ground. Jiumei shook her head. Very worried, she said. She didn't care about Zhu Xiaobao's face at all. She said whatever she wanted. TSK. I don't have to be very close. I can still see clearly. I just need to find a very hidden place that is easy to observe, and that's it. Zhu Xiaobao hummed a little relentlessly. Degree. That's good. Just the two of us going? Jumei suddenly asked happily, thinking of the heart-stopping and breathless actions of the Shemale Saint and the Jiuyin Saint. Jumei felt very excited. These days, I have been deeply affected by it, and I have learned bad things without even realizing it. At this time, the eldest prince and Jiuyin Saint, along with the human demon saint, had returned to the cave and sacrificed 80,000 people at one time. It seemed to be too few for them, but the effect was still very good. The trust between the eldest prince and Jiuyin Saint has become even deeper, but both of them were also surprised by each other's profound knowledge, because neither of them had the obvious side effects of the previous surge in cultivation, which meant that their physiques could withstand further impacts. This was impossible before, but now both of them are as if nothing has happened, which of course frightens both of them. The most surprising one was the human demon saint. Originally, he had gained something, but his improvement in cultivation was very limited. The reason is that he doesn't dare to let his cultivation skyrocket and scrupulously. His physical condition cannot withstand a huge surge in his cultivation. And now even the demon bones in the sinkhole have absorbed the light. And all that is left is to rely on oneself to digest and adapt to the impact of this sudden surge. The Shemale Saint was a little dumbfounded. When did these two people become so powerful? Especially the Jiuyin Saint. He was completely fine. Ha ha ha. Junior sister. It is indeed the secret book of the 5th level. Unfortunately, there are still too few. If we can practice the blood sacrifice technique in the later levels, we can sacrifice more than 200,000 people at once, and at most twice. There is no need to be afraid of that GZ. Junior sister. Brother Yu promises here that he will never treat you badly. When the time comes, you will have to choose whatever you want. The eldest prince was very excited at this time, and said with full sincerity, well, thank you so much, senior brother. But now is not the time to be proud. I met Jumei before I came here. It's hard to say that Zhu Xiaobao and the others are not in Yongning County. Sage Jiuyin is still very cautious. A bit said doubtfully. But the news they got now is that Jumei appeared in Wangting, which made their original plan have to change. They can only stay in Yongning County. But Jiuyin Xingzuan always feels that there seems to be something suspicious in this. Ha. Junior sister. Don't worry. Zhu Xiaobao and the others' main target now is GZ. The clue I got is that they are looking for GZ everywhere. Besides, even if they come, we join forces. Plus this, the illusion of a male or female transvestite. Hee. It's not certain who will kill whom. The eldest prince hummed confidently, and conveniently held the transvestite in his arms. He wanted to vent his anger again. There is no way. This Shemale Holy Lord has evolved so outrageously. He is even more feminine than a woman. Now the eldest prince has become obsessed with this beauty just like Ji Jisheng. Yeah, that's true. With my spiritual sense, I didn't detect their aura. Holy Lord Jiuyin was finally a little relieved. Her cultivation level had also taken a step closer, and she was full of confidence. With the illusion of the human monster saint, you will definitely have an advantage. But Jiuyin Xingzuan always felt like she was being watched. She looked around, and she could only clearly see this place from a very far away mountain. But even if the distance was doubled, she couldn't see it. What? Let alone sense anything. It seems that I am too worried. The Holy Lord Jiuyin himself was a little dumbfounded. I am afraid that even the martial god realm cannot see this distance. Right? Jiuyin Saint was still not at ease. So she sneaked into the surroundings and searched carefully, including the Ashanta area that made her a little worried. There was indeed nothing suspicious, and she did not sense any aura. Completely relieved. But on the top of this mountain, in the center of the mountain, Zhu Xiaobao and the others actually dug a cave and set up 2 high-power telescopes through a hole. They were able to clearly see the activities of the eldest prince and the others. Scope. Originally, with their cultivation, their eyesight could be dozens of times stronger than that of ordinary people. Now, with the help of later generations of technology, this distance has been increased several times. Holy Lord Jiuyin never expected that Zhu Xiaobao and others would be hiding in the center of the mountain. This was originally a difficult thing to do, but it became very easy in Jumei's hands. She first sank from the top of the mountain into the mountain, then unfolded the golden armor hammer and turtleback shield, and forcefully squeezed the center of the mountain. A cave was expanded. Therefore, even though Holy Lord Jiuyin has improved his cultivation, he still did not detect the auras of Zhu Xiaobao and others. Look! That's the magic form that appeared last time. Unexpectedly, it has become more solid now, and its power is stronger than last time. No wonder the eldest prince dares to stay here unscrupulously. Zhu Xiaobao and others finally saw the celestial magic through the telescope, which frightened them in their hearts, because this celestial magic is more powerful than any other divine beast, and the key is that it also has the improvement of great blessings. Space. Hey! Just wait a little longer. The eldest prince is about to do that with the human monster saint. It's going to be exciting, Jumei said with a heartless smile. Now they are the 4 descendants of the mythical beasts in the cave. Okay. They say they are a family. So Jumei also said it unscrupulously. What a wonderful scene. Ah, Jumei. I'm going to die. You care about this now? You're going too far. Even Zhu Rong was so calm. When she saw the wonderful things Jumei said, she couldn't help but scream. Road. They immediately blushed. The scene was indeed very exciting. So even though they were very embarrassed, the 2 telescopes were not idle all the time. They were both very focused on watching. Well, have you noticed that the movements of Holy Lord Jiuyin are a bit unnatural? It seems that he is using some means secretly. Could it be that he is helping the eldest prince to fuel the flames? Princess 19 said, pretending to be calm. But there was something in the palm of her hand. I'm all sweating. And my whole body is still a little hot. This action is very similar to the one she used to perform the charm technique. But it's more hidden. And I can't see through her cultivation at all. I didn't expect that a moment of soft-heartedness turned into this witch. Zhu Rong also held the palm of her hand, sweating. He said calmly. Then, Zhu Rong and Princess 19 suddenly thought of something. And they both stared at Zhu Xiaobao so hard that Zhu Xiaobao suddenly felt guilty and shouted. Don't look at me like that. I was forced by the giant beauty. Yes. Actually, my movements are not that skilled yet. How about we give it a try? Go away. Obscene. Zhu Rong and Princess 19 were immediately shocked and yelled at the same time. Just when the eldest prince was performing his magic spell, at the junction of the fiefdom with His Highness the 6th Prince, a person sneaked in unnoticed. It was Ji Jishan. It was too easy for him to avoid those guarding soldiers. But he couldn't avoid the feeling of the little demon snake. There are snakes everywhere around here. They were all summoned by the little demon in order to discover Ji Jishi's whereabouts in time. Now it has achieved its purpose. I can't believe it. It's really the magic phase. He can really condense the magic phase. It seems that the magic heart must be in King Yong'an. Damn it! Ji Jishan dived to a very faraway place, and it was clear the earth saw the magic image of the sky. He could sense the location of the demon heart without bothering to search. So he immediately found the hiding place of the eldest prince. The eldest prince unscrupulously tortured the human monster saint again in broad daylight, and then returned to the cave with satisfaction. The human monster saint tremblingly put on his clothes and followed behind with a frown. He missed Ji Jisheng even more. Suddenly, the Shimel saint seemed to sense something, looked towards the northeast, and then secretly said in his heart, I want to escape. I want to return to Jirai's side. Chapter 808. Swinging a knife from the palace. The Shimel Holy Lord feels miserable in his heart. Not only did he have to be humiliated and mistreated by the eldest prince, he also had to be humiliated by Jiuyin Saint. If the eldest prince did it to satisfy his own desires, Jiuyin Saint did it to avenge what he had done to Jiuyin Saint before. Everything of. So now the Shimel Saint is being teased and teased by these 2 people day and night. The eldest prince is cruel and ferocious. And he also has many horrifying and perverted hobbies, which makes the monstrous saint shudder when he thinks about it. The Jiuyin Saint is even more terrifying. This woman's charm can actually make the demon saint have a strong desire, even though he is not interested in women at all. What's even more terrifying is that the charming poison can be deposited in the body, allowing him to only exert half of his power. Moreover, as long as the Jiuyin Saint is willing, he can activate the charming poison anytime and anywhere, making him instantly go crazy. So now there is no need for Holy Lord Jiuyin to keep an eye on him, and he does not dare to escape. Otherwise the poison in his body will break out. The key is that Jiuyin Xingzuan is purely seeking revenge on him. The most worrying thing for the Shimel Saint is that Jiuyin Saint is jealous of his peerless appearance all the time. Today, I was hacked by the eldest prince again in broad daylight, while Holy Lord Jiuyin smiled on the side and enjoyed this violent and lewd scene. This is already a common thing for them. Anyway, There is no one around. Otherwise, they would have noticed it long ago. Only this time, the she-male saint endured the tearing pain to cope with it. But he suddenly sensed Ji Jisheng's aura. This was definitely not because of his improved cultivation, but because of the telepathy. And sensed, even the eldest prince and Join Saint Lord didn't feel anything. Chateaus! Fairy Join! Please take pity on the slave family. The blood sacrifice has just been completed. The slave family needs 3 to 5 days to absorb and consolidate. Otherwise it will explode and die. Can you let the slave family retreat for a few days, and then come out to serve the two of them? Bit? The she-male saint asked pitifully, not to mention looking a little weak. Well, it just so happens that I have to figure out my magical powers these days. I'll give you 5 days. Don't let me down when you come out. The eldest prince was in a good mood and didn't think much about it. After all, it is a good thing that the she-male saint's cultivation level increases, as it can make this guy, who is neither male nor female, even more enchanting and charming. Okay, but don't play any tricks. With you as my best friend, my life is very fun now. Join Saint also nodded with a smile. Now the she-male saint is a treasure in his hand. He can not only contain the eldest prince, but also cast illusions, which is also a great help to them. The key is that Join Saint is absolutely sure that he can control the human demon saint. Thank you, two masters. The she-male saint bowed down in gratitude and saluted. Then he inadvertently looked in a certain direction. Although he couldn't see anything, he could feel something. Shameless and obscene. Tell me, how can they do such unscrupulous things in the wild? And the old witch Join is still watching. She even adds fuel to the flames. This is too much. Zhu Ronghe, the 19th princess, turned red at this time and said angrily, "Ah, isn't it exciting? Isn't it beautiful? Weren't you too fascinated just now? I can't even grab a telescope to see it." Jiumei asked in confusion. Nonsense. When did we two become so fascinated? Jiumei, don't talk nonsense. We are looking for their flaws. Zhu Rong and Princess 19 scolded in unison. This Jiumei is just too straightforward. Hack, why did you say it so clearly? Ahem. Actually, I think even though we are on the hostile side, we can still learn from certain things. Stones from other mountains can attack jade. Don't you think so? Zhu Xiaobao said vaguely. In fact, in the past 2 days, the two ladies' skills in bed have obviously improved, and they are much more unrestrained than before. Roll. Somewhere in the northeast corner. Ji Jishan also nodded secretly. No wonder the she-male saint has been gone for so long without any news. It turns out that they were caught. I just don't know if the human monster saint will back him up. You must know that the triple illusion of the human monster saint is a big help to any party. But the look the she-male saint looked at before he left made Ji Jishan suddenly feel that this she-male still had a connection with him. Ji Jishi decided to wait and see, not only to determine whether the human demon saint had betrayed him, but also to evaluate whether he could resist the eldest prince's magical appearance. This magical appearance gave him an extremely terrifying feeling. It's not even a little bit stronger than the Dharma you condense yourself. Sure enough, after returning to the cave, the she-male saint hid in a small sealed cave and began to retreat. Of course, at this time, the eldest prince and Join Saint will not disturb him. The most taboo thing about this kind of retreat is to be interrupted. Otherwise he may go crazy. The human demon saint finally had an independent space. He did not consolidate his cultivation at all, but wandered back and forth in this small cave. He was thinking of a way to escape. It is not difficult to get rid of the eldest prince. The eldest prince's spiritual consciousness is not very strong, and he can escape as long as he uses illusion. But it is too difficult to get rid of Join Holy Lord. A large amount of charming poison has accumulated in his body. Join Holy Lord can activate these charming poisons with just a thought and make himself go crazy instantly. Moreover, these charming poisons also reduced his cultivation level by half. There's no way to escape. What can we do about it? If he continues like this, he will be tricked to death by Join Saint and the eldest prince. Even if he is immortal, he can only become their slave and plaything. After all, the she-male saint is also one of the 9 great sages, and he still has some knowledge and courage. He thought for a long time, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Join Xingzuan's charm poison has a very fatal shortcoming. That is, it can only affect men, but has no effect on women. If you become a real woman, wouldn't you be able to get rid of Join Xingzuan? In control? The human demon saint was immediately surprised and delighted. This was the only way to get rid of the control of the Geoin Saint. But when you think about becoming a real woman, you have to. Thinking of this, the She-Male Saint suddenly felt a little trembling in his heart. But soon, he gritted his teeth and had a sharp dagger in his hand. After taking off all his clothes, the She-Male Saint looked at his crotch, hesitated for a long time, and finally cut it off with a knife. Ouch! The She-Male Saint groaned in pain and opened his eyes wide. He didn't dare to make too much noise, and could only endure the pain and roll on the ground. Finally, he sat up with a pale face, and then actually let out a very cruel smile. Hum. I have finally become a woman. No longer need to be controlled by Geoin Saint Lord. In the next few days, the She-Male Saint quickly recovered from his wounds. He also had a half-demon body. Although he was only at the most basic level, his wounds healed very quickly. 5 days is enough. Moreover, his cultivation level is no longer suppressed and has returned to its original cultivation level. Looking at his naked lower body, the She-Male Saint finally smiled. The wound healed very well, and he didn't need to insert a tube like the eunuch. His half-demon body could partially repair the new growth. Flesh. Now she is almost no different from a real woman. On the 5th day, the eldest prince could not wait for the demon saint to come out. The captured women around him were really shabby, and they were not interested at all. And he didn't dare to take action against Geoin Holy Lord. So I couldn't wait to find the She-Male Saint. Boom! With a loud noise, the small closed Shandong suddenly exploded, and a burst of fragrance came from inside. A very tempting fragrance. Ha. Beauty. It's time to come out of seclusion. I am impatient. The eldest prince suddenly became energetic and said with a smile, not to mention that the eldest prince has begun to fall in love with this charming beauty these days. Geoin Saint, on the other hand, followed curiously behind him, wanting to see how the human monster saint could become even more stunning this time. Is this an illusion? Beauty, I like this illusion. Where are the people? The eldest prince immediately became interested. This illusion was much more beautiful than the scene in the cave. He was already fascinated as soon as he entered. Humph! She-Male bitch. Come out quickly. Don't do any tricks. Otherwise, I will make you regret it. Holy Lord Geoin was also stunned. She couldn't even sense the breath of She-Male Holy Lord. I have a vague feeling in my heart. No! This bitch ran away! The eldest prince immediately felt that something was wrong. Because with the cultivation of the human monster saint, he could sense it even in the illusion. But now there is no such thing as the human monster saint at all. Breathe! Boom! With a loud noise, the eldest prince shattered the small cave, but it was replaced by another illusion. At this time, both the eldest prince and the 9 Holy Lord sensed a trace of the human demon saint. But then the She-Male Saint cast another illusion and disappeared without a trace again. This is the strongest triple illusion of the She-Male Saint. It turns out that the She-Male Saint doesn't have Jumei's ability and cannot escape from the cave. He can only wait for the opportunity, take advantage of the moment when the cave entrance is opened, and cast his own illusion, and then escape. Humph! It's not that easy to escape. I'll let you reveal your true form right away. Holy Lord Geoin hummed confidently. And then with a thought, he activated the charming poison in the body of Holy Lord She-Male, and waited. The She-Male Saint himself appears. But after waiting for a long time, Holy Lord Geoin also showed an expression of incredible horror. Because Holy Lord Human Demon did not show up. This is impossible. No matter how charming the She-Male Saint is, he still has a man's body after all. As long as it is a man's body, it cannot be uncontrolled. Geoin Holy Lord vaguely thought of an unlikely thing. Could it be that this bitch really committed suicide with a knife? Chapter 809. The odds of winning greatly increase. The eldest prince saw the Geoin Holy Lord helpless, and was furious. You bitch! Didn't you say you could control him? Why is it not working now? Don't get angry at me. I'm not afraid of you. I said that I can control the life and death of this bitch. The She-Male. But there is only one exception. That is, he committed suicide with a knife and became a woman completely. Then there is nothing we can do. Moreover, the charm poison in her body can in turn improve her cultivation. Holy Lord Geoin also snorted viciously. She was still holding the last few layers of the blood sacrifice technique in her hand, and she was sure that the eldest prince did not dare to do anything to her. But when he said this, the Holy Lord Geoin was still a little annoyed. He didn't expect the Holy Lord Human Demon to be so ruthless, and actually dared to commit suicide with a knife. There is no strong alcohol or anesthesia. Just cutting it off like this. It hurts just thinking about it. Ah! I'm so angry! Shemale bitch! Come back here! Break it for me! The eldest prince roared angrily. Then raised both palms. And a strong force of energy dispersed the illusion in front of him. When the original scene appeared, the two of them realized that they had left the cave. However, considering that the human demon saint's cultivation level was only that of a martial saint, there was absolutely no way he could escape from his grasp. The eldest prince roared angrily, and the heavenly magic phase condensed out. Suddenly, a more than 10 feet tall sky magic phase appeared fiercely, and with a wave of his palms, it covered the surrounding area. No matter how fast the human demon saint was, he could not pull it out so far. Sure enough, under the pressure of the extremely powerful Gangchi, the human demon saint's cultivation was a bit inadequate. He moved slowly, and cannot hide his traces. He was immediately discovered by the eldest prince. At the same time, Holy Lord Join discovered it immediately. The two of them shot out rapidly at the same time, outflanking the Shemale saint in two directions. You know, the Shemale saint is not only the eldest prince's pet, but also his triple illusion is of great help to them. We must not lose this human male saint. Humph! It's not that easy to catch me! The human demon saint gritted his teeth and screamed fiercely, spitting out a mouthful of blood, forcibly stimulating his own potential, and once again cast the triple illusion. But the situation is still very critical. The eldest prince and Join saint are almost there. At this moment, the human monster saint suddenly swayed and instantly transformed into 12 identical figures, running away in different directions. Even though these 12 figures were all escaping in embarrassment, their enchanting charm still made the eldest prince's heart flutter. But at this time, the eldest prince and Join Holy Lord were a little dumbfounded. They couldn't tell which one was the real body of the human monster Holy Lord. The 12 figures were exactly the same, and they couldn't tell the difference even in their frowns and smiles. Twisting her enchanting figure, she quickly fled in different directions. Chasing! You chase that one! I'll chase this one! The eldest prince suddenly shouted anxiously. In fact, he was not sure, so he could only pick the two who ran the fastest and escaped the furthest. The eldest prince was so worried. He couldn't let her run away with such a beauty. Not to mention that she had become a real woman now. The eldest prince was swallowing his saliva just thinking about it. But things went against expectations. Although the eldest prince's cultivation was much higher than that of the human demon saint, when he caught up with a figure and stretched out his hand to grab it, it disappeared out of thin air. This meant that the figure was fake. The same goes for Join Holy Lord. As soon as he made a move, the figure in front of him disappeared. The speed of the two was considered fast enough, and they immediately turned back to chase the next target. They were surprised to catch up with two more figures, but the same ones were still fake. The real Shemale saint had already escaped. I can no longer feel his breath. The eldest prince withdrew his magical appearance and stared at Join Holy Lord fiercely. The Holy Lord Join also stared at the eldest prince with full vigilance. What do you want to do? Tell you. If you dare to go against me, you will never get the last 3 levels of the blood sacrifice technique. You bitch. You really succeed more than you fail. Alas. The eldest prince also gradually calmed down, and finally weighed the pros and cons, and could only stomp his feet bitterly, and let out a long sigh. What a beautiful woman. Just running away like that. Moreover, the Shemale saint has evolved into a real beauty after being stabbed like this. Humph. Stop thinking about those pleasures. Think about what you should do in the future. Will she recruit Ji Jisheng? Besides, as long as you and I join forces and use the art of blood sacrifice, we will be invincible. Why worry about arresting her? Won't you reply to this bitch? Holy Lord Join also softened her tone, but she was still thinking more carefully. She was already worried that Ji Jisheng would follow soon. Okay. We will start the next blood sacrifice in a few days. You must give me the secret book of the 8th floor. As long as there is another blood sacrifice before Ji Jisheng arrives. Huh? Then I will not be afraid of him. The mood of the eldest prince much better. His self-confidence is now very inflated. No problem. But we need to change our hiding place. This bitch, the Shemale, has been practicing for nearly 100 years. And there are still many methods. Holy Lord Join nodded. But she was about to change her hiding place. What's going on? Why doesn't it seem like he's practicing the celestial magic aspect, but fighting with someone? Does it look like this celestial magic aspect is very angry? Xu Xiaobao and the others were also alarmed by such a big movement. Several people looked at each other, not knowing what happened. Jume! Go and have a look quickly. Be careful. The strength of that heavenly magician is too terrifying, Zhu Xiaobao ordered. Now the little demon is monitoring Ji Jishi's whereabouts at the junction with His Highness Sixth Prince. So Jume can only go to find out the news. It seems that Jillian is confronting the eldest prince. Has there been hostility between the two? Why is the human monster saint missing? It seems like it has been several days. The 19th princess saw this process through the telescope and couldn't help but feel a little bit asked in confusion. It's hard to say. Anyway, these evil cultivators are all profit-seeking people. It's hard to say that it's normal for conflicts of interest to arise and fights. Zhu Rong also nodded and said. Not long after Jume left, the little demon rushed back to report that it had discovered Ji Jishi's whereabouts, and was now hiding about 200 grains away in the northeast, centered around the hiding place of the first prince. One positive and one negative direction. It's coming! It's coming! It's finally here! So many hours of preparation and deployment are finally in vain. Zhu Xiaobao suddenly shouted with joy. But he also felt a little nervous in his heart. Although Ji Jisheng is missing an arm, his cultivation level is definitely the highest among all the people. The last time I was able to break off one of his arms was a complete fluke. Zhu Xiaobao never had a head-on confrontation with him. Well, it's best for them to fight each other first. Zhu Rong's 19th princess was also excited and nervous. Then the 19th princess rushed back immediately and started preparing. 500 carefully selected female warriors with martial arts skills have long been ready to go. And the leaders are the two militants Yu Shuang and Yu Shui. Mu Chunyi has also done a lot of preparation work. And this link of hers is also one of Zhu Xiaobao's trump cards. These days, Mu Chunyi, along with his old apprentice and others, have secretly made many little-known weapons, hidden weapons, and other items. The entire Yong'an County is loose on the outside and tight on the inside. We have already made adequate preparations. Ji Jishen also looked at the celestial magic statue with some surprise. Although it was far away, the Dharma statue was so big that he could still see it clearly. Today's Dharma image is a little different. It seems to be very angry. This made Ji Jishen lurk carefully, not daring to expose his whereabouts. However, it seems that this heavenly magic form did not last long, and it was put away by the eldest prince not long after, and Ji Jisheng relied on a kind of telepathy to sneak past in one direction. At this time, it had been 2 hours since he left the eldest prince to pursue the human demon saint. Ji Jishi also carefully searched a large area and said to himself in confusion, Is my induction wrong? No. What did you find? At this moment, a warning sign suddenly occurred in his heart. Ji Jisheng hurriedly hid in a tree and saw a graceful figure appearing. However, the image of this enchanting woman was a bit embarrassed, as if she was being hunted. What a shame. All the clothes on my body are gone. Huh? It's actually her? How did she escape? Is there some trick to lure me out? Army, this slut's aura is a little different. She seems to have completely lost her masculinity. Is it possible these days? Evolved again? Ji Jisheng felt hot in his heart when he saw it. But he was still very cautious, for fear that it was a trick set up by the eldest prince and Jillian Saint to lure the enemy. Humph. The eldest prince is so reckless. He was almost caught. The strong wind from one hand shattered my clothes. It's a pity that you didn't expect that I still have 12 more illusion of a clone. Alas. But where is Jiru? I obviously sensed it. Why has the sense disappeared now? The female saint was exhausted, found a place to sit down, and faded away by a stream. Planned to take a good wash. However, the place where the human demon saint was standing was exactly the big tree where Ji Jisheng was hiding. However, Ji Jisheng's cultivation level was much higher than his, so the human demon saint did not notice it at all. But Ji Jisheng was dumbfounded at this time. His eyes were bigger than light bulbs. I exclaimed in my heart, Is this a female slut? Why is she naked down there, with nothing left? Is she a real woman? It seems that her cultivation level is higher than that of the original female saint. Ji Jishen sensed it again and again to confirm that there was no one else around. And then the ghost appeared. He stretched out his hand and pinched the neck of the demon saint. The female holy lord had no time to dodge, but she immediately cast the illusion, and the two of them suddenly disappeared. But the neck of the human demon saint was pinched, and it was useless to use the illusion. In the illusion, Ji Jisheng still pinched the neck of the human demon saint and asked sinisterly, Who are you? If you dare to tell a lie, I will twist it right away. Break your neck. Ah? Jiru, I am your little demon. The little demon has escaped to find you. Chapter 8:10 The odds of winning are greatly increased. B. Jishin looked at the female saint with a dull look. Although he was able to confirm that this woman was the female saint, he was still a little confused. Not only had his cultivation improved, but he was even more enchanting and charming than before. The key was the object below. Gone. Are you a transvestite? Where are the objects below? How did you escape? Did the eldest prince send you here? Jishi still asked very vigilantly. And at the same time, he glanced at the transvestite's lower body. It's incredible. Really. There's nothing left. It's all naked. But the skin all over her body is silky and soft. And her breasts are plump and curdy, making her look like a mature young woman. The slave family just wanted to escape. So they got rid of the poison of Jillian, that bitch. And then used the triple illusion to escape. The slave family did it all for Ji Lang. Shimel the Holy Lord said aggrievely. And at the same time, in order to convince Ji Jisheng, he also took out the objects he had cut off. Ji Jisheng almost laughed out loud when he saw it. Of course, at this time, Ji Zi was able to confirm that the woman in front of him was the Shimel saint, and she had never betrayed him. However, Ji Zi was also very touched. As a person in the devil's path, it is indeed very rare for a human monster saint to still have such persistence and true love. In Ji Jishi's heart, she really regarded the Shimel saint as his woman. Let's go! I'll take you to recuperate for a few days, and tell me the situation of the eldest prince and Jillian in detail. Ji Jishin let go of his hand, and his voice became very gentle. He even personally helped the Shimel saint wipe his body, which immediately moved the Shimel saint to tears. Everything he had done was worth it. What Zhu Xiaobao didn't expect was that after the little demon came back to report, he stared at Ji Jisheng again. But there was no trace of Ji Jishin. And there was no breath at all. The snakes that were originally around Ji Jisheng also died. And thousands of snakes turned into dried snakes in the blink of an eye. And those snakes that are still alive further away don't know where Ji Jisheng is. It turned out that Ji Jisheng also noticed something was wrong, and killed the snakes around him with a wave of his hand. And through the illusion of the human monster saint, he disappeared without anyone noticing. Fortunately, Jumei came back at this time. Her cultivation was higher than that of the eldest prince and Jillian saint, so Jumei could still follow the eldest prince smoothly. Now the eldest prince and Holy Lord Jillian have changed places, in a cave that is more remote and secluded than before. Originally, Jumei wanted to rescue the women who had been captured by the eldest prince. But when she entered the cave, she was shocked and angry, because there were only stumps and broken arms left in the cave, and there was no one alive. The parts that were removed were also of poor quality. The cave is filled with blood. Well, no wonder the 7th princess hates the eldest prince so much. This man really deserves to die. He is even more cruel than Ji Jisheng. Zhu Rong and the 19th princess were also filled with indignation. This completely exceeded their understanding of the word cruel. Got to know each other. Hey! I'll tear him in half when the time comes, Jumei also said while gearing up. Fortunately, we can now confirm where the eldest prince and his friends are hiding. As long as we know the eldest prince's whereabouts, we won't have to worry about Ji Jishin not showing up. So you must not alert the eldest prince now. In addition, we must be careful. Since Ji Jisheng's whereabouts have been lost, we must be very careful about our whereabouts, and we must not let them notice that the 4 of us are in Yong'an County. Zhu Xiaobao nodded and said. Now Zhu Xiaobao still has a question. Where has the human demon saint gone? Jumei came back to report that there were only 2 people, the eldest prince and Jillian saint. But the human demon saint was nowhere to be seen. They still don't know that the human demon saint has escaped from the hands of the eldest prince. Although I tried every possible means to find Ji Jisheng's whereabouts, there was no result at all. What Zhu Xiaobao and the others did not expect was that Ji Jishen actually lived in Yong'an County. This was an informant placed here by His Highness the 6th Prince, and he was considered a wealthy family. Now everyone here takes orders from Ji Jisheng. The original owner's inner house has been given to Ji Jisheng, and no extra people are allowed to approach this inner house, except for a few serving maids and servants. At this time, the Shimel saint is lying in Ji Jisheng's arms, fully enjoying the happiness of being pampered, because it is obvious that Ji Jisheng cares more about her and no longer treats her as a plaything. And the Shimel saint is also very confident and proud. She indeed has this capital, because since the palace, she can be said to have evolved again. and her every move is full of charm and charm. You can often see the servants looking at the female saint in a daze, standing there drooling without even realizing it. Ha ha! I didn't expect that this time you would be a blessing in disguise. And you finally fulfilled your long-cherished wish. I didn't expect that bitch Joanne to absorb such a large amount of bone essence while I was away. In addition, her cultivation level has skyrocketed, which is probably due to her cultivation. The art of fusion of immortals. This evil skill was originally destroyed by the Beast Tamer slave. But I didn't expect that the Beast Tamer slave actually hid it secretly. Ji Jisheng was still analyzing the current situation. Jiro, do you know this technique? If I can improve my cultivation soaring again, we might be able to ascend to the immortal world together. The female saint asked with great anticipation. It's very difficult. This requires someone with the same level of cultivation as you for you to absorb. Simply put, it's the superposition of two people's cultivation levels. Looking at this world, there are not many people who can train for you. But don't worry. One day, if you can ascend to the fairy world, I will definitely take you with me. Ji Jisheng said seriously. Now he feels that having such a person who loves him wholeheartedly is really worth cherishing. When are you going to take action? But now the eldest prince and Joanne bitch have abandoned the cave, and we can't find them. The human monster saint snuggled delicately into Ji Jisheng's arms and asked softly, Humph. As long as the devil's heart is on him, I can sense his location. I'm just waiting for the next time he uses the blood sacrifice technique. At that time, he was absorbing the essence of blood and couldn't condense the magic phase. The art of cutting off his blood sacrifice will cause his chi and blood to flow backwards and damage his meridians. Ji Jisheng snorted lightly. He was still a little afraid of the magic aspect of the sky. Then can I help you? The human demon saint asked expectantly. He actually hated the first prince and Joanne saint and suffered a lot from them. So the human demon saint wanted to return with revenge. Of course, your triple illusion can be of great help to me, Ji Jisheng said with a satisfied smile, and patted the plump and sexy ass of the she-male saint. The she-male saint snorted, and the two of them rolled together passionately. In the cave newly opened by the eldest prince, the eldest prince and Joanne saint are also actively preparing. This cave is relatively simple. They have no time to pay attention to comfort. The top priority now is to perform the blood sacrifice. Again, as soon as possible. Technique. This is the 8th level technique. If you lack spiritual consciousness, you can only sacrifice 200,000 people at a time at most. Holy Lord Joanne handed the secret book of the 8th level technique to the eldest prince. This is already the limit of the eldest prince. His spiritual consciousness is indeed not strong enough. Otherwise, the magical appearance of the Heavenly One would not last for such a short period of time. There's nothing we can do about it. The eldest prince's spiritual talent is very average. Ha ha. That's enough. As long as I can kill 200,000 people, my cultivation level will skyrocket again. Then my consciousness will also increase accordingly. The eldest prince said with a somewhat embarrassed smile. Joanne, Holy Lord, I have said it very tactfully. But the eldest prince knows in his heart that his consciousness is really average. Well, once you master the 8th level skills, I will find a suitable place for blood sacrifice, preferably in a remote place. Holy Lord Joanne nodded. She was not as relaxed as the eldest prince. The she-male saint escaped, making her feel a great crisis. The reason why Joanne Xingzuan refused to leave the eldest prince was because the eldest prince was her next target. But she found that the eldest prince's cultivation level was much higher than hers, and she was not sure that she could use the Rongxian on the eldest prince technique. If he fails, he will be sucked away from his cultivation. So she is still waiting for the charming poison in the eldest prince's body to gather more. And she must be absolutely sure before taking action. Moreover, the demon crystal is on the eldest prince's body, which is something Joanne Holy Lord dare not do. The reason is because the demonic crystal is a divine object. Joanne Xingzuan visited several places, and finally identified a town with almost 200,000 people. And it was at the junction of Yongnan County and Wanting. Most of the people here were doing business between the two countries, and the masters among them were not a lot. When they perform the art of blood sacrifice, they don't like the masters who are above the martial master level, because if they reach the martial master level, they can break free from the blood sacrifice. Some people may even launch a counterattack. The situation here is very satisfactory to Joanne Saint Lord. The bodyguards hired by the merchants are usually at the level of martial arts masters, or at most the level of great martial arts masters. The martial arts masters are not something ordinary businessmen can hire. They can't save this face. And they are not short of money. Jiu Mei followed Jiuyin Saint Zunzan for 6 days. And then she watched Jiuyin Saint Zunzan return to Shandong. She will come back and report to Zhu Xiaobao right away. Zhu Xiaobao spread out the map and marked out several places that Jiuyin Holy Lord had visited. And finally determined that the place chosen by Jiuyin Holy Lord should be Jinyo Town, where Wangting and Yan'an County were handed over. Hurry up and inform Great Khan Mohan. And ask our people to hide weapons, and disguise themselves, and stationed in Jinyo Town immediately. The idea must be carried out secretly. The little horses ordered. Overnight, the merchants in Jinyo Town had quietly evacuated, and the goods were not taken away. The sky was bright, and the town was still crowded and noisy as before. At night, the eldest prince and Jiuyin Xingzuan sneaked into Jinyo Town quietly, and climbed to the top of the tallest building. The eldest prince began to delineate the range of the blood sacrifice technique. In the dead of night, there is no precaution, and it is also easiest to perform it. The art of blood sacrifice. Chapter 811. Killing Spirit. The eldest prince spread his arms and muttered something. He was delineating the starting area. The entire blood sacrifice process was not that simple. It would take 4 hours at the fastest. And just delineating the area in the early stage would take an hour. At this time, the Holy Lord Jiuyin began to patrol around the perimeter of the circled area. Once she found people at the border of the area, she would immediately knock them down and throw them back into the circled area, so as to maximize the number of people. It guarantees that the evil cultivation techniques inside will not be noticed by outsiders. Jiuyin Xingzuan cleared away a few people who were panicking and trying to escape. But when she looked back at the eldest prince, she still frowned a little. After all, the eldest prince's spiritual consciousness was not strong, and his 8th level skills were not very good either. Skilled, the process of delineating the area actually went very slowly. If his cultivation level were not worse than that of the eldest prince, Holy Lord Jiuyin would have performed the blood sacrifice technique on his own. Just when the eldest prince began to perform the blood sacrifice technique, Ji Jisheng immediately felt a sensation here. He suddenly felt his blood boiling, felt the violent fluctuations in the devil's heart, and could also feel the eldest prince's position. He quickly led the human demon saint to rush over, and Zhu Xiaobao took Zhu Rong and the 19th princess with him. And behind him were the great venerable Ice and Fire, and the great venerable Wu Wei. This was the first time that Zhu Xiaobao watched the blood sacrifice technique so closely. Even though he was far away, he could still feel an evil sucking power, as if all the blood in his body wanted to break out of his body. It was normal, but he exercised his skills a little, raised his inner strength, and gathered his consciousness, and the uncomfortable feeling disappeared immediately. After all, his physique and cultivation level were still quite high. Well, I don't know if my 200,000 troops can withstand the powerful sucking power of such evil arts. I hope the ideas you give me are useful. Zhu Xiaobao looked at the great venerable Wu Wei, said with a solemn expression, Xiaobao Qiansui, don't worry. As long as their fighting power is strong enough, they will definitely be able to withstand it. Saint Wu Wei said eagerly. He gave this idea to Zhu Xiaobao. If there is any mistake, then it was a very sad day for him. The great Lord of Ice and Fire behind him was already staring at him with stern eyebrows. The great Master Wu Wei was so frightened that his legs trembled. Venerable Wu Wei is really having a hard time now, and he is living in fear every day. Sometimes even if he makes no mistakes, he will be beaten up by the great Lord Ice and Fire. Anyway, now the great Lord Ice and Fire not only has an extra slave, but also uses him as a punching bag. But the great venerable Wu Wei is also very helpless. Who told him to harm the great venerable Ice and Fire like this? This can be regarded as his own fault. Humph. You don't have to worry about the combat capabilities of those I sent. The worst ones are at the level of a first-level martial artist, and there are 500 female warriors at the martial master level among them. Princess 19 hummed confidently. Since Zhu Xiaobao inspired the bloodline of the divine beasts, the cultivation level of those with the white tiger bloodline has skyrocketed, especially the female warriors of the Lingyu tribe. Suddenly there are thousands more martial masters, including many great masters. At this moment, the eldest prince had completed the steps of demarcating the area, and Holy Lord Jiuyin was sitting cross-legged next to him. The two of them slowly rose into the air and sat down. A large black aura enveloped the area they had just delineated. Under normal circumstances, within the scope of this black yang qi, the people inside cannot escape. At this time, The demon crystal on the eldest prince's chest also emitted a dazzling light. And even Zhu Xiaobao, who was very far away, could see it clearly. It was a kind of blue-gray light, which made people feel a very strong deterrent. Collect it from me! The eldest prince groaned and began to formally absorb the essence and blood of these people below. But after a while, the eldest prince looked at Holy Lord Jiuyin in surprise, because there was no blood mist rising from below like before, as if he had encountered some kind of resistance. This made the eldest prince immediately doubt whether the cultivation techniques given to him by Jiuyin Saint Lord were fake. But since Jiuyin Saint Lord is also sitting next to him, does this make sense? It seems that your consciousness is still too low, and there is still a problem in using the 8th level secrets. Holy Lord Jiuyin felt even more depressed. He couldn't help but glance at the eldest prince. Could it be that tonight's effort was wasted? How presumptuous! Although my consciousness is slightly weak, I have the blessing of the demonic crystal. What the I do you know? The eldest prince yelled angrily. At this time, he had already made up his mind. As long as he got the secret book of the 9th level, he would start taking action against Jiuyin Xingzuan. At least make this bitch surrender under your feet. Humph. Then hurry up and activate the demonic crystal. Don't waste time. If Yong'an County sends troops and horses, all our efforts will be wasted. Holy Lord Jiuyin still glanced at the eldest prince coldly. She was also planning to finally find the most suitable opportunity to use the immortal fusion technique to refine the eldest prince. At the same time, take the demonic crystal as your own. At this time, the halo of the demonic crystal doubled in size, and the power of this blood sacrifice technique also began to skyrocket. The Holy Lord Jiuyin was also secretly shocked when he saw it. This demonic crystal was indeed a treasure. But at this moment, a whistling sound suddenly came from the silence below, and then bright fireworks exploded in the air, and the 200,000 people below suddenly let out a roar at the same time. Among them were not only the female warriors of the Lingyu tribe, but also the powerful soldiers under the 19th princess. Among them are female guards such as Wu Yu and Wu Lijia. These people all held a hard bow in their hands, and 200,000 people shot arrows at the eldest prince in the air at the same time. These 200,000 arrows could not hurt the eldest prince and Jiuyin Saint, but the powerful killing energy contained in them shot up into the sky. He repelled the overwhelming black energy. Oh? How could this happen? These people are not ordinary people. They came prepared. The eldest prince suddenly shouted in shock and anger. But now, he was riding a tiger, and he had to continue to exert pressure. The deeper and deeper black energy, mixed with blue-gray light, pressed downwards again. While Saint Jiuyin was frightened, she began to retreat quietly. She felt that these powerful killing auras were very familiar, and she could not resist the killing aura generated by the unity of all people. At this time, the 200,000 powerful soldiers below did not flinch, and among them appeared another 500 female warriors of the martial master level. It turns out that the reason why their cultivation level can be concealed is because the giant turtle shield fully unfolded and covered them. As the counterattack began, the turtle shield shrank smaller and smaller, revealing 200,000 soldiers. But the 500 female warriors in the center are only now revealed. The leader is Yu Shuang and Yu Shui. The two of them are carrying oversized strong bows and are full of fighting spirit. Zhu Xiaobao's original intention was if he could block the eldest prince's blood sacrifice technique. There is no need for these 500 female warriors to show up. After all, their main goal is to lure Jijishi to show up. But now I didn't expect that the eldest prince's demon crystal was so powerful. The 200,000 soldiers alone were a little unable to resist it. So Ju-Mei put away her turtle shield. And these 500 female warriors at the level of Wuzun also appeared. The second round of arrows below were fired neatly at the eldest prince. But this time the power was even more terrifying, making the eldest prince feel a sense of crisis. 500 female warriors with martial master training are no joke. Even the real demon Jiu will have to retreat when encountering such a powerful group attack. Ah! You are looking for death! Break it for me! The eldest prince roared in shock and anger. He once again increased the power of the demonic crystal and pressed it down with both hands. Boom! The terrifying coercion and extremely powerful killing energy collided fiercely, and even made an earth-shaking loud noise. The 200,000 soldiers below were also shocked and fell to the ground. But that powerful force, the pressure could not be suppressed. These people were not injured, but they were already amazed. But the eldest prince's blood sacrifice technique has been broken this time. The originally delineated area no longer exists, so there is no danger for the 200,000 people below. Ah! How annoying! Who is plotting against us? The eldest prince roared angrily. But in a blink of an eye, the nine saint beside him had disappeared, which angered the eldest prince even more. If the nine saint just now, if Zunia had used all his strength, he might have suppressed the 200,000 men below. The eldest prince slowly fell from the air and looked at the crowd below. His blood sacrifice technique this time was completely destroyed. Now he could only kill a few people to vent his anger. But the eldest prince, who calmed down a little, immediately realized that something was wrong. Since the other party was prepared, would there be any follow-up measures? He also wants to escape from here quickly. Ha 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 ha! King Yongin, you want to escape now? Isn't it a little too late? After devouring one of my arms and collecting the demon heart, it's time to return the money with profits. Just when the eldest prince was about to evacuate, from a voice that made him very afraid came from the northeast corner. It was Jijishin. Immediately afterwards, the eldest prince found that the scene in front of him changed and turned into another scene. The originally dark night suddenly became dazzling. He was actually in a vast snowfield and felt a chill. The snow under my feet covered my feet, but the sun was shining brightly above my head. Illusion? Shemale bitch? You actually brought him here? The eldest prince immediately realized that this was the illusion cast by the Shemale saint. He immediately snorted angrily, but from the bottom of his heart, he was still very afraid of Jijishin. And he didn't even dare to mention Jijishin's name. This fairy came here specially to thank you. If it weren't for you and that bitch Chioing, I wouldn't be able to become a real woman. Look, am I more stunning now than before? Shemale the Holy Lord appeared in the illusion with a smile. But it was not one person, but 12 Shemale Holy Lords wearing different costumes. Indeed, the current Shemale saint is even more charming than before. The 12 charming figures are posing, and the eldest prince is a little dazed. But among these charming figures that made people's blood rush, tens of thousands of flower petals floated in the sky, and they all floated towards the eldest prince. Chapter 812. 2 Heavenly Magic Appearances. Seeing the petals all over the sky, the eldest prince didn't pay much attention. He had been with the human demon saint for a long time, ever since he followed Jijishi. He had read about the human demon saint and learned something about it. He even took it as his own some time ago. So he still knows a little bit about the abilities of the Shemale saint. Although the petals all over the sky carry strong corpse poison, those of them who practice the same technique are not afraid of this poison. The sight in front of him only disturbs his mind. But the eldest prince soon realized that he was wrong. The rain of petals from the Shemale saint did not seem to contain corpse poison, but contained a strong charm poison, although it was not as domineering as the charm poison of the nine saint. The eldest prince, I already felt something was wrong, and I actually reacted a little. What the hell is this? Could it be that Jiuyin Saint Lord was secretly helping Jijishing? The eldest prince looked at the 12 charming figures in front of him in amazement. They seemed to be a little ready to move. This made him pale with fright. You must know that Jijishin was also in the illusion. He must not have any wrong thoughts at this time. Humph! How dare you show off your little skills in front of me? Break it for me! The eldest prince roared angrily, slapping his palms together, and a powerful palm force spread out, knocking the 12 charming figures in front of him to pieces. The Gangchi all over his body also protects Ju himself, and the rain of petals disappears without a trace. After all, the difference between the cultivation level of the human demon saint and the eldest prince is too big. But she can still be safe in the illusion, because none of the 12 figures are her real body. The reason why she can release the charm poison is because her martial arts have undergone some changes since she wielded the sword from the palace. Like Jiuyin Saint, she can use the charm poison to seduce and stimulate men's desires. Originally, the exercises practiced by the two of them were similar in that they both improved their cultivation through the use of yin and yang. Now her basic cultivation method has also changed with the change of gender. The Shemale Saint secretly thought that it was a pity if her cultivation level could break through to that of the martial emperor. Then the eldest prince would have a desire and become completely excited. The combat effectiveness will also be greatly reduced. Although the eldest prince broke up the tricks of the Shemale Saint, he was still very serious and prepared. However, he was also a little embarrassed now. The lower part was also affected, and he stood tall. This image was ugly and funny. The key is that this really isn't the right time. GZ! We don't offend the river. As long as you leave, I will never take any offense, the eldest prince said in a deep voice. At the same time, he was also trying his best to sense the location of GZ. But his awareness was too low, and he couldn't sense it at all. In fact, the eldest prince was still very afraid of Ji Jishin. You are really forgetful. You have offended me a long time ago. You have already swallowed one of my arms. Can you spit it out for me? If you can, hand over your demon heart again, and I can spare your life. Ji Jishin, the voice sounded gloomily in the illusion. But the eldest prince could still sense his location. Humph. It seems that you don't want to reconcile. So show up and fight on your own merits. The eldest prince's heart suddenly sank. The Shemale Saint respectfully returned to Ji's arms. The secret in his chest must not be hidden from Ji. But it is absolutely impossible for him to hand over the demonic crystal. He now wants to defeat Ji with his magical power. And then swallowing Ji Jishin's half-demon body. That would be the most ideal result. In other words, this demonic crystal is his greatest support. Okay. As you wish. Then let me see your magical powers. How many abilities are you capable of? Ji Jishin still refused to show up. But he readily agreed. Just when the eldest prince was puzzled, another celestial magic appearance really appeared in the illusion. But this celestial magic appearance was a bit nondescript. At most it was only 70% like the real celestial magic appearance. Ha ha ha! This Dharma appearance of yours can be considered a celestial magic appearance? You are really overestimating your abilities. Let me show you the real celestial magic appearance. The eldest prince immediately laughed out loud. This Dharma appearance is too fake. And my own heavenly and magical appearance is simply incomparable. With a long roar, the eldest prince's celestial magic aspect also condensed. Sure enough, this celestial magic aspect was much more advanced than Ji Jishin's celestial magic aspect. It was lifelike and fierce, making people shudder at the sight of it. With a long-handled blood axe in his hand, the evil spirit in the illusion suddenly surged. Ji Jishin's heavenly magician is holding 2 blood axes in his hands. This magician is shorter than the eldest prince's heavenly magician, and his aura is also suppressed. But it was Ji Jishin's Dharma image that was the first to attack. It turns out that Ji Jishin is now missing an arm, and his fighting ability is greatly damaged. He is unwilling to show up to fight, but uses the Dharma to test the eldest prince's fighting ability. Of course, there is a more sinister purpose in doing this. Roar! Due to the limitation of his spiritual consciousness, the eldest prince cannot merge with the heavenly magic phase. Now he can only control the heavenly magic phase. However, the counterattack of this heavenly magic phase is also quite sharp. He swings the long-handled blood axe. Within a few rounds, he already had the absolute upper hand. Ping table tennis pong. The sound of the 2 statues' blood axes intersecting was equally deafening. Even though it was condensed blood axes, there were still sparks flying when they collided. At this time, the illusion released by the human monster saint could not withstand this huge momentum, and was shaken away by the powerful aura of the 2 Dharma figures. The 2 Dharma ministers also appeared in Jinyo town. At this time, the 200,000 soldiers had just evacuated. Fortunately, they evacuated quickly. Otherwise they would definitely be affected by the terrifying aura of the 2 Dharma ministers. The most horrified people were Zhu Xiaobao and others. Only when the illusion disappeared did they see clearly that the 2 Dharma images were fighting. The fighting prowess displayed by these 2 statues made Zhu Xiaobao frown a little. It seemed that they couldn't compare with the statues of the descendants of these divine beasts, especially the heavenly magic aspect condensed by the first prince. Even if the 4 divine beasts and Dharma aspects attack together, they may not be able to defeat him. The 2 celestial magic figures have condensed. The eldest prince is also there. But where is Ji Jishin? Why can't he be seen? Princess 19 was also observing carefully and asked with a frown. Ahem. This is probably because the Shemale Holy Lord also cast a small illusion to consciously hide Ji Jishin's whereabouts. The great Lord Wu Wei behind him said with a smile. This time, this positive attitude can be regarded as letting the Lord of Ice and Fire, the visitor, was very satisfied and handed him a rare bottle of wine. This was the first reward given to the great Master Wu Wei in these days. But Ji Jishin's appearance seems to be no match at all. He will be strangled soon. Jumei was also very excited and asked loudly. They are still a safe distance away from the scene of the battle. And no matter how loud Jumei's voice is, she won't be heard. Ha ha! Otherwise, I guess this is Ji Jishin's trick. His appearance was broken up, which did no real harm to him. But the eldest prince's spiritual consciousness was consumed a lot. You know, the eldest prince, but the spiritual consciousness is not strong. Holy Lord Wu Wei had just received the reward from the great Lord Ice and Fire. At this time, he worked even harder and shook his head. It has to be said that Venerable Wu Wei is quite knowledgeable and experienced. And he is also well aware of the tricks in these battles. It's a pity that now he only has these experiences left. And his cultivation level has always stayed at the level of a first-level martial artist. The Great Lord of Ice and Fire has returned to the realm of a great martial artist. So he can completely abuse the Great Lord of Wu Wei without restraint. At this moment, the eldest prince's magical aspect had already turned the long-handled blood axe, cutting off Ji Jisheng's magical aspect in half. Then, Ji Jishi's magical aspect dissipated. But the eldest prince was still very vigilant in searching everywhere because Ji Jishen still didn't show up. At the same time, there was another illusion, trapping the eldest prince in it. Asshole! Shemale bitch! When I catch you, I will make your life worse than death! The eldest prince suddenly roared in shock and anger. He was always trapped in the illusion, so he was very passive. While Ji Jisheng it was in the dark, which made the eldest prince always feel uneasy. But this time, the illusion turned out to be quiet, eerily quiet, and the scene was changed to a cemetery, which looked eerie and terrifying. The gusts of dark wind blew, making the eldest prince shudder in his heart. GZ! Come out if you have the ability, and fight openly and openly. What's the point of hiding in the dark? The eldest prince shouted angrily. In the illusion, he couldn't get out and couldn't find anyone. This feeling really depressed. Ha ha! Then I'll fight with you again. After a long time, Ji Jishen's voice came out eerily. Immediately afterwards, Ji Jisheng's Dharma form appeared again, which surprised the eldest prince. He did not expect that Ji Jishen's spiritual consciousness was so strong that he could condense the Dharma form again in such a short time. You must know that the destruction of the Dharma just now took a huge toll on Ji Jisheng's spiritual consciousness and internal energy. As a last resort, the eldest prince once condensed the magical aspect, but he already felt that his spiritual consciousness was consumed too much, and he felt dizzy. Faintly, he already felt as if he had fallen into Ji Jisheng's trick. This time the illusion did not last long. To be precise, the Shemale Saint took the initiative to eliminate the illusion. She did not need to struggle to maintain it in the battle between the two Dharma figures. She also needed to save her internal energy and consciousness. So Zhu Xiaobao and the others immediately saw the battle between the two Dharma appearances again. This time it lasted shorter, and after Ji Jishi's Dharma appearance was strangled, the eldest prince's celestial magic appearance could no longer be maintained and immediately dissipated on its own. Got it! Because his consciousness has been consumed too much, and he can no longer maintain it. Ha ha! You have won 2 games in a row! Is it my turn? At this time, Ji Jishi seized the opportunity and actually showed up. Look! GZ! Ji Jisheng has appeared! Zhu Xiaobao and others shouted in excitement and surprise. But just for a moment, the Shemale Saint seemed to be consciously guarding against Zhu Xiaobao and others. And another illusion trapped the eldest prince and Ji Jishen in it. Good this time. Zhu Xiaobao and the others can't see anything. Chapter 813, Demon Crystal. Seeing Ji Jisheng appear, the eldest prince felt more at ease. The most uncomfortable thing was that his opponent didn't show up. Now that they are face to face, the eldest prince is confident that he still has the strength to fight Ji Jisheng. When he saw the one-armed GZE, the eldest prince felt a sense of superiority in his heart. He was a head taller than GZE, and had a burly figure. The key was that since he collected the heavenly demon essence crystal, his cultivation had reached the level of Empress Wu. Now facing Ji Jisheng, who is missing an arm, the eldest prince still has some confidence. Although he knew that Ji Jisheng was already at the peak of the martial emperor when he came out of the sinkhole, it was an indisputable fact that he was missing an arm. Ha ha! I underestimated you. You still have such a chance to get the devil's heart. Xia Ziyuan, hand over the devil's heart and surrender to me, and I can forget the past. Ji Jishi's wind is light, and the clouds are calm, and the long sleeves are fluttering. He behaved very calmly, without any resentful expression. It seemed that missing an arm had no impact on him. He was actually very graceful like this now. Humph! Don't bluff. Whatever you want. Just come. I won't be afraid of you. The eldest prince took half a step back, and then said forcefully that it was absolutely impossible to ask her to hand over the demonic crystal. Possible. Once he loses this heavenly demon crystal, his cultivation level may drop significantly. Well, many people can become demons and immortals, but it will definitely not be you, because you are just a fool. Do you really think that the demon heart is yours? It would be a waste to put such a divine object on you. Ji Jisheng's face darkened, and a short-handled blood axe in his hand had already condensed. Suddenly, a bloody aura hit his face. Stop talking nonsense. Smart people don't live long. Stop pretending to be here. Let's do it. The eldest prince roared angrily. And at the same time, a pair of blood axes condensed on his hands. He already has an advantage in terms of weapons. Humph. You don't know your own strength when you are about to die. Kill! Ji Jishi waved one arm and shouted coldly. Then he saw his blood axe come out of his hand and hit the eldest prince in the face. When? There was a loud noise, and the eldest prince blocked the vicious killing move with his double axes. But unexpectedly, he was shocked and took half a step back. This frightened the eldest prince. He didn't expect that Ji Jishi's attack would be so powerful. At the same time, another bloody axe appeared in Ji Jishin's hand. With lightning speed, he rushed forward and had already reached the eldest prince. The eldest prince shouted loudly, separated his two axes, and started fighting with Ji Jishi. However, after only a few rounds, the eldest prince discovered that Ji Jishi's movements were fast and fierce, and his moves were exquisite. Although he was using one arm, he was not losing at all. The eldest prince quickly moved in and out, attacking more than defending, and gradually gained the upper hand. What's even more incredible is that the petals all over the sky in the illusion began to fall down one after another. But it had no effect on Ji Jishi at all. However, the eldest prince was very afraid. Such charming petals could distract the eldest prince. The key is that it can also cause some very embarrassing reactions. Shemale, you bitch! How dare you sneak up on me? I have to kill you, bitch! The eldest prince shouted angrily. It's useless. If that's all you have, you can die! Ji Jisheng was still calmly attacking around the eldest prince. At this time, he had already gained all the advantages. The only thing that made him fearful was the demonic crystal on the eldest prince's chest. This treasure would from time to time give the eldest prince a strange power, allowing the eldest prince to always deliver a shocking blow at critical moments. It's really a sacred object. It seems like your confidence is this. Ji Jisheng became more and more itchy. This should have been his treasure. Humph. I'm protected by the demonic crystal, so don't even think about hurting me. The eldest prince also yelled viciously. Although he was very passive, he could also see that Ji Jishin only had the upper hand now. But he could not really defeat him. That's not necessarily the case. Otherwise, you are stupid. Ji Jisheng also sneered. And then the situation of the two men's battle began to change drastically. Some changes began to appear on Ji Jishi's body. Gradually, Ji Jishi condensed the Dharma appearance, and this time it merged with his Dharma appearance. The Ji Jishi in front of him had turned into a ferocious monster, and even his body shape was getting bigger and bigger. The bigger it gets, with the help of one arm of Dharma, now it can actually rotate two blood axes. At this time, the balance of victory and defeat suddenly tipped towards Ji Jisheng. With the blessing of Dharma, Ji Jishi's offensive became more fierce and sharper. The eldest prince simply couldn't resist it. What's terrible is that Ji Zi has already started to stretch his hand towards the eldest prince's chest, trying to snatch the demon crystal. The eldest prince retreated in horror. He also wanted to use the heavenly magic aspect again, but only then did he realize that his divine consciousness was not enough to condense the heavenly magic aspect. Otherwise, you are stupid. Do you think I was playing with you at the beginning? That will consume all your consciousness. Ji Jisheng laughed very proudly. It turned out that Ji Jishin was just playing with you at the beginning. We have already made full preparations and detailed plans. So we trapped the eldest prince in a fantasy world and used heavenly magic to make him consume all his spiritual consciousness first. Damn it! Shemale, you bitch! Let me out! The eldest prince really panicked at this time, and couldn't help but roared angrily. Giggle! Giggle! Wang Chitos, I haven't served you well yet. How can I let you come back disappointed? Aren't you trying every possible means to get me? Look, how strong your desire is now. TSK. I'm really a little bit I can't bear it. The Shemale saint hid aside, and said with a sweet smile, although her charm was not as domineering as that of the Join saint. The eldest prince, who had consumed a lot of energy, could no longer bear it. His whole body was unbearably hot. But so how can you have such desire at a critical moment? Clang! The eldest prince's pair of blood axes were knocked to the ground by Ji Jihui. Ji Jihui did not take advantage of the situation to launch a fierce attack, but took half a step back. Suddenly, 6 coquettish Shemale saints appeared from behind. All of them were wearing extreme clothing. Young master. He was so pretentious that he surrounded the eldest prince. Two slender hands actually reached towards the eldest prince's crotch. Get out! Don't bother me! Get out of here! The eldest prince was shocked and angry. But he felt that he could hardly control himself. He couldn't help but roared angrily. Ha ha! The last thing you can do now is to quickly use the devil disintegration method. Break out of the illusion, Ji Jisheng said with a faint smile on the side, seeming to remind the eldest prince. Who? I'll fight with you. The demon is disintegrated, the eldest prince gasped. At this time, he couldn't tell Ji Jisheng's sinister intention. He seemed to be inspired and really started to use the method of disintegrating the demon. Although he is still a little confused, he also understands that once he uses this devil disintegration technique, he can still forcibly improve his cultivation, increase his combat power by 3 times, and be able to break out of the illusion in front of him. Of course, Ji Jisheng would not be so kind. He was deliberately inducing the eldest prince to use this domineering technique. Sure enough, with the execution of the heavenly demon disintegration technique, the eldest prince's figure began to change, and the appearance of heavenly magic began to condense on his body. This was inspired by forcibly improving his cultivation, and it was also the combination of his true body and the Dharma. For one, suddenly his figure reached over 2 feet tall. Humph! Well done! The magic of combining gods and demons! Ji Jisheng sneered and immediately performed the corresponding skill. The scene in front of him was so similar to that of the great savage master who took away his body. It's just that this time Ji Jisheng didn't intend to take over the body of the eldest prince, just to collect the demon heart. What did you do? Why didn't my cultivation level increase dramatically? The eldest prince suddenly felt that his devil disintegration technique had stopped, and his body was stagnant, and his cultivation level dropped rapidly. Let him not be able to bear the burden of becoming one with the Dharma. Seeing that Ji Jisheng had returned to his original appearance, he carefully stretched out his palm, and the shape of his hand turned into a claw, and he grabbed it from the eldest prince's chest. Stop! That's my demonic crystal! I can't live without it! You can't take it away! The eldest prince was still stuck there, unable to move. He could only murmur in his mouth. He was already desperate in his heart. Without such a magic crystal, his cultivation level will plummet. And now he is worse than dead. I finally got it! I finally got it! The devil's heart. My devil's heart. It's time to return to the body of the real master. Contrary to the despair of the eldest prince, Ji Jisheng's hand escaped from the eldest prince's chest, and the devil escaped. Jingjing shouted ecstatically. Then he kicked the eldest prince aside. At this time, the eldest prince was like a deflated squash. His body size had shrunk rapidly. His cultivation had dropped back to the middle of a martial saint. And even his face had aged rapidly, as if he had aged dozens of years. Zhu Xiaobao and other descendants of the 4 great beasts also quietly gathered around at this time. According to Zhu Xiaobao's plan, now is the best time for them to take advantage of the situation and eliminate Ji Jisheng. Just reap the benefits. But everyone knew nothing about the situation in the illusion, so they had to take pictures of Jumei and sneak into it to understand the situation. After waiting for a long time, there was no reply from Jumei, but with a tacit understanding between Jumei and herself. Jumei was not in danger? Zhu Xiaobao is a little confused about the situation. At this moment, a huge creature rushed out of the illusion and ran rapidly towards the northwest. It was Ji Jisheng's magical appearance. He's trying to escape! Chase him! Ji Jisheng, you can't escape today! Zhu Xiaobao, Zhu Rong, and the 19th princess were caught off guard. Before they could think about it, the 3 of them chased after them. But at this time, Jumei encountered the most embarrassing scene in her life. She was defeated. To be precise, she was frightened and overwhelmed. Chapter 814. The devil is 1 foot taller. This is the best time to take advantage of the opportunity to wipe out Ji Jisheng. Zhu Xiaobao, Zhu Rong and the 19th princess have all sacrificed their Dharma. They are now an absolute force. But Ji Jisheng's Dharma appears to be very illusory. It is obviously a war. The last gasp after that. But Zhu Rong carefully discovered something strange. Ji Jisheng's heavenly magic was much larger than before. And it was a little different. It became closer to the real heavenly magic. But at this time, there is no time to think too much. Since he has appeared, he is going to annihilate Ji Jisheng in one fell swoop. If we fail to seize this opportunity, we will never have such a good opportunity again. This is indeed the Dharma form condensed by Ji Jisheng. And he is indeed very weak now. This celestial magic form has obviously evolved. This is an astonishing change that occurred before he fully integrated the celestial demon crystal. But time was too tight, and he had no time to recover. He just relied on the heavenly demon crystal to stimulate his potential internal power, and forcibly released the heavenly magic phase. But as soon as they ran out of the illusion, they encountered the siege of Zhu Xiaobao and the others. The Suzaku divine beast had already flown in front. Its wings spread out, and they flapped continuously. The Suzaku flames pressed against the magic statue of the sky with great force. The huge white tiger Dharma image behind Ji Jixing was also chasing after him. Killing energy shot out one after another, directly piercing through this immortal magic Dharma image. But it didn't cause serious damage. It just made Ji Jixing's appearance a little illusory and damaged. The Qinglong Dharma also swung its tail from the sea of fire. The swaying of the divine dragon's tail is no joke. Once it is hit, the lethality is also quite terrifying. Although he was trapped in it, this heavenly magician was not to be outdone. A scarlet blood mist rose up, directly confronting the overwhelming Suzaku flames. The Faxiang's hands rotated a blood axe, directly blocking the tail of the blue dragon that was whipping towards him. Facing the sharp attack of the white tiger Faxiang, the celestial magician could only try to avoid it. Because among the three divine beasts now, the attack power of white tiger Dharma is the most powerful. The three divine beasts surrounded Ji Jixing's magic phase, and they were inextricably fought for a while. Zhu Xiaobao felt restless. He didn't expect that after the battle, this magic phase was still so powerful. Why hasn't Jumei arrived yet? Now as long as Jumei can arrive in time, they can definitely strangle Ji Jixing here. You know, Jumei's combat power is the most powerful among them, and her cultivation level is also the highest. The two sides fought for half a quarter of an hour, but the heavenly magician was still a little unable to hold on. After all, he had just experienced a big battle, and now Ji Jixing's spiritual consciousness had been consumed too much. At this time, he had reached the end of his strength. Burst! Ji Zi gritted his teeth and yelled viciously. Following his words, the already broken heavenly magical image exploded directly. A huge wave of air immediately shook the three divine beasts present and flew backwards. And the Suzaku fire that hit the sky and the earth was offset by the scarlet blood mist that exploded. And there was a weird smell everywhere in the air. At this time, Ji Jixing also showed up. His face was pale, but he still had a sinister smile on his face. And he seemed to have the smile lines of a successful plot. Zhu Xiaobao, it seems that your plan has failed. I have obtained the devil's heart. From now on you should think about how to avoid my pursuit. The appearances of Zhu Xiaobao and the other three were also dispersed, revealing their true bodies. The three of them looked at Ji Jixing with solemn expressions, feeling very uneasy in their hearts. This perfect opportunity still failed to kill Ji Jixing. At this moment, Ji Jixing's sly smile suddenly disappeared. Zhu Xiaobao and the others immediately realized that this was the demon saint who had taken action again, and Ji Jixing had hidden in the illusion. Zhu Xiaobao and the other three people were shocked, angry and anxious, and immediately followed after them. However, once they entered the illusion, they could no longer detect the whereabouts of Ji Jixing. Even the whereabouts of the human demon saint was difficult to judge, because at this time, the Shemale saint cast the strongest triple illusion. When Zhu Xiaobao and the others worked hard to destroy this annoying illusion, they could no longer find Ji Jixing's whereabouts. But at this time, Jumei was in a state of embarrassment and chased after her with a very depressed expression. Seeing everyone's expressions of complaint, Jumei murmured, I fell into their trick. I didn't expect such a shameless method. I ran in the wrong direction in panic. Things went back to a quarter of an hour ago. Jumei sneaked into the illusion without being noticed, and she also saw a fierce battle between Ji Jixing and the eldest prince. Everything went smoothly at first, but when the eldest prince Ji Jixing took away the demonic crystal, things started to get a little weird. Ji Jixing did not leave immediately, nor did he kill the eldest prince. He seemed to be carefully tasting and feeling the devil's heart. It can be seen that Ji Jixing's consumption is huge at this time, and it is indeed an excellent opportunity to encircle and suppress him. But unexpectedly, Ji Jixing suddenly sneered and said, Jumei, now that you're here, why don't you show up? Or are you going to join Zhu Xiaobao? Only then did Jumei realize that Ji Jixing had discovered that she was lurking underground. It turned out that once Ji Jixing merged into the demonic crystal, although it was not completely integrated, the induction was doubled, and he immediately sensed Jumei's aura. Jumei jumped up and wanted to take advantage of GZ's team's weakness to hit this demon directly. But GZ seemed to have no choice but to have a head-on confrontation with Jume, and instead hid in another illusion. Jume wanted to leave immediately, but she didn't expect the human demon saint to show up and actively attack her. In fact, Jume didn't look down on the human demon saint at all. She thought she could easily deal with the human demon saint. However, something unexpected happened. The she-male saint did not fight her head-on, but once again used her special skills. 12 figures appeared in front of Jume. Of course, Jume had seen these charming figures before, and was not afraid at all. But this time it shocked Jume. Unexpectedly, the 12 figures in front of me were all naked men, and they were somewhat similar to the eldest prince. They were all very tall. His eyes were full of lust and his whole body was ready to move. He surrounded her enthusiastically. "Ah! What are you doing? Get out of here!" Jume has never seen such a formation before. Until now, she only has one man like Zhu Xiaobao. Unexpectedly, so many people came at once, which made Jume a little overwhelmed. He seems to be very afraid of being touched by these naked men. Jume panicked and ran away in embarrassment. At this time, Jume showed her childishness and innocence. He was actually frightened away by such a shameless move by the she-male saint. What's even more terrible is that Jume panicked and ran in the wrong direction. When she escaped from the illusion, she was actually in the opposite direction from the direction Zhu Xiaobao and the others were pursuing. Moreover, after leaving the illusion, Jume is still frightened. After it calmed down, I was shocked to realize that I seemed to have fallen into the trap of the human demon saint. Then he hurried over, and sure enough, Ji Jisheng had already escaped easily with the cooperation of the human demon saint. And even the eldest prince was taken away by them. Everyone who was originally angry and annoyed. After hearing Jume's grievances, they were all angry and funny. They didn't expect that Jume would fall into such a shameless trick of the she-monster saint. But the relaxed atmosphere just now was immediately replaced by deep worry. Now it seems that GZ's missile has not been seriously damaged. And he has also obtained the demonic crystal. And he has 2 helpers, the she-male saint and the first prince, by his side. From now on, they are likely to be at an absolute disadvantage. The 4 descendants of the mythical beasts returned to Yong'an County dejectedly. Originally, the sisters Wu Yu and Yushuang Yushui, together with their soldiers, were looking forward to good news. But one look at the expressions of everyone knew that it must be something serious. Wonderful! After hearing the whole process, everyone was deeply worried. The Great Lord Ice and Fire was even more angry, and slapped the Great Lord Wu Wei. He had even rewarded him with a bottle of wine some time ago. But now, he immediately turned against him. Alas! Alas! Can't you blame me? I didn't expect the eldest prince to be so unbearable. And the illusion of the human monster saint really helped Ji Jisheng a lot. Great Master Wu Wei cried with a sad face. It seems that there is no way to escape from the brutal beating tonight. Humph! That's your fault too. Tell me, is there any other way to remedy this? If you can't think of it, then don't blame me for being rude tonight. The Great Lord of Ice and Fire said even more arrogantly. No, 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 no. I have a way to deal with GZ. Great Venerable Wu Wei waved his hands and shouted in a hurry. He must be said to be frightened by Great Venerable Ice and Fire. How can he withstand this with his old arms and legs? What a hassle. So the Great Venerable Wu Wei shouted urgently. The calmness of the head of the 9 great sages has long since disappeared. Oh, do you still have a way? Tell me, if it is really possible. I guarantee that you can eat well and sleep well at night. Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but feel something in his heart. The Great Master Wu Wei still has some abilities. In fact, this failure is really a bit frustrating. If Jume hadn't been tricked by that shameless trick, the descendants of the 4 great beasts would have really been able to wipe out Ji Jisheng if they had joined forces. Of course, this cannot be blamed on Jume. No matter how fierce she is, she still has her own shortcomings. Hey, thank you so much. The King of England. Thank you. I thank you in advance. The Great Master Wu Wei originally wanted to say a few words, but he immediately felt that he was being stared at fiercely by a pair of sharp eyes. And he immediately woke up. Well, he quickly changed his mind. Isn't he now the slave of the Great Lord Ice and Fire? Speak quickly. Stop talking nonsense. The Great Lord of Ice and Fire shouted simply. Yes. Yes. King Chatos, have you forgotten that you still have 3 soul-eating insect eggs? Huh? I almost forgot about this. Will this thing work? It definitely works. That's something from the fairy world. Chapter 815 Volunteering A. After hearing the strategy of Master Wu Wei, Zhu Xiaobao was not too happy. He wanted to feed the soul-eating insect eggs to Ji Jixing. This was almost impossible. No one could get close to him. Now Ji Jixing has taken them away. The demonic crystal. That is the demonic heart. His cultivation and combat effectiveness have been greatly improved again. It would be extremely dangerous to implement this strategy. I knew you were talking nonsense. Humph. Don't even think about having a good life tonight. As soon as the Great Lord Ice and Fire saw Zhu Xiaobao's expression, he angrily scolded him. To be honest, she is also worried about Zhu Xiaobao and the others. After all, Ji Jixing has a great advantage now. And the descendants of the 4 great beasts have inherited the heritage of the beasts. Which means there is room for improvement for the 4 of them. There isn't much left. And even if there is, it will take a long time. But they definitely don't have that much time. Therefore, the Great Venerable Ice and Fire directed all his bad breath at the Great Venerable Wu Wei. Auntie! Don't worry. What he said is indeed a solution. But we haven't figured out what to do now. Don't embarrass him first. Princess 19 can't stand it anymore. Now the Great Lord Ice and Fire is a bit arrogant. She would not reason with the Great Master Wu Wei at all. Because she was always holding back a sense of resentment in her heart. Forget it. Everyone has worked hard today. Let's go back and rest early. Let's discuss this matter tomorrow. Zhu Xiaobao was also a little depressed and waved his hands. The Venerable said a few nice words, which saved this guy from being brutally tortured again after he returned. Humph. I'm giving you an advantage. Go back and think about it carefully to see if there are any other good ways. If it can really help us. I won't embarrass you anymore. The Great Lord Ice and Fire also hummed a little embarrassed. She also knew that she was a bit extreme towards the Great Venerable Wu Wei. But thinking about the suffering and losses she had suffered, she still couldn't let go of her resentment. Zhu Xiaobao tossed and turned and didn't sleep well that night. He already felt a huge crisis. Ji Jixing got the devil's heart, and it would be difficult for them to deal with it next. Zhu Rong was patiently by his side, comforting her with kind words. What I'm most afraid of now is that Zhu Xiaobao also loses confidence. In the room of the 19th princess, Jiumei was still crying. She now understood how much hidden danger her mistake had caused, and she felt quite aggrieved. He was actually scared off by the very shameless and dirty tricks of the female saint. When had she ever been so beautiful? So Jiumei felt angry and anxious. If it weren't for the 19th princess, who was constantly comforting her, she now wants to go to the female saint to settle accounts. At noon the next day, Zhu Xiaobao got up, but his mental state was much better. With this advantage, he could always get rid of these unhappy things quickly. Come here. Prepare a banquet. Let's sit down and discuss it carefully. In addition, please invite the Great Venerable Wu Wei. Strange things would happen, which would often lead to surprises. An unexpected surprise. There are several great sages and descendants of the 4 great beasts at this table. The most embarrassing one is the Great Venerable Wu Wei. His current status is relatively low, and his cultivation level is also very low. Sitting here is a bit unnatural. The key is that the Great Lord Ice and Fire is also sitting here, making him even more uneasy and restless. What surprised the big guy the most was that Jiumei's eyes were red and swollen, and she cried all night. This was the first time that this female man was so sad. Now she is still downcast, and she doesn't dare to look up at the big guy. Well, I've been thinking about it all night, but I haven't come up with any good solutions. I invited you here just to work together and see if we can come up with a solution. It would be good if it can be delayed for a few years. Zhu Xiaobao was a little bit, he said apologetically, but his eyes still glanced at the great master Wu Wei. Even though Venerable Wu Wei's current cultivation level is low, his knowledge and experience are still the broadest and deepest among these people. There is a way! This slave has been thinking all night last night and has some ideas. Hurry up and tell me! Unexpectedly, the Great Lord Ice and Fire rushed to say, urging the Great Lord Wu Wei, and gave him a push. You didn't do anything else last night, did you? Zhu Xiaobao was a little surprised and couldn't help but murmured. No, I fed him good food and wine last night, and I didn't do anything at all. If you don't believe me, just ask him. The Great Lord of Ice and Fire waved his hand and said magnanimously, Yes, yes. Fairy Ice and Fire definitely didn't make things difficult for me last night, and she took good care of me. Great Master Wu Wei quickly stood up and said a little flattered. There was indeed good wine and good food last night, but it didn't let him sleep well, forcing him to think of a solution. Oh! Ha ha! That's not bad. I would also like to hear the details. The Great Venerable Duobao and the Great Venerable Thousand Poisons clasped their fists at the same time and said with a smile. To be honest, these two great sages now feel a little sympathy for the Great Venerable Wu Wei. However, Venerable Wu Wei is also to blame. But from the bottom of their hearts, they were still willing to listen to the advice of the Great Venerable Wu Wei. After all, he was a descendant of the beast tamer slave, and he was also the head of the 9 Great Venerables. Well, sit in front. Great Venerable Wu Wei. I think since ancient times, evil has always prevailed over good. Since we are the righteous party, we should have some countermeasures. Right. Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but laugh, and then let the Great Venerable Wu Wei sit upright. I bet he was still behind the Great Venerable Ice and Fire just now. He didn't really come up to the stage. How can a slave sit on an equal footing with his master? So now Zhu Xiaobao finally said something, allowing him to sit down in a legitimate manner. Thank you, King Qian Ai, and all the seniors. In fact, it's not very urgent now, and there won't be any danger for the time being. The Great Venerable Wu Wei clasped his fists, then carefully sat down next to the Great Venerable Ice and Fire, and then started talking right away. Just opening his mouth made everyone feel happy, which meant that they still had time. As long as they had time, anything could happen. Oh! Explain in more detail. Old apprentice, pour him some wine. Zhu Xiaobao also cheered up and quickly ordered the old apprentice, who was in charge today. Ha ha! In fact, the matter is not that urgent. After all, Ji Jisheng is not a demon god. He is only a half-demon body. So even if he gets the demon crystal, it will take a long time to fully integrate it. The first prince, the reason why the heavenly demon sperm crystal was removed so easily is because he and the heavenly demon sperm crystal are far from fused. To put it bluntly, the heavenly demon sperm crystal is just on his body. Great Venerable Wu Wei twirled his beard and shook his head as he said. Inadvertently, he found the original feeling of being admired by telling all kinds of illusions to the younger generations. Well, yes, this is indeed the truth. Great Venerable Sir, please continue. The old apprentice also listened with interest and couldn't help but urge on the side. Ha ha! Come on! Pour the wine. The Great Master Wu Wei got a little carried away and waved his hand as usual, shouting very coolly. But in the blink of an eye, he saw the murderous look in the eyes of the Great Lord Ice and Fire. The Great Venerable Wu Wei suddenly became excited, stood up quickly, and took the initiative to fill the wine for the Great Lord Ice and Fire, and then quietly filled it for himself, and even secretly glanced at the Great Lord of Ice and Fire, for fear that if he were not careful, he would bring another disaster to himself. The Great Lord of Ice and Fire almost couldn't help but laugh, but he still pretended to be impatient and hummed. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up. Everyone is waiting to hear it. Hey! Yes. So I said that until Ji Jisheng completely integrates the demon crystal, we are still very safe. And during this period of time, we can also find a way to feed him the soul-eating insect eggs. In that case, we can turn defeat into victory. Great Venerable Wu Wei quickly continued. Oh! So that's it. Then according to you, with Ji Jisheng's cultivation, how much time will it take to truly fuse this demon crystal? Zhu Xiaobao was also happy in his heart. As long as he has time, then anything can happen. It can happen. It should be at least 3 years. It's just how to get the soul-eating insect eggs into his stomach. That's the most difficult thing. Great Venerable Wu Wei thought for a while, and then said in a low voice, because he was still quite pessimistic in his heart. After all, even if there were 3 years, wouldn't all these people be annihilated when the time comes? Including himself. I'll go. Just when everyone was deep in thought, Jiumei suddenly stood up and shouted loudly. Huh? Jiumei, sit down. I know you are still brooding about what happened yesterday, but now we are discussing a major matter. So stop fooling around. Zhu Rong frowned and said unhappily. After all, it is a big deal now. Jiumei speaking so casually will make Zhu Xiaobao lose face. I'm not messing around. I'm going to go. I'm going to kill that she-male. Jiumei insisted stubbornly. I didn't blame you for what happened before, so don't worry about it. Zhu Xiaobao also frowned and said, although Jiumei has the highest cultivation and combat power, She is straightforward and simple. How could she accomplish such a feat? An important task. Ha ha. Slow down. Slow down. I think Jumei is more suitable. Unexpectedly, the great venerable Wu Wei smiled and said with a smile. But when he thought of the great venerable eyes and fire next to him, he was so frightened that he quickly put down his hand again. Got it! Oh! Tell me, why Jumei is the most suitable? Zhu Xiaobao was also moved in his heart and looked at the great venerable Wu Wei and asked. Yeah, Jumei's cultivation is advanced. And she also has a unique talent that can sneak into the ground. Coupled with her turtle-back shield and golden armor hammer. If anyone can escape from Ji Jishi's nose, except for Jumei, no one else has this strength. Right? Great Venerable Wu Wei said firmly, and then looked at Great Venerable Ai. He feels that he is getting closer to the level of a martial god. So when Ji Jisheng was in a good mood, he no longer felt bad about the eldest prince devouring one of his arms. Besides, he also felt that he still needed a strong thug under his command. What's more, the Shimel Saint also wants to keep the eldest prince as a resource for practicing the art of merging immortals in the future. The Shimel Saint is now favored by Ji Jisheng. Moreover, her feat of wielding a sword from the palace was also richly rewarded, because she and GZ are now practicing dual cultivation in a real sense. During this period of time, with the support of GZ, her cultivation has also broken through to the great perfection of the martial saint, one step away from advancing to the martial emperor realm. Ha ha! Okay, let go of your spiritual consciousness and let me plant a slave mark on you. It can be regarded as your creation. I won't take your life. You can continue to practice with me. Ji Jisheng looked down and knelt down in front of him. The eldest prince of the land said calmly, Yes. The eldest prince hesitated for a moment, and then he could only submit obediently. He had no other choice. Now he could only be a slave to Ji Jisheng. Otherwise he would be killed immediately. But in the next few days, Ji Jisheng also discovered the problem immediately. He originally thought that he would be able to fuse the heavenly demon crystal very quickly, but unexpectedly it was very slow. The reason was that he was not a real heavenly demon's physique, just a copycat version, and it is still a half-demon body, so it will take a long time to fully integrate. Ji Lang, when are we going to kill the descendants of the four great beasts? Maybe they are a threat to me, the human monster saint asked delicately. Well, I originally wanted to get rid of them as soon as possible, but now it seems that it will take some time. This time, I have consumed a lot of energy, and it will take a long time to fully recover. Ji Jishi thought for a while, then shook his head. He didn't tell his true intentions because he didn't want people to know that he couldn't fully fuse this demon crystal. Master, what do you need from me? The eldest prince asked humbly on his knees. He had been imprinted with the slave mark, and now he could only accept Ji Jisheng as his master. Well, just follow the Shimel fairy. Remember, she is also your master. No disobedience is allowed. I will try my best to fuse this demon heart in the near future. You should pay more attention to the movements of Zhu Xiaobao and others, and also be careful of them sending people here to inquire about our information. Ji Jisheng was quite satisfied with the performance of the eldest prince, so he waved his hand and asked the saint to arrange a place for him. After all, he is also a master of martial arts cultivation, and he is definitely not a bad beater. In Yongning County, Zhu Xiaobao was still discussing with everyone about sending someone to give Ji Jishi medicine, but he already had a plan. The great venerable Wu Wei has been treated with courtesy these past few days. He has not been beaten for several days in a row, which makes him feel a little frivolous. No, Zhu Xiaobao invited me here again today, and it was still a good time to entertain him with good wine and food. Old man Wu Wei, how confident are you with this plan you've arranged? Zhu Xiaobao asked, still worried. After all, it was still very dangerous to send Jumei to His Highness the Sixth Prince's fiefdom. Ji Jishi's cultivation level is extremely high now, and Jumei is a bit too straightforward and simple, so he is still worried. To be fair to Chitose, I'm only 30% sure at most. If Join Holy Master— Oh! Why? Does she still want to join Ji Jishin's command again? Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but be stunned. He had never looked down on Jiuyin Holy Lord, and there was no real serious conflict between the two parties. Now, because of the different cultivation methods, they have become enemies. That's not the case. But she should still be staring at the eldest prince. With her current cultivation level, she will use the mortal fusion technique again. The eldest prince's cultivation level is undoubtedly the most suitable. After all, Grand Master Wu Wei is the descendants of the bees taming slave are also the owners of the immortal fusion technique. So we can still guess the next plan of the Jiuyin Saint. Wouldn't it be dangerous for that giant beauty to arrive in His Highness the Sixth Prince's fiefdom? Do you have to deal with the old witch Jiuyin? Zhu Xiaobao suddenly asked in shock. No. No. If you can really meet Jiuyin, Holy Lord, it is not necessarily a bad thing. After all, her immortal fusion technique is only for men with comparable cultivation levels. Great Master Wu Wei shook his head again. Said, unexpectedly, at this moment, the people Zhu Xiaobao sent out an express message to recruit arrived. Zhu Xiaobao asked the great venerable Wu Wei to retreat first, and then greeted him with a smile. A luxurious carriage stopped at the gate of the palace. From the carriage, several exotic beauties got out first, and then a paunchy man got out. It was Hachitu. Hachitu has gained a lot of weight in the past 2 years, and it is a bit inconvenient to walk. But even so, it does not affect his luxurious life of eating, drinking and having fun. Even when they arrived at Zhu Xiaobao, there were several beauties in the car. There are several carriages behind him, all necessary for his luxurious life. Ha ha! My brother! I am so happy to see you. Look what I have prepared for you. These are all fine jewelry and jades. And here are all the stunning beauties from all races. And Hachitu is still the same as before, with money, jewelry and beauties leading the way. Anyway, if Zhu Xiaobao calls him, there must be big business to do. This filial piety is absolutely necessary. SHHHHHH. Are you hacking trying to kill me? My ladies are all in there. Believe it or not. If you dare to say one more word, Jumei will tear these beauties to pieces. Zhu Xiaobao hurriedly hugged Hachitu and blinked. These things are absolutely taboo here. Not only Jumei, but also Zhu Rong is very strict. The two sat down and then explained the purpose of asking Hachitu to come here. Unexpectedly, Hachitu immediately shook his fat head like a rattle. Go to His Highness the Sixth Prince? No. 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 Isn't that asking for death? Do you think I don't know? Ji Jishan has now regained the eldest prince and held His Highness the Sixth Prince hostage. There is no profit for me to go there. Otherwise, I will send a butler to open a few shops there. This is always okay? Although Daqing Hachitu is very hedonistic, he is also very shrewd and knows these things in detail. He knows that Zhu Xiaobao did not take advantage this time. But Ji Jishan's strength has greatly increased. It's just that he is too lazy to worry about it. Xiaobao and the others are taking care of these things, so there is no need for him to worry. No. You have to take action in this matter personally. I don't trust anyone else. Humph. Hachitu, you have to understand that if I can't beat Ji Jishan, who will suffer the most in the future? Zhu Xiaobao sneered and snorted. The one who can best restrain Hachitu is Zhu Xiaobao. I have to go? Can't you change someone else? Hachitu looked at Zhu Xiaobao pitifully and asked. You really don't want to take the risk, but you don't dare to go against Zhu Xiaobao's wishes. And in his, I still have some sense of loyalty in my heart. Don't worry. I'm doing business in the right way by letting you go. I didn't let you go to war. Maybe you can make a lot of money. Besides, Jumei is going with you. What are you afraid of? Zhu Xiaobao, she said like a wolf grandma coaxing the fat sheep. Oh, I'm just afraid of your beauty. If you disagree with me, you'll do it, Hachitu said with a grimace. It turns out that this time he planned to slowly infiltrate into the territory of His Highness the Sixth Prince. And for Jumei's safety, Zhu Xiaobao came up with the idea of letting Hachitu participate. Speaking of Hachitu's communication skills, he was absolutely unparalleled. Achievable. Moreover, his escape skills are unparalleled in the world, and he can leave a good escape route for himself wherever he goes. For this operation, Zhu Xiaobao also took great pains. Not only did he let Jumei mix with the caravan, he also brought the little demon and the golden eagle with him. In addition, the housekeepers and guardians around Hachitu were also replaced by an extremely capable female warrior. Moreover, Jumei also brought 2 pieces of essence of gentian with her, as well as the most popular donkey hide gelatin recently, and those luxury goods that the rich like. Because the female saint is so domineering now, she almost has the final say over the fiefdom of His Highness Sixth Prince. On the contrary, Ji Jisheng doesn't show up much. This was not enough. Zhu Xiaobao also sent out Mo Sang Xiaojian, Mukue, and Duanmu Shilong. In order to deal with Ji Jishan, Zhu Xiaobao took great pains. After 7 days of preparation, they were finally ready. Jumei and the others got into the caravan carriages in batches and set off one after another. Although the war continued, the commercial exchanges between the various fiefdoms were not interrupted. So even the fiefdom of His Highness Sixth Prince often had caravans coming in and out. But it was not as numerous and large as the fiefdom of the Seventh Princess. Even though Hatcheta came here a little reluctantly, he still hugged him from left to right along the way. He was well dressed and well fed wherever he went. And he would never wrong himself. Of course, everyone in Hatcheta's caravan is treated well in life. Quite comfortable and luxurious. But Jume was still very vigilant. She seemed to sense something and quietly looked behind her from the carriage compartment. But found nothing. After the caravan had passed for a long time, a man emerged from the bushes on the roadside. It was Jiuyin Xingzuan. Chapter 817, Venerable Bai Chao A. Just as Lord Wu Wei expected, Holy Lord Jiuyin still cares about the eldest prince. Not because of any friendship, but because the eldest prince's martial arts cultivation is her most suitable training resource. Looking at this world, Ji Jisheng and Zhu Xiaobao have higher cultivation than her. But the cultivation of these two people is too high, and it is difficult to get close to them. Jiuyin Xingzuan doesn't even think about it. The only one left is the eldest prince. Since the eldest prince has lost the heavenly demon crystal, his cultivation level is bound to decline. Jiuyin Saint Lord will also have some confidence. However, Holy Lord Jiuyin did not expect that Jume's senses were so sensitive. And she could still sense them even though she was so far away. But in the end, the Holy Lord Jiuyin was not found. Concealing whereabouts is originally the strength of Jiuyin Saint Lord. Since Jume and others left, Zhu Xiaobao felt empty in his heart. Although Zhu Xiaobao tried his best to avoid Jume, but he really left. He was still very concerned about it. But he also knew that this time I'm afraid it won't be very short. Even Hatcheta's chariots entered His Highness's fiefdom in several batches. I originally thought that His Highness the Sixth Prince had already thought of taking refuge with the 19th Princess. But now there is no news. And I don't know if he has changed his original intention or is under house arrest. Oh, you don't have to worry anymore. It's not like you don't know Jume's abilities. Even if there is any danger, she can escape unscathed. Zhu Rong was walking with Zhu Xiaobao on the streets of Yongning County at this time. Now the 19th Princess, and we are busy with the restoration and reconstruction work. The economy and production here are very backward. Under the rule of the eldest prince, the people are in dire straits. Now that I have taken over, there are a lot of things that need to be implemented quickly. Of course, Zhu Xiaobao doesn't need to worry about these things. Duanmuki and Murong Feng are both familiar with the road. From Liuhe County to Southeast County, and then to Yongning County. Many measures and plans are similar. As long as they arrange and deploy the jurisdiction, it will work quickly. The key is to increase the population. Yeah, that's right. Jume's cultivation and martial arts are the highest. There's really nothing to worry about. In fact, I'm just worried that she will be fooled by others. Zhu Xiaobao also smiled a little relieved. Ha ha! It's okay. Jume is a bit naive. But the people around her are all weird. Even that Hatchetu is very weird. Zhu Rong couldn't help laughing, thinking of Jume's surroundings. The naked man in the movie was so frightened that she ran away. She still finds it unbearable to laugh at. At this moment, a very familiar sound of quarreling came from not far away. It sounded like the old apprentice was arguing with others at the top of his lungs. Do you have any money left? If you don't have money, get out of my way. I don't know what you're thinking. But you come to the street to fight with your level? I'm the only one who can save you now. Right. Looking along the sound, Zhu Xiaobao was a little surprised. The Great Venerable Duobao, the Great Venerable Thousand Poisons, and the Great Venerable Wu Wei were all there, arguing around an old man. And this old man was surrounded by several great sages. And he looked calm, with no look of panic or uneasiness at all. On the contrary, the faces of these great sages were not very good-looking. Taking a closer look, Zhu Xiaobao was almost happy. It turned out that the old man had actually set up a chess set in the Huxin Pavilion, hoping to make money by displaying the incomplete music. I didn't expect that people would start making money from this thing so soon. All Xiaobao were a little surprised and very curious in their hearts. It seems that the situation of these great venerables is not good. After quietly walking closer, just enough to see the situation on the chessboard clearly, Zhu Xiaobao and Du Rong stopped. At this time, the old apprentice was sitting down in an extremely domineering manner, ready to teach this old man a lesson. Hey, brother, don't say I'm bullying you. I only have this much silver, plus a jug of wine. If you win, take it. If you lose, give me back all the money you just won. The old apprentice was quite fair. Knowing that he didn't have enough money, he even put a bottle of wine next to him with it. In fact, among these people, except for the great venerable Wu Wei, the others are not short of money. But no one has so much scattered silver. So now I have lost all the cash around me. But I am still unconvinced and stand there refusing to leave. That is to say, the great venerable Wu Wei is the most pitiful. How can he have money? He is penniless now. And the great venerable Ice and Fire never gives him any money. And his assets have long been confiscated by the great Lord Ice and Fire. So the dozens of taels of silver that Master Wu Wei lost were all borrowed. Now I am scratching my head and hoping that my old apprentice can win him back. Not to mention, it was so lively, but no one squeezed in to join in the fun in the pavilion in the middle of the lake. As Xu Xiaobao got closer, he realized that there was someone secretly exerting his power. And ordinary people couldn't get close at all. They are all great sages, so they can use this little trick easily. The sight in front of him made Xu Xiaobao a little dazed. Several old guys were holding cigarette poles in their hands, watching chess and puffing away smoke. This life was really leisurely. Hey! 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 You can't eat his horse. That's how I lost just now. My backhand is a draw. Master Duobao suddenly waved his cigarette stick and shouted repeatedly. You didn't tell me earlier. What's the use of saying it now? Hey! That's weird. Old man. Who did you learn this chess skill from? How come you are better than me? The old apprentice shouted in annoyance, seeing that the situation was over. Couldn't help but asked unconvinced. Ha ha! Ever since the advent of this kind of chess, I have been very obsessed with it. I figured it out all by myself. Brother, do you think my chess skills are passable? The old man said with a pleasant smile. This game was another one. If he wins, he has already calculated the remaining 3 moves to kill. Well, it's just average. If you meet my master, you will definitely be no match. Your level is above average. The old apprentice was still holding on. Although he lost, he defeated his master again. After moving out, I can finally get some face back. Ha ha! I accept this pot of wine and these silver coins with a smile. TSK TSK. The wine is so good. This pot of wine must be worth dozens of taels of silver. The old man didn't bother to pay attention to the old man at all. As for the apprentice, he skillfully took away the silver in front of the old apprentice, and also took the pot away with him. This time, it was the turn of the great master to look at each other. Unexpectedly, the old disciple had obtained Xu Xiaobao's true inheritance, and he had given it to him for free. This old man's chess skills are extraordinary. Old man Wu Wei, pay back the money. I have lost now, so pay it back to me immediately. The old apprentice really felt sorry for that jug of wine, which was worth 10 years. Even he could only receive 3 alders in a month. So I was not angry for a moment, and immediately started to collect debts from Master Wu Wei. How can I have any money? Now I have to beg you for the cigarettes I smoke and the tea I drink. Don't make things difficult for me, said the great Master Wu Wei with a grimace. He really had no money, and it was also because of his outstanding performance in the past few days. So Lord Ice and Fire let him out for a walk. But he didn't expect that he had already owed a lot of debt. Yes. How can he have money? Don't embarrass him. How about you go and invite your master? Venerable Duobao and Venerable Qiandu were also helping Venerable Wu Wei. Let me tell you. In fact, these great venerables now have some sympathy for the great Venerable Wu Wei. Life is really hard. It's hard to say this. I've already embarrassed my master. And why are you going to invite my master? The old apprentice said with a grin. Humph! That's right. That's right. He also knows how to be embarrassed. And a child can be taught. Xu Xiaobao couldn't help but walked into the lake pavilion at this time. Those strong qi that blocked ordinary people. For Xu Xiaobao, there will be no effect. Master, he is just being opportunistic. He has memorized several endgames, and one without using force. I was also careless for a moment and fell into his trap. Otherwise, the old apprentice said shamelessly, he was still counting on Xu Xiaobao won back his jug of wine. Otherwise, you will still lose. Xu Xiaobao took over the conversation and said rudely. Then he raised his hand and said, This old man, can you give me a lesson? Are you his master? That's interesting. Please. The old man said a little surprised. But he didn't refuse, but confidently made a gesture of invitation. It was still the same endgame just now. But Xu Xiaobao's first move was beyond everyone's expectations. because he sent a car first. But the old man obviously paused. This was the only correct way to deal with it. Otherwise, no matter how he went, he would only lose. There is a big difference in the speed of the two moves. The old man is familiar with every move and does not need to think about it, while Zhu Xiaobao has to think about it for a long time before he can make a move. But he makes every move very quickly. Correct. The people watching the chess game on both sides held their breaths, and then realized that the mystery of this endgame was endless. No wonder they would lose completely, because as long as they were not careful, Sueho's killing moves would follow one after another. Room for redemption. So everyone watched it with gusto. In the end, this game of chess ended in a draw, because this endgame was originally a draw. No matter you choose red or black, the result is a draw. Ha ha! It looks like you won't be able to get back the money you lost. Let's go! Zhu Xiaobao let out a long breath and then laughed. Wait a minute, little friend. This old man is very familiar with this endgame. A draw is already the best result. I wonder if he is willing to play another game. Oh, of course it is not an endgame. The old man seemed to still have something to say, and he quickly reached out to stop the game. Xiaobao said, Okay, I just don't know how to call you senior. My name is Zhu Xiaobao. Zhu Xiaobao nodded, then sat down again and asked casually, Venerable Bai Chao. I make a living by treating diseases and taking medicine. Although my cultivation level is not high, I just like chess. That's why I am here to make friends with chess. This old man has nothing to hide, and he also does introduce himself. Zhu Xiaobao was not surprised when he heard it, but Zhu Rong behind him was a little confused, because Zhu Xiaobao had already announced his name, and the other party didn't show any surprise at all. There are very few people who don't know Zhu Xiaobao now, and the other party is still a person with a venerable cultivation level, which is even more strange. The key is that the other party doesn't feel embarrassed at all among so many masters. This is very abnormal. The chess pieces were arranged again. This time the opponent moved first, and the opponent made a pawn first. Immortal guides the way. Zhu Xiaobao was stunned for a moment, then murmured, This is the name of this opening. But Zhu Xiaobao felt like there was some hidden meaning. Chapter 818, Venerable Bai Chao, B. Zhu Xiaobao carefully sensed the cultivation level of Lord Bai Chao, which was the ordinary cultivation level of martial lord, and he did not have the fierce murderous aura of Yu Shuang, Yu Shui and others. Considering that he mainly practices medicine and collects medicine, it is possible that he has reached this state through medicine. Many people who refine alchemy and medicine can refine some medicines that improve their cultivation, so they can speed up their cultivation. However, such people have a common problem. That is, their combat effectiveness is not very strong. The momentary distraction caused Zhu Xiaobao's start to be unsatisfactory and somewhat passive. Zhu Xiaobao concentrated on dealing with it seriously. After all, so many people were watching the battle. If he, the master, fell here, wouldn't it be a disaster? A joke? Unexpectedly, the two people were fighting inextricably and evenly matched, which made the several great sages watching the battle a little nervous. They had pinned their hopes on Zhu Xiaobao, at least in their eyes. Zhu Xiaobao has never lost. But this scene is also very interesting. Several great sages couldn't help but comment on every move. There is no such thing as a true gentleman who watches chess without speaking. They were smoking cigarettes and drinking tea while still making comments. Their own high opinions are the greatest pleasure for them. At this time, Zhu Rong stepped aside knowingly, and just looked at Zhu Xiaobao gently. At the same time, she couldn't stand these great sages puffing on clouds of smoke. The smell of such strong smoke still made Zhu Rong a little bit not happy. But the few old men present were enjoying it, especially the great master Wu Wei. While commenting, he reached out to the old apprentice to ask for tobacco. Hey, brother of Fairweather, give me some more. I've finished all my tobacco. Hey, even if it doesn't cost money, you don't have to smoke so hard. Right. I'll send you several kilograms of fine tea in 2 days, the old apprentice said helplessly. In fact, he didn't care about this at all. Tobacco. But unfortunately today, there is not much left in my wallet. In fact, some of the great sages now sympathized with the great venerable Wu Wei, and specially gave him a pure gold cigarette rod. But the great venerable Wu Wei declined. He only wanted a copper cigarette rod, because the pure gold cigarette rod, if you take it back, it will definitely be confiscated by the great Lord Ice and Fire. So he carried a copper cigarette rod, but he could only ask others for shredded tobacco, because he had no money around him. Princess Zhu Rong of England was watching very interestingly from the side. And she also liked the pleasant atmosphere. However, when she thought of the huge threat of Ji Jishan, her heart sank again. How pleasant it would be if there were no such evil cultivators and Xu Xiaobao and others could stay together forever and spend this life happily. So she sat aside and didn't feel bored, but actually enjoyed the atmosphere. At this moment, Zhu Xiaobao shook his head with regret. With the car and artillery alone, we can only make a draw. The venerable Baicao's Chinese people have extraordinary chess skills. Hee! It's a fluke. It's just a fluke. Venerable Baichao also cupped his hands and said with a smile. He just forcibly exchanged a horse, leaving only Shi Xiangqian. So he could only make a draw. Ha ha! There's nothing we can do. You can't get your money back. Zhu Xiaobao also smiled openly and said to several great sages. In fact, except for the great venerable Wu Wei, none of them are short of money. It's just for excitement and fun. Come on! Come on! How about I use these factors to exchange for your tobacco rod and your tobacco? Unexpectedly, Venerable Baichao asked with a smile. No problem. Take it! Venerable Wu Wei immediately handed over his cigarette rod. No matter how well made his copper cigarette rod was, it was not worth that much money. Unlike the great venerable Duobao and the great venerable Qindu, both of whom have pure gold smoking stems. Especially the great venerable Duobao. The second half of his smoking stem is polished with jade, which is priceless. There's no need to exchange it. I'll just give you a set of smoking sets, Zhu Xiaobao said generously. It's too embarrassing for someone to exchange money for such a thing. So he simply rejected the proposal. Humph. You are lucky today. Come back tomorrow. I'll bet 50 taels of silver tomorrow. Master Wu Wei's plan failed, and he immediately came up with a trick to get the money back. Otherwise, what else would happen? No more debt. Hey! Old man Wu Wei, do you have so much money? The old apprentice immediately shouted angrily. Does this guy want to borrow money again? Who said he has no money? He just owes you a dozen taels of silver. Huh? Take it! Unexpectedly, the voice of the great Lord Ice and Fire suddenly came in at this time. And she also rushed over. Originally, it was somewhat annoyed. But now she is on the side of the great venerable Wu Wei. After all, the great venerable Wu Wei is hers. So with a wave of his hand, a piece of silver flew to the old apprentice. He! Great Lord Ice and Fire! I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. The old apprentice caught the money and quickly said with a smile. Although the great Lord Ice and Fire's current cultivation level is only a great martial artist, but her identity is there. She is the aunt of the 19th princess, and she is also the second ranked among the original 9 venerables. The old disciple does not dare to offend her. Humph. I don't know how to bring more money with me when I go out. The great venerable Ice and Fire glared at the great venerable Wu Wei, and then threw him a purse, which contained the best cut tobacco. She was watching every move of the great venerable Ganqing Wu Wei. Now that she knew that he was living in such a miserable state, and was still begging for tobacco from others, she couldn't help but feel embarrassed. What she lost was the face of a great venerable person like her. The great venerable Wu Wei is in trouble, and can't explain. How have you ever given me money? But now I can only nod and bow my head in gratitude. This means that at least I won't go back and get beaten today. Ha ha! You two are a happy couple. It's very interesting. Unexpectedly, Venerable Baichao twirled his beard and said with a smile, F***CK! Old man Baichao, you must not talk nonsense. The great venerable Wu Wei shuddered immediately. If he said this, he would be pushing himself into the pit of fire. The great venerable Ice and Fire would not go back and crush himself with his temper. A meal? This old man is simply stirring up trouble. Who are you? It's not your turn to speak here. Sure enough, the great Lord Ice and Fire immediately shouted angrily and asked. Even though her cultivation had just returned to that of a great martial artist, her temper was still so fiery. There is no way. Zhu Xiaobao and Princess 19 are both her juniors, and their backstage is extremely tough. Ha ha! The old venerable Baichao. I just saw that the looks of the two of them were different from ordinary people. They must have fallen from a very high level of cultivation to the current level. Right. And they were still harmed by the same technique. Venerable Baichao, didn't he say calmly, still smiling. How you know? You can see it? This time, everyone present was surprised. After all, they knew about the art of melting immortals. and the grudges between the great venerable Wu Wei and the great venerable Ice and Fire. There were only a few people, but now they were exposed by a very ordinary martial lord. This is very surprising. Ha ha! I usually specialize in treating people's illnesses and prescribing medicines. I am good at observing people's words and expressions, and I can also tell some fortune-telling, Venerable Baichao said calmly. Oh, can you be cured and recovered? The great Lord Ice and Fire asked in surprise. Even the great Lord Wu Wei looked at the old man expectantly. Ha ha! I have been involved in various external and internal injuries, meridians and bones, damaged cultivation, and infertility. Although I cannot fully recover, it is not a problem to improve to another level. Venerable Baichao was very happy, said confidently. Well, what conditions do you have? The great Lord Ice and Fire immediately asked very vigilantly, but he was still very pleasantly surprised. If she could improve her cultivation again, wouldn't her cultivation be able to return to the realm of the martial master? Not only can your lifespan be extended, but your appearance can also become younger. The great Lord Daching Ice and Fire not only cares about his own cultivation, but also cares about his appearance. Women often value appearance more than their cultivation. 2 pieces of gentian essence. Venerable Baichao came prepared. As soon as he opened his mouth, 2 pieces of gentian essence came out. Humph! The lion opened his mouth. Do you think the essence of gentian is so easy to refine? 1. At most 1. And you must improve my cultivation first. The great Lord of Ice and Fire said a little annoyed. You must know that it is quite energy-consuming for the 19th princess to refine a gentian essence. And it also has to destroy large areas of vegetation. And the cost is also quite huge. Hey! 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 Come on! Come on! Venerable Baichao, please move and talk. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao hurried over and pulled Venerable Baichao aside, making sure that others could not hear their conversation. And then a very low voice asked, Sir, you just said it can cure infertility? Are you serious? Yes. Those who have been cured by me, regardless of gender, are already parents. This is my strength. Venerable Baichao couldn't help but raise his voice. Keep your voice down. Can't you keep your voice down? Hey, old man, tell me if there's something wrong with me. If I don't have a problem, that's not right. It's impossible for all of them to have something wrong. Zhu Xiaobao shouted a little angrily, and then asked incoherently, Oh, it turns out that Chitos has a slight illness. It doesn't matter. I promise that the medicine will cure it. Venerable Baichao said, as if he suddenly realized something, and looked at Zhu Xiaobao with a somewhat strange look in his eyes. Seriously? If you can really cure me, I will add 2 more gentian essence. Zhu Xiaobao was immediately overjoyed. This matter was already the most worrying thing for him. There were more than a dozen ladies, big and small. No one can get pregnant. Doesn't this mean that he will have no children or grandchildren? And there's no need to ask. The problem must be with you. Okay. Okay. Please also ask Chitos to stretch out your hand and let me take a pulse for you. Venerable Baichao was very satisfied with the reward and said with a smile. Then he felt Zhu Xiaobao's pulse. But after a while, his expression suddenly changed, and he looked at Zhu Xiaobao with some confusion. Qian Sui, if I'm right, you are not from this world, and you are not caused by pathology, but the luck is not in line with it. This cannot be cured. Sure enough. Zhu Xiaobao was immediately discouraged. He had long suspected that his identity as a time traveler caused his inability to continue his descendants. Now it seems that this guess is correct. Chapter 819, Venerable Baichao see. Zhu Xiaobao's heart sank, but he still asked hopefully, Sir, do you have any healing skills? Well, this is no longer something that old age can cure, because this is not a pathology at all, but some kind of chance. Chitos's fate is wonderful. I'm afraid no one in this world can compare with you. Forgive me for being incompetent. Venerable Baichao shook his head and said, his expression still so calm, as if he was not surprised at all about the origins and various legends of Zhu Xiaobao. Is there really nothing we can do? Zhu Xiaobao asked reluctantly. Ha ha. The secret cannot be leaked. This old man is also a very cherished person. Unexpectedly, the old man shook his head and showed no sympathy at all, and even felt a bit gloating. Humph. Secret? Sooner or later, I will break this bullshit secret. Zhu Xiaobao suddenly snorted with some annoyance, then flicked his sleeves and left angrily. But after returning to Prince Yong'an's mansion, Zhu Xiaobao immediately changed his expression, grabbed Zhu Rong eagerly and said, "This old man is not simple. He might know something. He's just a bit pretentious, which makes me feel very uncomfortable. Well, I also think this old man is very special. He doesn't feel suppressed at all in front of so many great sages and us. This is definitely not like the behavior of an ordinary martial lord. Besides, the timing of his appearance is also a coincidence. This is the most difficult time for us." Zhu Rong also nodded and said with deep approval, "Humph. I hope he's not some evil heretic trying to fish in troubled waters. I'll try it again tomorrow." Zhu Xiaobao also nodded. He was still a little confused and didn't say anything. When he left the Huxing Pavilion just now, he quietly wanted to release Tuesday, the pressure of the dragon sword. But what was surprising was that the dragon sword did not react at all, which made Zhu Xiaobao even more surprised. Now that he has returned to the palace, his dragon-slaying sword can be summoned at will. But the weapon spirit of the dragon-slaying sword is still very immature, and cannot give Zhu Xiaobao any hints. Therefore, Zhu Xiaobao became even more curious and wary of this venerable Bai Chao. Fortunately, this venerable Bai Chao did not show any malicious intent. Could it be that he really came here for the two essence of Dragon Dan? At the same time, the great venerable Wu Wei also followed the great venerable Ice and Fire back to the great venerable Ice and Fire's house. The great Lord Ice and Fire does not live in Yong'an Palace, but has her own separate mansion. There are also many servants and housekeepers in the mansion. After all, her status is still very noble. Besides, she can be regarded as the richest in the world, because all the assets of Master Wu Wei belong to her. Therefore, the value of the great venerable Ice and Fire is not low, only worse than that of the great venerable Duobao. Humph. You old man. Remember, now you owe me 15 taels of silver and 50 taels of gold ingots. I'll leave them with you first. Then I'll pay you back with interest. If I'm missing a penny, money, but don't blame my family for taking care of you." The great venerable Ice and Fire sat in the center, and the great venerable Wu Wei stood with his hands down, still secretly glad in his heart that today's beating was definitely avoided. Moreover, the great Lord of Ice and Fire actually gave himself a purse today, which was filled with top-quality shredded tobacco. This shows that the great Lord of Ice and Fire is still very protective of his shortcomings. Yes, yes, I will bet more accurately tomorrow and win back everything I lost earlier." Great venerable Wu Wei bowed down and said with fear, "Don't just think about these small things. Think about what the venerable Bai Chao said. He can make my cultivation level rise again. This is the key point. Remember, I must try my best to let him help me restore my cultivation level. Even if it is just recovery, it's good to go to the venerable." The great venerable Ice and Fire said anxiously and angrily, "Yes, I understand. What about me?" Master Wu Wei nodded vigorously, and then asked hesitantly, You're not still thinking about helping you recover, are you? All of this is caused by you. Get out of here." The great Lord of Ice and Fire immediately yelled angrily. Alas! Master Wu Wei resigned helplessly. Early the next morning, Zhu Xiaobao changed into casual clothes and came out. Last night, he sent his old apprentice to follow the Bai Chao venerable, but found nothing. The old apprentice didn't follow him at all, and in the end, he couldn't even be found. This also made Zhu Xiaobao even more suspicious of this venerable Bai Chao. Wandering to the street, I didn't expect that the venerable Bai Chao was really checking people's pulses. But he had a very strange rule. He only received 10 patients a day, and his consultation fees were ridiculously high. He just took the pulses. You have to charge 10 taels of gold. If you use his prescription and pills, you can earn thousands of taels of gold this morning. Master! Look! This guy is really destroying the market and raising prices. Catch him! The old apprentice muttered angrily on the side. He was still angry that he was ruined last night. Huh? I'm really capable. What about you? Show some real skills. Don't embarrass me all the time. Zhu Xiaobao looked at his old apprentice and snorted angrily. This eldest disciple is not trying to make progress now, and his cultivation level has not improved at all. Instead, he is eating, drinking and having fun all day long, living a very carefree life. The key is that he always uses the golden sign of being Zhu Xiaobao's eldest disciple. Others really flattered him very much. I am stunned that this old guy is so beautiful. He is so proud all day long. Okay, master, just watch. I will show off my skills today. The old apprentice shouted confidently, and then ran away. Zhu Xiaobao was sitting in the pavilion in the middle of the lake, using the telescope in his hand to observe the venerable Bai Chao. There were people queuing up for such an expensive price. What made Zhu Xiaobao even more depressed was that there was another person behind venerable Bai Chao. Under the guise, it says, specialized in treating infertility. I bet those people waiting in line are all this kind of people. No wonder they are so willing to spend money. As if sensing something, venerable Bai Chao raised his head and looked towards the Huxin pavilion. If Zhu Xiaobao hadn't made sure that he was far enough away, he would have really suspected that venerable Bai Chao had noticed it. At this time, the old apprentice arrived in a carriage. He moved quickly and brought pots, pans, briquettes and stoves. He immediately turned the place into a food kiosk. Not long after, delicious dishes were served one after another. The great venerable Duobao and the great venerable Qiandu had arrived long ago. The great venerable Wu Wei also sat down at the table with confidence. He was now carrying now that I have money. My weight suddenly becomes stronger. And he also has the best tobacco in his pocket. This guy was so generous. He immediately took it out and invited Master Duobao and Master Qiandu to enjoy it together. At this time, venerable Bai Chao had already seen the last patient and came here under cover. Zhu Xiaobao waved to him with a smile on his face. A white jade chess set was already placed in front of Zhu Xiaobao, waiting for him. Venerable Bai Chao is here to play chess. Venerable Bai Chao was not polite and sat down without hesitation. Venerable Duobao and Venerable Qiandu quickly took out the gold ingots and started betting. Today they all came prepared and brought enough cash. They are all gold ingots packed in a small sack. Even the great venerable Wu Wei smashed an ingot of gold very boldly. But today Zhu Xiaobao also came prepared. And he never made any mistakes again. Instead, he killed 3 rounds in a row without any blood. And it turned out that he killed Lord Bai Chao and lost all the gold he had earned in the morning. I still owe more than 100 taels. I bet these great sages would double the money they won and then bet on it. If they lost 3 games in a row, they would have quadrupled their bets. I was so stunned that venerable Bai Chao was unable to make ends meet. Ha ha! Dad, come back tomorrow. I think you have no money today. It will be boring to play any more. How about eating something together? Zhu Xiaobao said with a smile and greeted him warmly. Humph. Thanks. No need. I'll come back tomorrow to ask for advice. Venerable Bai Chao snorted depressingly, then cupped his hands and left angrily. He was extremely depressed. He didn't expect these old guys to be so ruthless. They doubled their bets and lost everything they'd lost. After walking a long way, venerable Bai Chao sat down and reluctantly took out a peach from his arms, which was considered as today's ration. There is no other way. He has lost all the money around him. And now he can only satisfy his hunger with fairy peaches. For 3 consecutive days, the result was the same. On the 3rd day, venerable Bai Chao just stood up and wanted to leave. But Wu Yu and his men stopped him. And they have to put him in jail. What an injustice! The little old man didn't break the law. Why should you arrest me? Venerable Bai Chao immediately called out to Tianxiu. Humph! These are the prescriptions you have prescribed in the past 3 days. They are all the most common prescriptions. How dare you charge such a high fee? Are you not a liar? How about I won't accuse you unjustly? Wu Yu held up his hand. The stack of prescriptions inside shook, and he hummed unceremoniously. It turned out that the people queuing up for medical treatment in the next 2 days were all Zhu Xiaobao's people. To see if this venerable Bai Chao has real talent and knowledge? The result was that they were shocked. The prescriptions prescribed by this sage were exactly the same. And he also promoted his pills. The average fee per person is 100 taels of gold. Especially today. The price actually increased because he paid Zhu Xiaobao a lot of money. What an injustice! What a huge injustice! Although my prescription is very ordinary, but the pills combined with mine can cure the disease. If you don't believe me, come and try it! Unexpectedly, venerable Bai Chao still shouted persistently. Everyone immediately looked at each other. How can I try this thing? It specializes in treating infertility. But even if it is effective, it will take at least a month. But this was not a problem for so many great venerables. The great venerable Qiandu broke off a small piece of the collected pills, put it into his mouth, and tasted it carefully. If it were ordinary herbs, it would not be able to hide his feelings. But after a while, the great venerable Qiandu had a strange expression, and whispered a few words in Zhu Xiaobao's ears, and then stepped aside. Well, even if your pill is effective, it will be proven right now. There is another way. Can't you restore the cultivation of the great Lord of Ice and Fire? Then please honor it. If you really can do it, come. The money you owe me will be written off. You don't have to be arrested and sent to jail. Zhu Xiaobao nodded calmly and said, Okay. In order to prove my innocence, I would like to ask the great Lord Ice and Fire to come forward. Lord Baichao pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. It's coming! It's coming! Mr. Baichao, are you serious about what you say? Well, you'll know if it's true or false after you try it. Chapter 820. What did you miss? A. Ever since Wu Yu appeared with his guards, Zhu Xiaobao had been watching with cold eyes. The great master Qian Du reported some situations to him. The rest of the time, his expression was dull, and he could not see any emotion. At this time, Lord Baichao also made his request. He wanted to cast a spell on the Lord Ice and Fire in his carriage. Because his method must be kept secret, this request also made everyone very dissatisfied. But they could not refute him. After all, the cultivation techniques for restoring cultivation were much rarer than those for cultivation. It was reasonable for people to make this request. Zhu Xiaobao nodded and had no choice but to agree to his request. And he could not refuse. Because the great Lord Ice and Fire can't wait at this time. You must know that only she can deeply understand how painful it is to lose your original advanced cultivation. Originally, the great master Wu Wei wanted to follow him into the carriage. But he was thrown aside by the master Baichao with a wave of his sleeves. He is a martial master. So it is quite easy to get rid of a person who is a martial artist. Wu Yu still led people to keep a close watch on the carriage, for fear of any accidents. Zhu Xiaobao and several great sages sat down seemingly relaxed and continued to drink and serve food. But Zhu Xiaobao was a little surprised at this time. Because what the great venerable Qian Du said in Zhu Xiaobao's ears just now, after tasting the pill, was that this pill was not simple. It actually contained immortal bones. Grass composition. This kind of herb does not come from this world, but from the legendary fairy world. It only appeared when the bees' slaves and the 4 sacred beasts guarded this world. It's just that the ingredients of the fairy bone grass contained in this pill are quite rare, and it can only heal ordinary people. But Zhu Xiaobao was very surprised that this Baichao immortal lord could have immortal bone grass. But the great venerable Thousand Poisons also said that it might have been left behind a long time ago. And it was lucky that the venerable Baichao got it. But Zhu Xiaobao didn't believe it in his heart. The appearance of this Lord Baichao was too weird. Not long after, Lord Baichao walked out with a smile. But Lord Ice and Fire did not come out. Wu Yu quickly got into the carriage and took a look, and saw that Lord Ice and Fire was actually lying in the carriage, breathing steadily, and seemed to be asleep. The great venerable Thousand Poisons hurriedly walked in and helped take the pulse, confirming that there was nothing wrong with the great venerable Ice and Fire, and that her pulse was strong. Her internal energy was abundant, and her aura had vaguely reached the level of a martial master. This has to surprise even the great venerable Thousand Poisons. Could it be that the venerable Baichao really has immortal bone grass in his pocket? Thinking of this, even the great venerable Thousand Poisons felt hot in his heart. At this time, venerable Baichao was also very proud. He was not polite, and walked directly to the table filled with wine and food, and sat down while talking to himself. Zhu Xiaobao didn't care at all, and ordered someone to serve him a pair of bowls and chopsticks. But the way the venerable Baichao ate next was really shocking. As if he had been hungry for several days, and he could just devour it with a wolf. To describe it, the original fairy spirit has disappeared. In fact, if they knew how much this venerable Baichao had eaten in the past 3 days, they would understand. Because he lost all the money he earned, he could only eat a fairy peach to satisfy his hunger every day. And they were too embarrassed to go to a person like him, stealing points or grabbing points. So I could only endure it. But he didn't expect that this sumptuous banquet was so delicious. Venerable Baichao had been craving for it for several days. Today, he couldn't bear it anymore, and sat down without any regard for etiquette. Venerable Baichao, your pills seem to contain the ingredient of immortal bone grass. I wonder where you got it from. Venerable Thousand Poisons asked, a little embarrassed. I really didn't expect that this venerable Baichao looked completely different from the other person. He looked so anxious now. So he didn't look like a venerable. Only then did I remember that this venerable Baichao seemed to have lost badly in the past 3 days. I still owe a lot of money. Yeah, you know your stuff. Indeed, my pills contain a trace amount of immortal bone grass, which was passed down from my ancestors. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to reach the martial master realm with my qualifications. But there's not much left. I can do it today. Treating that woman is considered her good luck. Brr! Venerable Bai Chao said in a leisurely manner. And in the end, he burped in an indecent manner. Half of the dishes on the table ended up in his stomach. It feels a little uncomfortable. At this time, he regained his immortal appearance and began to pour himself a glass of wine. After taking a sip, he couldn't help but praise it. Unexpectedly, this wine was also the best. Mellow and sweet, with a long aftertaste. Oh! That being said, I'm so grateful to Mr. Bai Chao. Will you go and bring my essence of gentian to Mr. Zhu? Zhu Xiaobao sincerely handed over his hand. After all, he was still very I hope that the great Lord of Ice and Fire can recover more. Even if he cannot fully recover to the realm of the great Martial Lord, it is good to be able to recover to the level of the Martial Lord. Well, no. That woman just gave it to me. And we are already clear. Venerable Bai Chao quickly shook his head and said, I bet he had already given the essence of gentian before treating Venerable Ice and Fire. It's in the bag. Hey! Old man Bai Chao. My aunt hasn't woken up yet. Why have you already accepted the essence of gentian? What if she doesn't recover to the expected state? Wu Yu suddenly asked with dissatisfaction. Wingdings, Hourglass Untrackball Aquarius Open Mailbox with Raised Flag Virgo. It turns out that this essence of gentian belongs to Wu Yu. Among all the women in Zhu Xiaobao, Wu Yu's treatment is the best, bar none, and her cultivation resources are the most abundant. The reason is that Zhu Xiaobao cherishes his relationship with Wu Yu very much. It can be said that Wu Yu is his first woman, and she is the kind of woman who has never known her before fighting. However, because Wu Yu does not have the bloodline of a divine beast, his cultivation level is getting further and further away. So Zhu Xiaobao is also trying every possible means to improve Wu Yu's cultivation level. Any good elixirs and panaceas will be given to Wu Yu first. As for the essence of gentian, Wu Yu has a unique advantage. She and Princess 19 are sisters, so she always has a spare essence of gentian by her side. This time the great Lord of Ice and Fire wants to restore his cultivation. It is from Wu Yu that he can ask for it. Don't worry. When the time comes, that woman will naturally fully recover. And by then, she will be at least in the middle of the martial master realm. If she cannot reach the realm I mentioned, I am willing to give back this essence of gentian. Bai Chao the venerable old god said calmly. At this time, he did not forget to pour himself a glass of wine. This wine is so delicious. It's almost as good as the immortal brew from Immortal Palace. Okay, I hope what you said is true. Wu Yu was a little satisfied now, but she was a little doubtful about the popularity of Venerable Bai Chao. Could this old man be a liar? How could such a capable person look so ugly? After having enough wine and food, Venerable Bai Chao regained his celestial spirit, gave a graceful salute, and then left. But Wu Yu, who was behind, immediately followed with others. Xiaobao, don't you think this Venerable Bai Chao is a little suspicious? And before you 4 descendants of the divine beasts started the inheritance of the mythical beasts. There were very few martial masters, but they had never heard of this Venerable Bai Chao. The great Venerable Duobao also frowned a little and said, if there really is immortal bone grass, he, the great Venerable who collects rare treasures from all over the world, will not know about it. It's hard to say. At least, he didn't show any malice. He might actually be an expert outside the world. We just don't know what he is like in normal times. As long as the great Lord of Ice and Fire can really return to the realm of Martial Lord, then we treat him as a distinguished guest. We must not treat him lightly. Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and said, looking at the leftovers on the table. Everyone lost interest. They were all eaten up by the Venerable Bai Chao. And a jug of wine was also taken away. So everyone got up and said goodbye, waiting to see the results tomorrow. But Wu Yu didn't have the patience to wait until dawn. She kept inquiring about the situation of the Great Lord Ice and Fire. It was already past midnight, and the Great Lord Ice and Fire didn't respond at all. At this time, the Great Venerable Wu Wei showed great loyalty, and always stayed in front of the Great Venerable Ice and Fire's bed. This old liar. How dare you lie to me? You can wake up at any time. And it's already midnight. No. I'm going to catch this old liar. Cut him into pieces. Wu Yu finally couldn't help it. Angry, he led Yu Shuang and Yu Shui towards the inn where Venerable Bai Chao was staying. She was afraid that she would not be able to capture this Lord Bai Chao, who was also a martial artist alive. She didn't dare to really kill the Venerable Bai Chao. So she took Yu Shuang and Yu Shui with her. At this time, Venerable Baichao also saw Wu Yu and the others coming with murderous intent. It turned out that there was a telescope in the carriage of the Great Venerable Ice and Fire, which the Great Venerable Ice and Fire used to monitor the Great Venerable Wu Wei. Unexpectedly, it was also taken away by the Venerable Baichao. In the middle of the night, he has been studying this novel gadget. No way. Is it true that I haven't woken up? I have already used half a plant of Xianggutsao. This is already the maximum dose. If you take more, the side effects will be too great. No. This Wu Yu is a bit hard to fool. I have a bad temper. I'd better hide for a while. Venerable Baichao muttered to himself when he used his binoculars to see the murderous 3 horses running towards him in the distance. Sure enough, Wu Yu and Yushuang Yushui rushed to the inn and rushed to the inn. Lord Baichao had disappeared. The teacup on the table was still hot when I touched it, so I judged that I had just left. Immediately, 3 hot-tempered women chased him out angrily. Not to mention, they caught up with him in the blink of an eye. The carriage of Venerable Baichao in front happened to have a wheel broken by a stone. He had no choice but to get out of the carriage. Unexpectedly, he was immediately hit by Yu. Xuanjiatsu is surrounded. It turned out that the 2 sisters were faster than Wu Yu, leaving Wu Yu behind. Originally, their cultivation and martial arts were both superior to Wu Yu. The BMW under his crotch was also even better, having already beaten Wu Yu by 200 steps. Old thief. Don't run away. Hand over the essence of Genshin to me. Yu Shuang and Yu Shui shouted angrily. They were both very greedy. Wu Yu's essence of Genshin was of the best quality. The 2 of them only have a simplified version of Genshin essence in total, which is for emergency use. They have always wanted 2 of the purest Genshin essences. But before they finished speaking, the 2 of them suddenly felt that they had entered a very strange state. The surrounding scene obviously did not change at all, but it was constantly spinning. Venerable Baichao stood calmly in the center with his hands behind his back, looking at the 2 most powerful female warriors with a smile. Chapter 821 Missed Something B. Wu Yu also caught up from behind at this time and jumped off the horse. She also wanted to join the battle group, but when they were less than 50 steps away from the 2 sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui, they were shocked to see that Yu Shuang and Yu Shui were not in the right state. The 2 seemed to be struggling fiercely, but to no avail. Keep spinning rapidly, and Wu Yu also felt that his feet were getting heavier and heavier, as if the gravity here had become stronger. The further he went, the heavier and heavier he felt, and his steps began to become slow and heavy. Venerable Baichao, who was standing in the middle, still had a calm expression and a smile on his face, as if he was playing with the girls. He did not rotate with the rapidly rotating environment, because he was half a foot above the ground and seemed to be suspended in the air. Yu Shuang and Yu Shui originally had this ability, but they couldn't rise here. The gravity here suddenly increased several times, and they both felt that their weight had increased several times. Wu Yu didn't dare to go any further, seeing Yu Shuang and Yu Shui trapped in it. She couldn't help. This made Wu Yu begin to understand a little bit. The Venerable Baichao in front of him was definitely not simple. Ha ha! These 2 girls are quite famous. I've heard of you 2 a long time ago. Yes. It's really good that you can persist until now. Do you want to apologize to me and admit my mistake? I can let you go. Venerable Baichao twisted his beard and smiled, and at the same time looked at Wu Yu, as if to warn Wu Yu not to go any further. Humph. Old man Baichao, what kind of magic are you talking about? Why is the gravity here so strong? Yu Shuang and Yu Shui still gritted their teeth and persisted, refusing to give in. However, the 2 of them felt a little scared in their hearts, because the gravity here was still strong. It's increasing. If it increases at this rate, it won't take long before the 2 of them can't move. Who are you? Let them go quickly. If there is anything wrong with them, I will go back and tell Xiao Bao. Wu Yu also shouted in a panic. In the end, there was nothing to do, and had to move Wu Xiaobao out. Now, the strongest supporter in her heart is Yu Xiaobao. Ha ha ha! What about that Yu Xiaobao? Well, I really don't want to offend him. He has too many novelty gadgets in his hands, including food and other things that I don't even understand. Ha ha! But you guys, a few girls are disrespectful to me. But I need to give you a little punishment so that you can remember it for a long time. After hearing Wu Yu's words, Venerable Baichao found it even more funny, and couldn't help but laugh. It is true that the world has changed too much than before. He feels that it is necessary to stay a little longer to enjoy and figure it out. At this time, Yu Shuang and Yu Shui could hardly hold on any longer. Not only was the rapid rotation making them dizzy, but their own weight was getting heavier and heavier, which had begun to affect their movements. And Wu Yu was retreating more and more. And she also felt the gravity under her feet getting stronger and stronger. Only by retreating continuously can this negative effect be weakened. But these two powerful female warriors, Yu Shuang and Yu Shui, are still gritting their teeth and fighting to the death. It is not their character to surrender. But their legs began to tremble because they were bearing too much weight. Just like this, another time of burning incense passed, when Wu Yu was so anxious that she didn't know what to do. And Yu Shuang and Yu Shui were panting and about to collapse to the ground. Another group of war horses came from behind, and it turned out to be the great venerable Wu Wei. He started shouting wildly from a distance on the horse. 3 heroines! Stop now! The great venerable Ice and Fire has woken up. And her cultivation is he's recovered too. Don't embarrass venerable Bai Chao. Oh? How could this happen? Wu Yu was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and then she was overjoyed. If the great Lord Ice and Fire could return to the level of martial lord, wouldn't it mean that the Lord Baichao in front of her did not break his promise? And now he is not them at all. They were embarrassing the old man, but they were being made miserable by the old man. Wu Yu hurriedly shouted to Venerable Baichao. Venerable Baichao, we wrongly blamed you. Please show mercy. We are willing to apologize. Humph. This sounds like a sentence. Venerable Baichao snorted, and then he slowly landed on the ground. The scene stopped turning, and the gravity under his feet returned to normal. However, the two sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui were unable to hold on any longer. They both collapsed to the ground, their eyes still filled with horror. Venus was still flying in front of them, and they couldn't distinguish between east, west, and north. This was the result of long-term high-speed rotation, and it would take a certain amount of time to recover. Wu Yu quickly ran forward and helped the two of them up. But as soon as he let go, the two fell to the ground again, several times in a row. And finally Wu Yu had to keep supporting them both. The horror in my heart deepened. Yu Shuang Yu Shui's strength is comparable to that of the great venerable, but she has no resistance in front of this venerable Bai Chao. This is incredible. When Yu Shuang and Yu Shui could stand firm, they looked up again and saw that Lord Bai Chao was nowhere to be found. Returned to the mansion of Lord Ice and Fire. Indeed, the great Lord Ice and Fire has woken up, and her cultivation has returned to the late stage of the martial lord realm. Now her appearance is much younger, more like a mature woman of about 40 years old. This surprised the great Lord Ice and Fire, and he couldn't help but cover his face in excitement and cry bitterly. Although I still cannot recover to the realm of great martial lord, I am very happy now. But they didn't expect that although Wu Yu and the others were also very happy for the great Lord Ice and Fire, the three of them left in a hurry after congratulating them. They had suffered a lot today, and they are still a little dizzy. Early the next morning, Zhu Xiaobao got the news, and these people had been waiting in the lobby for a long time. Moreover, Yu Shuang and Yu Shui are here today, and Wu Yu is standing in the corner with her head lowered, for fear that Zhu Xiaobao will blame her. But escaping was useless. Wu Yulai had to explain the whole process in detail, and with Yu Shuang and Yu Shui's supplements, everyone was dumbfounded. They didn't expect that Venerable Baichao had such a method and could control it easily. He captured the two sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui, and also shocked Wu Yu. Several great sages present knew that they could not do this. Did we miss something? This Lord Baichao is by no means a simple martial lord. Zhu Xiaobao lowered his head and thought for a long time, then pointed his finger on the table and said softly, That's right. You should have tried your best to make friends with him from the beginning. I suspect that he hid his cultivation. The great venerable Duobao and the great venerable Thousand Poisons nodded in succession. TSK, did we treat him badly? We ate delicious food and gave him a piece of essence of Jinshin, even though he lost for 3 days in a row. It was just because he was not as good as others, and he just admitted defeat. The old apprentice still didn't care. Hummed. Do you want us to put out a public notice and sincerely invite him back? Wu Yu asked cautiously. This time, she blamed herself for being too reckless. Otherwise Venerable Baichao wouldn't have left. She was still very uneasy in her heart. No need. Since he likes to play with the world, he won't accept this method. Let him go. I believe he will still show up when the time comes. At this time, Princess Zhu Rong of England spoke next to her. The voice is very soft, but very calm and gentle. Xiaobao, do you think he is here to help us deal with Jijishi? After all, once Jijishi becomes a climate, Even if Venerable Baichao hides something, he is probably no match for Ji. So I think he saw it because the prospect is dangerous. I have no choice but to come forward. Princess 19 also said with some excitement. In comparison, Princess 19 is still too young after all, and is far less calm than Zhu Rong. Did he really miss something? His method of changing gravity is so incredible. Zhu Xiaobao was also puzzled. This completely subverted the theoretical knowledge he had mastered. Could this be the world and the world? The difference between the world he came from? Could it be that advanced science and technology are no match for these magical arts? In fact, this is also a question that has always puzzled Zhu Xiaobao, because many things cannot be explained in a scientific way. Just like the cultivation techniques here, which can truly improve a person's lifespan. Therefore, people here attach great importance to cultivation, and few people waste a lot of time on eating, drinking and having fun. Except of course Zhu Xiaobao. Great Venerable Wu Wei. What do you think? When the battle between the bees slaves and the 4 great beasts began in Taimoju, were there any such miraculous strangers? Or maybe even though they didn't show up, they still existed? Zhu Xiaobao finally turned his attention to the great Venerable Wu Wei. After all, the great Venerable Wu Wei was the descendant of the beast tamer slave, and his knowledge was far beyond what others could compare to. No, there is no such miraculous person. But I am afraid that the cultivation level of this Venerable Baichao is hidden. He should be the cultivation level of the martial emperor. And now it seems that he has no ill intentions towards us. He only knows so much. The great Venerable Wu Wei stepped forward quickly, speaking a little hesitantly. It made Zhu Xiaobao feel that this guy seemed a little afraid and had something to hide. Well, okay, let's end this matter here. Since we haven't had a bad relationship with Lord Baichao, we don't need to pay too much attention. Let's focus on dealing with Ji Jisheng. Pay close attention to the progress on Jumei's side. Zhu Xiaobao waved his hand and left the stage a little upset. What he was more worried about was the progress on Jumei's side. But there was a follow-up to the matter. At night, the 2 sisters, Yu Shuang and Yu Shui, started to break through to the realm of Da Zun at the same time. The momentum of the 2 men's breakthroughs in cultivation was huge, and it also caused strange phenomena from the heaven and the earth. And 7 or 49 thunders from the sky came down with great force. Fortunately, the sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui have strong physiques, and the armor on their bodies is also made of the scales shed by the snake demon and the little demon. Even so, they were torn into pieces by the 49 thunderbolts. But the 2 sisters insisted on made it through. Their cultivation level also broke through to the realm of Great Martial Lord. This huge momentum can be clearly seen even in the palace of the Great Lord Ice and Fire. The Great Lord Ice and Fire was stunned. She was promoted to the Great Martial Lord without such a calamity. If there was, she would be sure of it. It's unbearable. The Great Master Wu Wei behind him also looked a little dull. This is the calamity caused by being forcibly promoted by extraordinary power. Could it be that Venerable Baichao? Chapter 822 Swaggering through the market, eh? Not only the Great Lord Ice and Fire, but everyone in Yong'an County saw this shocking scene. No one has yet been promoted to the realm of Great Martial Lord. And yet, he has even attracted thunder from the sky. Many people thought that Yu Shuang and Yu Shui had done something evil. Actually made people angry? In fact, such huge scenes can be seen in many places in Daxia. The fiefdom of His Highness the 6th Prince is the closest to Yong'an County. So even Ji Jishi saw it at this time. He couldn't help but be a little surprised. Who is this person who has made a breakthrough in cultivation and actually caused a natural disaster? Looking at the direction, it should be Zhu Xiaobao and his group. Because according to the information obtained, Zhu Xiaobao and others have not left Yong'an County yet. But Ji Jisheng can be sure that this is definitely not Zhu Xiaobao and other descendants of the divine beasts who are overcoming the tribulation. Because with their martial emperor realm, if they advance again, if a heavenly tribulation is caused, it will also be a colorful sky thunder. Some are 3 color, some are 7 color. The highest level is the 9-color divine thunder. It is said that no one can resist the 9-color divine thunder. And the sky thunders that appear now are all blue and white sky thunders. Who could it be? Alas! It seems that I have still ignored these cultivation geniuses. If I recruit these people under my command, I will not be so passive now. Hee hee. There is nothing I can do about it. After all, I am practicing magic. The vast majority of people will not agree. Ji Jisheng looked at the northwest direction in ecstasy, sighing a little to himself. Humph. Ji Lang. Who cares who he is? At most, he can be promoted to the realm of the great martial lord. And he is not in the eyes of the slave family at all. You are invincible in the world now. The human monster saint snorted arrogantly on the side. Dao! She is now also a martial emperor. And she has won the favor of Ji Jisheng. So she feels a little elated recently. It can be said that you can do whatever you want. Yeah. I dare not say this enough. Zhu Xiaobao and the descendants of the four great beasts join forces. Which is still very threatening. Before I have completely refined my demon heart, I must not take it lightly. Ji Jishan said with a slight expression on his face. Although he also knows that if he fights alone, he can definitely defeat Zhu Xiaobao or any other descendant of the divine beast. Even Jumei is not his opponent. But what Ji Jisheng is very depressed about now is that it is not so easy to completely refine this demon crystal and fully integrate it with his half-demon body. This is why the eldest prince was taken away from the demon crystal so easily. Because to completely refine and fuse this demon crystal, not only the demon body is needed, but also super spiritual consciousness. Ji Shishi had been pondering for such a long time these days, only to realize that this fusion and refining process would probably take a long time. Go and invite His Highness the Sixth Prince. I will be in seclusion for a while. I will leave Beatty County to you and the Sixth Highness to take care of it. Remember, we must focus on appeasing the people. This is also our place to stay. Ji Jisheng thought for a while before ordering. Since retaking the demonic crystal and returning to Daobei County, Ji Jisheng has also begun to pay attention to people's livelihood. The current situation is that he does not need to use the blood sacrifice technique for the time being, so he also needs the situation here to be stable. His Highness the Sixth Prince came anxiously. He was always on tenterhooks. He didn't know when he might offend these demons and his life would be lost. Not to mention, he was afraid that his wives, concubines, and children will also suffer together. What's more, he is even more worried about the fact that he secretly communicated with the 19th princess and wanted to defect to the 19th princess. This matter has also become a worry for him, for fear that Ji Jishan and the others will find out. But he didn't expect that when he met GZ this time, he would be treated very politely. GZ also politely asked him to sit down across the table and talk while drinking tea. Moreover, the vision Ji Jisheng described to His Highness the Sixth Prince was even more beautiful. Once he takes action to eliminate Zhu Xiaobao and others, then the Great Xia Kingdom will belong to His Highness the Sixth Prince from now on. This makes His Highness a little excited, but he couldn't help but turn his head and look at the eldest prince standing behind the human monster saint. Don't you think your eldest brother will fight with you? Giggle. Giggle. Xiao Liuzi. Don't worry. This stupid big guy is now my dog slave. He is not qualified to compare with you. The Shemale Holy Lord seemed to have read the thoughts of His Highness Sixth Prince, and couldn't help but be coquettish. She smiled and tugged on the collar around the eldest prince's neck. She dared to take the eldest prince with her anytime and anywhere now like a dog. A little dissatisfaction is a cruel treatment. The original intention was that she had been humiliated in the eldest prince's cave, and now it was time for double reckoning. That's good. That's good. His Highness the Sixth Prince said with a somewhat embarrassed smile. But his heart suddenly felt relaxed. Without the participation of the eldest prince, this matter is still very attractive. The next day, Ji Jisheng did not show up, and there was no need for servants to deliver food to his secret room. No one except the human demon Saint Lord knew whether Ji Jishi was still in the palace, and His Highness the Sixth Prince regained full control over his fiefdom. Except for the Shemale Holy Lord, who must be on call at all times. Everything else has returned to its original state. They have only added more manpower at the border, and are also reinforcing and building stronger fortifications. This situation makes Jumei and the others a bit confused. They don't have any clues about Ji Jishan now. On the contrary, it is the Shemale Saint who often wanders around the market. She rides in a jeweled carriage and has her entourage. There were so many of them. They showed off their power wherever they went. What was even more surprising was that among these guards there was the eldest prince, who is also running behind the carriage obediently. He has no choice but to disobey. Not only has he been imprinted with a slave mark, but he has also accumulated a large amount of charm poison in his body. As long as the human demon saint activates it, the eldest prince will immediately become horny and go crazy. When he sees a woman, he will pounce on her. Therefore, the eldest prince did not dare to have any slights towards the human demon saint. Otherwise, once the charm poison was activated, the embarrassing and shameful scene would be too embarrassing. What should I do? I've been following you for several days. And apart from this bitch, the lady boy, I can't find any whereabouts of Jijishi. How about I kill the bitch? The lady boy first? Jumei followed for another day. But still she found nothing. But instead saw the ugly scene of the female saint having sex with the eldest prince in the woods. Now she no longer felt novel, but very annoyed. After all, this scene is still very exciting for her. But only Jumei is capable of tracking the human monster saint. The cultivation levels of Imo's Sang Shaojian, Mukue, and others are too low. If they get a little closer, they will be noticed by the human monster saint before they find anything. No! 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 Grandma Jumei, please don't do anything. Since the great lord of the Shemale dares to walk through the city unscrupulously, it means that Jijishi must still be in the fiefdom of his highness sixth prince. You must not alert the snake. If Jijishi is angered, he will ignore it. If you go to Xiaobao for everything, then you are making a big mistake. Hachita quickly waved his hand and said, he has acquired several shops now. He has always been very experienced in doing business. And he started immediately it's open for business. Which means he's starting to make money again. However, Laoha has not forgotten the business. Not only does he want to open more shops, he also wants to take good care of Jumei. A deep and large basement was specially prepared for her, and she was allowed to practice in the basement so that no one would notice her. Hachitu is well aware of the dangers of this trip. If he is not careful, he may lose his wealth forever. Not only did Zhu Xiaobao receive a letter from Fei Gu in half a day, Hachitu explained the situation in Beatty County very clearly, which made Zhu Xiaobao a little surprised. Ji Jishan actually disappeared. Or he went into seclusion again. Well, great venerable Wu Wei, it seems you are right. Ji Jisheng has not yet been able to refine the heavenly demon crystal. Looking at it like this, he has no plans to do it in the near future. Great venerable Wu Wei is indeed well informed. Ah! Zhu Xiaobao showed the letter to others, and everyone suddenly felt more relaxed and praised the great master Wu Wei. The things were exactly as he said. It seemed that Ji Jishan was in a short period of time. It is impossible to completely refine the demonic crystal. Ah! These are some messages left by our ancestors. Not my foresight. Chitos is so complimentary. Great venerable Wu Wei quickly bowed and saluted, and said very modestly, feeling quite proud in his heart. Well, write a reply to Jumei. Since Jijishi's whereabouts cannot be found, then make a deposit for the Shemale saint, and at the same time be on guard against the Jiuyin saint. But don't do it easily. After discussing with everyone, Zhu Xiaobao said. Then he said to Wu Yu, now the situation has entered a phase of stalemate again. The 19th princess has also begun to build and restore Yongnan County. And she also plans to return to the imperial city in a few days. After all, having just taken over so much territory, Princess 19 is still thinking about it. In the afternoon, Zhu Xiaobao was competing with sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui. This was already the third day after they had overcome the tribulation. But what surprised Zhu Xiaobao was that although the two sisters were only at the level of the great martial master, their combat power could definitely crush any great master. In other words, the two of them joining forces now definitely have the ability to challenge the martial emperor's cultivation. You're a scumbag! You promised not to use the white tiger Dharma appearance. You can only use this talent skill by using the Dharma appearance. Yu Shuang Yu Shui was finally defeated by Zhu Xiaobao's elusive move. So she shouted unconvinced road. Hee! I acted according to circumstances and used this move naturally. Don't be dissatisfied. If I want to defeat you, there are too many ways. I haven't used my dragon-slaying knife yet. Zhu Xiao said Bao Dian said with a shameless smile. In fact, he was grinning secretly. These two sisters are really difficult to deal with. What depresses her the most is that the dragon-slaying sword seems to be possessed by an evil spirit and doesn't obey her commands very well. Sometimes it can't be summoned at all. What the H.L. is wrong with this? Humph. I won't argue with you anymore. Xiao Bao. We both want to find Venerable Bai Chao. Well, let's thank him in person for his support. Yu Shuang and Yu Shui snorted lightly. Anyway, this brother-in-law has never been very serious. Playing tricks is his strength. So I don't bother to argue with him. But in their hearts, they really want to see the Lord Bai Chao again. They have an intuition that the reason why they can break through to the realm of the great martial lord this time is definitely related to the last time they were trapped in the gravity circle by the Venerable Bai Chao. Although I suffered a lot and was very embarrassed, I didn't expect that I also benefited greatly. Yeah, that's fine. It's appropriate to repay a favor. I also want to find this old guy. And I have to ask about many things. Zhu Xiaobao nodded and said. He also doubted his dragon-slaying knife. The reason why you are not obeying orders now is because Venerable Bai Chao is causing trouble. However, hundreds of people were sent out. And after 3 days of searching, they could not find any trace of the Venerable Bai Chao. Finally, Zhu Xiaobao slapped his forehead and called the old apprentice over. After whispering a few words, he saw the old apprentice looking very excited. Ran away. Chapter 823 Swaggering through the market B. To be honest, Zhu Xiaobao also wanted to find this Venerable Bai Chao. Now that GZ can't threaten them for the time being, everyone is not so nervous. But it seems that there are more important things waiting for them to complete. For example, Princess 19 has left Yong'an County and gone to the Imperial City, where many matters are waiting for her to decide. At any rate, 3/4 of Daxia Kingdom has been pacified, but she has yet to fully enjoy the feeling of being a queen. So the 19th princess is still looking forward to it. And Zhu Xiaobao wants to find Venerable Bai Chao because of the issue of his inheritance. He is almost 30 years old in a blink of an eye, which is a bit anxious. I also feel a little sorry for all the ladies. But Zhu Xiaobao still hopes that this Venerable Bai Chao can help him. Suddenly there were many people looking for Lord Bai Chao. Not only the sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui, but also the great Lord Ice and Fire, who had returned to the realm of Martial Lord. And she looked forward to returning to the realm of Great Martial Lord. But there is still more gratitude in her heart. Now the great Lord Ice and Fire is in a much better mood. And he is not so mean and cruel to the great Lord Wu Wei. But she didn't let him leave. The two of them stood together, and her appearance was now blooming again. In such a comparison, she still felt a bit superior. Yeah. Wu Wei, now that my cultivation level has returned to Martial Master, why don't you seem very happy? Have you been in a state of despair all day? Are you planning some bad ideas again? Or do you want me to lift you from the slave mark? Lord Ice and Fire asked condescendingly, leaning on the bed. Next to the bed, Lord Wu Wei was squeezing her feet. Isn't he now the slave of Lord Ice and Fire? Moreover, he is becoming more and more proficient in these tasks of serving people. And he is becoming more and more handy. It's just that Venerable Wu Wei has been looking very worried these days. Sometimes I often get distracted. Oh? No. I don't want to leave you. I am willing to follow you all my life. The great Master Wu Wei suddenly came back to his senses, quickly shook his head and said, working harder at his hands. Humph. It's good to know that you have caused me so much misery. Unless I return to my original cultivation one day, I will consider letting go of your slave's seal. The great Lord of Ice and Fire snorted a little annoyed. After all, there is a huge gap between being promoted from a martial lord to a great martial lord. The probability of being promoted from a martial lord to a great martial lord is generally no more than 5%. No. Even if you are restored to the great martial lord, I am willing to stay by your side, to atone for everything I have done. Great Lord Wu Wei said firmly, but his eyes were somewhat panicked. But he lowered his voice with his head tilted. Lord Ice and Fire did not see it. Huh? This is strange. Could it be that you are addicted to it when you are a slave? The great Lord Ice and Fire suddenly said, a little surprised and a little funny. Yes. It was me who was obsessed with the forbidden technique. So I am willing to spend the rest of my life to atone for my sins. Great Venerable Wu Wei nodded and said with a very firm attitude. It really doesn't feel like acting. Oh. Well, if you really think so, then after a while, you can be a housekeeper in my house. You will also receive a salary and have an identity when you go out. The great Lord Ice and Fire pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, this result was something she did not expect. The great Venerable Wu Wei, who was ranked first at the beginning, was willing to be a slave and was unwilling to leave. After coming out of Lord Ice and Fire's bedroom and returning to his cabin, Lord Wu Wei sighed and sat down, poured himself a cup of tea, and sat there thinking about his own thoughts. It turns out that the great Venerable Wu Wei went to the place where Yu Shuang, Yu Shui, and Venerable Bai Chao fought last time and informed Wu Yu, because the great Venerable Ice and Fire had woken up. Immediately, while Wu Yu was taking care of Yu Shuang and Yu Shui, he quietly wanted to ask Lord Bai Chao to help him recover his cultivation. But instead, he saw a very deep and intimidating expression. You are a descendant of a bee slave. Do you know why I came to this world? 3 things. First, the devil's heart was born. Second, someone opened a forbidden technique. Third, Soul-eating insect eggs also appeared in this world. Out of this world. With these voices coming from his mind. What followed was a severe pain like thousands of insects gnawing at the bones, causing the great Venerable Wu Wei to faint. But he returned to normal in an instant. Because at this time Wu Yu, and Yushuang Yushue, and the others have already looked towards him. And Venerable Baichao also disappeared. Although Venerable Wu Wei easily got past Wu Yu's questions, he was extremely frightened in his heart. He already understood the identity of Venerable Baichao. But he absolutely did not dare to reveal even half of it. As for restoring his cultivation, he no longer dares to dream about it. It would be great if you can save your life. You must know that the most terrifying thing is not death, but that the essence, blood, inheritance, and soul of the bee's slave will be destroyed. That is what scares him the most. Although many guards were dispatched, there was still no news from Venerable Baichao. But Zhu Xiaobao is not so anxious anymore. In the past 2 days, he has put on chef uniform again and started hawking on the street. Not to mention, this feels very good. Much happier than being the King of England. Come on! Come on! Roast duck in the hanging oven. The palace's secret delicacy. Limited to 1 per person. Get in line for me. You? That is, you? Are you standing here and want to jump in the queue? Did you see that this person has great martial arts skills? The female warriors are queuing up behind you. Are you making yourself uncomfortable? Zhu Xiaobao shouted while still gesticulating. The old apprentice behind him was even more busy and sweating profusely. But his face was extremely excited. I have learned another craft. This is definitely a delicacy that will become popular in Dasha. I'll give you 100 taels of gold. Can you let me buy it first? You see, my old man's legs are weak, and he can't wait in line for such a long time. Unexpectedly, the man standing on the side still refused to leave. But he was wearing a bamboo hat. It's still the kind with a scarf, so you can't see his face clearly at all. But the voice is indeed very old. You? Huh? Even if I offer 300 taels of gold, I won't sell it to you. I'll just stand there, and I'm so greedy for you. Zhu Xiaobao snorted rudely, secretly rejoicing in his heart that the old man had indeed been fooled. Unable to resist the temptation, he finally showed up. It turned out that the person in front of him was the Venerable Baichao he was looking for. Originally, it was impossible to confirm based on his cultivation. But his dragon-slaying knife stopped working at this time. So the little horses went to confirm the identity of the visitor. Hey! I have this VIP brand. Isn't it said that I can get a discount? I can also skip the queue. Why don't you sell it to me? Venerable Baichao shouted angrily and took out the product. A solid gold plate. Ganqing was still carried by Yushuang, but it was taken away by him during the last fight. Aha! Okay. You still dare to steal? You are getting more and more daring. Huh? Why? Just because you cheated? You didn't cure my disease? How about it? Is this reason enough? Zhu Xiaobao suddenly shouted with his hands on his waist. I told you. It's not a disease. You can't give birth to a baby. Huh? Huh? Venerable Baichao also took off his bamboo hat and also put it on his waist and shouted loudly. But before he could finish his words, Zhu Xiaobao hugged him first and covered his mouth with one hand. He doesn't want everyone to know about his illness. This is so shameless. The old apprentice also rushed over to help. Like prisoners, the two of them held one of Venerable Baichao's arms and walked into the store. I'm not going. I don't want to eat in the store. I want to take it away. Hey. Can't you do it if I don't buy it? Venerable Baichao seemed to be struggling desperately. But he still couldn't defeat Zhu Xiaobao and his old disciple. I can't do it without eating. I have to treat you to food today. For free. Zhu Xiaobao also said persistently. At this moment, sisters Yushuang and Yushue rushed over quickly. As soon as they saw Venerable Baichao, they immediately knelt down and saluted. Master! Thank you, Master, for your support. What are you doing here? Why are you joining in the fun? Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but stop and asked dissatisfiedly. Master? Who are you calling me? I'm not your master. Besides, I never accept female disciples. Do you think I look like your master in this embarrassment? Venerable Baichao turned around in surprise and said. Indeed, he is indeed a bit embarrassed now. But Zhu Xiaobao can clearly feel that the old man is holding back his strength. He seems to be struggling. But in fact, he is only half pushing. Yes. You too. Hurry up and get the 12-year-old wine that I have treasured. You must be sincere in your apprenticeship. Zhu Xiaobao suddenly felt something in his heart. Those who can make these two sisters kneel down and become their apprentice are not ordinary people. And even if he doesn't have real talent or knowledge, he won't suffer anything. But if you really are an expert in this world, wouldn't you make a lot of money? Hey! Okay, let's go now! Yu Shuang and Yu Shui also cheered up, jumped up, turned around and ran away. Zhu Xiubao's collection of aged wines was very safe, and there was a special person to handle it. One altar is worth thousands of gold. Oh, it's really tempting. My mouth is watering when I talk about it. I'm so old, but I'm still so unsatisfied. Venerable Baicao's eyes also lit up. He had drunk the aged wine collected by Zhu Xiaobao. Once upon a time, the sweet and mellow taste is still lingering. Yes! Yes! Old apprentice, go and get your best tobacco and tea leaves, as well as the beggar chickens in my backyard. We want to make friends through food. Zhu Xiaobao shouted while the iron was hot. The old disciple let go of Venerable Baicao's arm and left the one who had left a message. This time, no one was holding him back. But Venerable Baicao didn't want to leave either. Ha ha! It's really hard to refuse such hospitality. We have agreed that we will only talk about eating, drinking and having fun. And I don't know anything else. I am really just an ordinary venerable. A wandering doctor. Venerable Baicao recovered. After gaining freedom, he began to act like a fairy again. And he was secretly happy in his heart. This boy really had his appetite. And he actually dared to kidnap himself? When I walked into the hall, I saw a huge chessboard on the wall, which was 3 people tall. There were several female guards, who had to use long hooks to move each chess piece. Let's have a big feast first, and then we'll kill another one. Where's the bet? Look at it! Chapter 824, Word Test A. When Venerable Baicao saw such a big chessboard, he couldn't help but smile. This had been waiting for him for a long time. But he also made up his mind that he would never reveal any secret to Zhu Xiaobao. But I didn't expect that Zhu Xiaobao didn't just stalk him. It seemed that he really wanted to treat Venerable Baicao to a feast. At this time, Sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui also brought the best aged wine. Once the sealing mud of this ancient wine jar was opened, the aroma of wine overflowed and the room was filled with fragrance. Venerable Baicao also secretly said that he was surprised that this kind of wine is really a rare and good wine. What made Venerable Baicao even more comfortable was that Sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui didn't stay long. They basically left respectfully immediately. Only Zhu Xiaobao and Venerable Baicao were left drinking in this hall. This is the cleverness of Zhu Xiaobao. If too many people come, it will seem lively, but they are not very familiar with each other. This kind of atmosphere will make people less casual. That's why he decided to deal with this Venerable Baicao alone. TSK! Good wine. I'm afraid the brewing method of this kind of wine is a different way. Not only is it very strong, but it is also very fragrant. The perfect combination of the two is really wonderful. Venerable Baicao drank it happily. After a small cup, I couldn't help but praise the table. Hee! This is wine that has been distilled more than once, and it has been stored for more than 10 years to get such a dry and mellow wine. Zhu Xiaobao said proudly. This is definitely his patent, even if this brewing method is still kept secret. And only Zhu Xiubao's winery can produce it. Okay. I heard that you were originally a cook. Didn't you expect that you can also make wine? It seems that this has a lot to do with your origin. Hee. Ordinary people can't learn so many skills even if they live a poor life. Right. Venerable Baicao smiled softly. Hee. I'm afraid your origin is not simple. Is it? Is he really a wandering doctor? Not only can he have such a rare treasure as the immortal bone grass, but he can also make 2 martial arts breakthroughs with just a few moves. Hee. Sir, can you also let me improve my cultivation further? Zhu Xiaobao also looked at Lord Baicao slyly and said with a smile. No. I am just an ordinary wandering doctor who was lucky enough to reach the realm of martial master. As for those 2 girls who can break through to the realm of great martial master, it is because they have good qualifications and have the bloodline of divine beasts. A fierce battle only stimulated their potential. It has nothing to do with the old man. As you can see, the old man is also the cultivation base of the martial master. Venerable Baicao waved his hands repeatedly, and actually pushed them away, and even pretended to be flattered. Look! That was also caused by you. Just for this, I have to toast you a glass. Zhu Xiaobao helped Venerable Baicao fill up another glass very attentively. But in his heart, he was gnashing his teeth. Pretend? Why don't you do it again? Pretend? Wait until I get you drunk and see how you continue to pretend. Oh. Ha ha. Good. Good. Really good wine. I respect you by doing it first. Venerable Baicao's eyes were shining. And he was not polite at all. He picked up the wine glass and drank it all. Immediately afterwards, the old apprentice's hot dishes were served one after another. It really opened the eyes of Venerable Baichao. Not only were they delicious, but the key was that most of them were things he had never seen before. And they couldn't be called it at all. The name of the dish. Anyway, every dish makes him wow. What is this? Why is it eaten like this? What kind of sauce is this? It's very special. Venerable Baichao took a bite of the pancake wrapped with slices of roast duck and couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise. The taste is so delicious. The roasted meat is tender, paired with the noodles and a small bowl of sauce on the table. It is definitely a unique and delicious dish. This is called hanging oven roast duck. You have seen that oven outside. This one is sweet noodle sauce. With this noodle pancake, it goes perfectly with the roast duck. Humph! I am definitely not the highest when it comes to cultivation. But when it comes to in terms of cooking skills, if I am ranked second, no one would dare to be ranked first. Zhu Xiaobao also said proudly. TSK. TSK. It's so delicious. But, brother, you entertain me so warmly, but I really can't help you. I feel so ashamed. Venerable Baichao finished eating the roast duck in his hand and poured himself a cup again. After drinking a glass of wine, he said a little apologetically, but at this time, the two have already begun to call themselves brothers. It's okay, brother, as long as you solve my infertility problem. That's it. Isn't this a high request? Zhu Xiaobao was roasting the duck with a razor blade while staring at the work in his hands without looking at it. Lord Baichao. But the knife in his pocket is the dragon-slaying knife. But now it's used to slice ducks. Alas! Brother, this is actually not difficult to say, but it is quite difficult to say that it is not. But your biggest crisis now doesn't seem to be this. Venerable Baichao drank a few more glasses and accidentally let the slip out of his mouth. I don't know it yet. Then what do you think is my biggest crisis? Zhu Xiaobao asked casually while still busy with the knife in his hand. Isn't it that heavenly demon Geo? Are you sure you can defeat him? Venerable Baichao also asked a little doubtfully. Huh? You know quite a lot, don't you? How did you know about this? And how did you know that I couldn't defeat Jijishan? How did you know that Jijishan was the demon Geo? Zhu Xiaobao was even more surprised than Venerable Baichao. Asked rhetorically. Well, isn't this already spread all over the place? After all, I am also a martial master. Besides, I know a thing or two about traveling around the world. Venerable Baichao also felt that he had made a mistake and hurriedly said vaguely. Do you recognize this knife? Zhu Xiaobao asked, staring at Venerable Baichao, who was still chasing after him. Well, it's a good knife, but it's a pity to use it to slice a duck. Venerable Baichao pretended to examine it for a while, then nodded and said, Go! Zhu Xiaobao waved his hand, and the knife was thrown up from his hand. It followed a parabolic trajectory and was about to land on the head of Venerable Baichao. But something strange happened. The knife seemed to be afraid. It turned around and landed on Zhu Xiaobao's side of the table, because it was too sharp. Half of the blade was directly inserted into the table, then stand there firmly. What a knife! What a knife! It's really sharp! Venerable Baichao praised loudly. He didn't dodge at all just now. Humph! Don't you want to say something? Zhu Xiaobao still asked. Alas! I really don't know anything, but I still have some heretical skills. Why don't you write a word and I can help you predict good or bad luck? Venerable Baichao shook his head and sighed. Eating other people's food. He was short-tongued. And now he regretted it a little. He could only fool around temporarily. Yeah. Okay. Then I'll write a word. Zhu Xiaobao was also disappointed. The old guy refused to admit it. But now that he wanted to help him test a word, it meant that he was still a little embarrassed. Zhu Xiaobao did not use pen and ink, but directly used the water in the teacup to write the word, sleep, on the table. This was also his current situation. It also represents the confusion in his heart. Well, this word shows that you are in trouble now, Venerable Baichao said, shaking his head. Nonsense! Jijishan got the demonic crystal and his cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. Of course I am in trouble. The person he wants to kill the most is me. What I asked is how to resolve it. Zhu Xiaobao snorted angrily. Well, let me think about it carefully. It's not easy to resolve your calamity. It's delicious. It really has a unique flavor. At this time, the old apprentice happened to give him his best beggar's chicken. When it was served, Venerable Baichao was not polite at all. He tore open the lotus leaves on the outside and immediately started eating like crazy. This look of eating made Zhu Xiaobao really doubt that he might have really made a mistake. This old guy is a foodie. This is even more shameless than the old apprentice back then. He doesn't care about his image at all. Master, you said he is a miraculous person? Why doesn't he look like him to me? The old apprentice was also a little disappointed and muttered to Zhu Xiaobao's side. This time, the old apprentice also worked very hard and worked carefully. I thought I would get some benefits from getting this top-notch beggar's chicken. But now it seems that my work was in vain. It took me half a day to make this top-notch beggar's chicken. Stop eating! Can you resolve it? Are you trying to trick me? Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help shouting angrily. I'm just thinking about it. Do you think the word suffering can be solved so easily? That's to spy on the secrets. I only feel energetic when I'm full. Venerable Baichao continued to argue while eating. In fact, he was also worried about what to make up next so that he could get through it. We don't even know how to measure characters and read faces. Dang! 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 With these few words, Zhu Xiaobao showed off the extraordinary knife skills of a professional chef. The beggar chicken immediately turned into a boneless braised chicken, and he took out an entire chicken rack. Okay. This time Lord Baichao ate more happily. Good knife skills. Good knife skills. I figured it out. Venerable Baichao also exclaimed in surprise. He didn't expect that Zhu Xiaobao had such a unique skill. Say it quickly. Zhu Xiaobao's artistic conception couldn't help but burst out. Yeah. Look. The word sleep actually means there is an extra person in it. If you remove the horizontal and vertical characters in the middle, is it the word person? Venerable Baichao wiped his mouth and then started again pretending to be an immortal. The old god said calmly. Yeah. That's right. There is a person in the Chinese character frame. Zhu Xiaobao looked at it, then nodded, and removed one horizontal and one vertical character, which was the character, prisoner. That's right. There can only be one strongest person in a country or a world. Now because there is one more person, you feel a sense of crisis. So you can resolve it by removing one horizontal and one vertical. Venerable Baichao let out a sigh of relief and finally got it on. It's not easy. Oh. It seems to make sense. Master, what he said is right. Now it's just you and Ji Jisheng. Let's see who is the strongest. The old apprentice nodded in agreement, and then looked at the other disciples. Xiaobao said, then the horizontal line and the vertical line represent the two of us. But what does the horizontal line and the vertical line mean? Zhu Xiaobao also felt that it really made sense. This is not simple. One is standing and the other is lying down. To put it bluntly, one is alive, and the rest lying sideways are dead. If there is only one strongest person left, it will be resolved. Venerable Baichao said. He curled his lips and said, the one lying down should be GZ. Right? Zhu Xiaobao finally felt a little relieved, saying that the old man could really resolve this difficulty. Well, generally speaking, the one lying down is the one with the lower cultivation level. For example, Take me for example. Old apprentice. Give me all the food and drinks. I want to calculate the cost of today's drinks with him. Chapter 825, Word Test B. Not to mention that Zhu Xiaobao was unhappy. Even the old apprentice beside him was rolling up his arms and sleeves, ready to teach this unruly old man a lesson. But what surprised the old apprentice was that the closer he got to Lord Baichao, the heavier his steps became. Not only were his steps heavy, but his own weight also doubled. In the end, the old apprentice's cultivation level was also a bit unable to bear it any longer. The floor tiles under my feet began to crumble. But the strange thing is that as long as he retreats a little, this gravity will immediately weaken. The further he retreats, the lighter his body becomes. Finally, he returns to Zhu Xiaobao's side and returns to normal. Master, there is something weird about this old man. The old apprentice was shocked, annoyed and horrified. Although he has not made much progress in these years, he is still one of the 9 great sages, and is a level higher than the martial master in front of him, the Baichao Venerable. Now he is retreating in such an embarrassment? Humph. I knew he was weird. But no matter how weird he is, he still has to pay me. Well, for this table of SOSO delicacies, plus 2 jars of top-quality aged wine, Just give him 3,000 taels of gold.
Aw? Why don't you go and grab it?
Venerable Bai Chao was so shocked that he almost jumped up. He had money around him. But not this much. He earned a lot of gold from seeing doctors every day. But he also squandered it. It's almost done. It's very difficult to come up with 300 taels of gold now. Besides, this Yu Xiaobao is also a dog-faced person. So he will fall out whenever he wants.
This is a reasonable price. If Hatchitu were here, this meal would have cost at least 10,000 taels of gold. I'm not shy about entertaining him.
Zhu Xiaobao stood there with determination, holding out his palms. He is not afraid of Venerable Bai Chao running away. If he can escape from the eyes of a person with the cultivation level of the martial emperor, it just shows how extraordinary Venerable Bai Chao is.
Hee. Brother, you see we were so close just now. Don't make yourself unhappy over such a trivial matter. The one I mentioned lying down is the one with a low cultivation level. I'm just saying that there is a high probability, but it doesn't refer to you. There are 3 wives who inherit the mythical beast beside you. Husband and wife are of the same mind, and their sharpness can break through metal. Maybe the one on the side is Ji Jisheng.
Venerable Bai Cao's eyes rolled around. And then suddenly he said with a smile on his face, he really has nothing to do with Zhu Xiaobao. This guy is just a little scoundrel. And he is also the kind of person who is very difficult to deal with.
That's right. I sincerely accept you as my brother. But you don't regard me as your brother. I also took the word test and figured out that I am in trouble now. But you are not willing to help me resolve it. This is not like he's an older brother.
Zhu Xiaobao is very good at climbing up the ladder. And he considers himself a brother, regardless of the huge age difference between the two parties.
But brother, I really can't help you. I'm just a venerable person who knows some medical skills. To be honest, I really hope the one standing is you.
Venerable Bai Chao said helplessly.
Okay, brother. How about I take a test for you too?
Zhu Xiaobao tried his best to calm down his mood. It would take a long time to deal with this old man, so he must not be anxious. Zhu Xiaobao was also very confident that he could ask Venerable Bai Chao to write any character he wanted. And even if he wanted to split the character, he could get it right. Otherwise, he is a top student.
Oh, that's great. Well, let me think about it. That's fine. It's still the word sleepy.
Venerable Bai Chao suddenly became interested again. After thinking about it, he also wrote the word sleep on the table. Because he is trapped by Zhu Xiaobao. He doesn't have 3,000 taels of gold around him. So he can't really just act like a rogue and eat and drink for free. So he also wrote this word.
Well, it's also the word
sleepy.
But your word
sleepy
only has one more stroke. Take out one of the strokes and look at it again.
Zhu Xiaobao also pretended to mutter something. And after a while, the old god said calmly,
Oh, if you remove one vertical line, it will be the word
cause.
What's the significance of this?
Venerable Bai Chao looked at the words on the table, and then asked curiously, not to mention, with this little boy being with Bao is still very fun and challenging. I haven't encountered such fun things in a long time. Normally, everyone who sees him is not respectful. But now Zhu Xiaobao's performance makes Venerable Bai Chao enjoy it very much. It's very fun.
That's right. This vertical line also represents one person. And that's you. It's just because of you that we're all in trouble. Isn't it the reason you came here to remove you now?
Zhu Xiaobao said in a decent manner.
Oh. Ha ha ha. Interesting. Interesting. Then I am still standing if I stand up. I can't die.
Venerable Bai Chao suddenly laughed heartily.
Of course. Of course you can't die. But I helped you resolve the dilemma. You should do something now. Right.
Zhu Xiaobao also said with a smile.
Well, let me think about it. Let me think about it. Oh, brother, I really want to help you. But many things are leaking secrets. I will also be punished by God. And your affairs are still up to you. Solve it yourself.
Venerable Bai Chao shook his head and sighed. To say that Zhu Xiaobao is really interesting. He already likes the life here. But he hopes that Zhu Xiaobao can defeat Ji Jisheng with his own efforts, rather than being opportunistic.
I know. We still have to resolve this matter ourselves after all. I just hope that I can watch it on demand at the right time.
Zhu Xiaobao's reaction was very quick, and he immediately understood what Venerable Bai Chao was saying. Meaning, he hugged Venerable Bai Chao enthusiastically.
Come on! Come on! Brother, let's not talk about these troublesome things for now. Let's play chess. Make friends with chess. Okay. Okay. It's just as it should be. I've really come up with a lot of ingenious moves. Just give it a try.
Venerable Bai Chao immediately said with a smile on his face.
Okay. Come here. Bring my newly made oolong tea.
Zhu Xiaobao shouted confidently. This is his latest oolong tea. It turned out that in the fiefdom of the 7th princess, Zhu Xiaobao unexpectedly discovered acres of oolong tea trees with fat branches and leaves, which were excellent raw materials for making tea. But it has not been exploited by anyone. Therefore, Zhu Xiaobao did his part and started new attempts and research and development. It's just that he has limited time to deal with Ji Jixing. Basically, it was left to Mu Junichi to complete. He only provided the key tea-making steps and methods. Now the first batch of oolong tea is ready for the market. For his oolong tea, Zhu Xiaobao also specially designed and customized several sets of exquisite tea sets, which are almost the same as those of later generations. Even more exquisite. I brought them all out today to entertain the Venerable Bai Chao.
Huh? What kind of tea is this? So sweet and refreshing? And this tea set is also very exquisite?
Venerable Bai Chao was once again shocked by these novel gadgets of Zhu Xiaobao. It's really difficult for this guy to achieve such a level of cultivation, because he pays too much attention to enjoyment.
Oolong tea! I invented it. It's definitely the best tea. You've never tasted it,
Zhu Xiaobao said proudly. Not only was his pot of oolong tea the best, there was also someone on hand to brew the oolong tea. Both brewing and drinking are very particular. The woman in front of me is Mu Chuani. She came to personally demonstrate the brewing process to Zhu Xiaobao and Lord Bai Chao. There is also a very exquisite small stove next to it, and the brewing water is collected from the fairy spring in Liuhe County.
Brothers are amazing people with all kinds of surprises. I admire you. I admire you.
Venerable Bai Chao cupped his hands and said with sincerity, he finally understood that this guy is just a freak, except for his poor cultivation. A little bit, and the rest is simply a panacea. All kinds of novel things emerge endlessly. At this time, there was also a chess set made of heavy gold wood placed on the table. It was heavy to hold, but very comfortable. Beside the huge chessboard on the opposite wall, several female warriors were also ready, and it turned out that they were going to lay out their chess records one by one. It turns out that many people have come in from outside the hall, and they all quietly took their seats, tasting the newly developed oolong tea, and watching their fight. But Zhu Xiaobao and Venerable Bai Chao were blocked by the screen, and they would not be affected in any way. Even the old apprentice quietly quit at some point.
Red goes first and black comes later. I won't be polite. Immortal shows the way.
Zhu Xiaobao took red first. He didn't be polite. It was the start of
Immortal guiding the way. Well, this opening is called Immortal guiding the way. Interesting. Then let me play a
pawn bottom cannon. Venerable Bai Chao spends these days eating, drinking, and having fun. His greatest interest is studying chess. His chess skills can be said to have reached an all-time high. Has considerable attainments. After a few moves, both Zhu Xiaobao and Lord Bai Chao moved very carefully, and there was no problem at the beginning. Zhu Xiaobao also nodded secretly. This Lord Bai Chao is also a genius. He has already achieved such success in such a short period of time. His accomplishments. This still surprised him a bit. Those people sitting on the periphery were all people of high status. But at this time, they were concentrating and holding their breath, drinking tea and watching chess. Unexpectedly, the game between these two people was so exciting, because Zhu Xiaobao did not use those skills too much. It's routine chess, or flying knife, chess. But it's about taking advantage of tricks, and trying to win with strength.
Sister Rome, do you think Xiaobao can win?
Wei was also sitting next to Princess Zhu Rong of England at this time. She didn't know much about chess, but this tense atmosphere still made her feel that this game was a winner. Very nervous.
He will definitely win. It's just a matter of time. He wants Venerable Bai Chao to be convinced that he lost. Ha ha.
Apart from practicing martial arts,
what else can stop our husband?
Zhu Rong was also sipping the tea carefully, the newly launched oolong tea, then whispered with a delicate smile.
Well, do you think this Lord Bai Chao can really help us defeat Ji Jixing? How good our life is now. It is because of Ji Jixing, a bad guy, that we are all worried.
Wei also breathed a sigh of relief, and then a little said with sigh.
Well, Xiaobao and I should have good intuitions. This Bai Chao Venerable is definitely not simple. You can guess a thing or two by looking at Yu Shuang and Yu Shue's advancement.
Zhu Rong nodded gently, thinking in her heart, why don't we hope that evil heretics like Ji Zhishan can be eliminated as soon as possible. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao dropped one piece, then took a sip of tea and said,
3 sons are back. You lose. Lost? Yes, we lost.
Venerable Bai Chao looked at it for a while, then said in frustration, and then said unwillingly,
No. Let's play another round. You were the one who left first just now. Ha ha. No problem. You go first in this round.
Chapter 826, Choose 1A. After restarting the game, Zhu Xiaobao also began to adapt to Venerable Bai Cao's chess style, which was very thoughtful and could be said to be comprehensive. However, in this way, although the defense was solid, the offensive was insufficient. After all, he has only studied chess for a short period of time. With his superior memory and deduction ability, he can deduce several steps later. But his actual combat ability is still insufficient. There isn't much variety, and it's easy to get stuck in stalemates and fights. If you encounter an opponent like the old apprentice, it is easy to keep peace. But when you encounter Zhu Xiaobao, you will not be able to cope with it. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao also added many changes, and didn't even bother to think too much about it. Many corresponding routines and flying knives were used. Suddenly the chess game became exciting and one-sided. The next 3 games took less than an hour. This was mainly because Venerable Bai Chao had too much time to think about it. Zhu Xiaobao, on the other hand, is so confident that he can make Master Bai Chao unable to do anything by just making a move. The admiration and discussion outside also started to get louder. This kind of chess game with routines and flying knives is the most beautiful and entertaining. It seems like giving up a child, but it can often have unexpected and miraculous effects. The Great Venerable Chindu, the Great Venerable Duobao, and the old disciple were all fascinated by it. This was countless times better than the routine that the old disciple used mechanically. They all seemed to have forgotten why Zhu Xiaobao worked so hard to get closer to Lord Bai Chao. It was as if Ji Zhishan's threat no longer existed. Sipping the refreshing oolong tea, still holding the cigarette rod in his hand, he stared at the oversized chessboard on the wall. Everyone was shaking their heads and applauding.
Ha ha! This is the supreme enjoyment. If this happens every once in a while, I would rather not be this great venerable,
said the Great Venerable Thousand Poisons with a sigh.
Enjoy? You go and play 2 games with my master to see if you still enjoy it. That's called life being worse than death. You can't even drop the chess pieces in your hands.
The old apprentice snorted disdainfully. He is the most experienced person. Every time he is killed by Zhu Xiaobao, he lives a suspicious life. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao also put down the chess pieces in his hands and said with a smile,
Brother, how about it? Do you want to play another game? Oh, no need. I'll give in. I'll give in.
Venerable Bai Chao looked at it for a long time, and finally gave in. He was still murmuring a sigh.
Actually, I was also a bit opportunistic during this process. Many of the
routine chess and flying knives
are things you have never seen before. So you fell into the trap. This is the game record I wrote about these routine chess and flying knives. You can go back and take a good look, and you will know how to crack it if you encounter it in the future. If it can be used in actual combat, it can often get twice the result with half the effort.
Zhu Xiaobao still said with a smile.
Oh, thank you very much.
Venerable Bai Chao took the chess book handed over by Zhu Xiaobao in surprise, and then said with some hesitation,
But I don't have anything to help you. I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint you. It doesn't matter. Didn't you also say that even if I can't compare to GZ in terms of cultivation, there are 3 ladies beside me who are all descendants of the mythical beasts? I may not lose to GZ. After all, you still have to rely on yourself for some things.
Xiaobao seemed to have some insights and said, and then asked Mu Chunyi to give Master Bai Chao a box of top-quality oolong tea and a set of exquisite tea sets.
Well, then I'll take my leave. Brother!
Venerable Bai Chao was not polite and accepted them all, and he no longer concealed them. Once these things came into his hands, they disappeared in the blink of an eye. Zhu Xiaobao estimated that he had a storage bag or some other treasure on his body. This kind of thing was extremely rare. As far as he knew, the Great Venerable Duobao had a storage ring that could hold 2 or 3 cubes of things. Of course, living things cannot be packed in. After the screen was removed, Venerable Bai Chao could see clearly that there were actually people sitting outside. There were hundreds of people. Not only those great venerables, but also many dignitaries and romantic talents, all of whom were very knowledgeable about chess. These people are all bowing to Venerable Bai Chao. And those who can challenge Zhu Xiaobao are already worthy of their respect.
Venerable Bai Chao, you are really capable. You can do this with Xiaobao. No wonder you can win our money.
Venerable Qiandu and Venerable Duobao also expressed admiration and sincerely praised him.
Ashamed! Ashamed!
Venerable Bai Chao also bowed his hands again and again, smiling awkwardly. But his heart was still warm. The atmosphere here is so good. These people are here to exchange chess skills. And there is nothing else. Distractions.
Hey! Come back tomorrow at Huxenting Pavilion.
The great master Qiandu said in the back.
Definitely. Definitely.
Venerable Bai Chao nodded and responded. He was anxious to go back and study the chess records given to her by Zhu Xiaobao. The two losers just now were a bit unfair. They were obviously hit by flying knives. Now all the pavilions on the streets and lakeside in Yong'an County have been occupied by people playing chess. Even if you arrive late, you can't find a place to sit. That is, the pavilion in the heart of the lake, which is guarded by dedicated personnel. Several great sages still have this privilege.
Master, just let him go like this? Where's the agreed bet? This is too cheap for him. After losing so many games, he still has to eat and take. How can he be embarrassed?
The old apprentice had returned to Zhu Xiaoxiao at this time. Beside Bao, someone said angrily, while Muchuani, who was standing aside, remained silent.
Ha ha! I figured it out. We were a little eager for quick success at the beginning. We still have to solve our own problems ourselves. We can't place all our hopes on others. In the current situation, Ji Jishan is a double car, and we are a double cannon. Ma Shixiangquin. Although Ji Jishan can go all out, we may not necessarily lose. There are still many changes,
Zhu Xiaobao said with a smile while fiddling with the two chess pieces in his hand.
Oh, then I gave him so many good things. I haven't even drank that top-grade wine a few times. And he drank 2 jars in one mouthful. It really makes me feel bad.
The old apprentice was still shouting angrily.
Ha ha! He is indeed a capable person. Of course such a person is worth getting along with. Maybe he can give us some guidance at a critical moment. However, the most important thing to deal with Ji Jisheng is our own concerted efforts. Let's work together. What do you think?
Although Zhu Xiaobao was asking about his old disciple and Muchuani, he was looking at Muchuani.
Well, I only believe what Master says. We have so many people and so many novel weapons. If I don't believe it, I can't be GZ.
Mu Chun said calmly. She is still constantly developing more powerful gunpowder and control methods, always hoping to use her intelligence to help Zhu Xiaobao.
Ha ha ha! I, the second disciple, am the calmest and can handle everything calmly. Even I am ashamed of this.
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly laughed loudly and patted Muchuani on the shoulder. Muchuani, who was originally very calm and composed, suddenly became a little uneasy. His face felt slightly hot. He quickly packed up the tea sets and prepared to go back. As he hurriedly walked to the gate, Venerable Bai Chao suddenly stopped and sighed in distress.
Oh, it seems a bit unreasonable to just leave like this. If someone eats someone's mouth short, then that person's hands will be short. Alas! I damn it! Both of them are taken care of. How come here? I can't control myself even more?
After lingering at the gate for a long time, Venerable Bai Chao turned around and went back to the hall. Unexpectedly, the people in the hall did not leave. They all put up the chessboard and were fighting each other one by one. No one actually cares about the return of Venerable Nianko. In other words, a few people with high cultivation levels also noticed it. But they all turned a blind eye and just stared at the chessboard in front of them. Walking further inside, I saw Zhu Xiaobao instructing Yu Shuang. Yu Shui, were you and others to practice the steps and gestures of brewing oolong tea? Yes, they saw a series of standardized operations performed by Mu Chuani next to Zhu Xiaobao just now. And they all felt that it was very ladylike. No, they are all learning and practicing here now. The Princess of England was also watching with a smile. This scene was really a bit of an elegant lifestyle.
Brother, I'm back again!
Venerable Bai Chao looked blankly for a while. And then he took the initiative to say low.
Oh, brother, what's the matter? Don't you want to kill 2 more games right away? Chess skills can't be improved in a short while.
Zhu Xiaobao was also a little surprised. although he was also a little bit disappointed with the departure of Venerable Bai Chao. Disappointed, but never thought he would come back again.
No. I just want to have a few words with you alone.
Venerable Bai Chao shook his head, then looked at the beauties in front of him and said, but the old man has no feeling for women. On the contrary, he took a little longer look at the strong-bodied sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui. That's all.
Sisters, let's go back to the back house first. There are still many things to learn.
Princess Ying greeted her very knowingly, then gave an elegant salute and led the girls away.
Please sit down. This is freshly brewed tea. Do you have any advice on how to arrange the return of Venerable Bai Chao?
Zhu Xiaobao poured a cup of tea for Venerable Bai Chao, then stretched out his hand to indicate to him to sit down.
Oh, accept the bet. Although I didn't say anything about the bet. I feel a little sorry to leave like this. Tell me, what do you want me to help you with? I can explain it in advance,
but don't expect me to defeat GZE.
That's all I have if you cultivate a little. You won't end up staying here for the rest of your life.
Venerable Bai Chao sat down and sighed with some reluctance.
Ha ha! You're too polite. I told you. Just give me the bet. Don't take it to heart.
Zhu Xiaobao laughed suddenly, but he was secretly surprised in his heart, knowing that the old man felt very sorry.
Don't! You are the most uncomfortable to watch. Come on. What do you want?
Venerable Bai Chao waved his hand quickly and said,
Then I'm welcome. First, help me solve the problem of infertility. Second, how about teaching me your
gravity technique? Zhu Xiaobao thought for a while, and then said,
Humph. The lion opens his mouth. No. At most I can choose one of the two. Then I'll choose one.
Chapter 827, Choose one of two, B. In fact, Venerable Bai Chao has known Zhu Xiaobao's wishes for a long time, but he still doesn't understand why Zhu Xiaobao attaches so much importance to the inheritance of the family line. Because as their cultivators improve, the chance of having children will also increase. This is also a kind of balance. Otherwise, if a person who cultivates immortality has a lifespan of tens of thousands of years, his descendants will not be in the tens of thousands. Are we going to let ordinary people live? Moreover, those who are successful in cultivation are those who have clear goals and practice diligently. Many of them have no interest in falling in love or carrying on the family line. The only pursuit is to improve one's own cultivation. Therefore, most of those who are successful in cultivation have no descendants. Or they used to have descendants. But after they ascended to the immortal world, they no longer had any contact with them. There are also those who have cultivated to a certain level, and in order to have no distracting thoughts, they leave their families and children behind, hide their names, and pursue the great path alone.
Okay. In your situation, if you want to continue the family lineage, there are only two ways. Either go back to your original place, or ascend to the immortal world. After you reach the level of the martial god, you can reshape your mortal body, and this infertility disease will not be cured. And it's healed.
Venerable Bai Chao sighed and said, he already regretted it a little. He had to pay a huge price for just such a small amount of food and drink. It seemed that he was still at a loss.
Huh? This seems a bit difficult.
Zhu Xiaobao is also a little sluggish. It seems impossible to go back to the place where he came from because he has not found the planet called Earth from which he came. Not to mention that if he really went back with his current level of cultivation, he would definitely be regarded as an alien, and he would be able to change the entire world on his own. But to ascend to the immortal realm, this is a bit unbelievable. Could it be that the Bai Chao Venerable could really make himself ascend to the immortal realm? Wouldn't that be equivalent to cheating?
Yes. I regret it too. I caused such a big disaster for myself because of my greed. This is all against the destiny of heaven.
Venerable Bai Chao also snorted depressedly.
Then how are you going to let me ascend to the immortal world? You won't let me practice to the realm of the god of war. Right. It will probably take hundreds of years.
Zhu Xiaobao asked with some worry. It will take hundreds of years. At that time, Zhu Rong and the others can still I don't even know I can't have children.
Without that ability, with your cultivation attitude, it is almost impossible to cultivate to the realm of the god of war. You don't put your mind on this aspect at all. You just enjoy a comfortable life all day long.
Venerable Bai Chao was very sad. He snorted disdainfully. To be honest, Zhu Xiaobao is the most lazy and careless cultivator he has ever seen. But he still has great luck. And through various opportunities, he has finally reached the realm of the martial emperor. What was even more surprising to Venerable Bai Chao was that the dragon-slaying sword actually recognized him as its master, and actually developed spirituality and derived a weapon spirit.
Oh, that's good. That's good. I'm also worried that I have to entertain you for hundreds of years, and my burden is quite heavy. Tell me, brother, do you have any way for me to fly to the fairy world immediately? Isn't it sneaking into the world? Zhu Xiaobao also breathed a sigh of relief and smiled.
You are actually picky? What is smuggling?
Venerable Baichao almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. This guy really went too far. If Venerable Baichao hadn't taken his own identity into consideration, he would have cursed.
Oh, it's nothing. Just send me to the fairy world quietly. This is stowaway.
Zhu Xiaobao quickly explained.
It's almost the same. I'll go make some preparations. And then, I'll give you an immortal ascension pill that will allow you to not be suppressed by the realm and smoothly ascend to the immortal world. From now on, you will have to rely on yourself to improve your cultivation. Shape the Dharma body. In the immortal realm, it is still very easy to cultivate to the realm of the god of war. If you have the dragon-slaying sword in your hand, there will be no danger.
Venerable Baichao said with some hesitation. In fact, Zhu Xiaobao was right. This is smuggling. Quietly sending people over who were originally not qualified to ascend. Of course, Venerable Baichao also had his own thoughts in doing this. Once Zhu Xiaobao arrives in the fairy world, all the food, drink and all kinds of strange and new gadgets will follow him.
One? No. Brother. If you want to get one, just get 1 or 20. I have so many wives, apprentices, and friends of mine. I have to bring them with me. Otherwise, I can ascend alone. What's the point of going to the fairy world?
Zhu Xiaobao actually shook his head and said, and he looked like it was natural.
What? You want 10 or 20 more? You drank too much. Right? I have to sacrifice my life to pay for this one. Do you want dozens more? Ascension to heaven and HL. They are two different things. You can go to HL as a group, but you can only ascend to the immortal world by yourself.
Venerable Baichao jumped up from his chair in shock. He really suspected that Zhu Xiaobao had drunk too much.
Then even if I reshape my body and cure my disease, who will give me a son? You still haven't solved my problem. Oh, I understand. I will go to the fairy world alone for a few years, etc. I'll reshape my legal body and then come back. Right? That's okay. As long as I practice harder and don't let them wait too long. They will miss me.
Zhu Xiaobao slapped his forehead, as if he suddenly realized something. Said, in this case, he could barely accept it.
It's impossible. If you go to the fairy world, you can never come back. And with your diligence, there is no one who can't cultivate to the realm of the martial god for hundreds of years. So you have to think about it. Don't say I didn't remind you.
Venerable Baichao looked at Zhu Xiaobao as if he were an idiot, and then said coldly, unexpectedly, a cultivator can be so affectionate and reluctant to let go of several women? You must know that there are many beauties in the fairy world. As long as your cultivation level is high enough, it will be too easy to have a group of wives and concubines. Venerable Baichao really couldn't figure out why Zhu Xiaobao was so reluctant to let go of a few mortal women. Zhu Xiaobao was stunned immediately and was silent for a long time. Then he sighed and said softly,
if this is the case, forget it. I have changed my mind. I will choose two. And you will teach me the gravity technique. Well, if I could take Yu Shuang and Yu Shui as my disciple again, I would be even more grateful. You know what you are talking about? You actually gave up this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. No, it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Do you want to think about it again? This time it was Venerable Baicao's turn to be shocked. He almost sat down on the ground. He quickly took out the unfinished jar of the finest pure brew from his storage bag and took a big sip to calm himself down. This was the first time in his life that he heard someone reject the opportunity to ascend to the immortal world. Don't think about it. You can think that I have no vision, or you can look down on me, but I can't leave them alone. We are really happy together, and I promise that I will never leave them. I'm leaving otherwise. They will suffer and miss me for a lifetime, and I will feel guilty for a lifetime. Instead of this, why should I choose this painful life? Even if I cannot live for 10,000 years or more, I can live a happy life in my lifetime. Very satisfied. That's enough. I've already made my choice. Just choose two. Zhu Xiaobao suddenly smiled, and his mood suddenly relaxed.
It seemed that he had passed a hurdle. His thoughts were clear. His mind was peaceful. And he didn't even know more worrying about passing on the family line.
Well, although I can't understand your thoughts, I know that they are very happy. But you are stupid.
Venerable Bai Chao is still a little unbelievable. Even a little pity. This is his first time. I wanted to send a mortal to the fairy world against the rules. But I didn't expect that I was rejected.
Maybe it's stupid, but I don't regret it.
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly returned to his smiling appearance and gave up an opportunity to become an immortal immediately. He turned the page right away. Even Venerable Bai Chao had to admire him. This guy has such a big heart. Not to mention, if he had such a state of mind, his achievements would be truly immeasurable. Venerable Bai Chao now seemed to understand a little bit why the dragon sword would take the initiative to recognize him as its master. Because he does not force it, nor does he deliberately improve or restore the level of the dragon-slaying sword, but allows it to develop freely.
Okay. 3 days later. At midnight. Find a hiding place. Well, you can bring those 2 girls, and I will see if their qualifications are suitable for practicing this technique.
Venerable Bai Chao was actually a little disappointed. Turn around and leave. Venerable Bai Chao was also surprised in his heart. He should have been happy when Zhu Xiaobao gave up on ascension to the immortal realm. Because after all, teaching a skill is much simpler than ascension to the immortal realm. And it is not a violation. But he actually has a very lost feeling. Could it be that the fairy world has no allure for Zhu Xiaobao? In order to ascend to the immortal world, the demon Geo would lay down millions of corpses. And he would not hesitate to do so.
Ha ha. Then I will thank you on their behalf. Brother, I'll give it to you.
Zhu Xiaobao was very happy and gave gifts repeatedly. Unexpectedly, now 3 people can learn this skill.
No need. I know the way myself. It's better to accompany your beautiful lady.
Venerable Bai Chao shook his sleeves and left angrily. No wonder he felt aggrieved. Ever since he met Zhu Xiaobao, he never seemed to have the upper hand and always felt aggrieved. After Lord Bai Chao left, Zhu Rong and others immediately gathered around. When they heard that Zhu Xiaobao had given up the opportunity to ascend to the immortal world,
they all looked at Zhu Xiaobao in disbelief. Who is this person? Why would make such a shocking decision? But after hearing the detailed process of the incident, Zhu Rong and others couldn't help but feel excited. And their eyes were filled with tears. Even a well-behaved person like Zhu Rong couldn't help but cry, holding Zhu Xiaobao on the spot. She cried. Those were very happy tears. She pressed tightly against Zhu Xiaobao's chest. Will you also hug Zhu Xiaobao tightly from behind?
Woo woo woo! Brother-in-law, if we weren't a bit special, we would be willing to marry you. Woo woo woo!
Sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui were so moved that they even felt a little regretful. Was their orientation wrong? Got it. It turns out that men can be so heartwarming.
Oh, it doesn't matter. I can accept the change now. Really? How about we give it a try today? If it doesn't work, can you continue to be your lily?
Zhu Xiaobao asked with his eyes shining suddenly. Could it be that before his own problem was cured, he actually corrected the sexual orientation of the 2 sisters? Wouldn't that be a great thing? Zhu Rong wouldn't object.
Right. Ouch. Are you 2 really willing to exert force? I'm just talking about it.
Zhu Xiaobao just felt a little thought coming into his head when he felt burning pain in his chest and buttocks. This was at the same time as Zhu Rong, and will you take action?
Humph. Does it hurt? Come on. Let's go back and give you some comfort. Honestly, your performance today is really good. Sister Wu Yu and I are very touched. Come on. Wu Yu, let's take good care of our husband in a few days. I think he has a little too much energy now.
Zhu Rong said with an elegant smile.
Well, okay.
Wu Yu also stood on one side, clamped one of Zhu Xiaobao's arms, and then hummed to Yu Shuang and Yu Shui.
You 2. Go and have fun wherever you can. Madam, let's discuss it again. It's not dark yet. Besides, we just finished eating, so it's not suitable for strenuous exercise. Shut up. When we get to the harem, it's up to us.
Chapter 828, Amazed A. Since driving away the eldest prince and Ji Jixing, the 2 sides have been in peace for a period of time. But there has been a very peaceful and stable situation. All counties are developing in an orderly and rapid manner. This is all due to the abundant talents under Zhu Xiaobao. Moreover, each county has a very complete system for the development and management, and has also made unified policies, patterns and regulations. Of course, The most important thing is that the people have recognized the management and ascension of the 19th princess. In fact, she is no different from the emperor now, except for the ceremony of enthronement and succession. Even from the development of Yong'an County, we can see that the people are very supportive of the 19th princess. Of course, some sensible people know it well. In fact, the rise of the 19th princess was supported by Zhu Xiaobao. But most people don't care about this. They only want to see real benefits and a stable situation. Now more and more people have begun to return to Yong'an County. After all, it is hard to leave their hometown. And the land here is also cheaper. Many people originally had their own land. And now they can catch up with tax exemptions when they come back. Preferential policies. So now Yong'an County is gradually becoming more lively. The key is that people's hearts are beginning to stabilize. Many wealthy families have also begun to come here to buy land, trying to get a head start. For 3 days in a row, Venerable Baichao was in the lake pavilion with Venerable Duobao, Venerable Qindu, and his old disciples. They set up a chessboard here to kill. The sky was dark, and the earth was dark. Now these big the Venerable didn't care about his face anymore. 3 people actually joined forces to deal with the Venerable Baichao. Unfortunately, their chess skills were limited. Even if the 3 people joined forces with all their talk, they still lost completely. In these 3 days alone, these few lost more than 3,000 taels of gold. Of course, the old apprentice doesn't have to pay. He came with a carriage. If he loses, he will be responsible for cooking for everyone. Anyway, he is also a chef now. To say that the old apprentice is actually more famous now, it is just for his reputation in cooking. As for his cultivation and martial arts, there is basically no progress. Anyway, he has a good mentality, and does not want to be promoted to a martial saint. He also knows his own qualifications. It may be difficult to be promoted to the realm of a martial saint. Opposite the Huxin Pavilion, a 4-storied brothel has just been built. This is the tallest building in Yang'an County now, because it was built by Hachitu. Although this group went to the fiefdom of His Highness the 6th Prince, the construction has already begun here. This guy first built the brothel. He has too many beauties of all kinds. These resources must not be put to good use. Once the world settles down, the most popular business will be brothels. Laoha has always had a very unique vision for making money. Although Zhu Rong and Wu Yu hate this kind of business, they are still sitting on the top floor and watching the noisy group of great sages in the Huxin Pavilion. This is a wonderful sight. Who would have thought that there would be several of the 9 great sages gathered in this pavilion in the middle of the lake? What's even more unexpected is that they would still be noisy here. And sometimes, they would be so noisy just because of regretting a move. No open trade. During this period, Venerable Baichao was very proud of himself. For 3 days in a row, he made a lot of money. After reading Zhu Xiaobao's chess book, he could now master the routine chess and flying knives gradually. When used in actual combat, the killing was immediate and refreshing.
Hey! Do you think he really came from the fairy world? It doesn't look like him to me. Does he? He came from the fairy world. And this is what he looks like.
Wu Yu put down the telescope in her hand and shook it in disbelief. He shook his head and said, "Recently, the 19th princess has been absent, and the situation in Yong'an County has been relatively calm. Wu Yu's time with Zhu Xiaobao has obviously increased a lot. And even Ying Xiuxiu and others have received a lot of opportunities."
What do you think an immortal should be like? With a straight face and a serious smile all day long? In fact, immortals are also cultivated by mortals. But it's hard to say whether he came from the immortal world. Normally, if he wants to come here from the immortal world, it's not an easy thing. Didn't you listen to what he said? If Xiaobao goes to the fairy world, he will never come back. That's why Xiaobao gave up such a good opportunity to ascend to the fairy world.
Zhu Rong was also sitting there. Warmly one smiled and said, from the bottom of her heart, Zhu Xiaobao's choice still made her feel a bit regretful. But her heart was full of tenderness and sweetness. Zhu Xiaobao is probably the only one who can make such a choice for the one he loves.
I guess he has some means to ascend to the fairy world. But he himself is unwilling to go. Last time he said that when he arrived in the fairy world, he had just entered the realm of the god of war. In the fairy world, the law of the jungle is the same. And he is not as good as a great master here. You are having a great time.
Zhu Xiaobao also said with a smile. Although this is a brothel, it has not yet opened. They have taken down the top floor so that they can look down and see wider and clearer.
Why do I think you are not as nervous as before? Does Jijishi's threat no longer exist? Or is it because of the appearance of this venerable Bai Chao? Do we have the strength to compete with him?
Wu Yu also asked a little doubtfully. Now it seems like everyone is relaxed.
Of course. At first, I thought the GZ got the devil's heart and immediately became a devil. I didn't expect that he was not that powerful. Besides, now we have two more great sages. The two sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui have been promoted to Great Venerable. The two of them joined forces. But they can fight against people with a martial arts level. Plus this venerable Bai Chao. This is full of variables.
Zhu Xiaobao is very confident Xiao Dao. He can feel it well. Now our own strength is also constantly increasing. The key is that this Bai Chao venerable is definitely not simple. Yes. The two sisters, Yu Shuang and Yu Shui, can also learn the coveted gravity technique, which undoubtedly increases their combat effectiveness. But Wu Yu felt a little sad in her heart. Her cultivation had almost reached its peak, and Zhu Xiaobao had to spend a lot of money and energy to raise the current level of Wu Zun. But with this level of cultivation alone, it is almost impossible to help Zhu Xiaobao and the others. It would be great if they can avoid causing trouble.
Don't worry. As long as I learn the
gravity technique.
Can I not teach it to you too?
Zhu Xiaobao said with a thief smile. What kind of techniques are not to be taught? What kind of agreement cannot be passed on to others? Any doesn't exist here. At worst, we'll just have to pay for a few jars of the best aged wine. And we'll be done with it. On the second day, which was the day agreed to teach the
art of gravity,
the experimental site behind Qingshi Mountain was blocked. This was originally where Mu Chuanyi and others were used to experiment with new technologies. The place where the weapons were developed was originally a very confidential place. But today it is even more heavily guarded, with Wu Yu personally patrolling the perimeter. In fact, this is also for Venerable Bai Chao to see, letting him know how much Zhu Xiaobao attaches importance to teaching the skills this time. It is rare that Zhu Xiaobao is also wearing a military uniform, which really looks a bit capable. But compared with the two sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui, they are still a step behind. The two sisters are so heroic and full of energy. Even Zhu Xiaobao was a little surprised by the ferocious aura that the two of them jointly exuded. These two militants are really powerful in combat. This kind of ferocious aura is probably more powerful than the average martial arts saint in the first stage.
Meet Master!
The two sisters prostrated together and shouted in unison.
Well, don't call me Master. I'm just fulfilling my promise. How far you can use this skill depends on your understanding, spiritual consciousness, and physical strength.
Venerable Bai Chao shook his head and gave in slightly. You are unwilling to admit this kind of master-disciple status.
Thank you, Master.
Yu Shuang and Yu Shui had already received Zhu Xiaobao's instructions, but they still insisted on calling Lord Bai Chao Master.
Hey! What's wrong with having two more apprentices? They can accompany you for a drink or a chat when you're bored. My two sisters are so well behaved. Besides, with your abilities, you have to have someone to help you. Are you going to carry it forward?
Zhu Xiaobao also helped Yu Shuang and Yu Shui say good things.
No need. I'm warning you. Except for the three of you. This skill of mine must not be taught to anyone else. Otherwise don't blame me for being rude.
Venerable Bai Chao snorted, as if to warn Zhu Xiaobao, because he is absolutely at ease with the sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui. But he is definitely not at ease with this rogue Zhu Xiaobao.
No. Who am I? I am the best chef in the world. And I am also the 1,000-year-old king of England, who is respected by thousands of people. What I say is absolutely true, and I keep my word. But, if I talk in my sleep and accidentally say if you exposed your mouth, you can't blame me,
Zhu Xiaobao said confidently. But he still left a tale for himself.
Stop talking nonsense. Let's get started.
Venerable Bai Chao suddenly had a very bad feeling. This guy was already planning to teach his skills to his wives. But facing this smiling little scoundrel, I really felt helpless. But a scoundrel is a scoundrel. But among the three of them, it was Zhu Xiaobao who was the fastest to understand the
art of gravity,
the best to use it, and the most rational use of it. Sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui can only exert 1 time of gravity. But Zhu Xiaobao can actually achieve 8 times of gravity. This gap seems a bit big. Venerable Bai Chao looked at it with a bit of surprise. Even though Zhu Xiaobao has a demigod body, he can exert 8 times the gravity effect as soon as he gets started. Which is still a bit unexpected. This guy really has some unexpected talents. Especially Zhu Xiaobao's spiritual consciousness. Even Venerable Bai Chao cannot detect it. It can be said to be unfathomable. This result is a bit difficult for the sisters Yushuang and Yushue to accept. The gap between them and Zhu Xiaobao is also too big. You must know that they have always been very proud of their talents in cultivation. Now it has doubled its gravity. However, the two of them also had a special talent, which caught the attention of Lord Baichao. That is, the two of them joined forces and had the same mind. They could actually exert 3 times the gravity. It was definitely a special effect that 1 plus 1 is greater than 1. Chapter 829, Amazed B. Venerable Baichao feels a little unbelievable now. How come people in this mortal world have such high talents? In fact, it's no wonder he thinks so. The people he met are all the top cultivation wizards in this world. Needless to say, the great sages. Zhu Xiaobao has unknown origins and super strong spiritual consciousness. 8 times the gravity. Even the most powerful martial god can achieve this effect. This guy is only at the queen of martial stage now. He has not even reached the great perfection. But he can already achieve this effect? The sisters Yushuang and Yushue also surprised Venerable Baichao. Together, they can release 3 times the gravity effect. The lowest level of cultivation required to learn this technique is Da Zun. According to his estimation, the two sisters can only release 50%, 5 times, of the effect. But as soon as they get started, the effect is doubled. And the two of them practice it. It can release 3 times the gravity effect, which is so unexpected. In this way, the two sisters were still very dissatisfied because they felt they were far behind Zhu Xiaobao and were very unconvinced. Of course, it's very simple. In fact, the 3 of them have been learning and mastering here for a whole day. This technique requires extremely high spiritual consciousness and physical fitness. The stronger the spiritual consciousness, the faster the casting speed and the wider the range. The stronger your physique, the stronger the gravity you release. And with Yushue's great martial lord's cultivation, he can only maintain it for a few breaths, which is about a minute or 2. But Zhu Xiaobao can last for a long time, almost 10 minutes. But the effect of gravity becomes weaker and weaker as time goes by. It's not like Yushuang and Yushue. The effect disappears immediately. This also surprised Venerable Baichao. How powerful this guy's spiritual consciousness is. In other words, his physical strength is a bit lacking. So in the end, his physical strength cannot keep up. Otherwise, the gravity effect exerted by Zhu Xiaobao would be even stronger. Powerful.
Well, if this boy wants to recognize me as his teacher, I might consider it. Oh, forget it. This boy doesn't seem to respect his teacher. Now he is my brother. But these 2 girls not bad.
Venerable Baichao sat aside, still thinking wildly in his mind. In the venue, Zhu Xiaobao is competing with Yushuang and Yushue. According to previous battles, it would still be very difficult for Zhu Xiaobao to defeat these sisters without the help of the power of the Dharma. However, it is completely different now. Once Yushue got close to Zhu Xiaobao, the gravity she endured suddenly doubled, and her movements immediately became slow and heavy. The single sword in her hand suddenly became 8 times heavier, and it was very difficult to lift it. On the other hand, although Zhu Xiaobao was also affected by the triple gravity released by the 2 of them, this guy was much less affected. His dragon-slaying knife was not affected by this, because it was a magic weapon, and he already has spirituality and can resist this kind of technique.
Hey! You're so proud! Let's go!
Zhu Xiaobao resisted 3 times his own weight, but he moved much faster than the 2 sisters. First, he slapped Yushuang hard from the side, and then raised his leg to kick Yushue out. Once they were kicked a certain distance away, the weight the 2 sisters endured quickly weakened. They both got up from the ground in embarrassment and glared angrily at Zhu Xiaobao. But they did not dare to approach him again.
Got it. Okay. You 2 are no match for him. At least you are far inferior to him when it comes to performing this technique.
His consciousness is too strong. You'd better understand and use it skillfully. Try to use it after the most critical moment, and strive to succeed in 1 blow.
Venerable Baichao shook his head and said, It is obvious that not only does the gravity effect released by Zhu Xiaobao be stronger than that of the 2 sisters, but he also has a very weird footwork. When the 2 work together, it is simply a killer skill.
Yes.
After Yushuang and Yushue heard what Venerable Baichao said, they immediately responded respectfully, and then ran to the side to figure out and practice carefully.
Brother, why don't we 2 practice? Let me see how many times the effect you can unleash.
Zhu Xiaobao, not knowing the heights of the world, walked up to Venerable Baichao triumphantly, shaking the dragon-slaying knife and asked,
Ha ha. Okay,
Come here. Come here.
Get closer and chop me with your knife.
Venerable Bai Chao said with a smile as he sat there.
Holy crap. Forget it. Brother. Let's stop practicing. Fighting is not a good habit.
Before Zhu Xiaobao could get within 5 steps of Venerable Bai Chao, he already felt that the dragon-slaying knife in his hand was getting heavier and heavier. He couldn't lift his 2 legs. And what was even more terrifying was that his 2 feet had already sunk half a foot into the ground. This is solid red earth. When the warhorse steps on it, it is just the hoof prints of Brother Six. In desperation, Zhu Xiaobao quickly put away the dragon-slaying knife. Strangely enough, once he put the dragon-slaying knife into his body, this huge weight disappeared immediately. But the weight he felt was still real. Existing.
What? No more training?
Venerable Bai Chao asked with a faint smile.
No more practice. No more practice. Life is not just about boring practice. But more importantly, happiness and enjoyment. What's the point of fighting and killing all day long?
Zhu Xiaobao didn't feel embarrassed either, and clapped his hands with a smile. He sat next to Venerable Bai Chao. At this time, the gravity on his body had disappeared.
Ha ha ha. So people can't get carried away. Although this technique is very powerful, it also has shortcomings. The condensed spells and blood axes will not be affected by this. And if the opponent uses your double gravity to attack from top to bottom, the power coming over will also increase exponentially.
Venerable Bai Chao seemed to be reminding Zhu Xiaobao intentionally or unintentionally.
Hey! Then Ji Jishan's body will always be affected in some way.
Right? Zhu Xiaobao said, although he was a little disappointed. He was still very optimistic.
Yeah. It will be affected a little. But don't forget, Ji Jishi has already obtained the demonic crystal. And he is at least half step to the realm of a martial god now. He is not even a little bit better than you. You must not slack off.
Venerable Bai Chao is a little crazy. Why is this guy not worried at all? Still thinking about enjoying it.
I know. I know. I am called diligent in the first place. Do you think I can slack off? Oh, brother. Who are you? Are you from the fairy world? What kind of cultivation are you?
Zhu Xiaobao nodded repeatedly, took out the cigarette rod and purse from his pocket, and diligently lit a bag of cigarettes for Venerable Bai Chao, and started smoking along with him. In fact, he usually did not smoke. But this time it's not just to find out the truth of Venerable Bai Chao. He is also very thoughtful.
Humph. You're overthinking. I'm just an outsider. My cultivation level is about the same as yours. And I have some ability to save my life. You have to deal with what you should deal with by yourself. Well, I've stayed here for so long, it's been a long time. So it's time for me to leave.
Venerable Bai Chao said while holding the cigarette rod. He had already seen that Zhu Xiaobao was bringing several jars of top-quality aged wine. So he wanted to bribe him. Lord Bai Chao grinned in his heart, and finally decided that he could not stay here any longer. If he continued to enjoy it so comfortably, he might really be corrupted and used by these little treasures.
No. We are half-brothers now. Let's leave just now. Brother, I still have many things to ask you.
Zhu Xiaobao was startled and hurriedly said to Quan Quan.
Humph. I'm afraid that you will really regard me as one of my own. I will never be bribed by others. Hee hee. If I have time, maybe I would like to visit Ji Jisheng's place too.
Venerable Bai Chao seemed like he hummed with a non-smile.
What does bribery mean? I really treat you as my own brother. By the way, why don't you accept these 2 female disciples?
Zhu Xiaobao was still pestering Venerable Bai Chao shamelessly.
Well, ordinarily, the qualifications of these 2 girls are pretty good. Let's see. When I come back, if their gravity technique can be increased to 5 times, I will accept them as registered disciples.
Venerable Bai Chao looked at it. Not far away, the 2 sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui spoke reluctantly. I originally thought that Venerable Bai Chao was just talking, but I didn't expect that the old man really left quietly the next day, and no one knew his whereabouts. He really has the demeanor of a reclusive person.
Huh? Are you really leaving? This old man really doesn't show any respect, and just leaves without saying age. Lo.
When Zhu Xiaobao heard the news,
he was discussing with Zhu Rong the next plan to bribe and corrupt the Lord Bai Chao. I didn't expect this old man to leave so simply. It was the sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui who came over to report the news. They were a little unwilling to do so. After all, the Venerable Bai Chao did not accept them as his disciples. So they rushed over anxiously to report to Zhu Xiaobao.
Forget it. Speaking of which, he has already helped us a lot.
Next,
We still have to rely on ourselves. That's what he means when he leaves,
Zhu Rong said calmly. She had already had a hunch that Zhu Xiaobao's behavior would one set won't be of much use. But I didn't expect it to be very rewarding. At least this gravity technique is a very powerful technique.
I'm going! Is this okay? Hurry up and send a message to call Jumei back. No one else can do this skill. But in Jumei's hands it can definitely be used to its extreme,
Zhu Xiaobao said angrily. Unexpectedly, Venerable Baichao left so decisively. This made Zhu Xiaoma realize that a huge threat still existed. Moreover, Jumei has been in Beatty County for 2 months and has basically gained nothing. Ji Jishi's whereabouts have not been found at all. In this case, it is better to let her come back quickly.
That's fine. I'll make arrangements now and notify Jumei to come back quickly.
Zhu Rong also nodded. Since GZ will have to refine and fuse the demon heart for a long time, then they don't have to rush into conflict with GZ. It's safest to improve your strength as soon as possible. But at this moment, the Golden Eagle flew back in panic. It turns out something happened at Jumei's place. Chapter 830, Mutual Fear A. Let's talk about Jumei's situation. Since Jumei arrived in Beatty County, she has been seriously carrying out the tasks assigned to her by Zhu Xiaobao. But what disappoints Jumei is that no trace of Ji Jishi's whereabouts has been found. And Ji Jishi seems to have disappeared out of thin air. Only the Shimei Holy Lord often shows up outside, with a large number of guards, riding in luxurious cars, showing off his power, and acting in a flamboyant way. At the beginning, Jumei followed the Shimei Saint every time, but later found that it had no effect. In the end, she also became smarter. As long as the Shimei Saint was moving around the palace, she would no longer pay attention to it. Just send the little demon and the Golden Eagle to follow from a distance, and that's okay. Because Shimei Saint is bored and looking for fun everywhere. Of course, she is also enjoying this sense of superiority and satisfying her own vanity. Although 2 months have passed, Jumei is not very impatient. She usually focuses on her own practice. In this regard, she is more self-disciplined than Zhu Xiaobao. And Hachitu was not impatient. He discovered new business opportunities here. Unexpectedly, His Highness the Sixth Prince's fiefdom also began to be regulated, and production was also vigorously developed. The lives of ordinary people gradually began to stabilize, and many shops were reopened. Business started. The cattle and sheep sold by Hachitu are also particularly popular, because Beatty County is colder than other counties, and the demand for meat is greater. He started to make money again, so he was in no hurry to come back. In fact, Hachitu came back twice during this period and met with Zhu Xiaobao. But because there was nothing important, he did not go into details. But just a few days ago, the Shimei Saint suddenly left the inner city with his personal guards and went straight to the forest farm in the southeast. After receiving the reward from Golden Eagle, Jumei immediately thought about whether she was going to meet GZ. Although she didn't know what GZ was doing, the Shimei Saint was Ji Jisheng's favorite person, and Jumei knew this. So she followed immediately. The human demon Saint Lord did have a clear purpose for this trip, because according to the information obtained by the eldest prince, traces of the 9 Saint Lord were found in the southeast. This news immediately made the Shimei Holy Lord unable to sit still. Apart from the eldest prince, the person she most wanted to deal with was the Jiuyin Holy Lord, because when she was imprisoned by these two people, she was abused a lot. Now she wants to. I still have lingering fears when I think about it. Wasn't it because of the charming poison of Jiuyin Saint that she couldn't escape in the first place? Later, it was also for this reason that he became ruthless and swung his sword from the palace. Only then did he get rid of the evil poison of Jiuyin Saint and escaped back to Ji Jisheng. Moreover, he was a blessing in disguise and became a woman in the true sense of the word. Now once she heard the news about Jiuyin Saint, how could she let him go? Now that the eldest prince has become her slave, she is very satisfied with him, just taking care of him when there is nothing wrong. But her biggest wish is to capture the Jiuyin Saint whom she hates the most. Although Jumei is not fast, there is always the aura left by the little demon in front of her, so she will not take detours. But she can't chase all the way with great fanfare. Only when there is no one can she let go of her hands and feet and take big strides. Chase! This time, Jumei is alone, with 2 monsters, the giant snake, the little demon, and the golden eagle. Cultivations like Imo Sang Shao Jian and Mukue can't help much when they come. On the contrary, they will leak their whereabouts. So now Jumei is alone when she goes out to explore. This time, the Shimei Saint did not ride in a carriage or sedan chair, but changed into a military uniform. Not to mention, This perverted shemale looked a bit heroic in the military uniform. But more importantly, he showed a strong the allure of it. The guards couldn't take their eyes off it. Drooling with saliva. The eldest prince even felt his heart pounding and gasping for breath. Although he was planted with a slave mark, this did not hinder his physiological reaction. And this reaction seemed to be even stronger. The shemale Holy Lord and his men chased her for more than 200 miles. She was dripping with sweat as she ran. But she did not find the whereabouts of the Join Holy Lord. But I still found something. The empty land in front of me was filled with a sweet fragrance. This was the kind of fragrance of Join Saint.
Join! You bitch! Come out! Haven't you always wanted to destroy my peerless appearance? Come out! I will show you. My appearance now is even more beautiful than before. No. You, an old woman, can do it.
Shemale Holy Lord yelled aggressively. She wanted to use this stimulation method to make Join Holy Lord appear. At this time, Jumei, who was following behind, also arrived. Of course, she also smelled this fragrance. But this charming poison is only effective on men, and has no effect on women. What's more, Jumei is invulnerable to all poisons. But Jumei was also very confused. Could it be that the Join Saint was really nearby? But she couldn't feel it even with her cultivation level? Could it be that Join Xingzuan's concealment skills are so high? For the sake of safety, Jumei still used his innate skills, escaped underground, and quietly approached the human demon saint. The shemale Holy Lord had been shouting for a long time. But she did not see the Join Holy Lord. She suspected that the Join Holy Lord was not nearby, or that he did not dare to come out at all.
You all spread out the search for me. Within 20 miles around here.
The shemale saint originally wanted his guards to spread out the search. But when he turned around and looked at it, he suddenly became angry and annoyed. These guards were all breathing heavily. Their faces were red, and their eyes were staring at her like hungry wolves. The charming poison of Daqing Join Holy Lord has no effect on the human monster Holy Lord. But it has a strong effect on these guards. If they hadn't had some sense, they would have swarmed him. This time, the shemale saint brought not many guards. Only more than 100. But they are all with relatively high cultivation. And the lowest cultivation level is at the level of a great martial artist. Although the human monster saint is not afraid of this kind of group extra scene. But it's also very helpless. This thing doesn't need any antidote. You just need to find a woman to vent it to, and it will be resolved naturally.
Oh! You little bastards. You are really useless. Get out of here. Find a place to solve the problem yourself.
The shemale saint waved his hand in annoyance, and could only let them solve it on their own. Anyway, there are dozens of miles around. There are still a few villages. As for the people who are about to suffer, she has nothing to do. It's not like she's here to appease these guards. These guards reluctantly turned their horses and left, leaving only the eldest prince. The eldest prince was not much better at this time. He was already obsessed with being seduced by the she-monster saint. But now that he had breathed in this strong charm poison, he was also ready to move. And his crotch was sticking out. He almost pounced on him and tore the demon saint to pieces.
Huh? You haven't made much progress in your cultivation now. But you haven't regressed at all in this matter. Anyway, I will let you serve me today.
The shemale saint couldn't help but smile. In Jijishan's absence, she actually didn't restrain herself. She would often find a few strong guards to accompany her to bed. Of course, the eldest prince had the most opportunities. After all, the eldest prince's cultivation and physique were more satisfactory to the human monster saint. The human demon saint never shied away from this kind of thing. And Jijisheng did not interfere. In his opinion, this was the way the human demon saint practiced. But when Jijisheng was around, the human demon saint was more restrained and would not interact with other people. Heck, the shemale saint also set up an illusion. He might not let those guards come back to see his ugly appearance. In the illusion, she can be unscrupulous. In fact, her main purpose is to attract Join Saint. Jumei was once again strongly stimulated, and she felt unbearably hot for no reason. She suddenly missed the happy time with Zhu Xiaobao very much.
Hey! Why am I so stupid? Xiaobao said he couldn't kill the shemale, but he didn't say he couldn't capture her alive. If I captured her back, wouldn't I have also disabled Jijishi's right-hand man?
Jumei was so angry that she suddenly patted my forehead and came up with a way to get the best of both worlds. It turns out that Zhu Xiaobao didn't let her kill the human demon before he came because he was afraid that it would anger Jijishan. So he came desperate to fight Zhu Xiaobao and the others. Let Jumei come here firstly to inquire about Jijisheng's whereabouts. and secondly to wait for an opportunity to feed Jijishin the soul-eating insect eggs.
Aw? Who? How dare you peek at me? Come out!
Unexpectedly, Jumei slapped her forehead like this, and was immediately noticed by the she-monster saint. Although Jumei was lurking underground, she did such a thing the movement was still detectable by the human monster saint, who is now in the middle of the martial emperor's level.
Aw? Jujumei? Are you here to kill me?
As soon as the she-male saint saw Jumei showing up, she immediately shouted in horror that she couldn't beat this female man. The person she was most afraid of was probably this Jumei. Suddenly, the she-male saint lost his interest and kicked away the eldest prince, who was still working hard.
Ouch! Master she-male, I'm not done yet. Please let me finish it. Aw? Jumei?
The eldest prince suddenly begged in a very distressed manner. This was the most exciting and critical moment for him. But he didn't expect to be kicked. He was kicked out. But then he saw Jumei, and his eyes shone even more. He preferred a strong woman like Jumei to the she-male saint.
Bullshit! If you don't do anything yet, join forces with me to deal with her. Are you still thinking about that nonsense? Do you want to die?
The she-monster saint cursed angrily, and gave the eldest prince a slap in the face. Anyway, now the navigation is his wood. She can hit and scold him whenever she wants.
Oh! Yes! Yes! Yes!
The eldest prince was also awakened by this slap. The person facing him was a huge beauty. Her cultivation and fighting power were definitely the most powerful existence. But seeing the eldest prince's ugly appearance, the she-male saint was also reminded that the last time he dealt with Jumei, wasn't it just by scaring Jumei away with 12 naked men? Hee. We can do the same thing again this time. Suddenly, 12 more naked men appeared in the illusion. And they were all modeled after the eldest prince. The petals all over the sky were falling down one after another. What was even weirder was that the human demon saint was also missing. She was also among the 12 phantoms, waiting for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Chapter 831. Fearing each other, B. Suddenly, she used an extremely shameless move, and the she-male saint seemed to have gained the confidence. This was still in her own illusion, and with the help of the eldest prince, she suddenly felt that she was not so afraid of Jumei. But the she-male saint underestimated the beauty a little too much. Although Jumei was scared to death last time, it was only the first time she had experienced such a scene. But this time it was completely different. Moreover, Jumei is holding her breath and wants to settle the score with the she-male saint. The petals all over the sky had no effect on Jumei at all, and she was not afraid of the dazzling figures interspersing between them. Jumei stared closely at the one in the middle, although she also transformed into the appearance of the eldest prince. She was also naked, but the she-male saint was a bit negligent. The eldest prince she transformed into was missing something on her crotch, and her movements were extremely enchanting. With just such a little negligence, Jumei caught the flaw. He rotated the golden armor hammer and fired his bow left and right. He first cleared the obstacles on both sides, and then with lightning speed, he caught the eldest prince's neck. This is not an illusion. It is the real body of the human demon saint. With a scream, the she-male saint showed his original appearance, and the transformed figures disappeared, and even her illusion dissipated on its own. The scene suddenly became a mess. The human monster saint and the eldest prince were still naked. The eldest prince also stood aside blankly. He didn't understand why the illusion of the human monster saint disappeared. Moreover, she was choked by Jumei, and now she is struggling desperately. The eldest prince wanted to step forward to rescue the human monster saint, because he was planted with a slave mark by the human monster saint. If the human monster saint died, he would die immediately. But he didn't expect to be kicked aside by Jumei. Without the demonic essence crystal, the eldest prince's cultivation level could only be maintained at the level of the martial emperor's first stage. If Jijishin hadn't spent some demonic essence chi, he can't even maintain the cultivation level of Emperor Wu. How could he be Jumei's opponent now?
How did you find me? Impossible. My phantom skills are definitely not something you can see.
The she-male saint was still screaming at this time. She really couldn't believe it. Why was it so straightforward? Was caught by Jumei? Because she has absolute confidence that she can confuse Jumei's senses.
Humph. Damn she-male. You want to use such dirty tricks against me again. Humph. You want to be a woman so much that you are not even willing to transform that thing on your crotch. This is because you are looking for death.
Jumei, he lifted the she-male saint into the air with one hand. This charming she-male saint was kicking his legs wildly, struggling desperately in midair with his naked body. Jumei suddenly felt so happy that she could break her neck with just one more force.
You can't kill me. I am the most favored woman by Master Tianma. If you kill me, you will definitely attract crazy revenge from Master Ji. As long as you let me go, I guarantee that he will not come to trouble you. We are well.
Don't cross the river.
The Shemale Saint struggled with his life to squeeze out these few words. The strength in Jumei's hands was too great. She had tried her best to squeeze out these few words.
Humph. Ji Jisheng didn't come to me. But I still want to find him. Killing you will really save you trouble.
Jumei also risked her life at this time. Since she has caught the Demon Saint, should she let her go? Jumei is not afraid of any crazy revenge from Ji Jishi. As soon as he raised his hand, the other hand grabbed one of the feet of the human monster saint. He wanted to tear the human monster saint directly in half.
No. No. No! Jumei. Jumei-sama. Jumei Empress. Have mercy on me. I don't want to die. I have just evolved into a real woman. Jiru. Come and save me.
The Shemale Saint was suddenly frightened to the point of being scared. Besides, this giant beauty is extremely ferocious. This is not the first time she has done this kind of thing to tear a living person apart. I didn't expect that I would end up in such a way of death. At this time, the eldest prince also rushed forward again with all his life. The human demon saint cannot die.
Otherwise he will die too.
Looking for death. I can't see that you are quite reluctant to let go of this neither male nor female thing.
Jumei roared angrily, and kicked the eldest prince to the ground with one kick. Then, a giant snake came up from the ground. In an instant, the eldest prince was tightly wrapped around him, unable to move. It turns out that the little demon also came out to help Jumei fight. A 7th level monster like it can only deal with people at the martial saint level at most. But it is still very easy to trap the eldest prince now. At this time, the Shemale Saint has begun to despair, and Jumei's 2 arms have begun to exert force.
Jumei! If you dare to kill her, today is the day you die.
Unexpectedly, at this critical moment, an angry shout came from a distance. With extremely strong penetrating power, and a bit of divine consciousness, the attack shocked Jumei. Ji Jishi's voice. And this long roar still revealed Ji Jishi's powerful cultivation. A blood axe moved from far to near, violently splitting open a hill next to Jumei. It didn't target Jumei. That's because the demon saint was blocking her in front. And Ji Jishin couldn't take action against Jumei. But just such a blow, so close at hand. The strong wind brought out by this blood axe, and the ripples of shattering rocks also made Jumei stagger. I have to say that Ji Jishin's current half-step martial arts cultivation level is quite terrifying. At least it makes Jumei feel that she still has some differences.
Ouch! It hurts me so much! Jiru! Come and save me! Kill her!
The Shemale Saint was hit a lot by the flying gravel, and he immediately screamed in pain, baring his teeth. But there was still excitement in her voice. Ji Jishi really came to save her. Jumei was also a little nervous at this time. She did not dare to neglect when facing a powerful enemy alone. It's really hard for her to kill the human demon saint now. Now the human demon saint is like a shield for her. Jumei escaped from her arms with the soul-eating insect egg and wanted to find an opportunity to give it to GZ. Then he waits for an opportunity to escape. But something unexpected happened at this time. The soul-eating insect egg was held in Jumei's hand. And because she was too strong, it was crushed. The soul-eating insect inside broke out of its SHL, went directly into the mouth of the human demon saint, and then penetrated into the body.
What did you feed me? You, a damn woman, can actually use such vicious tricks.
The Shemale Saint was suddenly frightened, and she felt something enter her mouth. What good thing could come out of the hands of the United States?
It's broken. Why did you eat it?
Jumei was also shocked. This thing was not prepared for the demon saint, but it was swallowed by her instead. Jumei immediately grabbed the feet of the Shemale Saint and shook him back and forth, while still shouting urgently.
Damn Shemale! Spit it out! Spit it out! That's not
for you.
But once this kind of soul-eating insect enters the body, it will automatically swim towards the brain, and it is impossible to spit it out. The Shemale Saint was shaken to pieces, and he almost vomited out the gall. In the hands of Jumei, she has no power to fight back. But Jumei was also negligent at this time. Now her back was facing the direction Ji Jishi came from. At this time, she was concentrating on taking out the soul-eating worm. Unexpectedly, she caught the opportunity for Ji Jishi and hit him with another bloody blow. The axe flew and went straight to Jumei's back. By the time Jumei became alert, it was already too late. Boom! There was a dull sound, and Jumei immediately grunted. Jijishi's blow sent her flying more than 10 feet away, and a large mouthful of blood spurted out from her mouth. Fortunately, Jumei has a turtle shield to protect her. Otherwise, this blow would definitely split her in half.
Little demon go.
Jumei endured the pain, summoned the giant snake and the little demon, and then burrowed directly into the ground. Fortunately, she had this unique talent and was able to escape in critical moments.
I want to run away. It's not that easy.
Jijisheng had arrived at this time. He was shocked and angry. Even with such a full blow, he couldn't leave the giant beauty behind. How strong this female man is. But now Jumei's whereabouts cannot escape Jijishi's sense, because she spit out a mouthful of blood. And the blood in her body is what Jijishi is most sensitive to.
So she can immediately determine Jumei's direction.
Click!
Another blood axe struck down. It was where Jumei was hiding underground. Jumei tried her best to sink down, but she still couldn't escape this fierce and fatal axe.
Boom!
The turtle's back shield made a dull sound of being hit again. At this time, the turtle's back shield was seriously damaged and cracked in several places. Jumei was also hit hard again, and she spat out a mouthful of blood again. But fortunately, she dived nearly 30 feet again. Immediately afterwards, Jijishi's another killing attack came. But this time, the effect was weakened because the beauty was too deep. And as her protruding blood spreads, the range of blood energy that Jijishi can sense is constantly expanding. And Jijishi can no longer accurately judge the precise location of the giant beauty. Jizi stared at the place where Jumei disappeared with a gloomy expression. He was also very surprised in his heart. This Jumei was really too strong. So 2 heavy blows could not kill her? But Jizi is also very determined. Jumei can't escape now. As long as she moves, Jijishin can sense it immediately. And Jumei can't escape anymore. But Jijishin also ignored that there was a golden eagle thousands of feet high in the sky. At this time, the golden eagle flew away quietly in panic, and went back to report the news to Zhu Xiaobao. At this time, Ji Zhihui carefully inspected the human demon saint, and couldn't help being surprised. Because there was an extra living thing in the human demon god's mind. And even Ji Zhihui didn't know what it was. He could only use his super powerful consciousness to penetrate into the divine consciousness of the human demon saint. But he discovered something so weird. This happened 2 hours ago. Because the golden eagle flew back for half an hour. Now through spiritual communication, the whole story can be explained clearly. Zhu Xiaobao immediately became anxious and set out desperately. If he were one step too late, Jumei would probably be dead. Chapter 832, Mutual Fear C. Zhu Xiaobao was very angry at this time. And even the British princess Zhu Rong did not dare to dissuade him. She also knew that there was nothing she could do to persuade him. What's more, Zhu Rong was also very anxious. Even though she may be tall and beautiful, she has a simple mind and a smooth manner. Almost everyone likes her very much. Now that we are suddenly in danger, why don't we worry? Zhu Rong still tried her best to make some arrangements, allowing you to be loose outside and tight inside, and be prepared for all emergencies. At the same time, this matter was not made public. But he and Zhu Xiaobao got into an ordinary carriage and left quietly. Now, in Yong'an County and several other counties, people are just beginning to stabilize and all industries are prospering. We must not cause unnecessary panic. But secretly, they still mobilized their troops quietly and made preparations to deal with the enemy. Who knows what the result will be when trying to rescue Jumei this time. Now that the 19th princess is not here, Zhu Xiaobao and Zhu Rong are actually quite dangerous. After leaving the inner city, Zhu Xiaobao and Zhu Rong abandoned their cars and put on their war horses. They whipped their horses and whips and galloped towards the North County. Because Jumei is already injured. The later you arrive, the more dangerous it will be. At this time, GZ was also staying in place. He was not in a hurry now. Anyway, Jumei was hiding underground and could not escape. However, he could not determine the exact location of Jumei because Jumei vomited several mouthfuls of blood in succession. The spread of it has actually increased its concealment range. Originally, Jijishi's cultivation level could only sense Jumei's approximate location. But with the blood on Jumei's body, it was easy for him to sense it. But as the blood energy spreads, a shield is formed that confuses his senses. This makes GZ a little helpless. Everything has two sides. Jumei vomited more blood, but it provided herself with a concealed range. Jumei is very weak now, and she is very anxious. and even a little scared. She is not afraid of death, but she is afraid that she will never see Zhu Xiaobao again. Now all hopes are pinned on the Golden Eagle. As long as Zhu Xiaobao can be notified, Jumei believes that Xiaobao will definitely come to save her. Ji Jishi slashed randomly at the beginning, but with little effect, and basically could not hurt Jumei anymore. Moreover, the eldest prince also came over to flatter him and said,
Lord Demon, try to catch this beauty alive as much as possible. The energy and blood and super strong physique in her body are definitely excellent resources for cultivation.
A word reminded Ji Jishi, and Ji Jishi simply stopped worrying. Jumei was trapped here anyway, and no one knew about it. He had plenty of time to wait. And what surprised GZ was that with the help of Jumei's energy and blood, the effect of his fusion of the demonic crystals was surprisingly good. Even better than the effect he had fused alone these days. This fusion effect has been improved more than 10 times. After sitting here meditating for a whole night, Ji Jishi felt that if the energy source continuously provided this kind of energy and blood for him to fuse with the demonic crystal, he would be able to complete the complete fusion of the demonic crystal in just a few months. Now Ji Jishi doesn't want to kill Jumei anymore. This woman is too valuable. Now Ji Jisheng is a little jealous of Zhu Xiaobao. Zhu Xiaobao is surrounded by women with extraordinary talents and rare treasures. The 19th princess,
Essence of Jinshin,
is already very coveted. And now Jumei is even more of a rare cultivation resource. But there is only a human demon saint beside me, which is of some use. After sitting in place and meditating for a whole night, Ji Jishi felt refreshed. What was even more surprising was that the area of blood energy where Jumei was hiding was also reduced by half. But it didn't take long before it returned to its original range. It turned out that Jumei also felt the crisis of the situation. So she had no choice but to give herself a slap, vomited a few mouthfuls of blood again, and regained the range of blood energy.
Ha ha ha! Jumei, how long can you hold on? You better come out. I promise I won't treat you badly. As long as I fuse the devil's heart and kill Zhu Xiaobao, it will be easy for me to kill Zhu Xiaobao, even if I can't ascend to the fairy world by then. But this world is now under my control. Why do you insist anymore? Following me is the wisest choice.
Ji Jishi felt that the range of blood energy had been restored again, and couldn't help laughing happily. This doesn't mean that again it gave him the perfect conditions to fuse the demon crystal. This beauty is really a treasure. If she vomits blood for 2 more days, I'm afraid she won't be able to hold on. But Ji Jishi's idea also made the holy demon lord extremely unhappy. If Ji Jishi really brought the beauty into the harem, wouldn't he have fallen out of favor? Jumei's cultivation and physique are definitely another kind of powerful beauty, and her allure is definitely not inferior to hers. Therefore, the Shemale Saint didn't care that an uninvited guest had just settled in his mind at this time. When Ji Jisheng had just finished practicing, he was already entangled like an octopus. At the same time, he turned back and told the eldest prince,
Go! Search the surrounding area with the guards to see if you can find any clues about that bitch Joeen. If not, let the guards go back on their own. Yes!
Although the eldest prince was also full of hunger and thirst, he did not dare to show it at all in front of Ji Jisheng, so he could only reply respectfully. The guards had finished venting their anger at this time, and came back one after another. But in order to prevent them from knowing the secrets here, the Shemale Saint sent them all back. This meticulousness still makes Ji Jisheng very satisfied, no matter whether Jumei is dead or alive. These guards must not know. The Shemale Saint is just a small illusion, isolating Ji Jisheng and himself from the outside world, which makes him even more unscrupulous. And the Shemale Saint also worked harder. She wants Ji Jisheng to know that she is the most important. Now she doesn't care about the soul-eating bug in her mind. Jumei can't escape anyway. She will know when she catches her and asks. And Ji Jishi also understands the jealousy of the Shemale Saint, but he seems to be enjoying it. But in fact, he intends to stimulate the hidden beauty. If her mood fluctuates, she can detect her exact location. But this time Ji Jisheng miscalculated. Jumei was now seriously injured, and was no longer disturbed by the beginning of the chaos. Instead, she sat there with her eyes closed and meditated cross-legged. She tried her best to recover from her injuries. She had to persist until Zhu Xiaobao came to save her. Sure enough, the next day, Ji Jisheng once again meditated very happily. The speed of this fusion practice was so fast that he even danced for joy. Moreover, the eldest prince also came back. Not only did he send the guards back, he also brought wine, meat, and dishes for the 2 masters to enjoy. The eldest prince has now begun to become quite servile, and knows how to please his master.
Ha ha ha. Yeoman slave. You are more suitable to be a slave. You are not suitable to be Yon king. You performed well this time. And you still know how to stand up for the savior when the human monster fairy is in crisis. Huh? Not bad. Wait until I fuse with the demon in my heart. I will also help you and improve your cultivation level.
Ji Jisheng suddenly felt very happy. He didn't expect that not only could he practice smoothly here, but he could also fight in the field. Now he even has fine wine and delicious food. This what a magical day. At the same time, GZ also patted the Shemale Saints, but in a very lewd way, and said with a smile,
Don't worry. I will help you get out that thing you swallowed. You are my baby.
In this way, the Shemale Saint even flattered Ji Jisheng and tried her best. In this illusion, she had no clothes on, and the eldest prince secretly swallowed his saliva when he saw it. At this moment, Ji Jisheng's expression suddenly changed, and he shook off the human demon saint who had just entangled him. He raised his head to the sky, frowned and muttered in a low voice.
Here? Here. It can't be wrong. It should be him. Here it comes. How could he know so quickly?
Before he finished speaking, Ji Jisheng jumped up. The blood axe in his hand condensed, and he slashed upward with all his strength.
Boom!
There was a loud noise, and Ji Jisheng was stunned. He didn't expect that the force of Zhu Xiaobao's sword was so strong, and it sent Ji Jisheng flying several feet away. There was a cloud of dust all around, and the Shemale Saint screamed in surprise, and ran away behind Ji Jisheng with his butt naked. The eldest prince was even more unlucky. The huge aura generated by the collision caused him to fly far away, and fell hard to the ground. The eldest prince was also shocked. Is this Zhu Xiaobao's martial arts worthy of being so powerful? This has already caught up with or surpassed GZ. After the dust settled, Zhu Xiaobao stood majestically with his head held high, still holding the dragon-slaying knife in his hand, staring at Ji Jisheng fiercely.
Like a chicken! How dare you hurt my wife? Let's see if I don't beat you to death today. This title was given to Ji Jisheng by Zhu Xiaobao when he was in the 19th princess's mansion. It's just that now that I mention it, I'm not as friendly as before. Zhu Rong also appeared at this time, still so graceful and luxurious, but with a frost on her face, staring at Ji Jisheng coldly. This man is the evil man who killed King Wen.
Ha ha. Zhu Xiaobao. Do you think you can be my opponent? You are just the cultivation level of Queen Wu. Not even as beautiful as you. And you are still talking so loudly here?
Ji Jisheng calmed down, then raised his head and laughed. He has now seen clearly that Zhu Xiaobao's cultivation has not improved much. That is, Queen Wu Duan. Although he is considered invincible in this world, but compared with himself, he is too far behind. Big! So he started to become arrogant.
Humph. I've dealt with you enough.
Zhu Xiaobao snorted coldly. At this time, Jumei emerged from the ground. She and the giant snake and the little demon were both seriously injured. But now Jumei's eyes were filled with she felt excited and happy because Zhu Xiaobao really came here just to save her. But when Zhu Rong saw that Jumei was so seriously injured, she couldn't help but shed tears, and quickly gave Jumei the
essence of Jinshin
she had treasured. It turns out that another reason why Jumei has been able to persist for so long is that she always has a
essence of Jinshin
by her side, which can help her quickly recover her physical and internal strength, as well as recover from injuries.
Okay. They're all here. Don't even think about leaving today.
As soon as Ji Jisheng saw Zhu Rong and Jumei appearing, he was suddenly shocked, annoyed, and a little greedy. Happiness. Isn't this the woman he wants? It's a pity that they are all Zhu Xiaobao's people. Humph. I really don't want to leave until I kill you. Come on. Bite me.
Zhu Xiaobao swung the dragon-slaying knife and was the first to attack. He jumped up and rushed towards Ji Jisheng.
You're looking for death. I'll help you.
Ji Jisheng was a little unbelievable. Is this guy crazy? He came here alone? Not even the white tiger Dharma has been condensed. This is simply sending yourself here to seek death.
Heavenly demon blood axe.
Ji Jisheng shouted and rushed over. The blood axe in his hand suddenly condensed again, and it was as big as half a door panel. But when the two of them were about to rush forward, Ji Jisheng suddenly felt that his steps were heavy. And the further he went, the heavier his own weight became, definitely weighing more than 1,000 kilograms. And Zhu Xiaobao's dragon slaying the knife has been cut down from top to bottom with great force. Chapter 833, Escape Whole Body. Zhu Xiaobao finally had a one-on-one battle with Ji Jixing. But the result was somewhat unexpected. The more Ji Jihui rushed forward, the heavier his body felt, and his steps slowed down. Zhu Xiaobao's dragon-slaying knife had already slashed down. Although Ji Jihui was inexplicably surprised, he couldn't think more about it at this time. He raised his blood axe to resist the powerful and heavy blow. Boom! Like a muffled thunder, Ji Jixing's blood axe was instantly smashed into pieces. And Ji Jixing was also seriously injured, and was knocked upside down again more than 10 feet away. From the shoulder to the chest, and then to the ribs, there was a wound more than 2 feet long. The bones are visible. But at this time, Zhu Xiaobao also took several steps back and looked at GZ in surprise. Because he hit the demon crystal on GZ's chest. At the critical moment, the demon crystal actually blocked a considerable part of the damage for GZ, and even shocked Zhu Xiaobao to take several steps back.
Ah! Zhu Xiaobao! You actually hurt me! What kind of technique are you doing?
Ji Jixing also got up from the ground in a panic. A little panicked, a little annoyed, and more angry. He didn't expect that he was a half-step martial arts god. He was seriously injured by Zhu Xiaobao with just such a move. Behind him, the magic image of Time Moji condensed immediately. This was also the measure Ji Jixing took immediately to protect himself. He was also afraid that Zhu Xiaobao would take advantage of the victory to pursue him. Zhu Xiaobao didn't give any explanation at all. He wanted to take advantage of Ji Jixing's injury to launch another offensive. It would be best to finish him off. Ji Jixing no longer dared to directly resist Zhu Xiaobao. The opponent's technique was too weird. He recondensed the blood axe, flew out directly, and was chopped into pieces by Zhu Xiaobao again. Sure enough, once Zhu Xiaobao got close, Ji Jixing could clearly feel the gravity around him increasing significantly, and his load increased again. Ji Jixing screamed in surprise, and disappeared in a blink of an eye. He had become one with the magic of heaven. Even in this way, Zhu Xiaobao cut off one of Tianma Xiang's legs. But the heavenly magician also hit him with a palm. But in front of the heavenly magician was only the white tiger Dharma. It turned out that Zhu Xiaobao also used his innate skills in time. And what remained in front of the heavenly magician was the white tiger Dharma. I have quickly retreated. After all, there is still a big difference in strength between the two sides. One of the legs of the heavenly magic phase was cut off. But it quickly condensed out. However, at this time, the heavenly magic phase became very illusory. That was because Ji Jixing was injured and could not fully exert the strength of the heavenly magic phase. The reason why Zhu Xiaobao launched the attack first was to use the gravity technique. He had just learned to surprise Ji Jixing. And he succeeded? The dragon-slaying knife was swung from top to bottom, relying on 8 times the gravity. So his strength and lethality increased exponentially. This was the main reason why Ji Jixing was severely injured. But this gravity technique has no effect on the heavenly magic form. So Ji Jixing merged with the heavenly magic form in time. So Zhu Xiaobao had to retreat quickly. After all, the gap between the two people's cultivation levels is still a bit big. And what surprised Zhu Xiaobao was that Ji Jixing's half-demon body was stronger than he thought. At this time, Zhu Rong also used the Suzaku Dharma aspect. And the sky-filled Suzaku flames enveloped the heavenly magic aspect. However, Ji Jihui waved his hands fiercely, and the blood mist all over the sky immediately blocked the Suzaku fire. All used up, the sky gradually became clear again. After putting away the Dharma image, Ji Jixing appeared again, keeping a distance of 50 steps between the two sides. Ji Jixing did not dare to approach Zhu Xiaobao rashly now. His technique was too strange. Ji Jixing was also puzzled as to where Zhu Xiaobao learned such a wonderful technique. According to his understanding of Zhu Xiaobao, this guy doesn't know how to practice very diligently at all. Why does he feel so surprised every time? Zhu Xiaobao is also a little pale now. He cast the gravity technique, then cast the white tiger Dharma, and also used his innate skills. The consumption of his spiritual consciousness was huge, and now he is a bit too much. But Zhu Xiaobao still stood upright and kicked Ji Jihui fiercely. He must not let Ji Jihui see the flaw. Otherwise, he and Zhu Rong would definitely not be Ji Jihui's opponent now.
Humph. Zhu Xiaobao. Although this technique of yours is very weird, I'm afraid it won't last long, and you won't be able to use it a few times. Right.
Ji Jixing also stared at Zhu Xiaobao and asked tentatively. By this time, his wound was no longer bleeding, and the Shemale Saint was helping him wipe away the blood and bandage his wounds with distress. But now that the Shemale Saint has put on clothes, she still has to protect Ji Jixing's dignity in this situation.
Then come and try.
Zhu Xiaobao hummed lightly. Zhu Rong behind him was also checking Jumei's injuries. Only then did he realize that Jumei's injury was really serious this time. And his internal organs were also damaged.
No.
I kept coughing up blood.
Don't think that I dare not. As long as I and the magic of heaven become one, your technique will have no effect. But if you want to take Jumei away from me, I'm afraid it won't be that easy.
Ji Jishin suddenly he smiled sinisterly.
Did you think it was just the two of us who came here? I have some helpers who haven't shown up yet.
Zhu Xiaobao said bluffingly. He also knew that the reason why the human demon Saint Lord came here was because the Jiuyin Saint Lord stayed here. She was breathless. Jumei had quietly told Zhu Xiaobao just now.
Okay. I want to see who else dares to show up.
Ji Jisheng has almost concluded that Zhu Xiaobao is bluffing. He has now healed the wound, recovered a lot, and once again condensed the magic form. Thinking of Zhu Xiaobao approaching carefully step by step, Zhu Xiaobao stood there without moving at all. He was also betting that Ji Jisheng would not dare to get too close. If he got close to a certain distance, he would have to join forces with Zhu Rong and use the magic of the divine beast to fight to the death. Jumei behind her also forcibly cheered up and prepared to join forces with Zhu Xiaobao. Although she was seriously injured, the current situation was too critical. However, Ji Jishi's magic image walked more than 10 steps and was still 20 or 30 steps away from Zhu Xiaobao. It suddenly showed a very confused expression. And then Ji Jishin suddenly put away the magic image and stood opposite Zhu Xiaobao. Said,
Let's do this. I don't want to embarrass you. As long as you take out the living things from the human body, I will let you go. Hey! Do you think I'm that stupid? Do you know what the divine object is? Tell you. It's a soul-eating insect. Only my consciousness can stimulate it. Once it attacks, it will devour the host's consciousness. And finally this neither male nor female thing will turn into an idiot.
Zhu Xiaobao was also a little surprised. And he didn't expect Ji Jisheng to stop. But since he asked, Zhu Xiaobao must seize the opportunity and make good use of it.
Oh? Soul-eating insect? Impossible. It only exists in the fairy world. How can you have it? And you can also control it?
Ji Jisheng was suddenly shocked. He inherited most of the memories of the demon Jiu. So for the soul-eating insect I also know something about it. But I have never seen it before. I never expected that what is currently entrenched in the mind of the Shemale fairy is this terrifying thing.
Ha ha! You don't have to worry about it now. You'd better say goodbye to the human monster fairy quickly, so as not to have another chance in the future.
Zhu Xiaobao smiled proudly and pointed at the human monster saint. At this time, after listening to Zhu Xiaobao's words, the Shemale saint was so frightened that his face turned pale, and he looked at Ji Jishin with great sadness. She believed what Zhu Xiaobao said was probably true. Anyway, there was nothing she could do about it. It was just stuck in her mind. At this time Ji Jisheng became silent. His eyes were uncertain, as if he was in a dilemma. Zhu Xiaobao was also very surprised. When did Ji Jisheng become so attached to love and justice? Why are you so hesitant for the sake of the Shemale saint? If he had really used heavenly magic to attack just now, Zhu Xiaobao and the others' chances of winning could be said to be 0.
Then what do you think we should do? Let's each make concessions for our own women. And no one will suffer. Right?
Ji Jishi asked a little annoyed, as if he was very passive. But now the beauty can't escape. Why is Zhu Xiaobao so tough?
Well, okay. Then I'll make a promise here. As long as you don't offend us within 3 years, I won't activate this soul-eating worm. You must also know that as long as there is no maintenance for my essence and blood, in 3 years at most, this soul-eating worm will die on its own. How about it? My credibility is obvious to all, and I will never break my word. As for you, I don't want any promises from you. The soul-eating worm is in the human demon. The best promise is in my mind.
Zhu Xiaobao seemed to be reluctant to say it.
You have a beautiful idea.
Ji Jisheng was furious and wanted to argue a few words.
Ji Lang, just let them go. As long as he doesn't come here, I won't be in danger. I don't want to become an idiot.
At this time, the human demon saint grabbed Ji Jisheng and said sadly,
TSK, whoever wants to come here will make me sick to my stomach when I see you. A neither male nor female thing. Let me add one more thing. You and King Yonan are not allowed to leave your realm. Otherwise, I will still activate the soul-eating insects. Zhu Xiaomao snorted disdainfully, and pointed at the human demon saint and the eldest prince. Let's just settle it once, and for all, and let them stay in the fiefdom of His Highness the 6th Prince.
Ji Lang. Just promise him for me. In just 3 years, I can get rid of this soul-eating worm.
The human monster saint begged pitifully.
Okay. 3 years is 3 years. You are lucky. Your death will be in 3 years.
Ji Jisheng struggled in his heart for a long time before saying bitterly. He has absolute confidence that he can completely integrate the demonic crystal in 3 years. By then, any descendants of the 4 great beasts will be nothing more than ant-like existences.
Stop talking about these useless things. We will see you in 3 years.
Zhu Xiaobao said nonchalantly, turned around, and walked away. In fact, his forehead was already sweating nervously. He was also very surprised as to why Ji Jisheng suddenly put away his magic form just now. Could it be that he was too seriously injured and could no longer maintain his magic form? Ji Jiwo looked at Zhu Xiaobao and others who were gradually going away with resentment. He was not doing it entirely for the human demon saint just now, but for his heavenly magic form. When he took another step forward, he suddenly felt as if his own gravity increased again. Okay, this is combined with Dharma. Could it be that Zhu Xiaobao's skills are equally effective on celestial magic? Chapter 834, Still have to find him, eh? Seeing Ji Jishen staring viciously at the direction Zhu Xiaobao was leaving, the Shimao Saint and the first prince huddled aside, not daring to make any sound, looking at him nonchalantly. Once Ji Jishen shows this expression, it means something bad is going to happen. Indeed, although Zhu Xiaobao's
gravity technique
surprised Ji Jisheng and suffered a big loss, it was not the most uneasy thing for Ji Jishen at that time. What he was confused about was that there seemed to be a mysterious force around him helping Zhu Xiaobao, especially when he used the heavenly magic phase to approach Zhu Xiaobao just now. He seemed to feel a gravity several times stronger than what Zhu Xiaobao had previously exerted. What's more frightening is that even the condensed heavenly magic phase he was also affected, which was why he temporarily put away the Dharma and negotiated with Zhu Xiaobao. And Zhu Xiaobao acted very forcefully, promising not to activate the soul-eating insects within 3 years.
That's all. Could it be that Zhu Xiaobao has strong support? Or is there another master showing up? Or is the Holy Lord Jiaoyin doing something? Ji Jisheng was filled with doubts. Seeing Zhu Xiaobao and the others gradually disappearing, Ji Jisheng came back to his senses and looked at the human demon saint and the eldest prince lightly. He was somewhat disappointed. The helpers around him were much worse than Zhu Xiaobao. There's nothing he can do about it. After all, he practices evil heretics. But Ji Jisheng did not leave, but still sat here meditating and practicing, because he still had to absorb the remaining qi and blood from Jumei. This qi and blood was too pure for him to fuse with the demonic crystal. So effective. Ji Jisheng started to feel better again when he thought of merging the demonic crystals. As long as the demonic crystals were completely integrated, he wouldn't have to worry anymore, no matter how powerful Zhu Xiaobao's helpers were. Zhu Xiaobao and Zhu Rong supported Zhu Mei and had a hard time walking. Zhu Mei is very weak now, and there is a possibility of getting through at any time. In the end, the little demon showed its true form and let Zhu Mei ride on it. This super giant snake carried Zhu Mei and traveled quickly, and finally found a village, bought a carriage, and then settled the giant beauty. The journey was smooth, and when they were leaving the city gate, they encountered some accidents. They did not carry weapons, and there was nothing suspicious about them. However, Zhu Rong's appearance was so beautiful that these soldiers guarding the pass actually wanted to take over. Cheaper. This made Zhu Rong furious, and a sea of fire immediately enveloped the city gate. When they calmly left the city, a large number of pursuers appeared behind them. However, Zhu Xiaobao showed no fear at all and let Zhu Rong drive the carriage ahead. He decisively stopped and watched as 1,000 cavalrymen chased after them, shouting and screaming. Just now, a fire burned these soldiers dizzy, killing and wounding many of them. The leading general became even more angry, so he led 1,000 cavalry and chased them out fiercely. But when they were about to catch up with Zhu Xiaobao and the others, they all saw Zhu Xiaobao waiting there with determination, and they suddenly felt as if they had entered a swamp. And the horses under their crotches all slowed down, and the weapons in his hands also became extremely heavy. As they pursued further, the 1,000 war horses could no longer bear it. They felt their backs getting heavier and heavier, and the horses themselves became heavier and heavier. In the end, both men and horses collapsed to the ground. These people wearing the heavily armored soldier could not get up at all, as his own weight and the weight of his armor suddenly increased 8-fold. That's more than 2,000 kilograms. Some people have started to vomit blood and have difficulty breathing.
Huh? I'm Zhu Xiaobao. Go back and tell Ji Jisheng and His Highness the Sixth Prince to stay in their own territory, and don't come to provoke me. What happened today is just a warning.
Zhu Xiaobao stood with his hands behind his hands and glanced away. He glanced at the former soldier and war horse who collapsed on the ground, and said calmly, then turned around and left calmly. Once Zhu Xiaobao leaves, the overweight force endured by these 1,000 soldiers will disappear. But at this time, half of the people could not get up, and many war horses could not stand up either. Some had broken ribs due to crushing, and some suffered serious internal injuries. Only then did the leading general realize that he had met a powerful character today. This was definitely not something ordinary people could bear. The other party has already reported his name, Zhu Xiaobao. At this time, I remembered that this was one of the descendants of the 4 great beasts, a top figure in this world. After that, Zhu Xiaobao and the others did not have any trouble. Not long after, they entered the border of Yongning County, and a group of people quickly greeted them. The leader was Wu Yu. Wu Yu felt relieved after seeing Zhu Xiaobao and the others return safely. But when she saw Jumei's serious injury, she started to worry about Jumei again. Returning to Prince Yong'an's mansion, he arranged for Jumei and quickly called the medical officer. However, the medical officer was helpless to deal with such serious internal injuries. He could only follow the previous method and prescribe some herbal medicine for promoting muscle growth, removing blood stasis, and conditioning. It has no effect at all on the huge beauty of the demigod's body. In the end, he had no choice but to invite Venerable Chindu. But there was nothing Venerable Chindu could do. Jumei's injury was very serious, and the wound could not heal for a long time. After a few days after returning, her injury not only did not improve, but became more serious.
This injury is still related to Ji Jisheng's magic attack. There is really nothing I can do. But I guess we still have to ask the great Master Wu Wei about this matter. After all, he is a descendant of the beast tamer slave, and he knows more than us.
The great venerable Thousand Poison said apologetically. In fact, the relationship between the great venerable Thousand Poisons and Jumei has always been quite good. She was guarding the inheritance place of the Xuanwu divine beast, and the giant snake also belonged to him. Later I followed Jumei.
Well, come on. Invite the great venerable Wu Wei to me.
Zhu Xiaobao also specially used the word please. Over this period of time, the great venerable Wu Wei has been forgiven by most people. He usually encounters, he was also very respectful. The great venerable Wu Wei came very quickly, and he couldn't help but hurry up. Behind him was the great venerable Ice and Fire, urging him to come as quickly as possible. Hearing that Jumei was seriously injured, Lord Ice and Fire was also very anxious.
The 1,000-year-old King of England. Don't look any further. This is because the demonic energy has damaged the heart. This kind of demonic energy is difficult to remove. It will consume a lot of Jumei's energy. It will probably take a year or 2 to completely cure it. Time! And her cultivation level will continue to decline.
Great venerable Wu Wei understood it at a glance. It is recorded in the inheritance left by the beast slave. The reason why the 4 mythical beasts went from being victorious at the beginning to being at a disadvantage in the end was because 2 of the mythical beasts suffered such injuries and were unable to recover, which led to their tragic death together.
Jumei has been injured before. But why is it so serious this time? Is it because of Ji Jisheng's demon crystal?
Zhu Xiaobao asked with a frown. It would take a year or 2 to heal, and Jumei's cultivation because it will continue to fall. This is a bit worrying for him.
Exactly. That's why ordinary doctors won't come to see you. They can't treat this kind of injury.
Master Wu Wei said in a low voice, mainly because he was afraid that Jumei would be angry if he heard it. Although Jumei is very weak now, she is very strong. She really wants to be able to recover quickly like before. She also wants to learn Zhu Xiaobao's strange gravity technique.
Is there no other way? Just wait for a year or 2. Then Jumei's cultivation level will drop significantly. Who can help me deal with Ji Jisheng? Is luck on Ji Jisheng's side this time?
Zhu Xiaobao was very worried. He felt a little disappointed, thinking of the serious consequences this matter would have. He began to feel uneasy. Although GZ was lucky enough to be frightened this time, the fighting power and super high cultivation level shown by GZ made Zhu Xiaobao a little amazed. This guy advanced too fast. The key is that he also got the demonic crystal.
Is there anything you can do? You should think of a solution quickly.
As soon as the great venerable Ice and Fire saw Zhu Xiaobao's frowning expression, he immediately kicked the great venerable Wu Wei in anger, attracting everyone around him. They are all a little surprised and funny. The great Lord Ice and fire still has such a hot temper. This is really difficult for the great Lord Wu Wei. Great Venerable Wu Wei stumbled towards Zhu Xiaobao. He smiled awkwardly and said,
Chitos. Actually, there is a way. Can you let me talk to you alone? Well, come with me.
Zhu Xiaobao felt pleasantly surprised, then nodded and took Master Wu Wei to his study. Seeing this result, the great Lord Ice and Fire was a little annoyed. He didn't expect that his servant would hide something from him. Looking at the surrounding great lords, they all looked like they couldn't help but laugh. She also had a look on her face. Yihong hummed,
What are you looking at? If it weren't for Jumei, I wouldn't treat him like this. I treat him well at home. If you don't believe me, you can ask him later.
In fact, this is somewhat true. Now that the cultivation of the great Venerable Ice and Fire has returned to that of a Venerable, there is no longer as much resentment as before. Not only does the great Venerable Wu Wei also serve as the housekeeper, he also has considerable freedom. So recently, I often see the great Venerable Wu Wei appearing in Huxing Pavilion, playing chess and chatting with several great venerables. It seemed like I was having a very comfortable time.
Yes. Brother Wu Wei often says the same, saying that you repay evil with kindness, which makes Brother Wu Wei often cry with gratitude.
The great Venerable Qindu, the great Venerable Duobao, and several others all agreed. The voice echoed,
Humph. That's pretty much it.
In Zhu Xiubao's study, the great Venerable Wu Wei whispered in Zhu Xiubao's ears in a very low voice.
For this matter, we have to find Venerable Bai Chao, because only immortal bone grass is the right one.
Medicine. And Chitos may have noticed that this Venerable Bai Chao is no ordinary venerable. Oh, you actually know so much? Did you already know something? This old man can't say it. He doesn't dare to say it either. I understand. Looks like I have to find him again. He. Brother, I'm coming to find you again.
Chapter 835, Still have to find him, B. When Master Wu Wei heard that Zhu Xiaobao still called Master Bai Chao his brother, he secretly grinned. Only this King of England, who is thousands of years old, can be so versatile. You can be brothers with everyone. Right. The great Venerable Thousand Poisons, the great Venerable Duobao, and the old disciple have all been demoted a generation. But when he raised his eyes, he saw Zhu Xiaobao looking at him with a smile. And Master Wu Wei was even more anxious. This Venerable Bai Chao tried his best to hide as far away as possible, because he was the only one who had some knowledge in his heart. He definitely came from the fairy world for three things: the demon dove, the soul-eating insect, and fusion, the art of immortality. And the three things are almost all related to him. But Zhu Xiaobao refused to let Master Wu Wei go, and asked with a smile,
Old man Wu Wei, you seem to know a lot. What's the matter? Still don't want to tell me? Ah? No. I'm just speculating. But I don't dare to draw any conclusions. I don't dare to talk nonsense in private. Please forgive me, King Chitos. However, your use of soul-eating insects is definitely against God's will. These things are not what should appear in this world. Other old men don't dare to talk nonsense anymore. Please forgive me,
said the great Venerable Wu Wei with a bitter face.
Hey! Although I released the soul-eating worm, I didn't activate it. This doesn't count as having been used. However, since you have something to hide, I won't embarrass you. Okay, you go back first.
Zhu Xiaobao still said nonchalantly. But he did not embarrass the great Venerable Wu Wei. It could be seen that the great Venerable Wu Wei was very nervous and very wary of the Venerable Bai Chao.
Yes. I'm sorry. Resign.
The great Master Wu Wei breathed a sigh of relief and resigned. Unexpectedly, as soon as he left Zhu Xiaobao's study, Venerable Wu Wei had a hand covering his ears.
Okay, you damn thing. How dare you hide something from me? Come on. Come back with me. Let's see how am I going to deal with you today. Hey. Fairy ice and fire. Be gentle. I really have nothing to hide. If you don't believe me, you can ask the British King Qianches. Hey.
The great Venerable Wu Wei said with his teeth, and quickly followed the ice and fire fairy. The Venerable went back, but there was a burst of relief in his heart. It was the relaxation that came with the great Venerable of ice and fire. This woman is actually not bad at heart. She just has a hot temper. But she is also easy to fool. Not as weird as Zhu Xiaobao. Zhu Xiaobao took him to the study and did not go out. Instead, he suppressed his smile lines and asked,
What do you think of what this old man said? Well, didn't he make it very clear that he needs immortal bone grass? Although he must be hiding something from us. It also revealed a lot of doubts.
At this time, Zhu Rong walked away from a small door next to it. When she came out, based on her cultivation, the great master Wu Wei, who was hiding next door, just now wouldn't be able to notice it at all.
Then our judgment is correct? Venerable Bai Chao should be from the immortal world.
Zhu Xiaobao smiled slightly. Every time he hesitated,
Zhu Rong could always give him a feeling of calmness and calmness. This it is a kind of temperament and wisdom that few other ladies can achieve.
At least it has something to do with the fairy world. Did you notice that when Ji Jisheng approached us with the magic of the devil's dove, he suddenly stopped and took the initiative to reconcile with us? Why?
Zhu Rong sat down and asked calmly. Road.
That's because he was injured. So he was not our opponent. So he took the initiative to stop and put away the Dharma sign.
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly felt something in his heart. He also thought it was strange at first. But he didn't expect that Ji Jisheng was at the most critical moment. The last thing is to put away the magic phase.
No. Although his injuries were serious, they were all external injuries. And he was fully capable of fighting. And I'm sure he still had a 90% chance of winning at that time. But have you noticed that the demon Zhou's appearance? As he approached us, his footsteps suddenly became much heavier. I looked carefully and found that the last footprint was much deeper than the original one. And the celestial magic figure also looked panicked. Although Ji Jisheng tried his best to it's a cover-up. But that instant reaction cannot be concealed.
Zhu Rong recalled.
Ha ha! You think too much of me. It's impossible. I didn't use the
gravity technique
at that time. And Venerable Bai Chao also said that this
gravity technique
has no effect on the Dharma.
Zhu Xiaobao explained with embarrassment that although he usually liked to put gold on his face, he didn't dare to brag about it. However, Zhu Xiaobao immediately jumped up and exclaimed,
You mean there was someone else at the scene at that time who performed the same technique? It could only be Brother Bai Chao. I'm not sure. I verified it after I came back. Ever since Venerable Bai Chao taught you the
gravity technique,
he has never been seen again. But there is news from Liuhe County that he is working in Liuhe County. He was living happily and thoroughly enjoying your novel inventions. It is said that just to enjoy the shower, he took 3 baths a day. He also paid a high price to buy Princess Ming's house, because he was also very fond of the toilet and fan inside. Interested? There are also bicycles, roller skates, etc. He is very interested in them.
Zhu Rong couldn't help but said with a smile.
Hee. How about it? Even the immortal world may not be able to enjoy the things I invented. Right. This fully shows that the immortals have higher cultivation than me. And the rest are not so good.
Zhu Xiaobao started to shake his head again. Proudly said proudly. It turns out that Liuhe County and several other counties are now managed by Princess Ming. This was originally the fiefdom of her and Prince Ming. Now Princess 19 has taught her to manage these counties. After all, in this area, Princess Ming is still very prestigious. And now Princess Ming has no other ideas. Because Liuhe County is much better than before. It can be said that all industries are prospering. And the people are living and working in peace and contentment. The key is that the people's lives have become rich. And every household has saved food and start to have some savings in your pocket. It made Princess Ming feel very accomplished. She, Princess Ming, is much more relaxed and comfortable than before. Of course, Princess Ming also received Zhu Rong's handwritten letter. And she was also very concerned about Venerable Bai Chao. Even if he asked for his own house, Princess Ming simply moved out and simply left her own house and those servants. Master Bai Chao. Anyway, she has several other houses. However, according to Zhu Rong's instructions, the gold was still accepted at the original price, which was a penny, because Zhu Rong didn't want Venerable Bai Chao to know that they were taking care of him.
Ha ha! Don't be complacent. You should think about how to find him and get the
immortal bone grass.
Poor Jiumei. I guess it won't be that easy. Have you ever thought about what would happen if he really showed up in Beijing that day?
Dijuan, it's really him who shocked Tian Maxiang. Why didn't he get rid of Ji Jisheng directly? Wouldn't that save trouble?
Zhu Rong smiled and grabbed Zhu Xiaobao's forehead with her fingers, and then said with a slight frown,
Yes. Why is this? Wouldn't that be settled once and for all? It would also save us from worrying.
Zhu Xiaobao also said with some annoyance. He obviously has the strength.
But he refuses to take action. Isn't this because he wants to look good?
I guess what he means is that we have to solve it ourselves. Or that his force value is not enough to kill Ji Jixing? Or, as the great Venerable Wu Wei said just now, we used the soul-eating insect without authorization. Also violated the will of the immortal world.
Zhu Rong also said with some worry.
I told you. We didn't activate the soul-eating insect. Forget it. Forget it. Think whatever you want. The first problem now is to get the
immortal bone grass.
What else can he do? You can think whatever you want. Anyway, I don't want to ascend to the immortal world.
Zhu Xiaobao showed his willful and domineering side again.
Then how are you going to find him? Being too eager will be counterproductive.
Zhu Rong reminded softly.
No. Let him come back to me on his own. Well, let me think about what fresh food I can prepare to attract this old man back.
Zhu Xiaobao pinched his chin and began to think hard. The next day, Zhu Xiaobao summoned Wu Yu and others, gave detailed instructions, and then hurriedly brought his old apprentice and venerable Duobao, as well as Mu Chuanyi, hiding in Mu Chuanyi's house. The Seiko workshop is doing some sneaky tricks. In Liuhe County, Princess Ming's house is now owned by Venerable Bai Chao. Even though he lives in such a big house, Venerable Bai Chao still goes to the streets every day to see people and give medicine. There is no way. He spends money faster than he makes money. The speed is much faster. You have to work hard to make money every day. But what makes Master Bai Chao depressed these days is why the top-quality aged wine sent by Zhu Xiaobao has changed in taste. It still looks the same as before, but the taste is far worse. What's even more strange is that he himself, even if you spend money to buy this top-quality aged wine, you won't be able to taste the original taste. He was so angry that he took the wine jar to the store to return the product. But they were very kind and refunded it at the original price. But it was still the same when I moved to other shops. It seemed like the taste of the wine had changed overnight. Venerable Bai Chao was puzzled. And finally, he simply bought a jar of top-quality roasted knives. Unexpectedly, this stall of top-quality roasted knives was more authentic and much stronger than those top-quality aged wines.
What's going on? Zhu Xiaobao started selling counterfeit wine. Or is the supply of the best quality aged wine in his collection cut off and finished? Venerable Bai Chao was thinking unhappily. He didn't expect that now that the best quality aged wine was gone. I feel like life is very tasteless. It was midsummer, and Venerable Bai Chao was lying in the bedroom with the ceiling fan blowing above his head. However, after drinking half a jar of Xiao knife, he still felt very hot. Now in this season, I take a shower 2 or 3 times a day, but the heat is still unbearable. Today's midsummer temperature is extremely high. Although he had the ability to cast a small spell to lower the temperature in the room. Wouldn't that be too shocking? No one in this world has this ability. Even the great Lord of Ice and Fire can use Ice Palm to freeze the target. But it also consumes a lot of internal energy. And it is not usually used exclusively for enjoyment. When I was bored, I walked out of the room and wandered around. I saw that my servants were all whispering, as if they were gossiping. Venerable Bai Chao quickly raised his ears and listened carefully. Do you know that King Chitos of England, the best chef in the world, recently made a perfect match? It is said to be so delicious that the wealthy families flock to Yongning County to try it. Even the Princess Madam has also rushed. Yes, in fact, our King Chitos is really more famous for his cooking skills. Tell me, what has become popular in every county in recent years? And even the foreign tribes outside the Great Xia Kingdom have begun to cook. It's become popular. I heard that if people in Shijua country treat guests to dinner now, if they don't have hot pot, they'd be embarrassed to say it's a treat. Oh, if only we could try something new. That would be something to show off. Hey, come here. What are you talking about just now? Tell me quickly.
Venerable Bai Chao couldn't hide it anymore and jumped out and asked with gleaming eyes.
You don't know yet? Beer and fried chicken are said to be a perfect match. Now in Yongning County.
You can't buy it even if you have money. And it was made by King Chitos himself. Beer? Fried chicken? A perfect match?
These servants felt that their eyes were covered with flowers. Lord Bai Chao had already rushed to the gate. Chapter 836. Falling into a trap. In the blink of an eye, Venerable Bai Chao was already on the carriage, desperately urging the servants driving the carriage to speed up. Venerable Bai Chao has been feeling very depressed these past few days. Nothing goes as he wants. Everything he buys has changed, and the quality has plummeted. He really felt like he was hopeless. Now when he heard that Zhu Xiaobao had come up with something new, he couldn't bear it anymore and rushed to Yongning County in a hurry. Of course, if Venerable Baichao casts a little magic, he can rush to Yongnan County immediately. But wouldn't that be a betrayal? Besides, what he enjoys most now is enjoying the mortal life here, which is actually quite enjoyable. It's coming. It's coming. Master. It's really here. It's that carriage. Yes. It's used exclusively for Princess Ming's house. It's all made of 5-flowered horses. The old apprentice finally saw this carriage with a high-powered telescope. Drive a carriage. It should be noted that the princess's special carriage still retains her characteristics. That is, all carriages are pulled by 5-flowered horses. This time, Zhu Xiaobao and the others had the upper hand, because they had telescopes that could see further than Venerable Baichao, and they would not be discovered by Venerable Baichao. Of course, if Lord Baichao is very vigilant, he can still detect it. But why should he be vigilant now? Here, he is not in any danger at all. He can just eat, drink and enjoy himself all day long. Ha ha. How about it? Let me tell you. This old man will definitely take the bait. Hurry up and get people in place immediately. It's time for us to work hard. Zhu Xiaobao patted the old apprentice on the shoulder. This trick worked. Ah! After entering Yong'an inner city, I saw groups of people rushing to Yong'an Street, and they were still talking about it. It turned out that they were all going for the beer and fried chicken that Zhu Xiaobao had just launched. Although he said it very enthusiastically, but he didn't dare to neglect it at all, as if he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to grab it. Hurry. 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 As long as you surpass them, I will give you a lot of rewards. Venerable Baichao heard clearly. He stuck his head out of the carriage and shouted to the handler driving the carriage. Okay, master. Don't worry. I promise to be ahead of them. Handlebar Style suddenly became excited, whipped his horse, and made the 4 5-flowered horses run quickly. The entire Yong'an Street is where the horse-drawn carriage dares to run like this, because Yong'an Street does not allow horse-drawn carriages to run like this. But how could Venerable Baichao know this rule? When we got to the busiest place, we really couldn't squeeze in. There were so many people, many of them rich and powerful, with their wives and children walking forward. Many children are holding a bamboo stick with freshly baked fried stinky tofu on it. This is already the most popular snack in Yong'an County. It is especially loved by girls and children. And the price is not expensive, so ordinary people can still afford it. But Venerable Baichao is not in the mood to eat fried stinky tofu now. They were already sweating from the heat in the carriage, and now they are even more hot and sweating. I saw a surprising scene from a long way away. Master Duobao and Master Qiandu were also lining up. They were calm, talking and laughing, and seemed to enjoy the atmosphere of queuing. Lord Baichao didn't say hello first, but went around to the front and took a look, and saw that it was indeed Zhu Xiaobao wearing a chef's uniform, with an old apprentice beside him. The two of them were shouting very hard, and there were already a lot of people around them. A group of people. But because there were female warriors maintaining order, they didn't get too close. In the middle of summer, a beer will be refreshing, and a piece of fried chicken will satisfy your appetite. Don't be crowded. Just you. Line up. Don't you see people queuing up? Zhu Xiaobao was also sweating profusely and still gesticulating. But I still enjoy the lively and attention-grabbing atmosphere. Venerable Baichao looked a little stupid, and finally saw the beer that people rushed to try in the store. They were all big bunches, and the container for holding the wine was also very special, delicate and transparent. Not like ordinary crystal. There are no impurities at all. This large wine glass alone is worth a lot of money. Look at the fried chicken being processed in an extra-large iron pot. There is an alluring aroma all over the place. This is marinated in advance by Zhu Xiaobao's secret method, so the fried chicken tastes extremely tempting. It's not like just throwing a chicken in a frying pan and frying it casually, and then it's okay. Venerable Baichao shook his head secretly. This guy just returned safely from Beatty County by luck and started eating, drinking and having fun again. How could he defeat Jijishan? Really unwilling to make progress. But the fragrance is really tempting. Venerable Baichao couldn't help but swallowed. Then I immediately went to the back to line up. Didn't you see that Venerable Duoao and Venerable Qiandu are also queuing up? You shouldn't join them. Somewhat depressed, he walked to the end of the queue. Venerable Baichao was surprised to find that there were dozens more people lined up behind Venerable Duobao and Venerable Qiandu. In just a moment, he had to move back dozens of steps. Huh? Mr. Baichao? Are you coming to line up too? Oops. There are a lot of people behind you.
The great Venerable Qiandu had sharp eyes, and saw Venerable Bai Chao at a glance. He immediately greeted them warmly. They were not chess friends. They were already very familiar with each other.
Ha ha! It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I have nothing to do anyway. So I happened to pass by here.
Bai Chao Zunhe grinned and said with a forced smile. When he saw the long queue behind him, he felt a little aggrieved. He should go out. It's time to bring a servant with me to help him occupy a position first. Alas, still lack of experience.
Immortal Doctor? It's you? You don't have to worry about queuing at the back. I'll give you my seat.
Unexpectedly, a scholar standing behind the Venerable Duobao shouted in surprise. He also said with a very grateful look,
You? Give up your position to me?
Venerable Bai Chao was also a little confused. How could such a good thing happen?
Yes. Yes. You helped me cure the disease. And now my wife is pregnant. Since I can meet my benefactor here, of course I have to express my gratitude,
the scholar said excitedly.
Oh, no wonder you look familiar to me. I see. But isn't this good? How can this old man feel bad?
Only then did Venerable Bai Chao understand that this was his patient. And he felt an inexplicable feeling in his heart. Pride.
You deserve it. You deserve it. My wife even said she wanted to send a plaque to the fairy doctor. For this little thing. Just consider it a little bit of gratitude from me,
the scholar said sincerely.
Ha ha. Mr. Bai Chao. I think you don't have to refuse. I think this guy is sincere. Just stand here,
Venerable Duobao said with a smile on the side.
Ha ha. Then I'm sorry.
Venerable Bai Chao was in a happy mood. He didn't expect that he would still have such luck. It seems that he was rewarded for his good deeds in practicing medicine. This time, they stood together with the great Venerable Duobao and the great Venerable Qiandu. Slowly moving forward, the three of them did not feel bored at all. They also talked about chess. And the three people's spiritual consciousness powerful and with superb memory. It is not much different from putting it on a regular chessboard. This also integrated Venerable Bai Chao's thoughts. Not surprisingly, he won another victory.
Hee. You are so powerful. One person can kill two of us. But there is no bet today,
the great Master Thousand Poison said with a smile and cupped his hands.
Concession. Concession. What kind of bet is that? It's just a discussion and exchange.
Venerable Bai Chao also shook his fan, feeling proud and smiling generously. As a result, it was almost the turn of the three of them before they knew it. But at this moment, Wu Yu suddenly ran over and said something to Zhu Xiaobao. Zhu Xiaobao dropped what he was doing and hurried back to Yong'an Palace. The three of them looked at each other, all a little confused. But Lord Bai Chao had a very bad premonition. Sure enough, when it was Venerable Duobao's turn, the last portion was left. There was still fried chicken, but no beer. Venerable Bai Chao couldn't help being furious, and immediately started arguing with the waiter. After waiting in line for a long time, there was no one at his place. Isn't this frustrating?
Ouch! It's you, Uncle! You didn't even say anything. Hurry up and give the rest to my uncle.
At this time, the old apprentice rushed over. When he saw the Venerable Bai Chao, he was very exaggerated. As soon as he opens his mouth, he calls him uncle. Didn't Zhu Xiaobao call him brother and brother? So the old apprentice changed his name to master.
Everyone! I'm really sorry. My master is in a hurry right now. He has to go back first. Don't wait in line for those behind. I will ask someone to register you. I will buy according to your ranking tomorrow. I'm sorry.
The old apprentice also wanted to shout loudly to the people in line behind him. Entering the store, it turned out that Venerable Duobao and Venerable Qiandu both had a beer. But Venerable Bai Chao only had a small cup. Not that kind of beer cup. I drank it all in just 2 sips. Wow. It's really extraordinary. It's actually cold beer. This is refreshing and refreshing. But why is it gone? Venerable Bai Chao suddenly felt very angry. It would be better not to have such a small cup. Now it is making me even more uncomfortable. Looking at the great Venerable Duobao and the great Venerable Thousand Poisons, I feel a little salivating.
Hey! Brother Bai Chao. Don't look at me like that. You saw it too. I just pricked it like this. Besides, I've already drunk it. It's not hygienic to drink it separately. Is it? Why don't you have some more? Burning a knife? TSK. It feels so good.
Venerable Duobao quickly protected his beer glass and said matter-of-factly, and then took a sip.
Yeah. I don't know how Xiaobao came up with such a good thing in such a hot day. The past 100 years have been in vain.
The great venerable Thousand Poisons was also fierce. He took a sip and then sighed, seeing the two of them singing along, looking like they were enjoying themselves happily, and then looking at the roasted knife in his wine glass. Venerable Baichao suddenly felt that his whole body was even more hot and boring. He almost wants to get angry, but don't know who to vent to. At this moment, sisters Yushuang and Yushue also arrived. As soon as they saw Venerable Baichao, they quickly saluted.
Disciple, pay homage to master. Huh? There's no need for that. I haven't done it for you two yet.
Venerable Baichao waved his hands and wanted to send the two sisters away a little impatiently. He was not in the mood to take care of these trivial matters now. And besides, he had not agreed to accept them as his disciples.
Ah! Master, why don't you have any beer? Have you finished drinking it? No. Why don't you see an empty glass?
Yushue shouted in surprise before Venerable Baichao finished speaking.
Ha ha! Isn't it just sold out? So, Brother Baichao only has fried chicken and roasted knives now. But he had already had a small drink just now.
The great Venerable Thousand Poisons explained with a smile.
Okay. This damn Zhu Xiaobao dares to neglect my master. Let's go. Sister, let's go find him for comment.
Yushuang shouted angrily, dragging Yushue and quickly rushed to Yong'an Palace. Venerable Baichao's heart was inexplicably filled with anticipation. I even thought it would be nice to have two such caring apprentices. Not long after, I saw my old apprentice coming with a sad face, followed by sisters Yushuang and Yushue. As soon as the old apprentice saw Venerable Baichao, he started to complain.
Master, is this the case? Didn't I say there will definitely be one tomorrow? Look, you two apprentices started to attack as soon as they came up, and they made a big fuss in Yong'an the palace. I didn't let them do it. I really didn't.
Venerable Baichao was also surprised. These two girls were really hot-tempered, and they dared to take action for him, a master who had not yet recognized them.
Okay, stop talking. Now my master has been alarmed. He asked me to take you to the palace. Enough beer. Oh, I am provoking someone.
The old apprentice was very aggrieved. He shook his head and sighed.
Oh? Enough beer. What about us?
Venerable Duobao and Venerable Qiandu jumped up immediately. If they don't take advantage of such a good opportunity, wouldn't they have lived in vain for so many years?
Oh, let's all go.
Chapter 837, Falling into a Trap B. After leaving the most prosperous area of Yong'an Street, Yushuang and Yushue had already prepared the carriage. These two sisters were very dedicated to their master. Others don't have to worry. They each have their own cars or mounts. Degree. The journey was smooth, and we soon arrived at Yong'an Palace. The old apprentice led the way, and soon arrived at the back garden of the palace. The pavilions, bridges and flowing water were all designed and built by the eldest prince when he hired someone to do it. It was quite good. It also cost a lot of money to build. Later, a lot of additions and improvements have been made one after another. Yong'an Prince's mansion occupies a huge area and is the largest among all the prince's mansions. There are 9 pavilions here, scattered high and low, and they are still built on the Lotus Pond. This is a small artificially excavated lake with water drawn from the Qingshui Lake outside. 9 pavilions overlap each other, and below is a small 9-wind bridge. It is a good place to relax and enjoy. It can be seen that the life of the eldest prince was very comfortable back then. But now they all belong to Zhu Xiaobao and the others. Zhu Xiaobao took Zhu Rong, followed by Wu Yu, who was already standing by the largest pavilion. They greeted each other with a smile and said,
Oh, brother, when you come to my place, why don't you come to me directly? Why don't you come to me directly?
Go to line up? Don't you want me to look good? Ha ha. No. Queuing is a kind of fun. Brother Duobao and Brother Qiandu are also queuing, aren't they?
As soon as Venerable Baichao arrived here, he felt inexplicably in a better mood. It seems that here the environment is still very pleasant. This is the first time that Lord Baichao has come to the back garden. The previous times he came to Zhu Xiaobao were in the front hall, which was relatively formal. But now, he seems very casual. This little brother really thinks of himself as got it. Bro! Originally, he taught the
gravity technique
to him, so he and Zhu Xiaobao can be regarded as both teachers and friends. However, Zhu Xiaobao is better at climbing along the pole, and they immediately call him brothers. This made Venerable Bai Chao a little bit dumbfounded. But thinking about the gravity technique that was cheated away, he still felt a little bit at a loss. That's a technique from the immortal world. Zhu Xiaobao enthusiastically helped Lord Bai Chao to sit down in the pavilion. A banquet table had been set up here, and there was a turntable in the middle. The chair was relatively high, so he could dine comfortably. Xiaobao improved it based on some habits he had before time travel. Even the tables are round tables, so there is no need to distinguish between superiority and inferiority. Anyone sitting anywhere will not feel that they are losing their status. Just these cold dishes that were served first made Venerable Bai Chao excited. These were his favorites, especially the pickled pepper chicken feet. It is definitely a must-have for drinking. But after Bai Chao Venerable tasted it here, he realized that the delicacies he had eaten a few days ago were at best copycat versions. What is here now was made by Zhu Xiaobao and his old apprentice himself. But Venerable Bai Chao was still looking around. There was no trace of the beer that worried him the most. Could it be that it was really sold out? Fried chicken is not so urgent, because he still has a chicken leg in his arms. At this moment, several female warriors were wearing very tight clothes, showing off the beauty of their exquisite and concave curves. But this was not the most attractive thing. The most attractive thing was that they were all wearing a pair of roller skates, elegantly shuttling through the streets. All the diners were served with bottles of beer in a blink of an eye, which was instantly satisfying, even more exciting than those so-called song and dance performances. The two leaders are none other than Yu Shuang and Yu Shui. Venerable Bai Chao also felt a little ashamed. He had just learned to ride a bicycle, but he had not yet learned how to skate. After all, this thing can only be learned in the process of constant wrestling. Venerable Bai Chao is somewhat embarrassed. Master, please use it slowly. Yu Shuang and Yu Shui said attentively. Yeah. Okay. You two performed very well. Venerable Bai Chao nodded repeatedly, feeling very satisfied in his heart. The performance of these two girls was still very wrong. A sip of cold beer made Master Bai Chao immediately feel refreshed. Only then did he feel that in this hot summer, only this kind of beer could relieve the heat. No wonder there was such a long queue on Yongnan Street. This stuff is so addictive. A few people chatted while eating, and the atmosphere was quite relaxed. Regarding Zhu Xiaobao's many inventions and delicacies, Master Bai Chao had too many questions. If he talked about playing chess, he would be even more excited. He was already ready to make a move. I really want to compete with Zhu Xiaobao again. It's just that there are still a few empty seats at this round table. It seems that there are still people who are not there. This doubt was soon solved. And Zhu Rong and Wu Yu were seen supporting Zhu Mei. This was originally the back garden, and there were not many rules. There were no such women in Zhu Xiaobao's harem. There is no rule about not being allowed to serve at the table. He is all about equality between men and women. And it is more lively when there are more people. But Zhu Mei's face was not very good. A little pale. But she was still in good spirits. And she was still muttering. I'm fine. You'll make me sick if you don't let me eat. Okay. It's up to you. But you must not drink the wine. Zhu Rong also said helplessly on the side, because Zhu Mei insisted on having a feast before she gave up. This is my other wife. Brother, you have never seen her before. Her name is Zhu Mei. She is also the one with the highest cultivation level here. Zhu Xiaobao introduced to Venerable Bai Chao. Yeah, I've heard about it for a long time. It turns out that he has extraordinary bones and extraordinary talent. Even if he is an immortal, even if he is anywhere, he is a rare talent for cultivation. Venerable Bai Chao looked at it, and then he nodded and said, almost spilling the beans, I have to admit that this beauty is even more qualified and talented than Yu Shuang and Yu Shui. I've met all the great venerables. I've met Brother Bai Chao, Zhu Mei said, as carelessly as before. Fortunately, she also called Venerable Bai Chao the same as Zhu Xiaobao, directly calling him brother. Everyone couldn't help but laugh a little, but it was normal for these words to come out of Zhu Mei's mouth. And there was no disrespect at all. Even Venerable Bai Chao couldn't help laughing. It seemed that this giant beauty was really just like the legend. A very simple and straightforward person. But Zhu Mei's ability to drink and eat also surprised Venerable Bai Chao. She is definitely more powerful than the average strongman. It's also particularly generous. In fact, Zhu Mei's injury is still very serious now. But this does not affect her eating and drinking. It's just that every day when the injury occurs, she is in pain. She has to exercise to resist the cold and stinging feeling, which consumes a lot of money every time. And the cultivation level is still slowly declining. Jiumei, why don't you go over and offer a toast to Brother Bai Chao? It's the technique he taught me that can make us escape unscathed.
Zhu Xiaobao ordered Jiumei.
Oh. Okay. Brother Bai Chao. Let me toast you. Thank you.
Jiumei immediately picked up the wine glass and said sincerely,
Ha ha. Okay. Okay. I'll be disrespectful then.
Venerable Bai Chao ate and drank so much today. And he still hasn't finished it. Because the old apprentice's dishes are still being served in a steady stream, making Venerable Bai Chao unable to stop.
Ah. Ah. No. It's here again. It's here again.
Jiumei suddenly frowned and groaned. Then put down the wine glass, turned around and threw herself on the bench next to the pavilion, stuck her head out, and even spit out a mouthful. Blood.
Look at you. I told you not to drink. But you didn't listen.
Zhu Rong also complained, but the concern on her face was very heavy.
This is it.
Venerable Bai Chao also looked at Zhu Xiaobao and others with some confusion. Although he claims to be a doctor, he actually doesn't know how to read medical signs. Otherwise, Jiumei's symptoms just now should have been seen at a glance.
Well, I was injured by Ji Jisheng in Beatty County. I didn't expect that it would never be cured.
Zhu Xiaobao said seriously. This time it was not acting. He was really anxious.
Hey! Brother Bai Chao. Aren't you a doctor? You're just here to help take a look. Maybe the disease can be cured?
The Great Venerable Qiandu and the Great Venerable Duobao said immediately at the right time.
Okay. Let me take a look. I'm sorry. Please give me your wrist.
Venerable Bai Chao didn't refuse. Walked over and grabbed Jiumei's wrist. Then he felt it carefully. And he couldn't help but be surprised that this huge beauty was so seriously injured. When he, Lord Bai Chao, quietly rushed to Beatty County, he followed Zhu Xiaobao. He did not see the process of Jiumei's injury, and did not know the extent of Jiumei's injury. Only now did he discover that she had been injured by the demonic crystal. The demonic energy has invaded. To eliminate this little bit of demonic energy, I am afraid it will not be possible for 3 to 5 years. And the cultivation level will also drop significantly. After hearing Venerable Bai Chao's conclusion after the diagnosis, everyone became silent. Although Venerable Bai Chao was not a real doctor, he could immediately sense Jiumei's injury with this pulse. And of course, he also knew the cause of the injury, and the serious consequences of such an injury.
Please also ask Brother Bai Chao to use your wonderful hands to help Jiumei heal this injury.
The Great Venerable Duobao and the Great Venerable Qiandu bowed their hands together and solemnly requested. Zhu Xiaobao, Zhu Rong and others also looked at Lord Bai Chao eagerly.
It's difficult. I'm afraid I can't do anything about this. This is not an injury that should be done in this world.
Venerable Bai Chao shook his head and said helplessly.
Is it difficult? Then there is still a way?
Zhu Xiaobao reacted very quickly and immediately heard the mystery behind the words. His face was solemn. And then he suddenly gave a deep bow to Venerable Bai Chao.
Brother, please help me. Save. I know you will find a way. What can I do? I'm just an ordinary person. I just have some tricks to save my life.
Venerable Bai Chao shook his head and said with a bit of laughter.
Yes.
You have immortal bone grass.
This kind of immortal grass can cure my wife's injuries.
Zhu Xiaobao gritted his teeth and said with certainty.
Oh. No wonder you tried so hard to lure me here. It turns out you had a plan for a long time. It seems that I have fallen into a trap.
Venerable Bai Chao immediately understood that this was a trap. So he also faced it. He said unhappily.
It's not a motive. It's an exchange of equal value.
Zhu Xiaobao gritted his teeth and then said in a low voice.
Oh. What can you exchange for? Tell me.
Venerable Bai Chao suddenly asked with interest.
Everything I have. Including my cooking skills. Including all my knowledge.
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly felt that he didn't seem to have anything worth exchanging. What he said could only be the icing on the cake. Not a timely help.
Yeah. Let me think about it.
Chapter 838. Every gain must come with a loss, eh? At this time, everyone in the pavilion became quiet and looked at Venerable Bai Chao. Instead, Venerable Bai Chao turned around and looked at the scenery outside the pavilion, with his hands behind his back, and remained silent. It was suddenly quiet inside the pavilion. Zhu Xiaobao also stood up straight and stared at Venerable Bai Chao closely. It is estimated that this incident may have embarrassed Venerable Bai Chao.
Immortal bone grass
is not an ordinary fairy grass. It is rare even in the fairy world. Soon, it is said that it can bring human flesh and bones to life. In the past, he only used a fallen leaf of
Immortal bone grass.
To cure various difficult and complicated diseases. Now it would be a bit painful for him to take out a real
Immortal bone grass.
At this moment, Venerable Bai Chao turned slightly, without making any unnecessary movements. But Zhu Xiaobao suddenly flashed in front of him. Originally there was still several feet of distance between the two, but no one could see clearly how Zhu Xiaobao passed by. The Great Venerable Duobao and the Great Venerable Qiandu looked at each other. They thought it was Zhu Xiaobao who rushed over by himself. They were both very surprised. Is this little brother's cultivation already so advanced? As great venerables, not even a trace can be seen? In fact, Zhu Xiaobao himself was also very frightened. He did not move at all, but was absorbed by Venerable Bai Chao.
Well, you must have guessed my origin to some extent. How about I accept you as my disciple?
Venerable Bai Chao closed his eyes and twisted his beard. At this time, he had some immortal spirit, which made people feel sad. A demeanor that students admire.
Huh? Let me think about it.
Zhu Xiaobao did not show any surprise or excitement. Instead, he returned the words of Venerable Bai Chao intact. Of course, this was not to challenge Venerable Bai Chao, but to challenge Venerable Bai Chao. He was really quickly analyzing the pros and cons of this matter, because this proposal is so unexpected.
What? Do you still want to think about it? Do you know how profound this destiny is?
Venerable Bai Chao suddenly exclaimed a little angrily. This can't be blamed on him. This guy's answer surprised him so much. You know, it's been thousands of years, and he has never thought about taking on a disciple. Now that he has proposed it, this guy is still considering it. Fortunately, Venerable Bai Chao had cast a spell between the two of them to cut off the sound. But the people in the pavilion could still clearly see Venerable Bai Chao, who was originally an immortal, suddenly jumped up angrily. I don't know what Zhu Xiaobao said to make Venerable Bai Chao so angry.
Yes, I know that you are from the fairy world, and I also know that your cultivation is very high. But if I become my teacher, I have to follow you back to the fairy world. Right.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded seriously.
Yes, this is an opportunity that others can't ask for in their lifetimes. And now it's right in front of you. Aren't you surprised at all? You know, even among tens of millions of people, it's hard to find anyone I recognize. You are qualified to be my disciple.
When Venerable Bai Chao said this, he returned to his old godlike appearance, and he found a strong sense of superiority again. Zhu Xiaobao probably didn't fully understand the huge benefits of this just now.
Can you take a few of my wives with you? My request is really not high. Just a dozen or so.
Zhu Xiaobao said cautiously. He knew that this request seemed a bit excessive, but he could never abandon these wives.
Ah, no. As the saying goes, every gain must come with a loss. Compared with ascending to the immortal world, these are trivial matters that can be ignored.
Venerable Bai Chao almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. He also had to take his wife with him, and she was still more than 10 years old. Collective ascension? Do you think it is so easy to move?
Then can I come back to visit relatives anytime and anywhere like you?
Zhu Xiaobao changed his way of thinking. If he could come back at any time, he could consider it. It would be nice to just sneak back when you have nothing to do. Stay there for a year and a half, and then go back again.
Impossible. If you want to cultivate to my level, I'm afraid they have already passed away.
Venerable Bai Chao snorted coldly.
Then I'd better not accept you as my teacher? As you know, I've never been very active in my cultivation. If I make you mad to death, I'll feel sorry for you. You'd better help me heal Jumei's upper body. That's it. Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and said sincerely, Venerable Bai Chao felt that he was half angry to death. Finally, he couldn't bear it anymore and waved his sleeve angrily.
Get out, you brat who doesn't know how to appreciate me.
Everyone present felt a strong gust of wind, which oppressed everyone so hard that they couldn't lift their heads and couldn't muster the energy to fight back. But there was a strong wind that only lasted for a moment and disappeared in the blink of an eye. However, the Venerable Bai Chao in the pavilion in front of him had disappeared, and the little treasures were also gone.
Quick! Someone, pull me up. What's wrong with this old man? He throws people into the water when he doesn't agree with him?
After a while, Zhu Xiaobao's voice came from the lotus pond. Fortunately, he was proficient in water properties. He was thrown into the lotus pond and immediately came up from the bottom of the water. But it was already more than 10 feet away from the pavilion. Everyone hurriedly fished out the little treasures. By this time, they had become drowned rats and sneezed twice in displeasure.
What did you all say? How could it be like this?
Zhu Rong also asked in surprise. She had obviously seen a turning point. But why did she end up unhappy in the blink of an eye?
Oh, the secret must not be leaked. The old man has good intentions. But I can't bear it.
Zhu Xiaobao shook his head helplessly and said,
What should we do? What should we do about Jumei's injury? Where can we find Venerable Bai Chao now?
Zhu Rong asked worriedly.
What? He's gone? He had a free meal and is leaving now?
Zhu Xiaobao then discovered that Venerable Bai Chao had disappeared. But then he discovered that the dining table in the pavilion was also missing. There are some delicacies on it.
But he actually moved the table away too? Then I remembered that the old man had a treasure like a storage bag beside him. And it was just a matter of effort to put these things in. So Zhu Xiaobao had some ideas in his mind. Waved his hands and said,
It doesn't matter. I guess he still can't bear to leave. I'll find another way to find him. But
where is Venerable Bai Chao now? Everyone has searched all over Prince Yongan's mansion. But there is no trace of Venerable Bai Chao. But considering that he moved such a big table, there must be room for it. No one expected that Venerable Bai Chao would go directly to Venerable Wu Wei's room. Today Venerable Ice and Fire also went to Yongan Palace. Those ice cubes for cold beer were pressed by her with ice palm. But before he could show up, Venerable Bai Chao had already disappeared. Originally, the Great Venerable Ice and Fire was going to take the Great Venerable Wu Wei with him. But when the Great Venerable Wu Wei heard that it was Zhu Xiaobao's plan against the Venerable Bai Chao, he immediately did not dare to come. The Great Lord Ice and Fire didn't care either. He knew that his status was relatively low now, and he could only watch from the side. It was better to save some face for him. Venerable Wu Wei was also very depressed sitting at home. He also wanted to try the beer fried chicken on the market now. But he knew that these were all created by Zhu Xiaobao to attract Venerable Bai Chao. So I didn't dare to queue up. But I still felt itchy in my heart. Especially today. The Great Venerable Duobao and the Great Venerable Thousand Poisons are blessed again. In the past, these two were great sages who were ranked higher than him. Now they are actually enjoying the game. But he is living a very miserable life. But who can blame him? He is still worried about how Venerable Bai Chao will punish him. But the more he was afraid of something, the more it would come. Venerable Wu Wei felt that his eyes were blurred. Venerable Bai Chao actually appeared in front of him. What was even more exaggerated was that there was an extra table in his room. They are all filled with delicious food. And some plates are still steaming. There were 4 or 5 untouched bottles of beer, neatly lined up in a row, causing the great Master Wu Wei to swallow his saliva. He hasn't had lunch yet.
Have you met the Supreme Immortal?
Grand Venerable Wu Wei quickly knelt down and saluted respectfully. He knew the identity of Venerable Bai Chao, although he didn't know what kind of cultivation this Supreme Immortal had. Nor did he know that he was in the immortal world. What is your identity? But in his case, that is the existence that can definitely determine his life. Death and destiny.
Well, get up, sit down, and drink with me. Tell me the origin of that bastard Zhu Xiaobao in detail again. Don't miss a word.
When Venerable Bai Chao arrived here, he no longer concealed anything and sat down directly. After sitting down, there was no doubt that the Great Venerable Wu Wei also sat down and drank with him. The most important thing is that he is becoming more and more interested in this Zhu Xiaobao.
Oh, yes.
The Great Master Wu Wei said with a grimace. He was nervous now. So why would he be in the mood to drink? But facing this great immortal, he would not dare to disobey at all.
Well, you don't have to be nervous. Although you have sinned heavily, you have been able to make up for it these days. I also know these things. Just tell me about Zhu Xiaobao carefully. Come on. You also let's drink. This is the beer that was just served. I even brought it here. It's still cold.
Venerable Bai Chao was in a better mood at this time, and could continue to enjoy these delicacies.
Yes. Thank you for your generosity.
Master Wu Wei was overjoyed. As long as he said these words, his life would definitely be saved. Master Wu Wei was in a happy mood. He also picked up the extra large beer glass and took a sip. He immediately felt that every pore in his body was opened. Refreshing and comfortable. The only drawback was that his room was still a bit stuffy. Immediately afterwards, the Great Venerable Wu Wei took Zhu Xiaobao's origins with him to the 19th princess's house. And he began to make a fortune, creating countless miracles along the way, and finally developed into the current situation. Anyone who knows the Great Venerable Wu Wei, everything was told in detail. Even the couplets between Zhu Xiaobao and Ji Zhishan were memorized without missing a beat. Master Baichao was very happy when he heard it. It was even more exciting than what he heard from hearsay. In order to please the venerable Baichao, the great Master Wu Wei took out a pen and paper and drew the appearance of Zhu Xiaobao as a fat little boy. He was very good at playing, chess, calligraphy and painting. So the little treasures he drew were lifelike. Seeing this, Venerable Baichao immediately laughed and leaned forward and backward. But smiling, Venerable Baichao suddenly turned into a sad and angry expression. Before Venerable Wu Wei could ask, he saw Venerable Baichao wave his hand.
Go and open the window. I feel a little hot.
Yes.
Master Wu Wei quickly stood up and walked to the window. But he didn't make a move yet. I felt that I was suddenly completely stiff. And then my whole body was covered with a layer of ice. And I stood there motionless. The temperature in the room also dropped. And Master Wu Wei's hearing was also blocked. At this time, Venerable Baichao beat his feet and chest and cried loudly. Ouch. Master, it's so easy for me to fall in love with a disciple. But I didn't expect this little bastard to be unwilling to become my disciple. I'm so useless. After crying for a while, Venerable Baichao finally finished venting his anger and started eating and drinking again. Suddenly he shook his head and said to himself,
No, I can't let this little bastard destroy my Taoist heart. Calm down. Calm down. Since you plot against me, my brother, then I can plot against you. My brother. It's just that the consequences are unpredictable.
Chapter 839, Every gain must come with a loss. B. When all the ice on Master Wu Wei's body melted, he stood there wet and dumb like a drowned rat. Venerable Baichao has long since disappeared. The table was not taken away, but there were only some leftovers of the delicious food on the table. And all the beer was drunk.
Damn it! Is this immortal's appearance so ugly when he eats? He's not as good as me.
Master Wu Wei cursed angrily in his heart. But he feels much more at ease now. It seems that Venerable Baichao has no intention of punishing him severely. So Master Wu Wei hurriedly got rid of the table and hid those beer glasses. This thing had just come out and there weren't many on the market yet. Once discovered by the great Lord Ice and Fire, wouldn't it be immediately possible to think that Lord Baichao had been to him? He would never dare to reveal the identity of Venerable Baichao. Zhu Xiaobao was looking sad in the backyard of the palace. When Zhu Rong asked him about his conversation with Venerable Baichao, he also hesitated, once again rejecting the proposal of Lord Baichao. Zhu Xiaobao also felt a little regretful. It would be perfect if he could take all the ladies to ascend together. Now it seems that he can only refuse. He doesn't want to ascend alone, leave such a comfortable life, and go to the fairy world alone. Who knows what the situation is there? But he didn't want to tell Zhu Rong and others. Otherwise they would be moved and burst into laughter. But the most important thing now is to help Jumei heal her injuries. The pain Jumei endures every day is obvious to all. Everyone is worried. And Jumei's cultivation is really declining. Although the decline is very small, it is difficult to say whether he can maintain the realm of the martial emperor in 3 years. At this moment, Wu Yu walked in and said with a bit of surprise,
Go and take a look. That Venerable Baichao is learning roller skating with the two sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui. I heard Yu Shuang said that he has to collect their registered disciples. Oh, great. I'm looking for him. Let's go quickly.
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly shouted excitedly. Before the old man left, your Jumei's injury was saved.
Wait. Why are you so anxious? Since he showed up on his own initiative. He wants to arouse our ideas. We can just wait here. Otherwise, if you rush to find him, the initiative will fall into his hands.
At that time, Zhu Rong immediately stopped Zhu Xiaobao and Wu Yu. And Princess Ying's wisdom was once again clearly demonstrated.
Yes. Madam has seen through it all. Yes. Yes. We are waiting here. Come on. Give me a hug.
Zhu Xiaobao also patted his forehead and looked at Zhu Rong with admiration. How could you say such a wife can? Are you willing to give it up? Not to mention ascending. Even if it was given to an immortal, Zhu Xiaobao would not want to leave.
Go away. Deathly face. Didn't you see that Yuri is still here?
Zhu Rong's face suddenly turned red, and she couldn't help but laugh and curse. What's the matter? I mean the two of them hugged together.
Zhu Xiaobao was very good at coaxing these wives. He put his hands around the waists of Zhu Rong and Wu Yu, and they were very proud of themselves.
But if we don't go, if he doesn't come to us, it won't delay Jumei's healing.
Wu Yu is not as calm as Zhu Rong. Her face is red, because Zhu Xiaobao's hands are already very slippery. On top of her butt, The key is that there are many female guards on duty around her. Even though they are standing upright, their eyes are slightly squinting, and the corners of their mouths are still snickering. Wu Yu is their leader.
No. Otherwise, he wouldn't have offered to accept Yu Shuang and Yu Shui as his registered disciple. Well, just watch. I can guarantee that sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui will be here soon.
Zhu Rong still smiled calmly. Sure enough, in less than an hour, sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui came happily. He had already started shouting before he arrived.
Brother-in-law! Brother-in-law! Venerable Bai Chao has promised to accept us too as registered disciples. Hurry up and prepare a banquet and apprenticeship gifts. It must be the best.
Humph. You two apprentices. Why do you come to my place to have a banquet? I sent my old apprentice to you to hold an apprenticeship banquet at your house. If you need anything, just ask and I will have someone prepare it for you.
Zhu Xiaobao, he said in an understatement. This sister was too outspoken, and she never thought that she would be used by Venerable Bai Chao.
How can that be done? We have promised master in him. Besides, isn't it the same where the banquet will be held? Our residence is not as spacious and luxurious as yours.
Yu Shuang and Yu Shui immediately shouted dissatisfied.
No time. I have to take care of Jumei.
Zhu Xiaobao refused rudely.
Zhu Xiaobao, you want to ruin the good things between us too. Believe it or not, we will tear down your palace now.
Yu Shuang and Yu Shui were immediately furious. They rushed to Zhu Xiaobao and looked like they were about to take action. Got it! These two sisters have always had such hot tempers. Not to mention that Zhu Xiaobao is their brother-in-law. So how can they not get angry even if they don't give them this little face?
Okay. I know you two attach great importance to this matter. And we are also happy for you too. But Xiaobao is really not in the mood. Let's do this. You two go back and tell Venerable Bai Chao that if you come here to show off your apprenticeship. At the banquet, Xiaobao still has to talk about the old talk about Jumei's healing.
Zhu Rong rescued Zhu Xiaobao in time and said, otherwise, these two sisters would really dare to take action.
Yeah. Okay. Then let's go back and tell master.
Yu Shuang and Yu Shui paused for a moment. They were also worried about Jumei, so they didn't persist blindly and rushed back to report. Afterwards, Zhu Rong immediately started to prepare, and the old apprentice, Ing Xiuxiu and others also started to work. But this time, Venerable Duolao and Venerable Qiandu were not invited. In the evening, Venerable Bai Chao rode in a large sedan with 8 carriages. Yu Shuang and Yu Shui personally led the way in front, and there were 2 groups of female warriors accompanying them behind. This scene also gave Venerable Bai Chao enough face. And Zhu Xiaobao also arrived early. He is waiting at the gate of the palace.
Brother. I haven't seen you for 2 days. I miss me so much. You miss me too, right?
Zhu Xiaobao was very affectionate, and took the Lord Baicao's arm as soon as they met, and said with joy on his face,
Humph. Are you thinking about my immortal bone grass?
Venerable Bai Chao said in a very annoyed but helpless tone. This guy really didn't restrain himself at all. He was still so helpless. But why do I feel so happy every time I see this little scoundrel?
A little bit. Come on. Let's go in. The banquet has been set up. With 15-year-old wine, beer, fried chicken, and fairy bone grass.
Zhu Xiaobao said seemingly casually.
Wait. Why? The immortal bone grass is also part of the banquet?
Venerable Bai Chao suddenly trembled in his heart. He had never seen such a shameless person. And he had already booked his treasure as soon as they met.
Oh. Slip of the tongue. I mean, the patient has been prepared for you. This is what you promised. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come. Right?
Zhu Xiaobao said, dismissing this carelessness and helping him. Master Bai Chao wanted to go to Juku Pavilion.
Sure enough, another round table exactly like last time has been set up. And the dishes on it seem to be more abundant than last time. Zhu Rong, Wu Yu and Ju Mei have been waiting there for a long time. Ju Mei also put on makeup today and was dressed similarly to Zhu Rong and others, which meant that they were all Zhu Xiaobao's harem women. The apprenticeship process is very simple and short. It is originally a lead, just for the 2 parties to sit down and talk again. But it has already benefited a lot for Yu Shuang and Yu Shui. Even if they are registered disciples, they will also get huge benefits. Of course, the banquet process was quite lively, because the food and drinks on this table were not the same as the last time. So Lord Bai Chao ate again regardless of his image. This time it was even more ruthless. And one person ate almost a third of it. And 1/3 was eaten by Jumei. The difference between the two is that Venerable Baichao is already full, while Jumei is not yet full.
Brother, now that we've eaten and drank enough, it's time for us to talk about healing Jumei's injuries,
Zhu Xiaobao said with a smile, while one hand was still fanning the Lord Baichao diligently. No matter how you look at it, it looks like a wolf coaxing a sheep.
Huh? I only agreed to help her heal her injuries, but I didn't promise to use the immortal bone grass.
Venerable Baichao also nodded.
Hey! Look! What a qualification and talent my Jumei has. She is much better than the 2 registered apprentices you just accepted. If you don't take out the immortal bone grass, I will regret it for the rest of my life. I am counting on her to defeat GZ.
Zhu Xiaobao said exaggeratedly, completely unaware of the murderous looks of Yu Shuang and Yu Shui behind him. For the sake of his wife, he stepped on his sister-in-law so desperately.
Oh, okay. Jumei, come here and I'll take your pulse again.
Venerable Baichao sighed and said,
Good.
Jumei came over happily and stretched out her arms generously. Venerable Baichao took a pulse and was a little surprised. Jumei's cultivation level dropped a little. The demonic energy of the Tianma Jingjing was really strong. Amazing. At the same time, he also agreed with Zhu Xiaobao's words. This giant beauty is indeed gifted. Whether it is physique, meridians or spiritual consciousness, it has reached or exceeded the average peak of the martial emperor. It can definitely be comparable to the realm of a half-step martial god. Comparable. But at the same time, he was also horrified. One can imagine Ji Jisheng's fighting power. Once he completely fuses and refines the demonic crystal, he will truly be invincible in this world.
Well, starting tomorrow, 9 extra large bathtubs will be prepared in the pavilion over there, as well as people who will help wait on them. I have sealed off the area within 100 steps of the surrounding area, and strictly prohibit anyone from entering. You guys first go get ready. Well, of course I have conditions.
Venerable Baichao nodded and said. Then he stood with his hands behind his back, waiting to negotiate terms with Zhu Xiaobao. Zhu Rong and everyone left in time, leaving only Zhu Xiaobao bargaining with Lord Baichao. At nightfall, Zhu Xiaobao frowned and came back from Jiku Bridge in a depressed mood. The conditions proposed by Venerable Baichao just now seemed to be a bit too much, and it still makes him feel a little distressed. Unexpectedly, just as I walked to a rockery, 2 people suddenly jumped out from behind the rockery. When they met, they started fighting. Show no mercy.
Who dares to hit me? Oh, you really hit me. And you? How dare you kick my ass? Ha. Yu Shuang and Yu Shui. It's the 2 of you.
Zhu Xiaobao shouted angrily. If he didn't use the White Tiger Dharma, he really wouldn't be able to defeat the 2 sisters.
Humph. Who told you to slander us 2 in front of Master? Who else will I hit if I don't hit you?
Yu Shuang and Yu Shui shouted angrily. They would show no mercy and beat the little treasures until they howled like wolves. After a beating, Zhu Xiaobao turned into a bruised nose and swollen face, and even walked with a limp. In the blink of an eye, if he wanted to find the 2 sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui, they would have fled long ago. In a corner not far away, Venerable Baichao showed a very sinister and proud smile.
Copy. These 2 apprentices are not in vain. The apprentice who can make the master vent his anger is a good apprentice.
Well played. It's just that the time is a bit short, and the start is still too light. It seems that we need to improve their physique and strength. Chapter 840. Every gain must come with a loss. See, there are many capable servants at my disposal, and the arrangements are quite efficient. Moreover, the entire healing area is surrounded by a curtain, which makes it much more convenient. Moreover, I originally wanted to choose a few nimble maids to help me, but now I no longer need them. Yu Shuang and Yu Shui have taken their place. Because, by the way, Venerable Baichao also wanted to improve their physiques. During this period, no one is allowed to enter, but Zhu Xiaobao is an exception. He is also very curious and cares about Jumei. More importantly, I want to see the magic of the fairy bone grass in the fairy world. Although Venerable Baichao was firmly against it, Zhu Xiaobao was able to deal with this old man with ease. He drove a carriage directly with pots and pans on it, and he also brought a set of belongings for the cook. Outside the curtain, they lit a fire and started the stove. They even called it a cooking to replenish nutrition for Jumei. By the way, they also expressed condolences to the Venerable Baichao. I had no choice but to hold on for a whole morning. And in the afternoon Venerable Baichao surrendered. This guy's skills were much higher than those of his old apprentice. Besides, It would be more convenient for Zhu Xiaobao to take care of many things. After all, he was wearing very little while soaking in the tub. And Venerable Bai Chao found it inconvenient. But Zhu Xiaobao has no scruples about this at all. Yu Shuang and Yu Shui also wiped some oil and took the opportunity to strengthen their own physique. Although they were very dissatisfied that Zhu Xiaobao often peeked into some places that they shouldn't see, there was nothing they could do. This guy threatened to replace them both and sent a maid to take action. Yu Shuang and Yu Shui didn't dare to say anything. Anyway, the only person in the world who could bully them was this brother-in-law. However, Zhu Xiaobao was just a little mischievous towards Yu Shuang and Yu Shui. The most important thing he wanted to see was the magic of immortal bone grass. At the same time, he also paid close attention to Zhu Mei's recovery from injuries. In the first 3 days, the situation was still quite shocking. In the end, the potion in the bathtub completely turned into a gray-green color, exuding a sour and rotten smell. Zhu Xiaobao walked in specially to take a look. Mei's wand seemed to have been poured with hydrochloric acid, and there was a sizzling gray vapor. Her body was immersed in the bathtub, and the water in the entire bucket was like a boiling pot. It was constantly churning and rolling, and the rising water vapor was with such a sour and rotten air. Zhu Mei also gritted her teeth and tried her best to endure the pain that was like scraping her bones and flesh. She remained silent, but the hard log beside the tub had been scratched to pieces by her. Zhu Xiaobao feels distressed just looking at it, but the effect was quite obvious. The wounds on Zhu Mei's back began to heal slowly, and new muscles grew. The wisp of demonic energy in her body became weaker and weaker, and her cultivation was no longer strong. Zhu Xiaobao knew that the medicine was used to treat the symptoms. Although the process was very painful, it definitely had miraculous effects. In this way, Zhu Xiaobao paid even more compliments to Venerable Bai Chao. He was very attentive and provided cold beer during the day, top-notch aged wine at night, and an endless supply of specialty dishes, which made Venerable Bai Chao very happy. He was reluctant to come to this world at first, but now he doesn't want to leave this world. But he also knows that this is impossible. He still has to practice hard after returning, because in the fairy world, there are also enemies and dangers, even more dangerous than this section. After 3 days, Zhu Mei's wound was completely healed, and the potion in the bathtub was no longer gray-green. In the end, it was completely absorbed by Zhu Mei, and the water in the bathtub was just a bucket of clean water. Zhu Xiaobao also saw the magical fairy bone grass. It turned out that the fairy bone grass was not as petite as he thought, but a very big one, 1 meter high, with 99 and 81 leaves from bottom to top. The top 9 leaves are silver, the lower leaves are all green, and the lower leaves are darker in color. The bottom one is already dark green. The top silver leaves were used to treat Zhu Mei's injuries in the first 3 days, but this made Venerable Bai Chao feel very distressed. It takes hundreds of years for a silver leaf to grow, especially the shaped silver leaves that are the most precious. This plant there are only 6 shaped silver leaves of the fairy bone grass, and the remaining 3 have not yet fully grown. Now Zhu Mei has consumed 3 tablets at once. The next step is to use the green leaves below to condition and perfect the internal organs and bone meridians. At this time, Yu Shuang and Yu Shui, like Zhu Mei, soak in a bathtub every day, but the potion they use does not have the same ingredients. Zhu Mei's height is almost only 1/6 of Zhu Mei's, because Zhu Mei's physique is not only that of a demigod, but also has the blood of a turtle. Not to mention that she has a super strong physique. At this point, Yu Shuang and Yu Shui felt inferior, although Venerable Bai Chao felt sorry for his immortal bone grass. He did not cut corners, but provided sufficient supplies. And despite Zhu Xiaobao's efforts to get close to him, he was still in a very happy mood. The two of them not only drank and ate all day long, but also set up a chessboard and played several games in their spare time. Regarding chess skills, Master Bai Chao had to ask Zhu Xiaobao for advice. Every time, he scratched his head, thought hard, and finally surrendered. This thing is the same as cultivation. If you don't have a few years to win against Zhu Xiaobao, it's impossible. At the same time, Venerable Bai Chao was very interested in the place where Zhu Xiaobao had traveled. When he heard Zhu Xiaobao's excited descriptions of aircraft, cannons, mobile phones, computers, and various modern technologies, he was very puzzled. What's the use of these things? In the fairy world, my master can solve them all with a wave of his hand. And what you call light years, won't it be impossible to reach in a lifetime? And in our fairy world, it can be solved with a teleportation array. Alas, I understand well.
Your development has focused on relying on external things, and you have abandoned your own cultivation. No wonder the people in your world only have a lifespan of less than 100 years. It's not worth it. But we are very safe there. We don't have to worry about being beaten every day. We live very happily.
Zhu Xiaobao defended not to be outdone.
Humph. Then why are you developing the military? Isn't it to prepare for war? Didn't you also say that wherever there are people, there will be disputes? I agree with this. This is also true in the fairy world. So I am very satisfied with your cultivation attitude. You are greedy for comfort and do not want to make progress.
Venerable Bai Chao is still very knowledgeable and immediately pointed out the key points. No matter which direction it develops, it will be resolved by force in the end.
Stop talking. Stop talking. Anyway, I used to live a very happy and comfortable life. At least you haven't eaten these delicious things. This is something that only those of us who are greedy for comfort can come up with. Don't you still have a mouth full of food? Oily?
Zhu Xiaobao argued a little forcefully. He felt like he couldn't defeat the Venerable Bai Chao. I feel a little guilty, thinking about the hungry people in Africa. And there are many countries and regions that are still at war. What is even more terrifying is the destruction of nature on the earth. Excessive exploitation. And serious pollution. There's nothing to worry about here. So Zhu Xiaobao was a little skeptical. Could it be that the development direction was really wrong?
Hey! Brother! What if I could send you back and continue to enjoy your comfortable life? But your lifespan would only be a few decades. Would you like that?
Venerable Bai Chao suddenly asked with a smile.
I am willing. But I can't bear to leave these wives of mine. Well, I'd better not go back.
Zhu Xiaobao scratched his head. He suddenly didn't want to go back that much. He has 800 years left now. Once you go back, you will only have 1/10 of your Yangshou left. This is a bit unacceptable. The key point is that he is a figure here. But he will be just a fat man when he goes back.
He. So, eating, drinking and enjoying things are all imaginary. But living a few more years is real.
Venerable Bai Chao said with a proud smile.
Yes. Listening to your words is better than 10 years of reading. I will start practicing hard tomorrow.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded in agreement and said.
You're smiling so cheaply. Why? Really? Well, I become a bitch as soon as I practice.
On the second day, Venerable Bai Chao really saw Zhu Xiaobao starting to practice hard. And he was really mean. Because he shamelessly got into Jumei's bathtub. The two of them squeezed into the bathtub affectionately, and enjoyed the special effects of the fairy bone grass.
Oh Xiaobao, you are so shameless. I didn't ask you to go into the bathtub to heal your injuries.
Venerable Bai Chao shouted angrily outside the curtain. Because no one would play chess with him today. Even the quality of the dishes that were served has declined. Because today the chef's old apprentice cooked it.
Hey! Brother! Don't come in! I'm massaging my wife. I don't want to take advantage of your fairy bone grass. I'm afraid that my wife will leave some ugly scars.
Really, Zhu Xiaobao, they shouted loudly inside the curtain. And at the same time, Yu Shuang and Yu Shue's screams were heard. Although they worshipped Venerable Bai Chao as their master, they both couldn't accept being looked down upon by this master. As for Zhu Xiaobao, they are already used to it. And this guy has almost seen it all.
No! My usage of immortal bone grass has increased. And our transaction must be re-increased.
Venerable Bai Chao shouted unwillingly.
Okay. I'll give you all my 15-year-old wine. Okay?
Zhu Xiaobao gritted his teeth and said harshly.
Huh? That's more like it.
Venerable Bai Chao then turned from anger to joy. And then shouted loudly.
Old disciple, come here and play 2 games with me. If you lose, you don't need any money. If I lose, I'll give you the best aged wine. Huh? Really? Is there such a good thing?
Zhu Xiaobao had no time to feel sorry for his best aged wine. He and Jumei hugged each other. The two of them went so far that they even took off their clothes. Yu Shuang and Yu Shue were so embarrassed that they could only turn their heads away as much as possible in the tub on the side. It's a shame to see a scene that makes people blush. This is really training. And it is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to improve your physical fitness. It turned out that Jumei had quietly told Zhu Xiaobao, since her wound healed, that this medicinal bath was very effective for her demigod body. And she could feel her physique improving rapidly. Even though Jumei is usually a bit silly, she is very sharp during her training, and immediately realized that this was an absolutely once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The first thing she thought of was to let Zhu Xiaobao share this benefit. If nothing else, Zhu Xiaobao is her backbone. It's everything to her. At the same time, a strange phenomenon also occurred in the lotus pond. Surrounding the pavilion, tens of thousands of fish were jumping happily, clustered together, unwilling to leave, because the water in the bathtubs poured into the lotus pond, causing these fish to also benefited a lot unexpectedly. He has a strong body, full of vitality, and is more agile than other fish. Chapter 841. There is another secret. The effect of this fairy bone grass is so powerful that the fish in the lotus pond have benefited a lot. Of course, this situation could not escape the eyes of Zhu Rong and others. They immediately realized that this was a rare opportunity. Now the female guards in the palace also used the water in the lotus pond to bathe. The bathtub that Zhu Rong used for soaking was even filled with medicinal liquid that Zhu Xiaobao had stolen from Jumei's bathtub. Although it was only a small bag, it already made her very satisfied. Even 19 the princess also hurried back from the imperial city. Of course, Zhu Xiaobao would not forget this rare opportunity to improve her physique. Lord Baichao seemed to be completely unaware. Or in other words, Zhu Xiaobao felt that he was more like turning a blind eye, as if he didn't want to interfere. During this period, Jumei benefited greatly. She was finally rewarded. She endured so much pain at the beginning, but now she has received the greatest reward. Her physique and meridians have been greatly enhanced, and even her cultivation is better than before. Improved one level. This is not directly related to the fairy bone grass, because the fairy bone grass can improve and strengthen the body. The most important thing is that she and Zhu Xiaobao often practice double cultivation in the bathtub. This method of improving cultivation should be Zhu Xiaobao's favorite. It doesn't have to be boring and hard, and it is very enjoyable and improves cultivation. What Jumei didn't expect was that not only were her turtle shield and golden armor hammer completely repaired, but their quality was also improved, becoming real semi-immortal weapons. But what people didn't expect was that it was not Jumei who benefited the most, but the giant snake and the little demon. She had been following Jumei all the time. She was also seriously injured originally, but now not only her injuries have recovered, but the demon body is also still alive. As the great fortune increases, the cultivation level also increases, because the cultivation level of the monsters is enhanced by the improvement of their physique. So it has been promoted to the 8th level monster without knowing it. The colors on the body are also more vivid. The golden eagle did not have such good luck. It just flapping in the lotus pond for a few days and ate a lot of fish. It was considered to have gained some benefits, but compared with the giant snake and the little demon, it was far behind. Far. It lasted for more than 10 days. During these 10 days, Zhu Xiaobao was quite diligent. He took a bath during the day, practiced meditation at night, and even peeked at the sisters Yushuang and Yushui when he had nothing to do. He felt that his eyesight had improved and he could see clearly. Unexpectedly, this peeping can also temper your eyes and even your face. You have to stick to this advantage. But the good days are always short-lived. Finally, on this day, Venerable Baichao announced that Jumei's injury had fully recovered, and the treatment process was over.
No, brother. I feel that Jumei is still a little weak, and it should be consolidated for a while. We should start the second course of treatment,
Zhu Xiaobao said with a thick-skinned face, and at the same time brought up a plate of freshly burned paper. Sweet and sour fish is cooked with fish from the lotus pond. It can be said to be full of color, flavor, sweet and sour taste, delicate meat, and a hint of aura. Let Venerable Baichao be full of praise.
Oh, I didn't expect that a moment of carelessness actually gave these fish a little aura. Carelessness. Carelessness. What did you say? Are you going to start a second course of treatment?
Venerable Baichao shook his head in admiration before he realized what he was doing. Immediately looked at Zhu Xiaobao with anger and annoyance, and took out the fairy bone grass from his arms.
Zhu Xiaobao, are you too shameless now? Look at this fairy bone grass of mine. How much is left? Are you still thinking about a second course of treatment? The thing I regret most about this trip is getting to know a scoundrel like you.
Zhu Xiaobao looked at the fairy bone grass. There were only 6 silver leaves left, and 3 of them were not yet grown. There were only about 30 green leaves below. This fairy bone grass looked like feeling a little naked. All Xiaobao were a little surprised. This thing is also a rare treasure of heaven and earth in the fairy world. More than half of it has been used here.
Brother, you are not at a disadvantage. You have confiscated all my 15-year-old wine, and my wine is hard to come by. Besides, you have other intentions for investing such a huge sum of money. Right.
Zhu Xiaobao looked at Venerable Baichao with a thieful look. He was not stupid. This old man had always been aloof, as if he was trying to help him. He must have a deeper meaning.
Yeah. Okay. Let me make it clear. I paid the price of half of the immortal bone grass. And you all benefited a lot. Next, when the 3 years are up, I will not take action against Ji Jisheng again. I will do it tomorrow. Just return to the fairy world.
Venerable Baichao pondered for a moment. His expression became a little solemn, and he said slowly,
Hey! What do you mean? Are you just letting go? What if we are beaten to death by Ji Jisheng?
Zhu Xiaobao jumped up when he heard this. He always thought that Venerable Baichao came here just to deal with Ji Jisheng from this world.
Then I will come and collect the body for you. If you are still so greedy for comfort, I guess this will be the result.
Venerable Baichao snorted lightly.
What? You are willing to die without saving me? What if we both lose in this fight?
Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but feel a little flustered and shouted angrily.
Then that's exactly what the fairy world means.
Venerable Baichao glanced at Zhu Xiaobao and whispered.
Okay. No wonder you are willing to help us. Just so that we can both lose and die.
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly understood why Venerable Baichao never took action. If he wants to deal with Ji Jisheng, then it's so easy.
Yeah. Almost. But, little brother, I have violated my master's orders and secretly helped you. Just do it for yourself.
Venerable Baichao said with a complicated expression, then flicked his sleeves and disappeared in the blink of an eye.
Hey! Brother! Old man! Old damn! Don't go! I haven't finished speaking yet.
Zhu Xiaobao shouted quickly into the air. But no matter how much he exerted his consciousness to the extreme, he could still sense there is no breath of Venerable Baichao. Zhu Xiaobao angrily rushed down the curtain, kicked several bathtubs to pieces, and then returned to the palace angrily. As soon as he entered the door, he sent someone to find the great Venerable Wu Wei immediately. The great Master Wu Wei rushed over in a hurry. He also heard that Zhu Xiaobao suddenly returned to the palace angrily. He didn't know what the fuss was about.
Old Wu Wei, tell me, what else are you hiding from me?
Zhu Xiaobao asked loudly, as soon as he saw the great Venerable Wu Wei.
Chateaus, I have told you everything I know. What do you mean by this? Besides, you have to let me know what happened.
Great Master Wu Wei was a little surprised. Zhu Xiaobao had never been so angry before.
Tell me, when Venerable Baichao came to this world, did he want to kill Ji Jisheng or destroy us descendants of the divine beasts together?
Zhu Xiaobao asked directly. From the words of Venerable Baichao when he left, he had already realized that Venerable Baichao this trip is not just for Ji Jisheng.
I'm afraid I want to wipe them all out. Because of your bloodline. The height of your cultivation is far higher than that of ordinary mortals. So you are a huge threat to the creatures in this world. With your own strength, you can an existence that can subvert this world. This is what the immortal world least wants to see.
The great Master Wu Wei said in a low voice.
That means that even if we kill Ji Jisheng, we will still have to face the pursuit of the immortal world.
Zhu Xiaobao's heart trembled. But he did not expect that the higher the cultivation level, the greater the risk he would face.
That's not necessarily the case. It might mean reducing your cultivation and erasing the blood of the divine beasts from you.
Great Venerable Wu Wei still lowered his head and said in a low voice. In fact, he is also worried that if this day comes, the blood of the beast slave in him will also be wiped out.
Then our lifespan will also be reduced by great blessings?
Zhu Xiaobao was not relieved when he heard this. Instead, he asked unwillingly, after finally having 800 years of life, he thought he could be carefree and happy. I spent these long and leisurely days, but I didn't expect that it would be reduced by more than half in a short time. This is hard to accept.
I am also guessing, and I asked Chateaus to figure it out for himself.
The great Master Wu Wei said uneasily. Now everyone seems to be facing a huge threat. Either Ji Jisheng or the fairy world.
Well, you go back first. Let me think about it carefully.
Zhu Xiaobao waved his hand. The great Master Wu Wei had already made it very clear. And he only knew so much. I can't ask any more questions. After Master Wu Wei left, Zhu Xiaobao quickly gathered all the ladies together. This was a big deal.
If it is true as the great Venerable Wu Wei said, then we are completely incapable of resisting. Venerable Baichao's cultivation is definitely not something we can compete with.
Princess 19 said a little discouraged.
Then isn't all my training in vain? I don't care. If he dares to wipe out my divine beast bloodline, I will fight him to the death.
Jumei shouted angrily. She was most proud of your own cultivation and talent. Without the blood of the mythical beast, her cultivation and combat effectiveness would definitely drop significantly.
Well, don't worry yet. I heard what Venerable Bai Chao said when he left. He still wanted to help Xiao Bao. Things may not be so bad, even if we lose the blood of the sacred beast. As long as we are still together, I think I can be satisfied.
Zhu Rong was still very calm at this time. She looked at Zhu Xiaobao affectionately, without too much anxiety or uneasiness.
Well, Sister Zhu Rong is right. The greatest happiness is that we can be together. What do you think? Zhu Mei?
Princess 19 also said with some awareness, and couldn't help but step forward and hug Zhu Xiaobao.
Me too. He is my life.
Zhu Mei walked forward unceremoniously and hugged several other people together. Zhu Xiaobao was hugged in the middle, and they were all a little breathless. But my heart is full of happiness. The four people suddenly became excited and connected with each other, exuding a powerful aura. Chapter 842, Preparing for the Decisive Battle. Although the approach of the immortal realm is a bit chilling, because since they inherited the inheritance of the divine beast, they have always taken it as their mission to completely kill the demon Geo. But now Zhu Xiaobao and others quickly reached a consensus that the first person they had to face was GZ. Only by killing GZ could they consider the next plan. What we have to do now is to actively prepare for war. Lord Baichao has made it very clear that he will definitely not take action. Even if he takes action, it will only be after Zhu Xiaobao and the others are defeated, which means nothing to them. What's more, Venerable Baichao also vaguely expressed his intention. That is, he is still willing to help Zhu Xiaobao from the bottom of his heart. So it is unknown whether the bloodline of the divine beast will be wiped out in the future. Being able to work with the person you care about most to eliminate the demon Geo and eradicate the biggest threat to this world is a feat that will go down in history. Therefore, after a short period of loss, Zhu Xiaobao has quickly recovered. At the same time, because of this incident, the four descendants of the mythical beasts have become more united, because they are not only descendants of the mythical beasts, but also a family that loves each other. For 3 days in a row, Zhu Xiaobao stayed behind closed doors. He was often thinking alone. According to what Venerable Baichao said before leaving, their current strength may still be somewhat insufficient. After all, GZ is already half-step into the realm of the martial god, and the Jumei with the highest level of cultivation among them is only the martial emperor's great perfection, and has not yet broken through this realm.
Xiaobao, what are you thinking about? Didn't we agree that we should face it together? Why do you start to stay here alone again? Every time you lock yourself in the study, I feel very uneasy. Zhu Rong walked in and said a little delicately. She wanted Zhu Xiaobao to relax more. Sometimes only a woman's gentleness and thoughtfulness can make a man more confident and powerful. What's more, there are 19 princesses behind her.
I was thinking of ways to deal with GZ. Now it seems that we will definitely suffer in a head-on confrontation. We have to use our own advantages.
Zhu Xiaobao asked Zhu Rong and Princess 19 to sit down, and then scratched his head said,
"Oh, tell me then. Let's find a solution together."
Zhu Rong said with a smile.
First of all, Ji Jisheng's cultivation level is higher than ours. Secondly, he has also obtained the demonic crystal. Once the 3 years are up, he will completely integrate the demonic crystal, and I am afraid he will be even stronger than he is now. Finally, there are still people around him according to what the Great Lord Jiwuwei and the Great Lord Jiwuwei said. The 6 old ghosts from the Yin Sha sect have also taken refuge in GZ. So I rack my brains to find a way.
Zhu Xiaobao said angrily. If you think about it carefully, Ji Jisheng's strength is really not bad. And now that there is no news from His Highness the 6th Prince, he may have surrendered to him.
Ha. I have already thought of what you said. But we also have many advantages. In terms of weapons, we have our own magic weapons, especially the beautiful turtle back shield and golden armor hammer, which have been upgraded to semi-immortal weapons. Not to mention that your dragon-slaying sword also produced a weapon spirit, which was originally a magic weapon specially designed to deal with the demon Geo. Coupled with our Suzaku sword and green dragon halberd, these can greatly improve our combat effectiveness.
Zhu Rong. She still said it with a calm and gentle smile, as if she had never been in a hurry, which made Zhu Xiaobao always feel that his irritable mood calmed down.
Yes. In fact, we have been thinking about this matter these days. As Sister Zhu Rong said, we have 2 more powerful helpers. Although Yu Shuang and Yu Shui are still at the level of the great martial master, Their physiques this time it has been greatly improved, far beyond the realm of ordinary martial saints. If the two of them join forces, they can probably compete with the martial emperor.
Princess 19 also said. Perhaps she had received Zhu Rong's instruction before coming. The ninth princess also behaved very calmly and calmly.
Oh, these two sisters are so strong? This is surprising. If this is the case, at least they can help me hold off the eldest prince. Where is Jumei? Why didn't you come with you?
Zhu Xiaobao was suddenly shocked and surprised. He shouted with joy. To be honest, I originally thought that Venerable Baichao made the two of them his disciples just to deal with Fu Xiaobao. But I didn't expect that these two people have become so strong now.
Jumei is now sparring with them to improve their actual combat abilities. Also, Jumei is also learning the gravity technique and is making rapid progress. I have to say that Jumei is really a training genius.
19 The princess smiled and said. In fact, the 19th princess and Zhu Rong also secretly learned this
gravity technique
from Zhu Xiaobao, but the effect was average, and neither of them was good at close combat. So this technique was not very useful to them. Big help! Now that the critical moment has come, Zhu Xiaobao doesn't care about the rules of not telling others secrets. So these people have now learned the
art of gravity.
If we use cultivation level was not limited, well, you could also learn it.
Great. We also have some advantages.
Zhu Xiaobao immediately jumped up, patted the two of them on the shoulders and laughed.
There's more. Our advantages are much more than that.
Zhu Rong and Princess 19 shook off the extended claws very vigilantly. They had already known Zhu Xiaobao's tricks very well, and they would definitely be unruly next. Got it!
Also, tell me, I will sit between you two, and I promise not to touch you.
Zhu Xiaobao's study room still has a 3-person sofa. I don't know if he designed it intentionally. But anyway, there are 3 people. He is happiest when sitting together alone.
Yeah. There is also a unique skill between us. The footwork of the Mandarin duck sword. With our current tacit understanding, this set of footwork is even more unreal and unpredictable than before.
Princess 19 also smiled sweetly. Said, as the strength of Zhu Xiaobao and Jumei has greatly increased, this strange set of footwork is now being used in a wider and wider range and faster. And it can also be used by 4 people at the same time, forming 3 Tai Chi diagrams. The roots overlap each other, making this set of footwork even more mysterious.
Ha ha ha. Also, although Mu Chuani's gunpowder and mines cannot seriously injure Ji Jishan's half-demon body, they can distract him. And they are still somewhat effective against the human monster saint and the eldest prince.
Xiaobao also laughed and said, facts have proved that these powerful explosives and gunpowder have basically no lethal effect on half-body or half-demon bodies.
But they can play an unexpected role. Just like a mosquito bite, which is not taken seriously. It's okay. But if you are bitten by hundreds of mosquitoes at once, that wouldn't be so pleasant.
There is one more surprising thing. That's it.
Zhu Rong and Princess 19 said a little unnaturally.
What is it? Tell me quickly. Is there any other good news?
Zhu Xiaobao asked impatiently.
Humph. Take out your claws first. You've made it impossible for us to talk properly.
Zhu Rong and Princess 19 both blushed and said angrily. It turned out that Zhu Xiaobao's 2 hands he has already reached into their skirts very skillfully and accurately.
My claws? No. I don't even know where they are now. It's really strange. Where are my 2 hands?
Zhu Xiaobao said exaggeratedly.
And what's more, the great venerable 1,000 poisons gave me another
great return pill.
And what I didn't expect was that the great venerable Wu Wei gave me a
good luck pill.
If I had my essence of Jinshin,
there is a great chance that Jumei's cultivation will break through to the realm of a half-step martial god.
Princess 19 said softly. She does not have as strong determination as Zhu Rong. So now she has completely surrendered.
Ah? Really? That's great. Doesn't that mean we have a sure chance of victory?
Zhu Xiaobao shouted in surprise. This is really exciting news. Half-step martial god. It was something he didn't even dare to think about. But he didn't expect Jumei to actually have hope of achieving it.
Ouch. Damn Zhu Xiaobao. You heard me.
Princess 19 suddenly screamed and shouted angrily. Even Zhu Rong on the other side grinned. She didn't feel good either. Zhu Xiaobao was so angry. When I'm happy, my hands become a little too strong. It turned out that this was another reward for Zhu Rong's thoughtfulness. Before soaking it in the medicinal liquid stolen by Zhu Xiaobao, she secretly kept a small part and brought it to the Great Lord Ice and Fire. Because the Great Lord Ice and Fire, although she had barely recovered to the martial arts level, her physique was still weak. So Zhu Rong wanted to strengthen her physique. The effect is quite good. The Great Lord Ice and Fire's physique has been significantly improved, and even his appearance has become younger. However, the Great Venerable Ice and Fire was not willing to pour out the liquid in the bathtub, and instead asked the Great Venerable Wu Wei to get in and take a dip. She originally thought that the Great Venerable Wu Wei would be a little disgusted or unwilling, but she didn't expect the Great Venerable Wu Wei to jump in without thinking. Moreover, the Great Venerable Wu Wei benefited even more because he was already very weak. This time he recovered a lot. Although his cultivation level is still not high, he is in good spirits. His face is red, and he is in much better condition than before. Afterwards, I was a little embarrassed to use the ice and fire liquid. After all, it was a bit like two people taking a bath together. Although there was a sequence, it was still water from the same tub after all. But the Great Venerable Wu Wei followed the Great Venerable Ice and Fire even more contentedly. Not a word was mentioned about lifting the slave's seal. This was also the case for several subsequent baths in medicinal liquids. The Great Lord Ice and Fire became much calmer, but the relationship between the two also changed subtly. The Great Lord Ice and Fire never punished the Great Venerable Wu Wei again. On the contrary, he more care and attention. Unexpectedly, when the decisive battle against Ji Jisheng was determined this time, the Great Master Wu Wei finally donated the good fortune pill he had treasured. With his cultivation level, this good fortune pill was useless. But more importantly, he is expressing his feelings. Hey, I didn't expect such a tortuous and touching love story to develop. Not to mention these two people. I think they are a good match. Zhu Xiaobao said in disbelief after hearing this, and then seemed to be stimulated. He shouted, "Two madams. Although I don't have the good luck pill, I do have a tiger-headed spear. Just let me use it once." "Ah, Zhu Xiaobao. This is the study room. Please don't mess around." Annoying Zhu Xiaobao. "You go deal with her first. No one can escape. I'm going to fight too." In the martial arts arena, the huge turtleback shield turned into a giant shield 3 feet long and 2 feet wide. Zhu Mei stood on it. Under the huge turtleback shield were 36 of the most powerful female warriors. They raised their hands high, competing with Zhu Mei. "Are you all ready? I'm going to start," Zhu Mei asked loudly. "Come on! Roar!" The 36 female warriors below also roared loudly. They didn't believe that Zhu Mei could crush them. "Gravity presses down." With Zhu Mei's words, this huge tortoise shield gradually became heavier and heavier. Every female warrior below felt the weight of the mountain held by her hands, and it became heavier and heavier. After finally holding on for a moment, these 36 extremely powerful female warriors could no longer hold on. Their feet had sunk deeply into the ground. In the end, some people's legs trembled and they knelt down, followed by others. The female warriors also fell to the ground one after another, unable to hold on any longer. It's strange to say that once they fell to the ground, the weight of the huge turtle shield disappeared. And then the turtle shield also disappeared. Zhu Mei was already standing in the middle of them, helping them one by one. Got up. Zhu Mei, you are really too strong. How many times the weight is this?" Sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui looked at Zhu Mei blankly and asked. 12 times. "Humph. Xiaobao can't compare with me." Zhu Mei hummed proudly. Chapter 843 Preparing for the Decisive Battle B. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao, Zhu Rong and Princess 19 also rode to the martial arts arena. They were all wearing soft armor and holding their own magic weapons in their hands. And they were quite energetic. Even Zhu Xiaobao looked heroic. In fact, Zhu Xiaobao mainly came to see the fighting prowess of the two sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui. Unexpectedly, as soon as he arrived at the martial arts arena, he already felt a heavy gravity blessing. The further he walked, the slower he became. The war horse under his crotch he couldn't hold on any longer. And in the end, he neighed and fell to his knees. "Okay. Well done." Zhu Xiaobao reluctantly jumped up from his horse, and then landed heavily. Because the gravity technique used by Zhu Mei was too strong, Zhu Xiaobao had to be careful. The same Zhu Xiaobao also performed the gravity technique. Although it was not as good as Zhu Mei's, it also affected Zhu Mei's actions. After all, his weight suddenly increased 8 times. Zhu Mei weighed more than 200 kilograms. It's still quite heavy. However, Both of them are of the bloodline of divine beasts and have demigod bodies. They can still persevere under this kind of weight. The two of them mainly want to experience firsthand what Ji Jisheng will feel like in their kind of technique. The tiger head spear faced the golden armor hammer. Zhu Xiaobao and Jumei began to sparring while resisting the heavy burden. This super powerful technique consumes a lot of money. Zhu Xiaobao can only maintain it for a few minutes, but Jumei can maintain it for exactly twice as long as Zhu Xiaobao. In this overweight state, everyone has also experienced it. When the weapon in the hand is exerted from top to bottom, the power is the greatest. With the help of the sudden increase of 8 or 12 times the gravity, the power of this attack is also increased several times. None of the little treasures dared to resist Jumei's golden armor hammer, so they could only duck and avoid it. When there was a loud noise, although Zhu Xiaobao dodged Jumei's hammer, he could not avoid Jumei's horizontal sweep. Although he resisted with the tiger head spear, his whole body still flew out. Although he was not injured, he fell down in a very embarrassed state. At this time, both of their gravity techniques also restrained themselves. Jumei ran over nervously and helped Zhu Xiaobao up. Hee. Okay. If Ji Jishan takes such a blow, I'm afraid he won't feel well. It's a pity that this technique conflicts with the footwork of the Yuanyang sword. Under this double gravity, Yuanyang, the footwork of the sword, has also been greatly affected. Zhu Xiaobao patted the dust on his body nonchalantly, but he also said with some regret, after all, it is impossible to have the best of both worlds. These two skills can only be used separately. Next, Sister Zhu Xiaobao and Yushuang Yushue also had a discussion. The sudden rise of these two women gave Zhu Xiaobao another trump card in his hand. Of course, when competing with Sisters Yushuang and Yushue, they did not use the gravity technique or the power of the Dharma. Zhu Xiaobao was surprised to find that after this improvement, the physiques of the two sisters were already close to the bodies of demigods. However, the huge gap in cultivation gave Zhu Xiaobao the upper hand in speed and strength. However, relying on their rich combat experience and tacit understanding of working together to fight against the enemy, this sister was able to fight Zhu Xiaobao for more than 10 rounds before being defeated by Zhu Xiaobao in the end. According to the feedback from Jumei, the eldest prince is now in the first stage of the martial emperor. These two sisters can definitely hold him back. This tripped up a powerful helper of Ji Jisheng. In the following time, Zhu Xiaobao and others mainly focused on practicing various martial arts. He also knew that in the past 2 years, their cultivation would not improve much, and they still had to start from the beginning. Only with various ingenious techniques and skillful coordination, coupled with rich combat experience, can you improve your chances of winning? This martial arts arena has been tightly sealed. There are 1,000 female warriors among them. Most of their cultivations are martial masters. There are also several great martial masters among them. Although these people can't deal with Ji Jishan, they can form a formation. The combined combat power is quite powerful. Besides, there is another reason why Zhu Xiaobao uses them. That is, they can carry strong bows and crossbows with them, as well as a lot of gunpowder or grenades, which may be able to fire at critical moments. To an unexpected effect, everyone started to take action, and Zhu Xiaobao did not dare to slack off anymore. Facing Ji Jisheng 3 years later would not be a matter of victory or defeat, but a matter of life and death. One of them must be killed. Although this martial arts arena is tightly sealed, the Great Venerable Duobao, the Great Venerable Thousand Poisons, the Great Venerable Ice and Fire, and even the Great Venerable Wu Wei can come in, and they also want to help. But after competing with Yushuang and Yushue, these great sages became silent. They were no match for them, even if it was one-on-one. If the two sisters did not join forces, Master Duobao would only last more than 20 rounds before being defeated. The Great Venerable Thousand Poisons was even worse. Yushue used the gravity technique, and he had already escaped from the battle circle before he could reach him. The triple gravity effect made it difficult for the Master Qiandu to move forward. He was not good at close combat in the first place. Great Venerable Wu Wei looked a little dull, thinking that the 9 Great Venerables were already invincible existences in this world. But now, they are so vulnerable. This gap is too big. Hee! There have been talented people from generation to generation, and each has led the way for hundreds of years. Just enjoy your happiness and peace. When I kill Ji Jishan, I will build a paradise for each of you. When you have nothing to do, you can play chess and enjoy tea. How happy! Zhu Xiaobao said with a proud smile. I don't want any paradise. I want to go back to Qingyang Mountain. After being here for so many years, It's time to go back and do something for the development of the Wu clan.
The Great Lord Ice and Fire shook his head and said. She saw Yu Shuang and Yu Shue's sisters. With such a big gap between the two, she no longer wants to be competitive. What's more, she is only a martial master now, so she doesn't want to show off anymore.
Oh, will the great venerable Wu Wei remove his slave mark and set him free? His performance in the past 6 months has been very good.
Zhu Xiaobao asked with a smile.
Humph. What a beautiful thought. He will follow me wherever I go. He will never be able to repay what he owes me in this lifetime.
The Great Lord Ice and Fire glanced at the Great Lord Wu Wei and said with a look of resentment.
Yes. Yes. I think so too. I will be content with following the Great Lord Ice and Fire for the rest of my life.
Great Lord Wu Wei quickly echoed.
Ha ha. Congratulations. Brother Wu Wei has finally found his home. He is better than us.
Venerable Duobao and Venerable Qiandu joked with a smile. Everyone can see that now Venerable Ice and Fire there was no resentment for a long time. And there was still some ambiguity between her and Master Wu Wei.
Yeah, that's fine. After some time, we will try our best to find a way to improve your cultivation level, so that you won't be too old.
Zhu Xiaobao expressed his gratitude to the great Venerable Wu Wei for offering the beast-taming slave. The
good fortune pill
was left behind, so I decided to help him again. After all, his current level of cultivation was that of a great martial artist, which was too low. This makes him look very old, which makes him look a bit unmatched when standing next to the Great Lord of Ice and Fire.
Thank you so much, King Ying, for being so polite.
Grand Venerable Wu Wei was immediately overjoyed and bowed deeply. He knew that if Zhu Xiaobao wanted to help him improve his cultivation, he would definitely be able to do it. In this regard, Zhu Xiaobao has always kept his word.
No need to be too polite. You donated the
good fortune pill.
I am very grateful for this kindness.
Zhu Xiaobao quickly waved his hand and said,
That good fortune pill
is too important, because Zhu Mei has this with just one
good fortune pill.
It is possible to be promoted to the realm of a half-step martial god.
Hee. It's useless to stay with me. Only people with the martial emperor's cultivation can use it. By the way, there is another very key person. You must not take it lightly. That is Jiuyin Xingzuan. She is also the martial emperor. And the feeling it gave me was unfathomable. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been absorbed by her with all my energy. I guess she got a lot of benefits from being in the sinkhole.
Grand Venerable Wu Wei felt that he was being sucked in by the great master again. The guy accepted it and felt happy. He worked harder to remind Zhu Xiaobao and others.
Yes. The most unpredictable thing right now is that the 9-Yin Saint is actually the 9-Yin Emperor. Ji Jisheng's cultivation and strength can be roughly inferred. But this 9-Yin Saint is a bit. It's so mysterious.
Zhu Xiaobao also sighed and said. Zhu Xiaobao also had a little headache for this old witch, because Jiuyin Saint has been promoted to the martial emperor level. Her charming poison can affect people with martial emperor cultivation level. To be precise, it is quite detrimental to Zhu Xiaobao, because Jiuyin Saint Lord's charming poison has nothing to do with women. Effect.
I guess the most likely possibility is that she is also waiting to reap the benefits when we both lose.
Zhu Rong said softly to the side at this time.
Forget it. Let's leave her alone. Since she is not on Ji Jisheng's side, she is also a potential threat to Ji Jisheng. We should seize the time and prepare for the war with all our strength. The worst is that I will be poisoned by the old witch Jiuyin. Won't it be?
Okay.
If you help me resolve it? I don't have much else. But I have many wives.
Zhu Xiaobao waved his hand and shouted with a proud look.
Go away! Who wants to help you resolve it? Then I have no choice but to be raped by the old witch Jiuyin. You dare!
Half a year has passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Zhu Xiaobao and Ji Jishan were living in peace and harmony. Even the fiefdoms of His Highness and the Sixth Prince did not invade each other, and merchants from various places had frequent exchanges, while Zhu Xiaobao and others stepped up their training. The counties and counties under the rule of the 19th Princess had achieved stable development, thanks to the dedicated management and planning of Duan Muqi, Murong Feng, Tao Jiqian and others. All places had great achievements. It presented a prosperous situation. The Sixth Prince's fief is now developing steadily. Although it is not as prosperous as that of the 19th Princess, it has already shown a prosperous situation. It is because of the frequent circulation of merchants that it has driven the development of the entire fief. Of course, this is what Ji Jishi means. He also needs a stable environment. During this period, the hardest people were not Zhu Xiaobao, but Jumei and the 19th princess. Jumei wanted to break through to the realm of the god of war, so she had to practice hard. The 19th princess wants to refine a large amount of Jinshin essence. This thing is so important. The more fully prepared she is now, the more advantageous she will be able to occupy when the time comes. Finally, one day, Jumei felt that she was close to a breakthrough. She took the good fortune pill and the great return pill at the same time, and then began to retreat to break through. Of course, there are 4 essence of Jinshin. Beside him, Jumei returned to Turtle Snake Mountain for retreat, which is the inheritance place of the Xuanwu beast. The Xuanwu heritage is still there. Jumei retreated here, which will help her to make a smooth breakthrough. Of course, this breakthrough was so important that Zhu Xiaobao and others also came and stationed themselves at the foot of the mountain to protect Jumei and ensure that no one else could enter Turtle Snake Mountain. Zhu Xiaobao and others were waiting at the foot of the mountain. They were also uneasy in their hearts. They didn't know if Jumei could break through to the realm of a half-step martial god. I waited in anxiety for 7 days. At noon on the 7th day, suddenly the entire Turtle Snake Mountain began to tremble. And then thousands of golden lights burst out. And then an incomparable golden armor hammer slowly rose up. And then a huge beauty sat on the turtle back shield, rising slowly. At this moment, the originally sunny weather suddenly turned gloomy. And then dark clouds rolled in, gradually blocking the sun. The entire Guishan Mountain became like a dark night, with rolling dark clouds accompanied by rolling thunder.
Ah? Is this a heavenly tribulation? I didn't expect that she would also have to deal with a heavenly tribulation.
Sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui immediately exclaimed. When they were promoted to the great martial lord, even if they caused a heavenly tribulation, they would still be in trouble. 9 thunders. So when I saw this scene now, I immediately understood it.
Well, Jumei relied on the good luck pill to forcibly break through her cultivation level. It did not happen over time, so it is inevitable that she will suffer a catastrophe. I don't know if she can withstand it.
Great Venerable Wu Wei nodded, said,
Damn it! You knew a long time ago that this would bring disaster. Why didn't you tell me earlier? If I had known, I wouldn't have let her forcefully break through her cultivation.
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly shouted angrily.
Alas! If Jumei can't break through to the half-step martial god, then what chance do you have of winning the decisive battle with Ji Jishin?
Great Venerable Wu Wei said calmly. He had known this result for a long time, but he never revealed it because he didn't want to let it go. Zhu Xiaobao and the others blocked it, because Jumei has not reached the level of a warrior god. They may not even have a 10% chance of winning against Ji Jishin.
Xiaobao, don't worry. Venerable Wu Wei is right. This is a risk we must bear. Don't worry. Jumei has a strong physique, a turtleback shield, and a golden armor hammer. Everything will be fine.
Zhu Rong is here, she nodded and comforted her. Of course she knew that Zhu Xiaobao really loved and cared for Jumei.
Yes, I know.
Zhu Xiaobao groaned. Although Master Wu Wei and Zhu Rong were right, he was still very worried. At this moment, the first thunder struck down, and with a dull thunder, a bolt of lightning flashed across, striking Jumei's head directly.
Ha! A thunderbolt is not enough. Open it for me!
Jumei yelled, raised the golden armor hammer, and struck out against the lightning. Then comes the second and third courses.
Oh my god! This is the most ferocious and sharp 9-color thunder. Unexpectedly, the huge beauty has attracted the most powerful and domineering 9-color thunder.
Grand Venerable Wu Wei exclaimed after watching it for a while. This was something he never expected. Generally speaking, it would be quite terrifying to attract 7-color thunder. Unexpectedly, Jumei actually attracted the highest level 9-color thunder. Venerable Wu Wei was a little dumbfounded. And what's even more terrifying is that the sky thunder caused by the huge beauty is not the 7 or 49 thunders like Yu Shuang, Yu Shui and the 2 of them, but the highest 99981 9-color sky thunder. Who is this giant beauty that has caused such a catastrophe? Sure enough, after resisting the 8, 64 and 9-color sky thunders, Jumei couldn't bear it anymore. Her turtle-back shield had begun to crack. Her golden armor hammer was also stained by the thunder, and the original golden color had dimmed a lot, and Jumei couldn't hold it any longer. She had already taken 3 Jinshin essence in a row, and now she also took the last Jinshin essence. Get ready to welcome the next batch of 9-color thunder.
No! I'm going to Turtle Snake Mountain. Jumei has finished eating the essence of Jinshin. Send mine to her.
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly shouted urgently. This is the so-called telepathy. He intuitively felt that Jumei was there, asking him for help. Although there was no news at all, Zhu Xiaobao could feel it.
No! You are crazy! You will be struck to death by this thunder.
Zhu Rong and Princess 19 quickly caught Zhu Xiaobao. She knew that Zhu Xiaobao was usually very lazy. But for the sake of these few of her own madam, Zhu Xiaobao knows how to fight tooth and nail.
Yes! Xiaobao! You must not go. This is a thunderbolt against the realm of the god of war. You will only die if you go.
Great Master Wu Wei also quickly grabbed Zhu Xiaobao and shouted hurriedly.
You all let me go! If I don't go, Jumei will die.
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly roared angrily. And with a wave of his hand, the Great Master Wu Wei flew several feet away. At this critical moment, the giant snake and the little demon suddenly appeared in front of Zhu Xiaobao. It used its spiritual consciousness to communicate with Zhu Xiaobao, saying that it was going to send
essence of Jinshin
to Jumei. It was Jumei. The battle pet regards Jumei as its main one. If Jumei dies, its cultivation level will plummet. Even death.
Yes! Yes! It can go! It is an 8th level monster with a powerful monster body. Moreover, it has a connection with Jumei. It can help Jumei share part of the plunder of the Sky Thunder.
The great venerable Wu Wei just left from he got up from the ground, nodded repeatedly, and shouted in surprise. It turns out that Jumei did not bring the little demon with her when she broke through the seclusion. At this time, the little demon saw that the master was in a critical situation and could no longer hold back and was anxious to protect the master. Chapter 844 Half-Step Martial God. Seeing the little demon leaving quickly and shooting towards the top of the Turtle Snake Mountain, Zhu Xiaobao felt a little relieved. He knew that the monster body of this giant snake was much stronger than him. Even with Jumei not bad in comparison. Almost all monsters rely on their own monster bodies to complete their evolution and improvement. Jumei is trying her best to adjust her condition. She knows that it is almost the last moment. But she is also a little panicked. Intuitively, she cannot withstand this final blow, because her internal strength was exhausted and her body was severely damaged. Although they were all superficial injuries, there were too many injured places. She urgently needed to restore her internal strength and needed another essence of Jinshin. At this moment, he didn't expect that his little giant snake would come and bring a piece of essence of Jinshin. This made Jumei feel refreshed. And at the same time, she was very excited. Unexpectedly, my inner life was really sensed by Zhu Xiaobao. And this
essence of Jinshin
must be the one next to Zhu Xiaobao. Except for this one. The 19th princess had given her the rest of the Longdana essence that she had refined for so long, just to deal with this breakthrough. Jumei was not polite and quickly swallowed the
essence of Jinshin.
But the little demon did not leave. It wanted to resist this terrifying 9-color thunder with Jumei. The dark clouds in the sky are still rolling, but there are no thunders to save it. It seems to be making the final preparations. This is undoubtedly an opportunity for Jumei to recover and adjust. The greatest effect of
essence of Jinshin
is that it can quickly restore internal energy and replenish physical strength. In just one stick of incense, Jumei has recovered less than half of her internal energy. And a lot of her injuries have also recovered. Finally, the final blow finally came. This time it was all the remaining 17 9-color thunder, accompanied by lightning and thunder, striking at Jumei with great force.
Come on! I'm not afraid of you.
Jumei flew out of the golden armor hammer, raised the turtle shield, stood tall and shouted loudly. At the same time, Xuanwu Dharma also condensed behind Jumei, all of them resisting this final blow. The little demon next to him also showed his demon snake body, surrounding Jumei. It wanted to compete with Jumei against these 17 9-color thunder.
Boom!
Along with the earth-shattering sound, 17 thunderbolts struck Jumei, accompanied by silver lightning, and Jumei's golden armor hammer also burst out with thousands of golden lights. And the two sides finally met together. This scene was so shocking that Zhu Xiaobao and everyone else were stunned. They had never seen such a grand and violent scene before. And cracks appeared in the entire Turtle Snake Mountain, and everyone in the Shijue Kingdom, including the great Khan Mohan, was frightened and couldn't help but kneel down and worship. This is absolutely beyond human power. Moreover, she is a goddess in Shijue Kingdom. This huge scene can be seen not only by the people in Wangting, but also in Yong'an County. Even the people here are in awe, wondering what kind of earth-shattering event has happened in Shijue Kingdom. Tens of thousands of golden lights and silver lightning intertwined together to form a smoking group of light, which spread quickly as if there was a violent explosion. But Yume was so deep in it that she could no longer be seen. Boom! The entire Guatian mountain could no longer withstand such power, and finally began to completely collapse. The Guatian mountain, which is more than 100 feet high, is slowly collapsing and shattering. Rocks are constantly pouring down from the mountain. Zhu Xiaobao and others have to retreat quickly. Otherwise, they are likely to be submerged in these rocks and soil. After hurriedly retreating for more than 10 miles, Zhu Xiaobao and others stopped. At this time, it turned out that the towering Turtle Snake Mountain had collapsed, and the 9-color sky thunder had disappeared, and the rolling dark clouds in the sky gradually dispersed. But, can't see the beauty? Jume! Jume! My big baby! Come out quickly! Don't scare me! Zhu Xiaobao shook off the crowd and rushed to the front, shouting as loud as he could. Degree. Zhu Rong and Princess 19 even used their respective magical beasts. They saw the huge Suzaku and Qinglong Dharma circling back and forth over the newly collapsed Turtle Snake Mountain, trying to find the giant beauty. At this time, almost everyone, including the people of Paul Shijua Kingdom, looked at the newly collapsed Turtle Snake Mountain with confusion. Because Jume and her Xuanwu Dharma had disappeared. They were not sure, and they did not dare to be sure. Because Jume and her Xuanwu Dharma had disappeared. Mei is the daughter of the Shijua Kingdom. If she dies, wouldn't it mean that the Shijua Kingdom has no guardian goddess? So at this time, people were extremely nervous and uneasy. They didn't know that they were going through a tribulation, but they knew that Jume was the goddess of Shijua Kingdom. It'll be okay. It'll be okay. The telepathy between Jume and I is still there. She will definitely be fine. Zhu Xiaobao also stood there blankly, muttering in his mouth. Despite this, he was still uneasy in his heart. What if Jume was struck by 9-colored thunder and lost her arms and legs? Suzaku Faxiang and Qinglong Faxiang circled around Turtle Snake Mountain for several times. They were also confused. They could clearly feel the aura that Jume wanted to fight. But what about people? Did it sink to the bottom again? After a short period of silence, thousands of golden lights suddenly burst out from the collapsed mountain. Then a god of war rose up, wearing Xuanwu divine armor and holding a golden armor hammer. Under her feet was the huge Xuanwu Dharma. Immediately, the people of Shijua Kingdom cheered for joy, and once again knelt down excitedly and kowed out in worship. Even Zhu Xiaobao couldn't hide his excitement and quietly wiped the corners of his eyes. The venerable Yi Wuwei next to him danced and shouted, "Half step to the martial god. Half step to the realm of the martial god." She actually did it. Indeed, Jume is now half step to the level of a martial god. She withstood the baptism of the 9-colored sky thunder. Although it was extremely dangerous, she also received incredible benefits. Her body became even stronger after being quenched by the 9-colored sky thunder, and her Xuanwu Dharma appearance has doubled in size. Now both the Vermilion Bird Dharma appearance and the Qinglong Dharma appearance have fallen firmly on top of this huge Xuanwu Dharma appearance. With the help of the power of the Dharma, Jume arrived in front of Zhu Xiaobao in one go. At the same time, Zhu Rong and the 19th princess were also sacrificed. But at this time, Zhu Xiaobao only had Jume in his eyes. I feel that the huge beauty has actually undergone earth-shaking changes than before. And even the appearance has become more heroic. The only thing that makes Zhu Xiaobao uncomfortable is that he seems to be no longer taller. He is now more than a head taller than Zhu Xiaobao. Hey! I have successfully overcome the tribulation. Now I am in the realm of a half-step martial god. As soon as he opened his mouth, the familiar Jume immediately replied. He was still very straightforward and simple, and even looked at Zhu Xiaobao with a little squirm. Okay. 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 Get in the car. Let's go back to Yongnan County. Zhu Xiaobao originally wanted to give Jume a big hug, but considering the huge gap in height, Zhu Xiaobao did not act because of that scene. It must be a little embarrassing. So hurry up and get in the car. This carriage is pulled by 6 horses. The carriage is very large, and the interior is very luxurious. Even for a figure as big as Jume, it is still very loose. But when they got to the carriage, Zhu Xiaobao couldn't wait to hold Jume in his arms, kissing and nibbling her. At the same time, he skillfully helped Jume undress and take off her belt. Why are you taking off my clothes? Oh, I understand. You want to reward me. That's good. I'm thinking of practicing dual cultivation. You don't know how scared I was just now. Afraid that I would never see you again. Jumei was surprised at first, and then boldly took action by herself, much faster than Zhu Xiaobao.
No. I just want to see how strong this half-step martial god is. I don't want to. Jumei, you understand wrong. Help! Why is it so heavy?
Zhu Xiaobao, really, I didn't mean to do anything bad. I just wanted to see the powerful demigod body after quenching the chain. But I didn't expect that it was like a sheep in a tiger's mouth. Returning to Yong'an County. When they arrived at Yong'an Prince's mansion, Zhu Xiaobao got down from the carriage a little tiredly. The Jumei next to him was very happy, and he helped Zhu Xiaobao back to the inner house very considerately. The old apprentice had received a message a long time ago and held a big banquet to celebrate the beauty. Only Zhu Xiaobao felt happy and worried. But he was happy about Jumei's breakthrough in cultivation. I am even more confident in dealing with Ji Jisheng. What worries me is that this physique and strength are too strong, and I can't stand it. Of course, this is just a happy worry. Being able to be promoted to a half-step martial god is the key to dealing with Ji Jisheng. In order to prove Jumei's strength, they competed in the martial arts arena the next day, which indeed made everyone deeply admired. The gravity technique, currently used by Jumei, can already achieve 16 times the gravity effect. Now Zhu Xiaobao and Zhu Rong have to work together with the 19th princess to deal with Jumei in order to see a tie. Because she is too powerful. When she is big, no one can stand up to her golden armor hammer. And her defense is even more invincible. No one can penetrate the defense of the turtle back shield. So Jumei has no scruples.
Old friend Wu Wei, what do you think? We have a sure chance of victory now. Right.
One of Zhu Xiaobao's fish asked expectantly.
Don't take it lightly. Ji Jisheng has been a half-step martial arts god for a long time. And Jumei has just been promoted to this level. There is still a gap. According to the old man's estimation, it is now a situation of 40 to 60. And we have a slight advantage now.
Great Venerable Wu Wei, still very cautious. He said that the strength of Tai Moju is definitely to lead a beautiful life. At this time, what is needed is calmness and rationality, rather than blind flattery. In this regard, Master Wu Wei is still very wise.
It's only 4 or 6. Well, it's still too little. I don't want my people to make any mistakes.
Zhu Xiaobao said with a frown.
Ha ha! But there is another powerful helper. I'm afraid you have all ignored it.
Great Master Wu Wei said with a smile.
Oh! What else?
Zhu Xiaobao asked in surprise. Even the others looked at the Great Venerable Wu Wei in unison. And the Great Venerable Ice and Fire looked proud and proud. Hee. That's the little demon. That giant snake. Have you all ignored it?
Huh? Yes. Where is the giant snake and the little demon?
Chapter 845. Level 9 Monster. After being reminded by the Great Venerable Wu Wei, everyone remembered that they had never seen the little demon since they came back from the Turtle Snake Mountain tribulation. At first, everyone was happy for Jumei, so they all ignored this. The little demon usually doesn't show up for a long time, but it's still not used to showing up in front of people. So much so that everyone didn't notice the little demon after experiencing the 9-color thunder. Now, when Zhu Xiaobao smelled it, Jumei said in a low voice,
"It's sleeping."
Then Jumei took out a mini snake over a foot long from her arms. Who would have thought that a huge demonic snake could shrink into such a small size? And the colors on its body are extremely bright. But this little snake is really sleeping. The reason why Jumei was a little depressed was because she thought the little demon was injured. So she fell into a deep sleep. However, the Great Venerable Qiandu and the Great Venerable Wu Wei looked at each other in surprise. This was not sleeping. This was a sign that they were about to advance. Speaking of which, this demon snake is also very lucky. Under the bombardment of the 9-color sky thunder this time, its demon body has been greatly tempered, making it advance to the 9th level demon beast. It's just that this kind of quenching is too overbearing. Its demon body has not been fully digested, and its injuries have not recovered, so it has entered a deep sleep stage. It is actually digesting and absorbing the huge benefits gained this time. When the big guys are envious of the little demon, they are not jealous at all, because the little demon also risked his life to help Jumei resist the 9-color sky thunder, which means that its promotion also paid a huge price, which is equivalent to a gamble. Either it will be killed by the 9-color sky thunder, or it can survive this after a calamity. The demon body is quenched, and the cultivation level can be greatly improved.
Hee. Jumei, don't be dissatisfied. It is advancing. Once it wakes up, it will be a genuine 9th level monster. It is enough to deal with a being with the cultivation level of a martial emperor. You have made a profit this time. Not only did it help you withstand the thunder, but it was also promoted to the 9th level monster. Congratulations.
The great venerable Thousand Poison said with a long smile. Speaking of which, the most beautiful thing is his feelings for the little monster. Deepest. The little demon had been following him at first, but it was only later that he recognized Yume as the main one.
Really? Then when will it wake up? I still have to deal with GZ.
Yume also asked in surprise. But she didn't expect that her monster would also be promoted along with it. This of course makes Yume very happy.
It's hard to say, but since it can follow you and be assisted by your divine beast's energy and blood, it should be able to wake up soon. The old man estimates that this 9th level monster will take as short as half a year and as long as 1 year. The beast will wake up. It will definitely be your good helper then.
Master Qiandu said very happily. Zhu Xiaobao was very happy after receiving 2 good news in a few days. Doesn't this mean that he has more than 60% chance of winning? So for several days, they celebrated with wine, mainly to let Yume enjoy it. During this period, she was still quite hard. This period of time seems to have entered a very relaxed and cheerful atmosphere. Almost everyone thinks that Yume has been promoted to the half-step martial god realm. So the decisive battle between Zhu Xiaobao and Ji Jishan is guaranteed to win. At least, he is invincible. Only the British princess Zhu Rong felt uneasy. She was very happy at first, and even very sure. But as she slowly calmed down, she became a little uneasy again. Yume was promoted to a half-step martial arts god. Could it be that GZ didn't react at all to such a big movement? This is very unreasonable. According to the information fed back from Beatty County, Ji Jisheng has been elusive and rarely appears since he made a 3-year agreement with Zhu Xiaobao. In the past year, he only appeared in Prince Sheng's mansion twice, both for a short period of time, and then disappeared again. Because one thing is easy to judge. That is, when Ji Jisheng is not around. The female saint is taking the eldest prince to have fun all day long. Although she will also find some strong bodyguards to have sex. Most of the time, I still like the eldest prince to fool around with. After all, the eldest prince is quite powerful in this area, and he has planted the slave mark. So the female saint basically takes the eldest prince with him every day, even if he is looking for someone. She had no inhibitions about other guards having fun, because the eldest prince didn't dare to complain at all. Therefore, judging from this, Ji Jisheng is not in Beatty County.
So what if I know? Of course Ji Jisheng wouldn't dare to show up before fusing the demon crystal. You are too worried.
Zhu Xiaobao said disapprovingly after hearing Zhu Rong's words.
Okay. Even if I'm overthinking it. Have you ever thought about it? Once Ji Jisheng fully integrates the demonic crystal, will Yume be her opponent? At the beginning, the 4 great beasts could barely compete with the demonic Xiao. Ah!
Zhu Rong said very dissatisfied. These days, all the little treasures are a little relaxed again, and they are not as diligent as they were practicing in the past few days.
Okay. What do you think we should do? Are we going to find GZ first?
Zhu Xiaobao was also frightened. Thinking about it, didn't Great Master Wu Wei also say that it's only 46? What a chance of winning. It seems that I am indeed a little too relaxed now.
Let's do this. I thought of a way to let 19th sister proclaim herself emperor. And then we'll see how His Highness 6th Prince responds. If he doesn't object, or directly send someone to express his surrender. That would be the best. Anyway, 19th sister, even though he didn't say anything, he was still very anxious to get the upper hand.
Zhu Rong said slowly, having already thought of a countermeasure.
What's the significance of this? What does His Highness the 6th Prince's reaction have to do with Ji Jisheng?
Zhu Xiaobao asked strangely. Although he did not object to the 19th princess becoming emperor, this timing seemed a bit too hasty.
If His Highness the 6th Prince openly objects, it means that he is still optimistic about GZ, which means that my worries are probably not unnecessary.
Zhu Rong rolled her eyes at Zhu Xiaobao and said softly,
Ah, I understand. Ever since GZ got the demonic crystal, His Highness the 6th Prince seems to have become swayed, and now he seems to be on Ji Jisheng's side. Let the 19th princess become the emperor, and it will be a good time to see what His Highness the 6th Prince is doing. Attitude?
Zhu Xiaobao also said with sudden realization.
Yes. I also learned that the female saint and the first prince now no longer dare to harass His Highness the 6th Prince and his wives and concubines. This means that Ji Jishan must have warned them. He also needs a stable and peaceful environment.
Zhu Rong felt very angry when she thought of Ji Jisheng, and even felt a little scared in her heart. The original king Wen died tragically in the hands of Ji Jisheng.
Okay. I'll make the arrangements right away. I'm afraid it will take several months to prepare for such a big event. By the way, I can also meet my biological sister. I haven't seen her in several years. I was originally thinking of taking the time to go back one trip.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded and said, "This is definitely a big event that will shock the world. The 19th princess is finally going to ascend the throne. Shijue Kingdom and Zirwei Kingdom will definitely send people to congratulate him, including princes from various countries. And even King Ming, who is far away on Princess Island, will also receive invitations. But whether he is willing to come or not is another matter." At this time, the entire Daxia Kingdom became busy. This was definitely the most significant event in the past 30 years. The key is that the people are happy, since the 19th princess took charge of most of the territory, except for the fiefdom of His Highness 6th Prince. Other places in Daxia have become prosperous. The population in most places has begun to rebound, and the food in the treasury has begun to fill up. The key is that there have been no more wars in the past few years. What the people are looking forward to is peace and stability. So as soon as the news came out that the 19th princess was going to ascend the throne, the people were overjoyed and spontaneously took to the streets to celebrate. After all, various current policies and measures are very popular. The kingdom of Daxia has also become more powerful. The 19th princess did not expect that Zhu Xiaobao would let her ascend the throne at this time. She was surprised and happy that her long-cherished wish was finally coming true.
Xiaobao, don't worry. After I ascend the throne, I will train with you right away. I won't delay dealing with Ji Jisheng.
The 19th princess said delicately as she snuggled into Zhu Xiaobao's arms. Today is her turn with Zhu Xiaobao. Xiaobao spends the night.
It's okay. It's okay. Letting you ascend the throne now is to let Ji Jisheng know that I don't take him seriously at all.
Zhu Xiaobao said with great enjoyment. Apart from Jumei, Zhu Xiaobao can handle it with ease. Compared with Zhu Rong's gentleness and calmness, the 19th princess has always been a little shy. But strangely, the 19th princess is willing to sleep with Wu Yu at Zhu Xiaobao's bed. There is no disagreement between the two sisters at all.
Then how should I write a letter to Brother 6?
What Princess 19 is most undecided about is how to communicate with His Highness 6th Prince.
Easy. Just issue an edict and ask him to send someone to express his attitude and surrender. You can also let him continue to be his king, if he refuses to surrender. Then after Ji Jisheng is destroyed, we will conquer by force. When the time comes to surrender, there will be no chance.
Zhu Xiaobao's voice was calm, but quite determined.
I guess he didn't dare to express his surrender to me under Ji Jisheng's intimidation. You can't blame him.
Princess 19 shook her head and said, "Sure enough, His Highness the 6th Prince received the edict from the 19th princess and was very annoyed. Although the 19th princess already occupied 4/5 of the Great Xia Kingdom, it still made him very unhappy to ascend the throne at this time. But His Highness the 6th Prince first asked what Ji Jisheng meant. This was also a way for him to see Ji Jisheng's reaction. Ever since Ji Zi got the demonic crystal and promised that he could ascend to the throne in the future. So His Highness the 6th Prince was also moved. To be honest, he was very unwilling to surrender to the 19th princess.
Humph! Extremely arrogant. This is their trick to anger me. You also tell the world that her throne is against the rules, and we will never admit it.
Ji Jisheng was furious. In his opinion, this was Zhu Xiaobao. They are provoking him just because they also have a half-step martial god. Chapter 846. The world returns to its heart, eh? In fact, what Zhu Xiaobao and the others hoped most for His Highness 6th Prince's reaction was that he would not respond at all, or that it would be a symbolic objection. This shows that he was forced to do so. But His Highness the 6th Prince's response came too quickly. He immediately announced to the world that he would not recognize the 19th princess's succession. At the same time, he also warned other countries, tribes or clan forces that anyone who went to attend the 19th princess coronation ceremony they are all regarded as enemies of His Highness 6th Prince. What's even more outrageous is that they also spread the word about how the 19th princess got rich in the first place. The main reason is to show that she relied on Zhu Xiaobao to rise. But Zhu Xiaobao is the prince of the Great Purple Rui Kingdom, thus proving that her rise was due to external forces. They even found out Zhu Xiaobao's identity as a slave who was a slave of the 19th princess. But what people didn't expect was that those national tribes and clans simply ignored him. Laugh it off. In the face of absolute strength, everyone consciously ignores these. In fact, everyone knows these things well. Besides, Shijue Kingdom, Zirwik Kingdom, Lingyu Mountain, Lingyu Island, and the 36 Southeast Islands, plus King Ming's Princess Island. Which one is not the same as those of all Xiaobao is related to him? To say that she is protecting the 19th princess with so much strength, it is better to say that she is supporting Zhu Xiaobao. But on the contrary, from the spread of the news, it can be seen that this is the intention of His Highness the 6th Prince, and it is not forced by Ji Jisheng, because Ji Jisheng is very reluctant to mention the experience under the 19th princess of, but His Highness the 6th Prince wrote a big book.
How is it? I can conclude that this is not what GZE means, but His Highness the 6th Prince's own idea. Deep down, he is still unwilling to accept it. At the same time, it also shows that he is still very confident in GZE.
Zhu Rong clicked the button at this time. He tapped Zhu Xiubo's forehead and smiled.
Ha ha! That's right. You are a cunning slave. I keep the accounts for you.
Princess 19 also teased with a sweet smile. The word slave in her mouth was very affectionate.
Yes. This slave specializes in cheating the master, horse master.
Zhu Xiaobao also said with a smile.
Go away, you evil slave. Be careful, we called you may hear. Don't shout help then.
Zhu Rong and Princess 19 suddenly scolded with blushing faces.
Hey, masters, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. Masters, you don't need to use such cruel methods.
Zhu Xiaobao immediately bowed and begged for mercy. Of course, this was in the inner house. It was just a joke between them. But outside the inner house, the 19th princess was also very sharp about the 6th Highness's measures. She immediately issued an edict to tell the world that the 6th Highness had taken in the Demongeo, condoned the art of blood sacrifice, and harmed living beings. Call for all forces to be united to annihilate His Highness the 6th Prince. This hit His Highness the 6th Highness at a critical point. Demongeo was everyone's nightmare. So as a result, he was even more isolated by many forces. Within a month, both sides issued several messages, which made the situation a bit tense. On the side of the 19th princess, Duanmuki has made the most complete preparations to ensure the safety of all the dignitaries who come to the imperial city to congratulate the 19th princess. If a prince or tribal leader dies on the way here, wouldn't it have an extraordinary impact? Still adhering to the rule that Wuzun is not allowed to participate in secular affairs, Duanmuchi made careful arrangements in all aspects. Even though the two sisters Yushuan and Yushui could not participate in it, Duanmuchi now has a lot of talents in his hands, including female warriors with Wuzun's cultivation. Grab a handful. Moreover, it is well equipped, and the equipment on his body and the war horse under his crotch are worth thousands of gold. In 1 month's time, the 19th princess will officially ascend the throne, and people from all walks of life are starting to set off. Not to mention that Duanmuchi's prediction was correct. His Highness the 6th Prince really sent out several assassination teams. In his opinion, as long as one of them succeeds, it will also deal a heavy blow to the momentum of the 19th princess. But I didn't expect that Duanmuki's arrangements were so thorough that there wasn't even a single omission. Normally, Wang Ting's great Khan Mohan should be relatively weak, and because of his noble status, he is the ideal target for assassination. However, he did not expect that Mohan Xiaojian was placed in the convoy of Great Khan Mohan, although her cultivation level is still a bit poor. When it comes to latent investigation and assassination, she is the #1 person in the Shijue Kingdom. In addition, there are 500 female warriors in the convoy to protect them. These 500 female warriors are not allowed to well. It was exactly half of the 1,000 female warriors who participated in secret training with Zhu Xiaobao and the others in Yongning County. Their uniform martial arts skills made people feel despair when they saw them. Sure enough, the assassination team along the way was discovered by Amo Sang Xiaojian before they could take action. Without anyone noticing, they were all assassinated. Even Amo Han, the Great Khan, did not know that there was anyone there. Such a thing. 2 days later, the second assassination team was also wiped out. Kings Wa Jialanga and Princess Yuang Mayu of the Shijue Kingdom traveled together this time. Their team was huge and included quite a few tribal leaders, plus their respective guards and entourages. As well as there were gifts, cattle and sheep presented to the 19th princess. There were tens of thousands of people on the road, and there were 2,000 vehicles alone. Behind them were herds of cattle, sheep and fine horses. They also have a master of latent investigation along the way, and that is Mukue. who is highly regarded by Jialanga. There are also 500 female warriors among them. So Jialanga can also sit back and relax. King Zhou and King Yu go together, mainly because these two people are Zhu Xiubao's confidants. And Jialanga is Zhu Xiubao's mother-in-law. Didn't my daughter, Princess Zhu, throw Zhu Xiaobao away by force? And Princess Yuang Moyu is Zhu Xiubao's concubine. They passed directly through Liuhe County and went straight to the imperial city of Daxia. The person who came to greet them in Liuhe County was Princess Ming, an old acquaintance of Jialanga. When she saw King Zhou with Jialanga again, Princess Ming almost laughed out loud. This Jialanga was now quite fat and weighed almost 200 kilograms. It is probably because he has a broad heart and a fat body. There has been no war in recent years. The tribes under his command have been developing steadily. The number of cattle and sheep has tripled, and the population has also begun to increase. So she felt much more relaxed, and no longer had to worry about being attacked from both sides all day long. So in the past few years, I have been eating, drinking and having fun. And what's even more surprising is that Jialanga is followed by several young descendants. These are her harem. If Jialanga can enjoy it as much as Jialanga does, she is the only one who owns the Shijue kingdom. Princess Ming could only secretly admire Jialanga's bold and uninhibited character. She and Prince Ming were now living in separate places. But Princess Ming did not dare to have such an idea. However, King Zhou and Yuang encountered the largest number of assassination teams along the way. Because among these counties, His Highness the Sixth Prince had many informants and many lurking points. He actually organized nearly 100 killers. These are all dead soldiers. Even if they fail, they will commit suicide immediately. So His Highness the Sixth Prince is not afraid of their failure even if he sends so many killers. In fact, Princess Ming has been quite cautious along the way. But these killers are very familiar with the road. After all, many lurking points have been paid for in the fiefdom of Prince Ming for more than 10 years. They are quite familiar with the geographical environment here and have careful plans. It was actually divided into 4 assassination points, and they could provide support to each other. It should be said that this assassination operation was quite successful. Except that one group was noticed by Mukui, who took the lead and launched the attack. The other 3 groups all rushed to the front of the motorcade. Moreover, their targets are kings with Jialanga, Princess Yuan Mayu, and the tribal leaders of all sizes. As long as they can kill one of them, the 19th princess will be very passive. However, these killers did not expect that although they had escaped Princess Ming's careful precautions, there were still 500 female warriors at the warrior level mixed in this convoy. None of these female warriors were wearing their own battle armor. They were all dressed in the same costumes as the men and horses of the Shijue kingdom. And they didn't show off at all. Their faces were painted with oil paint. Compared with the burly men of the Western Zhu kingdom, they were not conspicuous at all. The key point is who could have thought that these 500 people were all of the same martial arts cultivation. I think back then, there were no more than 50 people with martial arts cultivation in the entire Great Xia kingdom, including Shijue kingdom and Lingyu Mountain and Lingyu Island. There were only more than 100 people. Now, martial arts cultivation is like a big cabbage bundle. This is not because Zhu Xiaoao and others started the inheritance of the divine beasts and activated the bloodline of the divine beast tribesmen, which caused the cultivation of these tribesmen to skyrocket. There were countless more martial lords overnight. Even the great martial lord is not there now. So rare. So although these assassins rushed forward, they didn't expect that whether it was Zhuang Jialanga or Yuang Princess Moyu, there were female warriors with high level of cultivation and strong fighting power protecting them. Moreover, Jialanga and Princess Moyu themselves are both martial masters. And even Princess Ming is also a martial master. The battles between these women are not weak at all. Even though Jialanga has grown to almost 200 pounds, he is still very powerful even if he does not flinch even when turning the Xiaolong sword. Princess Mo Yu is also unambiguous. She shot 2 assassins, who rushed towards her with her bow and arrows. To Princess Ming's surprise, there were actually several martial masters among these killers. This time, His Highness the Sixth Prince had spent a lot of money. Even the masters around him were sent out. But these warrior-level killers are also out of their minds. They didn't expect so many warriors to appear in such a convoy. And now they are sure that these women are all known for their strong fighting ability. The famous female warrior was immediately horrified. But it's too late now. I can't even run away. These female warriors were ruthless. They thought there were too few killers. How could they be allowed to escape so easily? Jialanga fought with the Xiaolong sword for several rounds, and was already out of breath. He hadn't killed like this for a long time. He originally wanted to show off his skills in front of his subordinates. But the fat on his body was really not enough. So he had to do it. After supporting it for a few rounds, the other female warriors took over. The one-sided battle scene in front of them made Zhuo Wang Jialanga and Yu Wang Princess Ma Yu look at each other. They were also martial masters. But compared with these female warriors, they were simply not enough to watch. The two of them can barely handle a female warrior if they join forces. So powerful. Little did they know that these female warriors were the most elite female warriors selected by Zhu Xiaobao and secretly trained every day to deal with Ji Zhishan. But they all know that these are not the most powerful ones. The most famous among the female warriors are the sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui. They can be said to be the ones who scare the enemy. So where did the sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui go? It turned out that the two of them had returned to Lingyu Mountain to protect Yu Qinhe, Yu Hui and others, and were also rushing to the imperial city of Daxia Kingdom. Chapter 847. The world returns to its heart. Now the number of Lingyu people has doubled. And now the 19th princess has given up the original Shiyuan city to the Lingyu people because they no longer have enough room for development. Lingyu Mountain and Lingyu Island are both small in area. And the number of slaves and civilians who have defected to the Lingyu tribe is increasing day by day. So now they also need to expand their territory. The reason why Shiyuan city was given over to the Lingyu clan was Zhu Xiubao's intention. After all, Yu Dan was also one of his wives. And he started his career through the Lingyu clan. Besides, the Lingyu clan was also a branch of the White Tiger clan. It can also be regarded as the most proud fighting power among Zhu Xiubao's men. Allowing them to station in Shiyuan city also eliminates the need for the navy in the northwest of the 19th Princess Daxia Kingdom territory. The Lingyu tribe occupies Shiyuan city in a triangular manner. And even this sea area is under their control. It also has a deterrent effect on Shijua country. This is also the general pattern in Zhu Xiubao's mind. In this way, the various forces are clearly differentiated and restrict each other. He can control all the forces. And it is optimistically estimated that there will be no more wars in the next 100 years. Of course, this does not include the war with the Sixth Highness. But it is estimated that as long as Ji Zhishan is eliminated, the Sixth Highness will be able to do it with just a little effort. Yu Shuang and Yu Shui rushed to Lingyu Mountain specially to pick up Yu Qinhe. At the same time, they also planned to select a group of female warriors who had just grown up. The new batch of female warriors could go into battle to kill the enemy again, in order to be selected for the guard job this time. These female warriors were all fighting hard and wanted to follow Yu Shuang and Yu Shui down the mountain. These two sisters were the heroes in the eyes of the female warriors. Of course, these girls also hide their own little thoughts. That is, they want to perform better and strive to be assigned to Zhu Xiaobao's female guards. Because Zhu Xiaobao is their idol in their hearts. They have also accepted the traditions of the Lingyu tribe. And they all look forward to one day having sex with their idols. They don't care about eternity. As long as they can get what they want in Luofeng Island, it will be worth bragging for several years. Of course, it would be better to be pregnant. But now almost everyone knows that there seems to be something wrong with Zhu Xiaobao. And none of the ladies can get pregnant. So this time, the selection is also very lively. But in front of Yu Shuang and Yu Shui, these are not difficult. They are both completely selfless and fair. They only look at their cultivation and combat effectiveness. The second is the physique and strength. The last is the appearance. Anyway, the female warriors of the Lingyu tribe are not bad in appearance. So this one has almost no effect. What makes Yu Shuang and Yu Shui happy is that this group of female warriors who have grown up have a very high starting point. They are almost all first-level martial arts masters. Because they also have the White Tiger bloodline and have all been activated. They are 10 at the age of 5. He is already a first-level martial artist. And there are many people with very high talents. Therefore, despite the noise, the old island owner Yu Qinhe was still smiling from ear to ear. Finally, 2,000 female warriors were selected. And then, they boarded the warship and sailed directly to Shiyuan city. After landing, they met up with the two princesses Yu Hui and Yu Dan, and then started to set off for the imperial city. In addition, following Yu Dan and the others to the imperial city was Hachitu. He was a special guest. Now Hachitu is neither a few sleepers nor a member of the Daxia kingdom, but a small independent group, attached to the protection of Lingyu Mountain. Life is quite comfortable, because he doesn't have to pay taxes, and the pastures to the north of Lingyu Mountain are all his. Of course, this time to the imperial city. It is safest to follow Yu Dan's motorcade, although Hachitu also has his own bodyguard. He is still worried, The richer he is, the more he is afraid of death. For this reason, Hachita rents 100 female warriors from the Lingyu tribe all year round. This time traveling with Yu Dan's motorcade, he could sit back and relax, spending the whole day in his luxurious carriage, living and drinking, and enjoying himself very much. Although Yu Dan is the current leader of the Lingyu clan, most things are still managed by the meeting. Yu Dan still focused on cultivation, and she was a little anxious. Her cultivation was not as good as Zhu Rongjume and the 19th princess. This was understandable. But now even Wu Yu had been promoted to Wu Zun, and she activating the White Tiger's bloodline is the cultivation level of Wu Zun. This makes her a little anxious. She is a female warrior of the Lingyu tribe. He has always been known for his strong fighting ability. Along the way, Yu Dan was urging her to speed up. She had not seen Zhu Xiaobao for 2 months. Now Princess Imohan and Princess Jior were also rushing to the imperial city. She wanted to get ahead of them. I thought their journey was the safest. Who dared to attack the female warriors of the Lingyu tribe? But there are some people who are not afraid of death. There are really 2 groups of killers ambushing a dangerous place in Shiyuan City, trying to assassinate Yu Qianhe. Yu Qianhe has the highest prestige among the Lingyu tribe. Once something happens to Yu Qianhe, it will definitely be a huge blow to the Lingyu tribe, and it is likely to cause internal fighting. Indeed, the current prosperity of the Lingyu clan is entirely supported by Yu Qianhe's 5 daughters. There are several senior elders who still have some ideas in their hearts. There are 2 groups of killers. The first group is ordinary dead warriors, whose cultivation level is at the level of a great martial artist. There are more than 20 people in total. But there are only 3 people in this second group. They are not dead soldiers, but the 3 most powerful ministers around His Highness 6th Prince. And they are also 3 brothers, because they are all martial masters. The eldest among them is already at the peak of martial masters, and can already see the threshold of great martial masters. Before the first batch of assassins took action, they were already noticed by Yu Shuang and Yu Shui. They were in the realm of the great martial lord, and with such concealment distance and skill, they couldn't hide it from them at all. It was just to test the female warriors under their command that they did not tell the truth. Sure enough, as soon as the first batch of killers started to take action, they were immediately noticed by Yu Dan and the female warrior behind her. This time, they were all scrambling to be the first. The 20-odd assassins were all dumbfounded. They had never seen an assassin greeting him so happily. These female warriors all rushed over with joy on their faces. When these killers began to get injured, they realized that they were happy because they finally saw their prey. It's not how handsome they look. Alas! It's quite boring to be promoted to the great martial lord. These petty fights no longer arouse interest. Yu Shui sighed and said, Tisk! Okay. Don't get the advantage and act like a good boy. Think of Jume. She can throw us 2 blocks away. Yu Shuang gave Yu Shui a white look and hummed. Then suddenly her expression changed, and she sneered, said, I didn't expect there are so many masters. Let me tell you. Why are there just so many useless assassins? It turns out they are divided into 2 groups. The cultivation of these 3 people is not bad. They are also quite calm. Now they are still lurking there. Oh, really? Shall we have a little fun? Otherwise this journey will be too boring. Yu Shui said excitedly. But we are great warriors, so we have to abide by the rules. Yu Shuang said in a very embarrassed tone. In fact, she was also feeling very tormented. Hee. We didn't take action. But if they bumped in by themselves, we wouldn't be the ones to blame. Yu Shui said with a proud smile. Yeah, that's right. Besides, we are protecting our mother. If someone dares to do harm to our mother, that's a different matter. How could Yu Shuang not understand Yu Shui's thoughts? There was a connection between the 2. You will immediately understand what to do. These 3 assassins are brothers. Yin Changhai, Yin Changjiang, and Yin Changhe respectively. The 3 of them are considered very talented. Yin Changhai is already at the peak of martial arts. But the 3 of them have a common hobby. She is very lustful and has always coveted the rumored female warrior. But she has never succeeded, because they still spend most of their time practicing. Since joining His Highness the 6th Prince, there has been no shortage of women around them. It's just that this time, I can't hold myself back. The reason is that the 3 brothers have just taken a step forward in their cultivation, so they are a little arrogant. It happened that this time His Highness the 6th Prince wanted to take action, and asked them to take action. The 3 brothers readily agreed, and went to Shiyuan City specifically to assassinate them. Their plan was also very good. Even if the assassination failed, they could still escape intact. After all,
Great martial lord cannot interfere in these mundane matters. The three brothers are very confident when they join forces. The most important thing is that they really want to meet the legendary female warrior for a while. It would be best if they can go back a few times to show off. But they are also very unfortunate, because they still don't know that the sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui have been promoted to the Great Martial Lord. Because Yu Shuang and Yu Shui were promoted to the Great Martial Lord only in the past few months. And they have been practicing hard at the martial arts field in Yong'an County in recent months with Zhu Xiaobao and others. So most of them are still I don't know about their promotion to Great Martial Lord. The previous killers of the clan were strangled to death. And they just smeared. With such a level of cultivation, it was not surprising at all to be killed. Not only did they not panic, but they coveted these powerful female warriors even more. These female warriors were really too attractive. Not only were they physically strong, but they all had beautiful faces and heroic looks. Seeing the two leading female warriors riding side by side, seemingly unprepared, the three brothers couldn't help but secretly rejoice. Behind them is a tightly guarded luxury car, and there is a woman next to the carriage. Although she is also equipped with the equipment of a female warrior, she also wears a gold crown on her head, which is obviously of noble status. And she looks even more charming than the average female warrior. Kill the people in the carriage. Then capture the two leaders and the one with the golden crown. And we will retreat immediately. The boss Yin Chanhai is very discerning. And he happens to be interested in Yu Shuang, Yu Shui and Yu Dan.
Ha. Brother, don't worry. My poisonous bees will definitely keep them busy for a while. It's enough for us to leave safely.
The third child also licked his lips and said with fiery eyes,
Okay. Follow my order in charge.
The boss, Yin Chanhai, held his breath and waited for the best opportunity. Then he shouted loudly, and the three brothers rushed out quickly. Seeing that the two leading female warriors looked a little surprised, the three brothers couldn't help but feel proud. Normally, this was a sign of success. It was obvious that the other party was frightened and overwhelmed. These female warriors are nothing more than that. But when they were only a few steps away from Yu Shuang and Yu Shui, the three brothers suddenly felt their movements slow down, and the weight of their bodies and the weapons in their hands increased exponentially.
At this time, Yu Shuang and Yu Shui looked at the three brothers with disdain, and did not take action. Instead, they turned their horses' heads away and gave way to the passage calmly. The female warrior behind them had already rushed up.
What kind of skill is this? You are not a martial master, but a great martial master? You don't abide by the rules.
Yin Chanhai suddenly shouted in horror. If they knew that there were two great martial masters here, they would never choose to take action.
Did you see us take action?
Chapter 848. The world returns to its heart. See, when the three brothers Yin Chanhai heard what Yu Shuang and Yu Shui said, they were stunned. Yes, these two sisters have no intention of taking action. But the extremely heavy state just now must have been caused by these two people. But since the two sisters, Yu Shuang and Yu Shui, have said that they will not take action, this makes the three brothers of the Yin family feel a little more relieved. As long as the two sisters do not take action, then the three brothers can still get away with their joint efforts. But at this moment, several female warriors had already rushed over. At this time, Yu Shuang and Yu Shui's gravity technique had disappeared. The two of them were not as high as Zhu Xiaobao and Zhu Mei, and could only maintain it for a short time. Generally speaking, it only takes a few breaths before it is over, because the consumption of performing this technique is still quite huge. They only need to catch their opponents off guard, and they have achieved their goal. Facing the 6 female warriors rushing over, the 3 brothers of the Yin family were not very panicked. They worked together and cooperated tacitly, and they felt confident. As long as Yu Shuang and Yu Shui didn't interfere, they weren't too worried. However, the 3 brothers of the Yin family realized after the fight that they still underestimated the fighting power of these female warriors. They were too fierce, and they also cooperated with each other. Among them, a pair of sisters were twins, like Yu Shuang and Yu Shui. Even the ones in their hands, the weapons are exactly the same. It turns out that they both admired Yu Shuang and Yu Shui since childhood. A female warrior with the training of 6 great martial arts masters was actually able to fight inextricably with the 3 brothers of the Yin family, who had the training of martial masters, Yu Shuang and Yu Shui, on the other hand, kept giving them tips and tricks in actual combat. I dare to use these 3 brothers as living teaching materials. However, the 6 great martial arts masters were still a bit stretched when facing 3 masters of the martial arts realm. and they gradually began to fall at a disadvantage. Yin Changhai and Yin Changjiang both used long spears. The two of them cooperated quite skillfully, while the third Yin Chang had a pair of sawtooth flywheels. His pair of flywheels kept flying out and retracting, quickly passing through the battle circle, causing a lot of trouble to the 6 female warriors. Yu Dan looked a little anxious from behind, and wanted to rush forward and join the battle group. But before Yu Dan could take action, the third child, Yin Changhe, suddenly changed direction and rushed towards the carriage where Yu Qianhe was sitting. A pair of sawtooth flywheels also turned into 2 arcs towards Yu Qianhe's carriage. Fly away. Be careful! Yu Dan shouted quickly when he saw this. But it was already too late to rescue him. But Yu Qianhe, who was sitting in the carriage, was not panicked. She was also at the peak of Wu Zun's cultivation, so she didn't give up on this trick. From the moment the assassin appeared, she was watching the battle through the curtain. What's more, the person sitting in front driving the carriage is also a female warrior at the level of Wu Zun. When one flywheel was blocked by the female warrior in front, but the other flywheel bypassed the female warrior and went straight to Yu Qianhe in the carriage. Yu Qianhe used the cane in his hand to block it. Unexpectedly, the flywheel drew a wonderful arc, neatly cutting off the curtain in front of the carriage, revealing Yu Qianhe sitting inside. Huh? Yu Qianhe was a little confused, wondering what the purpose of Yin Changhe's attack was. Seeing a pair of sawtooth flywheels return to Yin Changhe's hands, and Yin Changhe's eyes showed a sinister smile of a successful conspiracy. Just when everyone was confused, countless poisonous bees suddenly flew in from all directions, targeting Yu Qianhe in the carriage. Damn it! When the two sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui saw it, they were shocked and angry. They jumped up on their horses and came to the side of the carriage in a blink of an eye. Both palms came out, and a strong energy protected the carriage. But there was still some poisonous bees got in fiercely. But Yu Shuang and Yu Shui casually flicked them, killing them immediately. But there are too many of these poisonous bees. Tens of thousands of them. Although Yu Qianhe is safe here, those female warriors are very embarrassed. They don't have such powerful aura as Yu Shuang and Yu Shui. They can only fly very fast. Some people beat them with weapons in their hands. And some people began to take out matches, light torches and incense to drive away these poisonous bees. The 6 female warriors, who fought against the 3 brothers of the Yin family, also retreated in a state of panic. They were stung on their faces and bodies. Those poisonous bees were completely controlled by the third Yin Changhe, and would only bite the 6 female warriors. But it has no impact on Yin Changhai and Yin Changjiang. You are looking for death! Yu Shuang and Yu Shui were immediately furious. They both jumped up and rushed towards the 3 brothers of the Yin family. There are no rules to worry about at this time. This kind of poisonous bee is extremely poisonous. Without an antidote, these injured female warriors will die. At this time, the 3 brothers of the Yin family were ready to take advantage of the chaos and escape. It would be best if they could succeed with the blow just now. If they could not succeed, they would buy themselves time and space, and they could escape completely. Originally, their idea was good, but they underestimated the fighting power of the 2 great sages, especially the 2 most powerful and fierce ones. Yin Changhai's movements were a little slower, and 2 soft whips wrapped around his ankles, and then they were torn in half. This process only takes a moment. Yin Changhai and Yin Changhe were both stunned. They never expected that these 2 women would be so fierce and ruthless. Oh? Second brother? How dare you kill him? I will fight with you! The boss, De Changhai, suddenly shouted in grief, and wanted to fight for his life when he came back. But sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui flashed past Yin Changhai like 2 bolts of lightning, and then ignored Yin Changhai. Yin Changhai stood sluggishly for a while. Then his body began to gush out blood, and then it was severed from the neck and waist, and the whole body was divided into 3 parts. Until his death, Yin Changhai didn't see clearly how Yu Shuang and Yu Shui's knife sliced through his body. The third youngest, Yin Changhe, originally followed his eldest brother to fight back, but because he escaped the fastest, he had just arrived and saw his boss also died tragically under Yu Shuang and Yu Shui's knife. Yin Changhe, who was originally shocked and angry, has now become weak in his legs. He even regrets that he should not return. But it is too late. Yu Shuang and Yu Shui have already arrived in front of him. He wanted to repeat his old trick and summon a large number of poisonous bees. But as soon as these thousands of poisonous bees flew to Yu Shuang Yu Shui's head, they suddenly fell to the ground. And Yin Changhe suddenly felt his body heavy. His legs seemed to be filled with lead, and he was struggling to move. He could no longer hold a pair of sawtooth flywheels and fell to the ground. Yu Shuang casually slapped her hand, and the poisonous bees on the ground immediately turned into powder. The poisonous bees attacking the female warriors were also so smoked by the torch that they did not dare to approach. They could only avoid the smoke and fire, looking for opportunities to attack again. But at this time, the female warriors all drew out their soft whips and swung them into the air with incomparable precision. The poisonous bees were knocked to the ground one after another, and it seemed that there were not many left.
Where's the antidote?
Yu Shuang stepped on Yin Changhe with one foot. Even though he was a martial master, there was no room for resistance under Yu Shuang's feet. The gap in strength between the two is too big.
I want the antidote. Return the bodies of my 2 brothers to me first.
And then, Yin Changhe still wants to bargain.
Humph. You are not qualified to make conditions.
Yu Shuang raised her hand and struck with a knife, and one of Yin Changhe's arms was cut off. Blood suddenly surged out, causing him to scream in pain. He never expected that this woman would be so cruel and not give him a chance to bargain.
Ouch! I said, you have to let me go!
Yin Changhe howled. He didn't want to die yet.
You dare to raise conditions?
Yu Shuang raised the knife and cut off one of Yin Changhe's legs again.
Ouch! It hurts me so much. I said, please give me a good time.
Yin Changhe wailed again. This time, he didn't want to live anymore. He had lost an arm and a leg. So what else could he live for? So cool. In fact, the antidote is in Yin Changhe's arms. A gourd is filled with honey produced by poisonous bees, which is the antidote for exposure to this kind of venom. They also found a secret book on how to control these poisonous bees from Yin Changhe's arms. Yu Shuang didn't pay much attention to it. They were not interested in these sidemen at all. In the end, Yin Changhe got his wish, and Yu Shui finally gave him a knife, which saved him from howling too much. At this point, all the 12 assassination groups sent by His Highness the 6th Prince were wiped out. None of them succeeded, and 9 martial master-level masters were lost. Half a month later, all the forces that came to congratulate the 19th princess on her coronation arrived. Where had Zhu Xiaobao been during this time? It turned out that he had gone to greet his sister Yu Qianrou in person. Zhu Xiaobao was very afraid of this sister. If someone is unhappy, then you dare to grab his ears and beat him. Zhu Xiaobao had already worked very hard. But when he saw Yu Qianrou, he was still stopped by Yu Qianrou and scolded.
Little bastard. Do you still have this biological sister in your heart? She always gets angry. I haven't seen anyone for half a year. Do you know how hard it is for me to take care of such a large zero-way country? Yo. Sister, let go. It hurts. It really hurts.
Zhu Xiaobao immediately bared his teeth and begged for mercy again and again. There was nothing he could do. This is the power of his own sister.
Well, Sister Huang, in fact, Xiaobao really cares about you. Every good thing is sent to you first. Just like that donkey hide gelatin. We have already sent it to you before we even have it.
Zhu Rong had no choice but to say good things to these little treasures. Many things cannot be solved by advanced cultivation. They need people like Zhu Rong to solve them.
Humph. You still have a conscience. But Sister Rong, that donkey hide gelatin is indeed very good. Is there any more? The ones you brought to me have long been taken away by those royal relatives.
Seeing these things, Yu Qianrou was like other women. Her eyes lit up, and she forgot to pack away the little treasures. Otherwise, Zhu Xiaobao originally wanted to bring Zhu Rong with him, so that he could help him solve his dilemma.
It's been prepared a long time ago. It's on our 3 auspicious treasures,
Zhu Rong said with a smile. Speaking of which, they are from the same country, because Zhu Xiaobao, the British king, was granted the title of the Zirui Kingdom, not the Xian national seal. And Zhu Rong and her tribe are also from the Zirui Kingdom.
Okay, let's go! Let's go to your lucky 3 treasures. The boat is very fast. It's boring to stay on the boat all day. By the way, let me fire a few cannons. It's fun,
Yu Qianrou said a little willfully, took Zhu Rong's hand, and regardless of the surprised eyes of others, couldn't wait to turn to the 3 auspicious treasures. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, he heard a series of gunshots in the distance. You didn't need to look. Just listen to the sound. It could only be the very familiar sound of the naval gun built by Zhu Xiaobao. Chapter 849 Eliminating Hidden Dangers. As soon as Yu Qianrou boarded the 3 lucky treasures, she heard the sound of cannons in the distance. She couldn't help but ask in surprise.
What's going on? Who else is moving around? Well, it's Tong Wuxin. This time I want to eliminate the last hidden danger, so that there will be no big threats in your sea area.
Zhu Xiaobao looked into the distance at this time and said lightly. At this time, he didn't look like a shameless little brother. Instead, he suddenly became the king of the world.
Xiaobao.
What are you talking about? Why can't I understand?
Yu Qianru was startled. This brother has changed a lot over the years, and the way he looks now makes her a little in awe.
It's Yang Beatty. I specially arranged some of the most elite warships this time. It is through your large fleet this time that I attracted Yang Beatty to take the bait, then catch them all in one fell swoop.
Zhu Xiaobao picked up the telescope and looked at it in the distance. At this time, he had already seen the Black Wind Xuansha and colorful ships quickly chasing a group of pirate ships. These more than 100 pirate ships were all of Yang Beatty's men, and they were also his last and most elite men. For more than a year, Tong Wuxin has been integrating the 36 islands in the southeast. At the same time, the most important task is to completely eliminate Yang Beatty and his gang of pirates. At this time, pirates of all sizes in the surrounding waters had been almost wiped out. Only Yang Beatty was strong, cunning, and very familiar with his geographical location. Tong Wuxin was rounded up several times, but Yang Beatty escaped. So this time Yu Qianru brought a lot of gifts and goods, just in time to induce Yang Beatty to show up. It can be said that Yang Beatty has been having a hard time this year. Since Ji Jixing is no longer on the 36 islands in the southeast, he has no one to rely on. As Tong Wuxin's integration becomes stronger and stronger, his scope of activities also becomes wider and wider. The more restricted he was, seeing the other pirates being wiped out by Tong Wuxin, Yang Beatty was also frightened. Fortunately, his pirate ships were very sophisticated, and he abandoned the large pirate ships of the past, leaving only small and medium-sized, fast pirate ships. This reduced the number of people on each ship, but the flexibility was indeed greatly enhanced. Even so, his men, horses, and ships have been reduced by half in the past year or so, and they were all killed by Tong Wuxin. Because Tong Wuxin was once a pirate, he knew Yang Beatty's actions very well, and he was also familiar with the geographical environment of various sea areas. The key is that she possesses the Black Wind, which is not only fast, but also has naval guns. Therefore, although Yang Beatty tried his best, he still lost more than he won. The number of pirate ships in his hands was getting less and less, leaving only more than 100 items have been downloaded. In fact, Tong Wuxin was also very depressed. She failed to kill Yang Beatty several times, and he even escaped under her nose. Because Yang Beatty also used 2 stand-ins, she was finally saved at the critical moment. Oh! So Tong Wuxin was really angry and annoyed. He sent letters to Zhu Xiaobao several times, complaining. Compared with Yang Beatty and his group of pirates, the integration of the 36 islands in the southeast is much easier. Tong Wuxin's men now have more than 400 warships. What is even more daunting is that there are 30,000 female warriors. These women, the warriors, only assigned Zhu Xiaobao to Tong Wuxin, because Tong Wuxin's cultivation level was only that of a great martial artist and had not yet reached the level of a martial master. Zhu Xiaobao was worried about her safety, so there was no shortage of high-level guards around Tong Wuxin. This was all deliberately arranged by Zhu Xiaobao. The leader of the 30,000 female warriors is Yu Qing, who was deceived by Zhu Xiaobao on Luofeng Island. Now Yu Qing is 26 years old, and she is still thinking about Zhu Xiaobao all the time. But she, knowing that there was no hope, she tried her best to focus on assisting Tong Wuxin. The other one is the tall and powerful Yu Dahong, who is now also a martial artist. With the help of these 2 people, Tong Wuxin is even more powerful. Although Ji Jixing claimed to have 1.5 million troops at the beginning, since Ji Jixing escaped, these troops have lost their backbone. 36 islands were defeated by Tong Wuxin one by one. Most of the troops surrendered on their own initiative, and there were still some of the stubborn ones were killed by Tong Wuxin. As for the surrendered troops, they were all sent back to Southeast County and handed over to the 7th Princess. So now, apart from the residents of the 36 islands in the southeast, the remaining armed forces are controlled by Tong Wuxin. This time Zhu Xiaobao also intended to help Tong Wuxin, taking advantage of the fact that there were more cargo ships in Yu Qianru's fleet this time. Yang Beatty was very likely to come out and make a fortune, so Zhu Xiaobao and Tong Wuxin also discussed it in advance. Okay, the purpose is to take advantage of this opportunity to completely eradicate Yang Beatty and his gang of pirates. Originally,
Young Batty would not take this risk with his cautious and suspicious personality. But now, he is also suffering from a shortage of money and food, and has been chased by Tong Wuxin. Now his men's morale is low, and he urgently needs to rob a big one and give it to his men. The morale of the brothers is boosted, and I heard that there are many maids in Yu Qianrou's fleet this time, specially given to Zhu Xiaobao. These are all prepared for Zhu Xiaobao by Yu Qianrou, who is her elder sister. So Young Batty couldn't hold it in any longer. Even if he could hold it in, the eyes of the pirates under his hands were shining, and they couldn't control it at all. In the past few months, they have become monks, and there is no smell at all. Everything was going smoothly at first, because Yu Qianrou's fleet was too long, stretching for more than 10 miles. Young Batty finally found the most suitable entry point. As long as he moved quickly, he would definitely be able to escape unscathed. But I didn't expect that a small boat jumped out from behind these cargo ships, although it was only as big as an ordinary speedboat. The pirates were all frightened by the news. It was the colorful boat. Colorful boat, it is the smallest among the several clippers, but it has the loudest reputation and the fastest speed. And the person standing on the bow of the boat with his head held high is Tong Wuxin. Dong 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 dong! With the continuous firing of 16 naval guns, Young Batty's pirate ship suddenly became chaotic. Looking around, he saw that 2 speedboats were also coming quickly. It was the Black Wind Shuangsha, with strong firepower. Quick! 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 Spread out and run! Young Batty shouted angrily, lamenting in his heart. Finally falling into someone else's trap. I didn't even notice such an obvious layout. I was still thinking of robbing a boat, but it was really delivered to my door. This time he didn't even have a substitute. Well, it's almost time. This time we can annihilate Young Batty and his gang of pirates. Come on. Speed up immediately. Let's go fight against the autumn wind. Zhu Xiaobao ordered with a wave of his hand. Yes. The female warriors under them all shouted excitedly. They didn't expect to get a naval battle this time. What an unexpected surprise. The colorful ship, the black wind, and the 3 auspicious treasures. For super warships rarely gathered together. The cannons on the ship fired one after another and fired continuously. There is basically no war in other places now. So the artillery LS produced now are all sent to Tong Wuxin. So there is a lot of surplus when used. And there is no need to worry about the cost at all. Our King Chatos has plenty of money. Half of the 132 pirate ships were sunk in the blink of an eye, and the rest were trapped in the middle. Nearly 200 warships from all directions had surrounded them. The pirate ships had no way out. What made Young Batty even more furious was that many pirates on the pirate ships had begun to surrender. At the moment of life and death, all the loyalty and bloodiness are gone. Even the cronies around them began to waver. Some people simply jumped up and jumped into the sea. And then nothing happened again. Because before they jumped into the sea, they were already shot by the arrows around them. Shot to death. Tong Wuxin, I will fight with you. Young Batty stared at Tong Wuxin fiercely, then jumped desperately, condescendingly, and actually jumped onto Tong Wuxin's colorful boat. But Young Batty didn't expect that he was faster and Zhu Xiaobao was faster. Arriving first, before Young Batty landed, Zhu Xiaobao was already standing at the bow of the boat waiting for him. Hee hee. Good and evil will be rewarded in the end. He has done so many bad things, and he should be punished today. Zhu Xiaobao said with a faint smile. With his current cultivation, it would be easy to restrain a pirate leader with martial arts cultivation. Humph. Little treasures, don't be too proud. Lord Ji is the real descendant of the demon Jiao. He will kill you to avenge us. Young Batty knew that his sins were serious, and he didn't want to beg for mercy. He simply said he shouted fiercely. Before Young Batty could finish speaking, the tall and powerful Yu Dahong had already smashed his hammers with a pair of hammers, smashing both of Young Batty's knees to pieces. Young Batty collapsed on the deck, still staring at Zhu Xiaobao fiercely. Yu Qing also rushed up with a knife, wanting to kill Young Batty with one blow, but was stopped by Zhu Xiaobao. Hey! 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 Such a clean and tidy boat! Don't let it see blood! Well? Yu Qing's face turned red, and she took out the soft whip, raised her hand, wrapped it around Young Batty's head and neck, and then jumped up and hung Young Batty on the mast. His hands and feet were paddling desperately, but he was seriously injured and couldn't break free. Gradually, Young Batty's face turned blue. His eyes popped out, and his face became ferocious. Finally, he stopped moving.
This evil thief has finally been eradicated. From now on, from the Zirway Kingdom to the Great Xia Kingdom, all the sea areas in this area will no longer be plagued by pirates,
Tong Wuxin said with a sigh of relief.
Sister Wu Xian, you will get your revenge. From now on, will you go to Zirway Kingdom? I will leave my navy to your charge,
Yu Qianru said enthusiastically, holding Tong Wu Xian's hand. As soon as she came, he likes Tong Wuxin very much. And secondly, he also wants to win over talents. She knew that Tong Wuxin and others were not considered to be members of Daxia Kingdom.
No need.
Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao waved his hands first, and then said firmly,
I am going to let Sister Wuxin take charge of the 36 islands in the southeast and be named the King of the Sea. Ah? Sea King? Titled by the 19th Princess?
Tong Wuxin was surprised. She didn't want to serve in the court.
No. I sealed it. No one should object,
Zhu Xiaobao said calmly. Tong Wuxin's eyes suddenly lit up, while Zhu Rong smiled and nodded. Yu Qianru looked at Zhu Xiaobao thoughtfully. Chapter 850 Ascension to the Throne. Originally, Yu Qianru still had some grudges in her heart. If the 19th princess ascended the throne, wouldn't her status be even higher than that of Zhu Xiaobao? Wouldn't this become a topic of discussion among others? But after listening to Zhu Xiaobao's words, he directly sealed Tong Wuxin's throne without any reason, and even made the 36 islands in the southeast independent. Only then was he secretly surprised in his heart. Although Zhu Xiaobao only had the identity of a prince, he had really become a great emperor who controls the overall situation, as he said. Look at all the forces now. Which one is not under Zhu Xiaobao's control? Under Bao's control? Princess Zhu Rong of England is undoubtedly the most proud. Now the forces of all parties are restricting each other, and there is no conflict. But there is no need for Zhu Xiaobao to manage it himself. He is just a hands-off shopkeeper. The days to come are truly free and happy. Of course, the only way for this kind of longing for life to come true is to defeat Jiji's son. Princess 19, Yu Qianru, Princess Mou, and others still value power. In contrast, Princess Zhu Rong has already seen through it. She prefers to live a relaxed and comfortable life with Zhu Xiaobao. In this regard, she is very similar to Princess Ming. Princess Ming, who has experienced ups and downs, is now very open-minded and enjoys her current stable and peaceful life. She lives a fulfilling life guarding her fiefdom. Zhu Xiaobao and others landed directly from Chendong County, passed through Chendong County, and entered the imperial city of Daxia Kingdom. As soon as they entered the imperial city, they could feel the festive atmosphere. The streets were bustling and lively. It was much more lively than when Zhu Xiaobao first came to this world. Many familiar shops and specialty products appeared in the streets and alleys of the imperial city. This made Zhu Xiaobao feel a little emotional. Back then, he couldn't even leave the 19th princess's mansion. And the 19th princess was even more cautious, fearing that she might accidentally offend those royal relatives. Even the original 14th princess could bully them at will. Now Zhu Xiaobao and his car are driving on the street, with guards in front of them to clear the way. People are crowded on both sides of the road. There have been too many forces coming to the imperial city recently. The people in the imperial city are all beaming with joy. They have not been so lively for a long time. A scene of joy appeared, which showed that Daxia Kingdom was once again revitalized and prosperous. But Zhu Xiaobao still doesn't like this kind of scene. He prefers to wear casual clothes and hang out in the market. That kind of fun is the real and interesting life. But now it is like a star holding the moon. It looks majestic, but it is not fun at all. Returning to the original 19th princess mansion, once Zhu Xiaobao returns to the imperial city, he still likes to stay here, as it feels very cordial. But this time I didn't expect that Yudan was already waiting there. This time Yudan had the upper hand. She was one step ahead of the other ladies, and was the first to wait here. When we met Yudan, she acted like a coquettish person.
You didn't come to pick me up, and I met an assassin on the way. Look, look, I was stung by a poisonous bee on my face. Ah? Who is so bold? Didn't I ask the two great lords Yushuang and Yushui to pick you up? These two women must be lazy again. Look at me, if I don't deal with them properly.
Zhu Xiaobao quickly hugged Yudan, shouting in a feigned rage.
Bah! Stop pretending here and shirking your responsibilities. I don't care. I'll make it up to you. Send me another 100 boxes of donkey hide gelatin. I've already signed a lot of favors.
Yudan couldn't help but feel coquettish, scolded, and immediately snuggled into Zhu Xiaobao's chest. He even kept talking about his encounter with the assassin this time. In the end, He also gave Zhu Xiaobao the secret book on how to control poisonous bees from the third assassin. She knew that Zhu Xiaobao was most interested in these messy things. Sure enough, Zhu Xiaobao showed strong curiosity about this secret book for driving poisonous bees, and immediately carried it in his arms. Of course, it is impossible to study it now. Now he is going to be busy soon. It is rare that all the ladies have gathered together before anyone else has arrived. He has to deal with Yudan first. In a blink of an eye, the day came when the 19th princess ascended the throne. All forces came to the palace of Daxia Kingdom, wearing their own court clothes. Especially the costumes of the tribal leaders of the Shijua Kingdom were the most colorful and eye-catching. They also wore various gold and silver jewelry jingled all over his body. The grand hall was unprecedentedly grand, with Yu Qianrou, Great Khan Mohan, Yu Dan and others sitting on both sides. Their status was relatively high, and their predecessors, like Yu Qianhe, also had seats. Zhu Xiaobao's clothes are very ordinary. They are not official uniforms of any country at all, but casual clothes. He represents neither the Zirwei Kingdom nor the Daxia Kingdom, but his status is still very special. He didn't even sit with any of the forces, but sat alone. But the kings, princes, or tribal leaders looked at Zhu Xiaobao from time to time. And Zhu Rong was also dressed in casual clothes. It's not very conspicuous, but the momentum exuded by her and Zhu Xiaobao's music is still very eye-catching. Above the main hall, Eunuch Gao has already started the enthronement ceremony according to the procedures. This set of rituals took a lot of time, and by the end Zhu Xiaobao was already drowsy after listening to it. But in order to support the 19th princess, Zhu Xiaobao still worked hard and persisted. When all the ceremonies were over and the grand state banquet began, Zhu Xiaobao had time to leave the main hall, breathe the fresh air, and look down at the large fireworks that were being performed outside the palace. These were all done by Zhu Xiaobao. Of course, was mainly developed by Mu Chuanyi, and Zhu Xiaobao only provided ideas and some technical support. But the common people in the imperial city had their eyes opened. They had never seen such a fireworks show before. The beautiful fireworks that bloomed in the air amazed the royal dignitaries, who came to congratulate them. This made the 19th princess felt extremely proud. Anyway, she knew that the things Zhu Xiaobao created were always so shocking. Her enthronement ceremony was quite successful and absolutely amazing. But seeing that there was no trace of Zhu Xiaobao's position, the 19th princess was secretly a little angry. I plan to teach this bastard a lesson tonight. Because at this time Zhu Xiaobao was leaning on the viewing platform on the 3rd floor of the palace, looking at the fireworks in a daze.
What are you thinking about? Today is a happy day.
Are you still dissatisfied?
Zhu Rong also looked at the fireworks in the sky and asked with a gentle smile.
Yeah. I'm a little bit emotional. I have spent 14 years helping the 19th princess fulfill her long-cherished wish. I didn't expect that I am already 30. The little fat boy back then has already reached his 30s.
Zhu Xiaobao he also looked at the fireworks in the sky and did not look back. He just said with emotion, "Time flies so fast."
Ha. I'm still not satisfied. It has only taken 14 years, which is already quite fast. Finally, the world will be peaceful soon. I look forward to it when I think about the peaceful and stable life in the future.
Zhu Rong suddenly felt a little worried understanding Zhu Xiaobao's thoughts. He couldn't help but turn his gaze to the north. Where was the last target? But she suddenly felt worried. Not only was there a hostile force like His Highness the Sixth Prince, but there was also a more powerful opponent. At the same time, His Highness the Sixth Prince was also having a banquet. But his mood was not very good, because all the 12 root killers sent out were wiped out, including the 3 brothers of the Yin family whom he was most interested in. The loss this time was quite huge, and he felt that his vitality was severely damaged. He was still very heartbroken when he lost 8 masters of venerable cultivation in one go.
Humph. Idiot. Don't you know that since they started the inheritance of the mythical beasts, the number of people with venerable cultivation has greatly increased, including the great martial lord. If you send these killers, you will only bring humiliation to yourself.
Ji Jisheng today he was also present, and he was sitting at the top. His Highness the Sixth Prince could only sit on the side. The cultural relic ministers under the Sixth Highness were all too trembling to speak. Although Ji Jisheng was not as vicious as the legend said, the Demon Saint and the eldest prince had become notorious in the past few years, although they had restrained themselves a lot over the past year. But the impact of this evil strategy cannot be eliminated in a short time.
Yes. Xiao Wang is also holding on to luck. As long as there is a group of killer hands, they can suppress their arrogance.
His Highness Sixth Prince quickly said with his hands in hand. He knew that today was the day when the 19th princess ascended the throne. So he was still very angry.
Ha ha. Don't worry. Although the 19th princess has officially ascended the throne today, I guarantee that in another year, except for the 19th princess herself, everything else will be yours. Not only Dasha Kingdom, but the whole world will be yours.
Ji Jisheng couldn't help but laugh arrogantly. He had already integrated 80% of the demonic crystals. At this rate, he would be able to fully integrate the demonic crystals in just 1 year. So Ji Jiyun's self-confidence is now booming.
Yes. Then I have to rely on Lord Demon.
His Highness the Sixth Prince said respectfully, raising his glass. The wine glass is filled with the best aged wine. It's just that the top quality aged wines I purchased recently are only 10 years old. That kind of 15-year-old wine is simply unavailable, because all the 15-year-old wine was taken away by Venerable Bai Chao. This is a deal between him and Zhu Xiaobao. After the enthronement ceremony was over, all the forces that came to congratulate him also went back one after another. The 19th princess also quickly handed over everything to Duan Muqi and Murong Feng again. She knew very well that the next step was the most critical. The life or death battle with Ji Jishan. In the martial arts arena, that was also tightly sealed. Zhu Xiaobao was sweating profusely from exhaustion. His cooperation with Princess Zhu Rong and 19th Princess Jumei became even more tacit. And Jumei's
gravity technique
could already reach 20 double the effect. Zhu Xiaobao can also achieve 10 times the effect. And the two sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui joined forces to increase the effect to 4 times.
Hee. I feel that I can improve my cultivation again. Then I will be more confident in killing GZE.
Jumei shouted excitedly. She once again defeated Zhu Xiaobao and Yu Shuang Yu Xue. Attacked together. I feel that the internal energy in my body is extremely abundant. My meridians are still expanding. And my half-step martial god's cultivation is beginning to loosen up. Oh? Can you still break through?
Zhu Xiaobao was surprised and worried at the same time. Being able to improve his cultivation again would of course give him more confidence in defeating Ji Jisheng. But improving again? That is the true realm of the god of war. Wouldn't it mean that he would ascend to the fairy world?